In the hospital room, the lawyer held out a prepared document and looked at the elderly man lying weakly on the bed. Mr. Liu, as per your wishes, upon your passing, all of your assets will be donated to charitable organizations. The contract is ready. It will take effect immediately. Your remains will be returned to your hometown to be buried alongside your wife and child. The old man nodded with great difficulty. Oh, the lawyer sighed, his expression softening. Mr. Liu, setting aside work, I've always had one question that puzzled me. You were the president of a listed company, wealthy beyond imagination. You could have lived in luxury, free from worries. Yet for years, you chose a life of poverty, dedicating all your wealth to charity. Why? Lu Lixing gave a bitter smile, but didn't answer. The lawyer already knew he wouldn't get a reply. Still, he couldn't help but feel sad. Such a kind-hearted man, and not even one person came to see him off before he passed. All right then, Mr. Liu, we've settled the will portion. May I ask one last favor? It's outside the scope of the will. Do you have any unresolved regrets in this world? I can help you fulfill them, no charge. Regrets? Lu Lixing slowly moved his fingers, thinking about his entire life. Finally, he nodded. Seeing him try to speak, the lawyer leaned in close to his lips. Mr. Liu, what did you say? Regret. Gu Wanqing. Gu Wanqing? My wife. For what I've investigated, she passed away many years ago. Mr. Liu, the lawyer was about to say something else, but the man on the bed had already closed his eyes. His lips curled slightly upward, as if still carrying a faint smile. Wanqing, finally, I can come find you. Are you and our child doing all right? Blinding light flashed. A tearing pain shot through his mind. He heard someone crying loudly. It's all your fault. It's because of you that Sister Wanqing left us. Wah, Big Huang, bite him. Woof, woof. The blanket was torn away. Something wet and sticky slid across his face, carrying a strong, metallic stench. Lu Lixing groaned, rubbing his face, and opened his eyes. Who the hell is this? Didn't I die? The next moment he froze. This was a dilapidated stone cottage, and he was lying on a wooden plank bed. Wait, wasn't this his child at home? Beside the bed stood a little girl, tears streaming down her cheeks. When she saw him open his eyes, she gasped in fear, tugging at the big yellow dog beside her. Big Huang, get down. He's awake. He'll beat you up. Big Huang ignored her, drool dripping onto Lu Lixing's face as he pulled at his clothes, dragging him toward the edge of the bed. Barking desperately, the dog finally snapped Lu Lixing out of his daze. He pushed the dog away and grabbed the girl's arm. Qianqian? Lu Qianqian, his youngest sister. But why does she look like a child again? Lu Qianqian flinched in fear. Aren't you drunk? Drunk? Right. There was a strong smell of alcohol on him. His stomach churned, his face flushed. But you're really Qianqian? While a 7-year-old, Lu Qianqian burst into tears. Gu, I didn't mean to wake you up. Please don't hit me. Sister Wanqing is gone. She said she won't ever come back. You're a bad person. A bad person. Lu Qianqian raised her tiny fists and pounded on Lu Lixing's chest. Big Huang barked wildly beside her, as if cursing Lu Lixing himself. Lu Lixing's whole body shook. Gu Wanqing, she's still alive? Without thinking, he sat up sharply. Staggering, he stumbled over to the old black table and picked up the yellowed calendar. August 21st, 1990. His pupils widened. The broken-down shack. The familiar Big Huang. And the young version of Lu Qianqian. He was reborn. Ha ha ha. Lu Lixing burst into laughter. Had heaven finally heard his prayers? How wonderful. But halfway through his laughter, he suddenly stopped. He quickly opened a drawer, rummaging frantically until he found an old pocket watch. He checked the time. 6:30 a.m. Outside, it was pouring rain. Everything matched his memory. Oh no, he shouted and rushed toward the corner by the door. There, crumpled on the floor, was a piece of paper. Lu Lixing snatched it up, smoothed it out. It was a prescription, an anti-abortion medicine formula. He stuffed the paper into his pocket and bolted for the door. Big Huang, let's go. Woof. Big Huang hesitated for a second, then, without hesitation, followed him out. Qianqian, stay here and don't run off. We'll be right back. Lu Qianqian paused at the door. What happened to Gu? He didn't scold her or get angry. Lu Lixing sprinted along the muddy dirt path, his mind racing with memories. This very day in his past life was the day Wanqing and their unborn children died. Back then, he was just a reckless youth, addicted to drinking and gambling. When it came time for marriage, his parents brought home a young bride. That was Gu Wanqing. After they married, he continued down the same path, constantly taking money from Wanqing to waste on vices. He clearly remembered that the day before yesterday in this timeline had rummaged through the house and taken 20 yuan to go drink himself into oblivion. By the time he woke up late the next morning, he heard the news. Wanqing had left home. It was raining heavily that day. The bus leaving the village crashed. When Lu Lixing arrived at the scene, he saw her clutching her belly, her body battered and broken. Later, when he returned home, he found this crumpled note in the corner of the wall. At that moment, he learned the truth. Because of malnutrition and carrying twins, Wanqing needed medication to stabilize the pregnancy. That 20 yuan was all the family had scraped together for her. But he took it all. He couldn't imagine how desperate she must have felt. Only then did he realize he had truly loved Wanqing all along. The baby was gone. Wanqing was gone. His parents disowned him in anger, throwing him out of the house, never speaking to him again. Alone, he left his hometown and wandered far and wide. He spent the rest of his life repenting, donating every penny he earned to charity, hoping that in her next life, Wanqing and their child would find peace. Never did he expect he got a second chance. So this time, he would make sure that peace came true. He remembered where the landslide happened, but from his home to the bus stop in the village was still 3 li, about 1.5 kilometers. In this era, in poor mountain villages like Lujia village, there were no cars. He had to hurry. Big Huang, faster. Woof. Chapter 3. Contemplating suicide by jumping into the river. Gu Wanqing did not believe that Lu Lixing had come to seek her out. Could it be true, as everyone claimed, that he was merely attempting to extort money? Such actions were not foreign to the former Lu Lixing. In times of financial struggle, he had even snatched a few coins from children. As these memories surfaced, Gu Wanqing's gaze turned somber. Driver Old Zhao had exited the vehicle and lifted the mud-covered Lu Lixing, exclaiming, "You little rascal, are you seeking death? If you wish to end it all, go jump into the river. I have a car full of lives to consider." The passengers gathered around, casting disdainful glances at Lu Lixing, lamenting how he had become increasingly inept. What kind of misfortune had the Lu family brought upon themselves to raise such a character? Lu Lixing ignored their scorn. His eyes fell upon Gu Wanqing, who had stepped out of the car, clad in ill-fitting linen garments that she had sewn herself. Her hair was fashioned into a large braid. Though pregnant, she remained slender, her complexion pale and her lips devoid of color. Lu Lixing was momentarily taken aback and then broke into a faint smile. How wonderful it was that she was still alive. "You little brat, what are you smiling at? Speak up. I swear, if it weren't for your parents, I would have already given you a good beating." Old Zhao shouted angrily. Both of Lu's parents were exemplary individuals, and he felt exasperated by Lu Lixing's behavior. However, Lu Lixing was too preoccupied to heed his words. After confirming that Gu Wanqing was unharmed, he turned to call out to De Huang. "De Huang, bring the people over here." Woof. Upon hearing the call, De Huang quickly dashed to the group, barking furiously. When the individuals failed to move, it cleverly bit the rear of the last person in line. "Run, you fools. Damn it, that dog has gone mad. Help." The weary group, previously drained of energy, suddenly found renewed vigor and began to sprint for their lives. Old Zhao, noticing that Lu Lixing was ignoring him, grew furious. "Lu Lixing, what on earth are you doing?" "Master Zhao, there is a risk of a landslide over there." "Landslide? Nonsense. I have driven here for years. I have seen all sorts of conditions. I refuse to believe that this little rain could cause a collapse. If you block my car and cause damages, are you going to compensate me?" Not far away, Zhang Ergu was also shouting, "Yes, Lu Lixing and my." Before he could finish his sentence, suddenly, a deafening roar erupted. The crowd looked up in terror. Zhang Ergu's words were abruptly stifled, unable to escape his throat. What the hell? Behind De Huang, the mountain, which had seemed stable moments ago, began to violently crumble. Massive boulders tumbled down, and trees as thick as a person's embrace followed suit down the slope. The only road, precariously built halfway up the mountain and already a muddy path, was utterly destroyed by the onslaught. The surface of the road collapsed along with the mountainside, and the newly fallen boulders plunged into the abyss. Those who were slower in their escape were even struck by smaller stones. With a resounding crash, a gigantic rock landed mere half a meter away from De Huang. "Damn it, run." Woof. Everyone was rendered speechless. An elderly man collapsed onto the ground, his legs giving way beneath him. The mountain has collapsed." Master Zhao's legs buckled, his voice trembling. Lu Lixing. This has truly caved in." He could scarcely believe his own eyes. At this moment, a wave of dread washed over him. Had Lu Lixing not intervened to halt the vehicle moments ago, what fate would have befallen his car and the lives it contained? Lu Lixing exhaled a profound sigh of relief. Yes, it has collapsed. Master Zhao stumbled and fell onto the ground. Lu Lixing hurried to support him. "It's all right. Everyone in this vehicle is safe, aren't they?" Master Zhao wiped the sweat from his brow. Yes, yes, they're all fine. All fine. Zhang Ergu and his companions finally rushed over, collapsing to their knees, gasping for breath. That was close, too close. De Huang wagged his tail, as if seeking praise, and approached Lu Lixing. Lu Lixing affectionately ruffled his head. De Huang, splendid work. Woof. Only then did Lu Lixing turn his gaze towards Gu Wanqing, who had been watching him intently since the onset of the chaos. After a lifetime apart, he saw her once more. Lu Lixing felt a flutter of nervousness. He longed to rush forward and embrace her, to confess how much he missed her. But he could not. He had acted so despicably. She must be heartbroken. To hold her now would likely frighten her away. In this lifetime, he had time to take things slowly. Approaching Gu Wanqing, he restrained the impulse to embrace her. Wanqing. How are you? Did you get scared? Gu Wanqing looked at Lu Lixing in astonishment. She could hardly believe that he was concerned for her. Such sentiments had been absent during their months of marriage. She was even more incredulous that he had just saved the lives of everyone in the vehicle. A warmth enveloped her shoulder as Lu Lixing draped his coat over her. His voice softened. Be careful, don't catch a chill. Gu Wanqing furrowed her brow in confusion, her expression one of bewilderment. What is wrong with you? Lu Lixing took a deep breath and met her gaze. Today, he finally had the opportunity to utter the words he had concealed in his heart for a lifetime. Wanqing, I am sorry. The rain had ceased unbeknownst to them. These words resonated clearly in Gu Wanqing's ears, stirring a flicker of emotion within her. What was Lu Lixing saying? He offered no further explanation. Instead, approaching several elderly individuals who were crouched on the ground, concern etched on his face. How are you all? Are you all right? Do you need me to take you to the clinic? Hijacking, being remote, had its road to the town health center blocked by the landslide. The only place with a doctor was the small clinic in the village. No, it's not necessary. The elderly individuals, trembling as they stood, looked towards Lu Lixing. Lu, we apologize for our previous misunderstandings. We are truly grateful. If it weren't for you, we would have perished. I cannot die. I have yet to meet my unborn grandchild. I feel the same. My son is ill, and I must earn money to buy him medicine. The elderly wiped away their tears. It's all right. No need for thanks. I merely happened to notice that this area was about to collapse. So I came to warn everyone. If there's nothing else, you should all hurry home. It seems today's bus will not reach the county. Indeed, home. Home. The people, still shaken, supported one another as they departed. The last of them, an elderly woman, approached the two and gently patted Gu Wanqing's shoulder. Wanqing, you should have a serious talk with Lu Lixing. He seem so bad. Any flaws he has, you can guide him to amend. Gu Wanqing lowered her head, remaining silent. Lu Lixing stepped closer and said, Wanqing, let us go home. Gu Wanqing clutched her clothing tightly, reminded of the child within her. With a stubborn resolve, she declared, I will not return. Since their marriage, she had been the one caring for Lu Lixing. He merely asked her for money. She didn't dare tell him about the last 20 yuan, fearing he would take it from her. That was meant for preserving the pregnancy. Yet ultimately, she couldn't even keep that money. This situation cannot persist. Otherwise, what will happen to the child next time, or the time after that? Gu Wanqing stepped back, her eyes filled with detachment. Lu Lixing felt a pang of anguish. What despicable things had he done? He took a step forward and retrieved a prescription from within his clothing. Is this what you were worried about? Wanqing, I am sorry, I was wrong. I should not have spent that 20 yuan. I deserve to be punished. Rest assured, I will gather that amount promptly to buy you medicine. I know you may not believe me now, but give me 3 days, 3 days. If I fail to earn enough for the medicine, I will personally escort you away from Lujia village. I swear. Gu Wanqing looked up in shock at Lu Lixing. What did he say? He intends to earn money? How will he do that? Lu Lixing, do not deceive me. I am not lying. Wanqing, please grant me one last chance. Look, the road has collapsed. This is the only path to the town, and it is impassable. If you attempt to traverse the mountains on foot, the journey is too arduous and could harm the child. You wouldn't want our child to be harmed, would you? Seeing Gu Wanqing's skepticism, Lu Lixing felt compelled to use their child as leverage. Chapter 4. The Binding System. Lu Lixing's vow. Gu Wanqing bit her lip, gazing at the mountain road. The landslide had obliterated the path, rendering any escape impossible. It seemed she had no choice but to turn back. As they prepared to leave, Zhang Ergu, finally exhaling in relief, hurriedly interjected, Hey, cough, cough. Lu Lixing, although you just saved someone, but my bicycle. I will compensate you. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Lixing replied, How much is your bicycle worth? Having just faced death, Zhang Ergu felt a twinge of guilt. However, he knew that if he did not demand compensation, his father would surely beat him to a pulp. $120. Before Lu Lixing could respond, Gu Wanqing exclaimed, "So expensive?" Their entire family's monthly living expenses are merely $10. They grow their own food, and that $10 is only for emergencies. A single bicycle costs them a year's worth of living expenses. This is utterly absurd. How could Lu Lixing afford such a sum? Gu Wanqing gritted her teeth. "Lu Lixing, you." A hand reached out, gently pushing her back. "I will compensate you, but Ergu, I currently have no money. I will write you an IOU, and I promise to repay you within a month." All right. Zhang Ergu immediately agreed. With the IOU in hand, coupled with today's events, his father should consent, right? The group rummaged through their pockets for a while, finally producing a pencil and a piece of a cigarette box. Lu Lixing swiftly pinned the IOU and signed it. "All done, Da Huang, let us head home." "Woof, woof." Da Huang wagged his tail, expressing his joy. "My master is alive, everyone is safe. Da Huang deserves the most credit on the journey." Gu Wanqing ultimately could not hold back. She removed a bracelet from her wrist, an heirloom from her grandmother. Initially, she had planned to sell it for medicine upon leaving. But now, "Lu Lixing, take this bracelet and sell it." Lu Lixing was momentarily taken aback. Gu Wanqing continued, "It should fetch some money to compensate Zhang Ergu's family. I will be careful. I shouldn't harm the child." Her words were cautious, yet she herself could scarcely believe them. Lu Lixing's eyes brimmed with compassion. In his past life, he must have been blind not to recognize Gu Wanqing's worth. He pushed her hand back gently. "No need. I will cover the cost myself. I can earn the money for the medicine. I have my ways, so do not worry." "What means do you possess? What can you possibly do?" Gu Wanqing's voice trembled, and tears began to flow. "Altogether, that amounts to $140. Our home is nearly devoid of food, and this year's harvest has been poor. What can you possibly do?" Gu Wanqing anxiously clutched her clothing. In the past, she accepted her fate, marrying as the fowl would follow the hen, as the dog would follow the hound. But now, for the sake of her child, she truly wished to escape. "Lu Lixing, I cannot leave in the next few days. I will stay here for now. Once the transportation is restored, I will depart. Today, you saved my life and my child's. Consider this bracelet a token of gratitude. Please take it." Lu Lixing suddenly found himself at a loss. He wished he could give his former self a resounding slap. "Wanqing, believe me, I can manage this. Your clothes are completely soaked. We should return and change. Otherwise, the baby might catch a chill." Gu Wanqing bit her lip and nodded. The welfare of the child was of utmost importance. As for selling the bracelet, she could devise a means to do so and later hand the money to Lu Lixing. Lu Lixing walked behind her, observing her slender silhouette, silently vowing that in this lifetime, he would ensure that both she and the child would lead a comfortable life. Ding dong. "Congratulations, host, you have activated the perfect life system. May I inquire if you wish to bind it?" A mechanical voice echoed in Lu Lixing's mind. The system? As someone who had only indulged in novels in his past life, Lu Lixing was certainly aware of what this entailed. He never anticipated that he would also have such an opportunity. After Gu Wanqing and the child passed away in his previous life, he fell into a deep melancholy for a period before venturing out into the world. Thus, he had not yet conceived a swift method of earning money and had intended to ponder it thoroughly upon his return. Now, with this system, he had a foothold. Bind. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully bound the perfect life system. System rewards, a novice gift pack. Shall the host open it?" Lu Lixing did not hesitate. "Open." "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a backpack space." "Congratulations, host, you have received a bottle of plant growth liquid." "Congratulations, host, you have acquired master-level culinary skills." This system rewards randomly. The host is encouraged to strive for further rewards. Lu Lixing felt a backpack space manifest in his mind. On the panel of the backpack space, a section displayed the following words: Master-level culinary skills X1, plant growth liquid X1. Below the space was a button, accompanied by a line of small text: Backpack space panel. Rewarded items will be displayed here. The host may retrieve them as needed. Upon retrieval, the item will be cleared. Master-level culinary skills? This skill was indeed commendable. Although he had some cooking experience in his past life, he had never excelled at it. He yearned to provide the best for Wanqing and the children. Without delay, Lu Lixing clicked to retrieve the reward. Upon doing so, it felt as if an innate muscle memory surged within him. Along with a plethora of recipes flooding his mind, braised pork knuckle, sauerkraut fish, spicy crayfish, and teppanyaki. However, he merely glanced at them before dismissing the notion. In this remote Lu family village, where even dining posed a challenge, preparing such dishes was clearly unrealistic. For the time being, he would have to settle for simpler meals. Lu Lixing then turned his attention to the plant growth liquid. This item was indeed invaluable, especially since there was little food left at home. And in this self-sufficient little mountain village, the growth of wheat, sweet potatoes, and corn was crucial. Such a reward was a treasure. He resolved to seek an opportunity to test it. Upon arriving home, little Lu Qianqian was peering out the door. Upon spotting them, she joyfully dashed out. Originally intending to rush into Gu Wanqing's embrace, she hesitated upon recalling her mother's admonition. Second sister-in-law, you are back. Gu Wanqing had been exceedingly kind to her during these past few months, and Lu Qianqian held her in great affection. Yes, I have returned. De Huang bounded over, playfully licking Lu Qianqian's face, eliciting a peal of laughter from her. De Huang, behave. Upon noticing Lu Lixing, Lu Qianqian instinctively shielded Gu Wanqing behind her. Second brother, you must not strike sister-in-law, nor harm De Huang. If you must hit someone, then let it be Qianqian. I am not a little baby. I can endure. Lu Qianqian declared earnestly, her tiny fists clenched. A pang of bitterness stirred within Lu Lixing. In his previous life, he had indeed been a scoundrel, oblivious to the feelings of others, resorting to violence or harsh words at every turn. He approached and pinched Lu Qianqian's small face gently. Go wash your face. Dinner will be ready soon. With that, he strode toward the kitchen. Lu Qianqian looked at him in astonishment. Second sister-in-law, what is wrong with second brother? I do not know. It was a stark contrast, for Lu Lixing had never ventured into the kitchen before. Gu Wanqing followed him. This home had been constructed by the elder Lu couple for Lu Lixing and Gu Wanqing, a stone-tiled abode, fraught with drafts. Though it consisted of merely 2 rooms, it had consumed all their savings. The elder couple, along with Lu Qianqian and her elder brother and sister-in-law, resided in a thatched cottage deeper in the mountains. Since their relocation, Gu Wanqing had taken on the role of the cook. What could be troubling Lu Lixing? He acknowledged her presence while tending the fire. I will boil some hot water. While there is still time, you should take a bath. It must be uncomfortable to feel sticky. Once you finish bathing, come out for dinner. From now on, I will prepare your meals. Chapter 5. Remembering the temperature you need. The two had just emerged from the rain. With Lu Lixing covered in mud, he adeptly settled behind the stove, striking a match to ignite the dried pine needles, which he placed into the hearth. He then began to add small pieces of wood. Once the kindling blazed, he proceeded to add larger logs. The fire quickly roared to life. Lu Lixing then rose to pour water from a bucket into a large iron pot, filling it only a third of the way. Carrying the empty bucket with a yoke, he stepped outside to fetch more water. Gu Wanqing was taken aback. It was only when Lu Lixing passed by her that she realized, You can start a fire? In the past, when she had cooked, she had enlisted Lu Lixing's help to ignite the flames. Yet, during that occasion, the inexperienced Lu Lixing had struggled for ages, failing to spark a flame, leaving the kitchen in a smoky mess while his face was smeared with soot. He had even scolded Gu Wanqing, lamenting how a man should not engage in such tasks, which were meant for women. From that moment on, he had never set foot in the kitchen again. Oh, I learned by watching you every day. Lu Lixing offered a casual excuse. You should rest. I'll call you when it's ready. Qianqian, go play with your sister-in-law in the house, he added. Lu Qianqian, still young and having forgotten her earlier anger, was now delighted to see her second brother treating her sister-in-law so kindly. All right, sister-in-law, come, I'll help you to rest. Gu Wanqing nodded, casting a puzzled glance at Lu Lixing. What has gotten into him today? 20 minutes later, the water had boiled. Lu Lixing retrieved a large basin designated for bathing, cleaned it, and set it inside the house. After pouring in the hot water, he began to add cold water until the temperature was just right. He then called out to Gu Wanqing, It's ready. You may bathe now. After you're done, we can have dinner. Gu Wanqing was utterly astonished. She clenched her hands, approaching the basin but still feeling uneasy. Lu Lixing, what exactly are you trying to do? I have no money left. In the past, whenever Lu Lixing sought money, he would treat her exceptionally well. But once he received it, he would transform into a completely different person. I don't want money, Lu Lixing replied, filled with remorse. Wanqing, I promise I will never ask you for money again. Upon hearing these words, Gu Wanqing grew even more anxious. You don't want a child anymore? That is unacceptable. I want to agree. She stood up, hurriedly making her way outside. Lu Lixing quickly intercepted her. Wanqing, I do not wish to abandon the idea of having a child. On the contrary, I eagerly anticipate the arrival of our baby. I want to take good care of you and our child. Give me some time, and I will prove it to you. If I treat you poorly again, let me be crushed by the next landslide. Don't. Hearing Lu Lixing's earnest declaration, Gu Wanqing's heart softened. Don't say such ominous things. I'll wash. She approached the basin, testing the water temperature, feeling conflicted. It's a bit hot. I'll add some cold water. Don't move. I'll do it. Lu Lixing rushed out without waiting for Gu Wanqing to speak. Gu Wanqing, momentarily taken aback, could hardly comprehend his sudden attentiveness. During the months since her marriage, he had never been this considerate. Even the foot bath was prepared by her. Puzzled, she exchanged glances with Lu Qianqian, who tilted her head and remarked, "Sister-in-law, do you think second brother has had too much to drink?" Gu Wanqing bit her lip, remaining silent. Since she could not leave, she decided to observe what Lu Lixing intended to do. Lu Lixing added cold water and gestured for Gu Wanqing to test it. She nervously pinched the hem of her garment, took a deep breath, and crouched down to check the temperature. Nodding after her assessment, she confirmed, "It's just right." Lu Lixing smiled with satisfaction. "I'll remember this. You prefer your bath at this temperature. Go ahead." A faint blush crept onto Gu Wanqing's cheeks. "Why do you remember this? Thus, I won't make mistakes next time." Gu Wanqing regarded him with a peculiar glance, opening her mouth but finding no words. Fearing she might utter something about leaving, Lu Lixing quickly interjected, "I'll step outside for a moment. Qianqian, please assist your sister-in-law here. Just leave the dirty clothes at the door. I'll wash them later this afternoon." With that, he exited the room, closing the door behind him. Gu Wanqing and Lu Qianqian exchanged looks, realizing that she was indeed too dirty to forego a wash. "Qianqian, prop the door open," she instructed. Just days prior, Lu Lixing had shown no regard for her pregnancy, and she needed to remain vigilant around him. "All right." Lu Qianqian nodded obediently, securing the door. Not far down the corridor, Lu Lixing heard the door being propped open and turned back to glance. The large dog, De Huang, who was frolicking in the yard, rushed to the door, barking excitedly at Lu Lixing. "What woof?" With a resigned shake of his head, Lu Lixing reflected on how much of a rogue he had been in his previous life, even causing the dog to be wary of him. Inside, upon hearing the dog's barks, Gu Wanqing felt increasingly convinced of Lu Lixing's ill intentions. De Huang had been with her for half a year and was aware of her current frail condition. Whenever Lu Lixing lashed out in anger, the dog always stood protectively in front of her. Thankfully, she had shut the door. She needed to wash quickly. Outside, Lu Lixing chose not to dwell on the matter, recognizing that it would take time for Gu Wanqing and her family to accept the new version of himself. He understood that, were he in their position, he too would find it hard to believe in sudden transformations. Arriving at the riverbank, he noted that the recent heavy rains had swelled the waters significantly. The usual shallow puddles now reached halfway up his legs. With no one around and the weather pleasantly mild, he quickly shed his clothes and washed himself. The cool spring water from the mountains refreshed him, awakening his senses. After splashing water on his face, he surveyed his surroundings, marveling at the reality of his rebirth. Once he finished bathing and clothed himself, he turned to head back but was suddenly captivated by a sight. Along the riverbank grew a vast patch of water celery. In his previous life, obtaining such a delicacy in the city had been a daunting task. Today, however, he had stumbled upon it. Yet, he noted that the water celery appeared rather frail. Lu Lixing contemplated for a moment and noticed that he was alone. He activated the plant growth liquid in his backpack, and shortly thereafter, a small vial materialized in his hand. Simultaneously, an introduction to the liquid appeared in his mind. Plant growth liquid accelerates plant growth, can be diluted. The higher the concentration, the faster the growth. Note, all system rewards are premium items, entirely natural, harmless, and without side effects. The host may use them with confidence. How remarkable! Chun Xin carefully uncorked the vial and delicately dripped some of the liquid onto a patch of water celery. Moments later, Lu Lixing observed that the water celery began to grow at an astonishing rate, its leaves becoming lush and vibrant. It truly works. He quickly gathered a generous handful of the water celery and joyfully returned home. Having just acquired master-level culinary skills, he was not only capable of igniting a fire, but also of preparing meals. This presented an excellent opportunity to impress Gu Wanqing. Elated, Lu Lixing opened the grain cabinet. However, he was soon stunned into silence. Several bags were empty. The only one that contained anything held a small amount of yellow cornmeal. He recalled Gu Wanqing's earlier statement about their dwindling food supplies. Yet, He never imagined it would be this bare. This mere handful of cornmeal could only suffice for a single porridge. But Gu Wanqing was pregnant and suffering from malnutrition, making it difficult for her to sustain the child. How could they survive on just cornmeal? It was already midday, and they had not even eaten breakfast. There was no time left to venture into the mountains for food. After pondering for a moment, Lixing stood up and went next door. The neighbor, Mrs. Wang, kept a few chickens, and he needed to borrow some food. As he stepped into the yard, Mrs. Wang's voice rang out from within. "Who is it?" "It's me, Lixing. Auntie, I." Before he could finish his sentence, the door that had been ajar slammed shut with a loud bang. What is that fool doing here at such a time? Truly unfortunate. Chapter 6. Does he truly possess so many admirable qualities? Lixing was not angered, given their proximity. He often sneaked into the Wang household for a bite during his previous life. Although he later compensated Wang Dama for the eggs he had pilfered under an alias after acquiring wealth through his own endeavors, Wang Dama remained oblivious to these facts. He approached the door and knocked gently, saying, "Wang Dama, may I borrow 2 eggs from you? I promise to return them double." "Borrow?" "Inside." Wang Dama was momentarily taken aback. When had Lixing ever been so courteous? Ever since he built his house next to hers, her hens had frequently gone missing. Upon discovering it was Lixing who was responsible, she had begun locking her chickens inside her home, despite the unpleasantness of the situation, as it ensured the safety of her eggs. "Dama, Wanqing is pregnant, and I wish to nourish her. Rest assured, I will certainly repay you." The door creaked open, and Wang Dama stood in astonishment. "Wanqing is pregnant?" "Indeed." Lixing nodded earnestly. Wang Dama's expression soured. "You rascal, what fortune you have. You married such a wonderful wife, and yet failed to cherish her. You're always up to no good. Begone, begone. My home does not welcome you." As she spoke, she thrust 2 eggs into Lixing's hands. "Do not return. Take care of your own wife." "Yes, thank you, Dama." Lixing replied joyfully as he departed. Wang Dama slammed the door shut behind him, glancing at the empty coop with a sigh. "Ah, those were the only 2 eggs I had today." Upon returning home, Lixing first ignited both stoves. He filled one pot with water to boil porridge and prepared to stir-fry in the other. After breaking the eggs into a bowl, he added a small amount of oil, barely enough to coat the bottom, and a pinch of salt. He then placed the bowl in the pot, covered it with a lid, and set about steaming the eggs, preserving their nutrients while ensuring they would be delectable. Once the steamed eggs were complete, Lixing chopped the washed water celery and heated oil for a quick stir-fry. Meanwhile, in the main room, Gu Wanqing had finished her bath. As she opened the door, her hand, which held a towel to dry her hair, froze in place. Lu Qianqian sniffed the air, her face lighting up with delight. "Wow, it smells amazing." Second sister-in-law. "Is that coming from the kitchen? Is second brother really cooking?" Gu Wanqing, unable to delay drying her hair, hurried to the kitchen. There, she found Lixing deftly stirring the vegetables, their aroma wafting enticingly. Her stomach audibly grumbled in response, while Lu Qianqian swallowed hard, exclaiming, "Second sister-in-law, look. It smells so good. Second brother is truly remarkable." Da Huang, not far behind, barked joyfully. Amidst his bustling, Lixing turned his head. "Are you finished washing?" "Just a moment, it will be ready shortly." Gu Wanqing momentarily froze, her gaze landing on the eggs on the counter. She rushed into the kitchen, exclaiming, "Where did you get those eggs? Did you steal them again?" "No, I borrowed these from Wang Dama. I intend to return them." "Borrowed? How could she possibly lend them to you?" Madame Wang often scolded Lixing and had always kept her distance from them. However, with a kind heart. "Upon hearing of your pregnancy, she lent me some eggs to help you regain your strength." "Wanqing, do not be upset. Your health is of utmost importance." Gu Wanqing was taken aback, unable to believe her ears. Yet, she knew that Madame Wang's sole source of income stemmed from these eggs, and that Uncle Wang had fallen ill and required medication. Lixing paused momentarily, his hand trembling slightly. "I will return these eggs to her, trust me." Gu Wanqing took a deep breath, feeling that something was amiss with Lixing today. Her gaze drifted towards the pot, where vegetables had already been cooked. "Is that water celery?" "Yes, water celery. But why does it look so abundant?" Water celery is a wild, edible vegetable that everyone would dig up when other food was scarce, causing it to never grow large. Lixing chuckled. "I was fortunate. I just bathed by the river and stumbled upon a generous handful, so I brought it back." "Wanqing, please sit down, it will be ready shortly." He helped Gu Wanqing onto a bamboo stool and retrieved a handful of cornmeal, adding a small amount of water and mixing it well. The pot was already boiling. and he carefully poured the cornmeal into it. With no other food available, they could only rely on cornmeal porridge for now. In the afternoon, Lu Lixing would find a way to exchange for some rice or flour, as the nutritional value of cornmeal porridge was woefully inadequate. Watching Lu Lixing's adept movements only deepened Gu Wanqing's confusion. Lu Lixing, yes? When did you learn to cook? I secretly learned by following you. As he spoke, he divided the meal into 3 portions. One for Gu Wanqing, one for Lu Qianqian, and the remaining for De Huang, who had grown thinner over the past 6 months. Once everyone was seated at the table, Gu Wanqing felt a twinge of unease. She pushed her bowl and chopsticks towards Lu Lixing. Here, take some. You've hardly eaten. No need. I'm not hungry. You and Qianqian have already eaten the egg custard. Don't worry about me. Lu Qianqian, nibbling on her chopsticks, earnestly declared. I want to eat. I'll leave it for my sister-in-law. She is expecting and needs to eat more. I've had enough. After saying this, she promptly lifted her bowl and chopsticks to prevent Gu Wanqing and Lu Lixing from serving her more food. Lu Lixing chuckled. Qianqian, make sure to eat your greens. Lu Qianqian nodded, serving herself a bite of the vegetables. The moment the water celery touched her tongue, her eyes lit up. So delicious. This water celery tastes different from what I usually eat. Is that so? Lu Lixing smiled. Then eat more. Sister-in-law, you should try some too. Lu Qianqian sweetly offered vegetables to Gu Wanqing. Gu Wanqing, puzzled, glanced at Lu Lixing before placing the greens into her mouth. The fresh aroma of the water celery filled her senses, smooth and tender. She looked at Lu Lixing in astonishment, knowing that there were no seasonings in the house. The culinary prowess displayed can only suggest one possibility. Lu Lixing is exceptionally skilled in the kitchen. Could it be that he truly possesses such a multitude of admirable qualities? Was it previously due to a reluctance to reveal his true self? As she felt his gaze upon her, Lu Lixing picked up his chopsticks and served some dishes to Gu Wanqing, saying, You should eat more. Gu Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. He actually served her food? After all this time since her marriage, he had never been so proactive. Could it be that he had come to understand the situation regarding the baby and had undergone a moment of awakening and repentance? Gu Wanqing silently shook her head. That was impossible. The nature of a person does not change so easily. Gu Wanqing, for the sake of the child, you must remain vigilant and cautious. After finishing the meal, Lu Lixing did not wait for Gu Wanqing to respond and went straight to wash the dishes. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have activated a reward. The host will receive a fortune pouch X1. Note, the fortune pouch can temporarily enhance the host's luck. The host will also receive an information pouch X1. Note, the information pouch will provide the host with 1 piece of vital information. The rewards have been placed in your backpack. Please use them wisely. Chapter 7. Today, Lu Lixing is overflowing with luck. The luck enhancement talisman? Is it only capable of boosting fortune for a brief period? Perhaps it is best to reserve it for a crucial moment. The information talisman? What kind of information could it possibly hold? Lu Lixing activated the information talisman, and immediately, a clear message flooded his mind. In 2 days, the Huangchang convenience store in Lu Village will urgently purchase 20 pounds of king bolete mushrooms. At 2 yuan per pound. Lu Lixing was momentarily taken aback, then a smile spread across his face. It turned out to be a glimpse into the future. In his previous life, during a period of despondency, he had been unaware of the events unfolding in Lu Village. Subsequently, he had left home. This information would prove invaluable for surviving in Lu Village. He knew that the king bolete is a wild, edible mushroom, renowned for its exquisite flavor and rich nutritional profile, boasting a texture akin to meat yet fresher. When dried, it can also be marinated for consumption. In the era he inhabited, most people resided in urban areas. Although there were cultivated varieties for sale, individuals were particularly intrigued by truly wild edible fungi, with some willing to pay a handsome sum for them. Nestled in the mountains, Lu Village is abundant with various small mushrooms during the summer months of July to September, with the king bolete being one of them. If Lu Lixing recalled correctly, at this moment, the general populace remained oblivious to the edibility of the king bolete. This fungus emerges from the ground on the first day, unfurls its cap on the second, and by the 3rd or 4th day, it begins to decay, emitting a most unpleasant odor. Furthermore, given that many fungi are toxic, the king bolete has been deemed highly poisonous, leading to its neglect by foragers. Encountering it in the mountains, people would often kick it aside. Thus, in 2 days, the truth about the king bolete's edibility and its market value would be unveiled. Therefore, if he were to forage for it now, he could seize the opportunity and profit handsomely. With this thought in mind, Lu Lixing hastily washed the dishes. After informing Gu Wanqing that he was heading out to earn some money, he took De Huang and ventured into the mountains. Observing his retreating figure, Lu Qianqian tugged at Gu Wanqing's sleeve. "Sister-in-law, do you think brother is sneaking out again under the pretext of working?" Gu Wanqing lowered her gaze. In the past, whenever Lu Lixing wished to evade work, he would concoct excuses to slip away. "Qianqian, let us also search for some wild vegetables. Otherwise, we shall have nothing to eat for dinner." "All right." As Lu Lixing entered the mountains, he began his quest for king bolete mushrooms. The other edible mushrooms in the vicinity had already been harvested, so he followed the distinctive scent of decaying king boletes. As fungi typically grow in clusters, the presence of decay often indicates the proximity of fresh specimens. Before long, Lu Lixing stumbled upon a substantial patch of king boletes. Surrounding it were 3 or 4 decayed specimens, yet this did not detract from the presence of a dozen or so fresh ones. After harvesting, he placed the mushrooms in a bamboo basket. Just then, he heard rustling sounds not far ahead. Startled, Lu Lixing looked up to see Uncle Lu, adorned with a straw hat. Lu Furuan was also carrying a large basket containing a smattering of red mushrooms. "Lu Lixing, what are you doing? Those foul mushrooms are inedible. Are you foolish enough to pick everything? Quickly throw them away. Consuming them could be fatal." Although Lu Lixing is typically unproductive, the gravity of human life has Lu Furuan quite anxious. Each resident of Lu family village possesses a kind heart, and Lu Lixing feels a warmth within. Shaking his head, he politely replies, "Uncle Lu, these foul mushrooms are known as beef liver mushrooms. They are not poisonous, truly edible. Would you care to try?" "What are you babbling about, you rascal? Even if you're a bit of a scoundrel, you shouldn't eat indiscriminately. How rare to see you working. Come here, let me show you what is safe to consume," Lu Furuan exclaimed, producing mushrooms from his basket for Lu Lixing to inspect. "Look at these, they are edible. Perfect for stews or frying with meat, absolutely delightful. And this one." After a thorough introduction, Lu Furuan noticed that Lu Lixing still had no intention of discarding the mushrooms. Growing increasingly impatient, he insisted, "Did you hear what I said? Throw them away." Lu Lixing, undeterred, placed 2 beef liver mushrooms into Lu Furuan's basket, saying, "They truly are not toxic. Give them a taste." You little brat. "Fine. I will not argue with you. You are incorrigible." Lu Furuan huffed before departing, deciding to inform Wanqing to keep a closer eye on this fellow. Lu Lixing shook his head in exasperation. "Da Huang, let us continue." However, ever since encountering Lu Furuan, he found himself unable to locate any beef liver mushrooms. As if they were deliberately eluding him, Lu Lixing felt perplexed. After a moment's hesitation, he activated the fortune pouch in his backpack. Fortune pouch increases the host's luck for 1 hour. 1 hour? That will suffice. With his basket in hand, Lu Lixing pressed onward. Before long, he stumbled upon a vast patch of beef liver mushrooms, enough to fill half his basket. Continuing his journey, within half an hour, his basket was completely full. Resting beneath a flowering pear tree, Lu Lixing couldn't help but marvel at the effectiveness of the system's abilities. Just then, he heard a rustling sound, distinctly not human. Da Huang perked up its ears, and both man and dog fixated on a thicket nearby. Moments later, a plump gray rabbit bounded forth from the underbrush. What splendid luck! A wild rabbit is a delicacy, and with no meat at home, capturing it would be perfect for nourishing Gu Wanqing. "Da Huang, go. If you catch it, you shall have the rabbit's head." Woof! Da Huang drooled in excitement, dashing forward. Lu Lixing, basket in hand, pursued closely behind. Realizing it was being chased, the wild rabbit darted away. Lu Lixing, panting from the exertion, found himself growing weary, realizing his physical condition was quite lacking. He had no choice but to take a seat on a nearby stone slab to rest. "Da Huang, perhaps we should let it go? It seems this rabbit is not meant for me." Woof woof. Da Huang barked in frustration. "How can we let this opportunity slip away? After all, it is a rare delicacy. I must have my meat." With a disdainful glance at Lu Lixing, Da Huang turned and dashed after the rabbit. Lu Lixing had no choice but to wait for Da Huang. As he observed, Da Huang's pursuit took on an increasingly erratic trajectory. Lu Lixing squinted, pondering how it felt as though the rabbit was heading directly towards him. Suddenly, he witnessed the rabbit charging at him like an arrow released from a bowstring. In the next moment, with a loud thud, it collided with the stone on which he was seated, tumbling to the ground. Lu Lixing, trailing behind, an exhausted Da Huang. The rabbit. What a stroke of misfortune. Amused, Lu Lixing picked up the rabbit. Could this be the effect of the fortune pouch? He resumed his search for the next target. Before long, he spotted another target not far off. De Huang. Come this way. De Huang, as if understanding, barked loudly and began sprinting. 2 minutes later, the large gray rabbit lay beside Lu Lixing. He stroked his chin. De Huang. Onward. Together, they captured yet another. By the time they reached the fourth rabbit, it deftly evaded capture. Lu Lixing checked the time. An hour had elapsed. It seemed the fortune pouch was indeed extraordinary. He would need to strive harder and accumulate more in the future. Having caught 3 rabbits along with a basket of mushrooms, Lu Lixing finally returned home with De Huang. Meanwhile, Gu Wanqing and Lu Qianqian had arrived home. Throughout the afternoon, they had only managed to gather a small handful of wild vegetables. Their pantry was nearly empty. Gu Wanqing felt a pang of melancholy, uncertain of what to do. Lu Qianqian raised her petite head. Sister-in-law, should I go back and ask our parents for some food? No need. There likely isn't much at home either, is there? Whenever they have something to eat, they will surely share it with us. Gu Wanqing wished to avoid burdening them. Let us go wash the vegetables. Wait, Wanqing. Lu Fur'in rushed down from the mountain, his face etched with concern. Wanqing, I have something to tell you. What is it? Your brother, that scoundrel Lu Lixing. I saw him picking poisonous mushrooms on the mountain. I told him to throw them away, but he refused. Be cautious. Do not eat them. Consuming those could be fatal. Lu Fur'in sighed as he spoke. I know there is little food at home, but he cannot be allowed to act so recklessly. You must keep a close watch on him. Poisonous mushrooms? Yes, the stinky ones. As he spoke, Lu Fur'in pulled a handful of the few edible mushrooms from his basket and handed them to Gu Wanqing. Take these. They are safe to eat. You can make do with them tonight. If all else fails, let Lu Lixing seek employment. Surely there is something suitable for him to undertake. This situation cannot persist. Chapter 8. The first pot of gold. Buying medicine for my wife. I cannot accept this, Uncle Lu. Gu Wanqing persistently retreated. Since you address me as uncle, take it, Lu Fur'in insisted. You look so pitiful. You've lost weight. This mushroom soup will do you good. He placed a handful of mushrooms on the doorstep. Before leaving, he reminded Gu Wanqing, be sure to stop that young man. Lu Lixing descended the mountain with his dog, De Huang. Instead of heading straight home, he first visited the village, making his way directly to Huang Chong's small shop. Huang Chong was a rotund merchant, running a small store while engaging with traders from outside the village, occasionally purchasing mountain goods to resell at a profit. He also bought wild rabbits and such. At that moment, Huang Chong sat shirtless under the eaves, seeking respite from the heat. The mountain path was blocked, rendering him unable to procure supplies, which left him feeling rather bored. Dad, you promised me wild rabbit for dinner. Huang Chong's son, Huang Xiaoshe, poked his round head from inside the house, dissatisfied. It's almost dark. Where's the rabbit? I want to eat meat. Huang Chong had only this one son, whom he adored and indulged. With a grin revealing his prominent yellow teeth, he chuckled, Hey, Xiaoshe, we'll have it tomorrow. I checked the traps today, and no rabbits were caught. Just be patient. Huang Xiaoshe burst into tears, wailing, No, I want rabbit meat. Daddy's promises don't count. I don't want to play with you anymore. Huang Chong feared nothing more than his son's displeasure. The burly man felt somewhat helpless. Don't cry. Xiaoshe, let me think of a way. I promise you'll have meat for dinner. All right. Huang Xiaoshe wiped his tears and ceased his sobbing. Daddy keeps his promises. After Huang Xiaoshe returned inside, Huang Chong found himself in a predicament. Why had no one brought in any rabbits today? He had been waiting all day. Unable to remain still, he stood up and ventured outside, contemplating purchasing one from the usual hunters. Yet, after a round of inquiries, he came back empty-handed. Everyone said there had been no catches today. How strange. Anxiously pacing at the door, he suddenly spotted a person approaching, carrying 3 plump rabbits. Huang Chong hurried over, his eyes widening in surprise upon recognizing Lu Lixing. Rabbits, Lu Lixing? Did you catch these? This young man typically did nothing of the sort. Indeed, Boss Huang. Would you like them? Lu Lixing inquired, raising an eyebrow. Huang Chong's seriousness indicated a pressing need for rabbits. Yes. How much? Huang Chong, having searched all afternoon, was brimming with excitement. Now he could satisfy his son's craving. Lu Lixing pondered for a moment before replying, $15. Normally, a rabbit sold for around 10. However, Huang Chong appeared eager, and Lu Lixing could use the money as well. 15? That's rather steep, Huang Chong frowned. Lu Lixing remarked, Boss Huang, behold this rabbit. It's quite plump, larger than the usual one sold by a pound or two. Given its substantial size, the quality of the meat must be exceptional. If you take it to market, it will certainly fetch a handsome price. At a fixed price of 15 yuan each, you would not incur any losses. Huang Chang sold rabbits by weight, but since the ones from the mountains were generally small, he had grown weary of weighing them. Typically, he would sell them for 10 yuan apiece. However, the selling price was not always the same. Huang Chang looked at Lu Lixing in surprise. The lad was articulating sound reasoning. When had he become so astute? All right, fine, I'll take them all. 15 yuan each. Give me 3. I'll keep 1 for myself and sell the other 2. What a bargain. That won't do. I can only sell you 1. Huang Chang blinked in confusion. Why? My wife is pregnant, and the rest is for her nourishment. Boss Huang, I shall sell you more rabbits next time. Upon hearing that Gu Wanqing was expecting, Huang Chang dropped his objections. Ah, splendid. Congratulations. No wonder you've become so industrious. Then, I shall take the fattest one. I'll pay you. Sure. Lu Lixing allowed Huang Chang to choose one. After the transaction, Huang Chang called out to Lu Lixing as he was about to leave. Wait a moment. What do you have in that basket? Oh, this? It's called the beef liver mushroom. Beef liver mushroom? Isn't that a stinky mushroom? Away with it. Quickly. Get rid of that. It's inedible. Your wife is pregnant. Keep her away from such things. Lu Lixing chuckled. Thank you, Boss Huang. But I believe this is quite good. I will give it a try. At that moment, he could not disclose to Huang Chang that he would urgently need to procure these items in 2 days. However, his visit to Huang Chang served to inform him that he possessed beef liver mushrooms. 2 days hence, Huang Chang would likely recall him. After concluding their exchange, Lu Lixing departed with his basket and money. Huang Chang muttered to himself in dissatisfaction, that lad is truly out of his mind. What on earth does he intend to do with a basket of stinky mushrooms? Once Lu Lixing received his money, he first visited the clinic to procure medicine for Gu Wanqing. Due to insufficient funds, he could only afford half the required amount. With the remaining 5 yuan, he went to the convenience store to purchase rice, flour, and 2 pounds of eggs. He had initially intended to acquire some pork belly, but funds were lacking. Lu Lixing resolved to wait until he earned his next sum before making that purchase. With only a few coins left, he wandered around the convenience store before finally returning home. Gu Wanqing had been sitting at the door for quite some time. After Lu Foreign's departure, she felt restless, sensing that Lu Lixing might be in trouble. Upon seeing Lu Lixing and the big yellow dog returning one after the other, Gu Wanqing quickly stood up and gazed at the basket. Indeed, it was filled with stinky mushrooms. She clasped her belly and took a step back. Lu Lixing. What's wrong? Why did you collect these? Uncle Lu said they are toxic. She was taken aback that Lu Lixing had actually brought them home. This? To sell? Sell? Have you lost your mind? What money can be made from toxic mushrooms? Are you trying to deceive me again? Lu Lixing, must you disrupt the tranquility of home life? Gu Wanqing's words trailed off abruptly as she noticed Lu Lixing extending a bag towards her. What is this? She inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Lu Lixing replied, open it and see. Hesitant, Gu Wanqing accepted the bag. Lu Qianqian quickly leaned in, exclaiming, Sister-in-law, allow me to assist you. With deft hands, she unfastened the bag and revealed its contents. Upon seeing what lay within, Gu Wanqing was taken aback. This is medicine? Indeed. Lu Lixing confirmed. I procured it from the clinic, but due to financial constraints, I could only afford half. Please take it for now. Once I earn more, I shall purchase the rest for you. The doctor mentioned that you may require prolonged medication to ensure the safety of the pregnancy. Rest assured, I will cover all future expenses. Gu Wanqing was overwhelmed by the revelation. Half. Is it 10 yuan? Yes. Where did you acquire the money? Lu Lixing then produced 2 wild rabbits from his basket. Chapter 9. The surprising gifts from Lu Lixing. Gu Wanqing gazed in astonishment at Lu Lixing. Rabbits? Yes. My luck and De Huang's favored us. We caught 3 rabbits on the mountain. I sold one for 15 yuan each from Boss Huang, and with that, I purchased medicine for you. I didn't squander it. See, I also bought rice, flour, and a few eggs. Your condition is special now. You need to eat well. At that moment, Gu Wanqing found herself at a loss for words to express her emotions. She realized that she was increasingly baffled by Lu Lixing. Then why not sell these 2? Oh, I've kept these 2 for you to nourish your health. Don't worry, I can earn the money for the medicine soon. There is no rush. Lu Qianqian, standing nearby, exclaimed, Second brother, you bought so many things? Even rice. In the Lu family village, they typically only grew wheat, with no rice. To have rice was a rare delight. Lu Qianqian hadn't tasted it in a year. She licked her lips, her eyes shining with admiration for her brother. Lu Lixing, with a magician-esque flair, pulled 2 candies from his pocket and presented them to Lu Qianqian. Qianqian, look here. Lu Qianqian was momentarily stunned. And the next moment, she leaped in excitement. Candy. There's candy. Each piece cost just a penny, but the Lu family was quite impoverished. Furthermore, Lu Lixing had previously indulged extravagantly, often leaving the family to cover his expenses. Lu Qianqian had scarcely tasted candy before. After the jubilation, she cautiously approached Lu Lixing. Second brother, is this candy for me? Yes, it's for you. Take it quickly. Lu Qianqian joyfully accepted the sweets. Thank you, second brother. Second sister-in-law. Qianqian has candy now. The sky after the rain revealed a rainbow, arching gracefully above the mountaintop behind Lu Lixing. He was smiling, and Qianqian was merrily frolicking. Even De Huang, the dog, joined in their joyous revelry. As Gu Wanqing observed this scene, she found herself inadvertently smiling as well. Realizing this, she quickly lowered her head, concealing her smile. Lu Lixing approached her, gently opening his tightly clenched hand. This is for you. Gu Wanqing looked down to find a hairpin, exquisitely adorned with a tiny butterfly, the latest fashion in the village. Unfortunately, due to her financial constraints, she could only afford a black rubber band, some of which she had fashioned herself. Seeing Gu Wanqing hesitate to accept, Lu Lixing directly placed the hairpin into her hand. Take it. Gu Wanqing stepped back nervously. Feeling unsettled. Why did you buy these? Isn't it a waste of money? Haha, anything I buy for you is worth it. There will be more in the future. Gu Wanqing looked up, surprised, but Lu Lixing had already turned towards the kitchen. He set the basket down and took a knife to the riverbank. The wild rabbits needed to be skinned. De Huang, come along. Woof. De Huang quickly followed suit. Lu Qianqian munched on candy, pouting as she murmured, second sister-in-law. De Huang never used to follow second brother around. Look how close they are now. Second brother must have changed for the better. Has he really changed? Gu Wanqing glanced down at the hairpin in her palm, revealing a faint smile. After skinning the rabbit, Lu Lixing tossed the innards and headed to De Huang, who leaped up 3 feet in joyous excitement, whimpering as he ate. Lu Lixing stroked his fur while sighing. Oh, you've had a tough time with our family. You haven't had much meat before, have you? Don't worry, from now on, I'll ensure you live well. But first, I think you need to get a shot. De Huang was quite attached to Gu Wanqing, and parting from her would surely displease him, now that Gu Wanqing was pregnant. Extra caution was necessary. Woof woof. De Huang wagged his tail in delight as he ate. Upon returning home, Lu Lixing noticed the mushrooms on the cutting board, puzzled. Where did these come from? Uncle Lu sent them over. He heard you were foraging for poisonous mushrooms and gave me some for us to eat, she replied. Lu Lixing sighed. All right, I understand. They'll be perfect for stewing the rabbit. Qingwan, you and Qianqian go rest. I'll call for you when it's ready. He had also considered stewing some porcini mushrooms, but he feared Gu Wanqing might think he intended to harm them. It was better to wait until they were aware that porcini were indeed edible. Gu Wanqing nodded in agreement. As she left the kitchen, she cast a lingering glance at Lu Lixing. After cutting the rabbit in half, Lu Lixing set one half aside and placed the other in a pot of cold water to remove the gamey taste. After changing the water, he put the rabbit on to boil and cleaned the mushrooms for later use. When the fire was nearly ready, he grasped the other half of the rabbit along with a pound of eggs and stepped outside. Gu Wanqing sat under the eaves, perplexed by his actions. What could he possibly want at Aunt Wang's house? Within the dilapidated little home, Aunt Wang was preparing dinner. With the eggs gone and only some greens left, she dared not use much oil. Her son, Wang Taizhu, complained, Mom, why did you give today's eggs to that boy from the Lu family? What are we supposed to eat? Dad is unwell, and we can't afford supplements. Aunt Wang sighed, glancing at Uncle Wang on the sickbed. Wanqing is pregnant. Given their situation, how can they ensure the baby's safety? It's just 2 eggs. I told that boy from the Lu family not to come again. Wang Taizhu expressed his dissatisfaction. Someone like him, shameless as he is, will surely come back. As soon as he finished speaking, a knock resounded at the door. Aunt. It's me, Lu Lixing. Are you home? Wang Taizhu's lips twitched, his expression darkening. See? I told you. Lu Lixing is good for nothing and is definitely back to ask for eggs again. I suspect that Wanqing's pregnancy is a ruse to deceive you. Madame Wang sighed. Alas, I shall go take a look. Wang Taizhu stopped her. Please do not go, mother. Leave this matter to me. I shall make him regret it thoroughly. With a fierce determination, Wang Taizhu strode towards the door, ready to confront Lu Lixing. However, in the next moment, he was taken aback. There stood Lu Lixing at the threshold, one hand holding 7 or 8 eggs, and the other clutching half a rabbit, a smile adorning his face. Taiju, you are home as well. Where is your mother? Before Wang Taiju could respond, Madame Wang hurried out, anxious to prevent any potential conflict among the youths. Xiaoxing, we truly have no eggs left at home. You. Madam, I did not come to borrow eggs, Lu Lixing interjected, handing over the bundle of eggs. Do you not recall? I mentioned this morning that I would return them. Here are the eggs for you. These. Madame Wang was taken aback. Wang Taiju was equally bewildered. Lu Lixing, where did you acquire so many eggs? Lu Lixing chuckled. I bought them in the village this afternoon. But you only took 2 of my eggs. There is no need to return so many, Madame Wang protested. Not at all. I had borrowed many eggs from you previously. I apologize, madam. Additionally, this half a rabbit is something I caught in the mountains this afternoon, fresh and just slaughtered. Please prepare a soup for Uncle Wang with this. It will be very nourishing. Madame Wang and Wang Taiju exchanged glances once more, unable to comprehend the situation. Sensing their disbelief, Lu Lixing directly pressed the items into their hands. Rest assured, all of this has come through legitimate means. If anyone seeks trouble, they may approach me. With that, Lu Lixing turned and departed. Wang Taiju gazed at his retreating figure, still in disbelief. Mother, it seems Lu Lixing has changed. Madame Wang nodded. It appears that Wanqing is indeed pregnant. People say a child can transform a person, especially one's own child. Come, let us prepare a soup for your father. Wang Taiju remained perplexed. Was this truly the Lu Lixing he had known? Upon returning home, Lu Lixing found Gu Wanqing sitting beneath the eaves, gazing at him. What is the matter? Chapter 10. The fragrant rice, a long-awaited delight. Have you returned the eggs to Aunt Wang? Such a thing had never occurred before. Even when someone came to their door, Lu Lixing would not have returned what he had taken. Well, Aunt Wang has taken care of our family quite a bit these days, so I decided to bring them half a rabbit, he explained earnestly. Don't worry. If you wish to have some, I will catch one for you in the mountains. Upon hearing the mention of catching rabbits, De Huang's ears perked up immediately, his face brimming with excitement. What woof? Catching rabbits, let's go now. Lu Lixing could only chuckle and soothe De Huang. All right, we will go another day. De Huang whimpered slightly before lying back down, thinking humans are truly dull. Moments later, he let out a loud belch, changed his position, and fell back into a deep slumber. Gu Wanqing couldn't help but laugh at this sight. De Huang truly was. Seeing her smile, Lu Lixing was momentarily taken aback. The only time he had seen her smile so joyfully was on their wedding day. At that moment, she must have been filled with hopes for the future, hadn't she? In his past life, Lu Lixing often dreamt of that smile. Now, after a lifetime apart, seeing it again warmed his heart. How wonderful it was that she was right beside him. Realizing Lu Lixing's gaze upon her, Gu Wanqing quickly wiped the smile from her face. What are you looking at? Nothing. Why aren't you wearing the hairpin I gave you? Oh, that? I find it too gaudy to wear. In truth, she cherished it dearly, as it was the first gift she had ever received. Lu Lixing chose not to press the matter. I will go prepare the meal. You should rest. The rabbit meat had been stewing for quite some time. Lu Lixing added more fire to the pot, first stir-frying some water celery, then making an egg pancake, and finally adding water to steam the rice. In this era, they had yet to use an electric rice cooker and could only rely on the most primitive methods. However, rice steamed in a large iron pot over a wood fire was invariably more delicious. Before long, the enticing aroma began to waft through the air. In the yard, Lu Qianqian, who had been tugging at De Huang's ears and trying to rouse him to show off her candy, was instantly captivated by the fragrance. She promptly abandoned De Huang and joyfully raced to the kitchen door. De Huang let out a long sigh of relief, changed his position, and lay back down. How delightful. Second brother, is that rice? Yes, indeed. Lu Qianqian gleefully bounced off to find Gu Wanqing. Sister-in-law, we're having rice for dinner tonight, and there's meat too. Gu Wanqing, leaning against a bamboo stool, revealed a bright smile. I know. Half an hour later, Lu Lixing brought the dishes and the steaming rice out, placing them on the stone table in the yard. The rabbit meat was shredded, the broth seasoned with a pinch of salt and garnished with some green onions he had picked up from the roadside. The dish was finally ready. The sky had not yet completely darkened. Holding a steaming bowl, Lu Lixing called out, Here we go, Wanqing, Qianqian. It's time to eat. How fragrant, how fragrant. Second brother is amazing. Lu Qianqian once again expressed her sentiments. The recently slumbering De Huang was awakened by the enticing aroma and scampered over. Lu Lixing placed half of the rabbit meat into Gu Wanqing's bowl, while the other half was given to Lu Qianqian. Enjoy, and the bones are for De Huang. What woof? De Huang's tail wagged energetically like a small motor. Observing this, Lu Qianqian hastily offered the rabbit leg from her bowl to Lu Lixing, second brother. This is for you. You should eat too. Noticing Gu Wanqing preparing to take action, Lu Qianqian quickly intervened. Sister-in-law, you and the baby should eat. I can't finish this. I'll share with second brother. Lu Lixing chuckled in agreement. Qianqian is right. Wanqing, you need not worry about me. The little ones require nourishment, so you must eat more. However, Qianqian, I do not fancy rabbit legs. Let us exchange. He handed the rabbit leg to Lu Qianqian and took a piece with a large bone for himself. Being still quite young, Lu Qianqian was easily swayed. She nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, second brother can take whatever he likes. At last, they began their meal. Lu Qianqian buried her little head almost entirely in her bowl. De Huang circled the table, continuously munching on the bones discarded by the others. Gu Wanqing quietly sipped her soup. Rice, vegetables, eggs, and meat broth. Such a lavish feast had not graced her table since her wedding day, evoking a wave of emotion within her. She glanced at the pile of porcini mushrooms beside her and inquired, can these really be sold for money? Initially skeptical, she found Lu Lixing's behavior quite peculiar. Perhaps what he claimed was indeed true. You will find out in a couple of days. Gu Wanqing remained silent, neither confirming nor denying. After finishing their meal, Gu Wanqing and Lu Qianqian competed to wash the dishes. Unable to join, Lu Lixing turned his attention to the porcini mushrooms. He first gathered a bamboo mat and knife, slicing the fresh mushrooms into thin pieces before laying them on the mat. Curiously, Gu Wanqing asked, what are you doing? These mushrooms need to be sliced and dried before they can be sold. However, given the weather, I doubt they will dry tomorrow. I'll heat them over the stove for a while. They should be ready by tomorrow. Although she did not fully comprehend Lu Lixing's intentions, Gu Wanqing still turned to him and said, let me help you with the fire. It was rare for Lu Lixing to show interest in something. Even if it didn't lead to profit, it would be unwise to diminish his enthusiasm. We can deal with that later if it doesn't sell. Gu Wanqing thought to herself. All right. Lu Lixing smiled, pleased that his wife was gradually accepting him, an encouraging sign. Once the mushrooms were ready, he carried the bamboo mat and mushrooms to the kitchen. Lifting the heavy iron pot, he placed the mat on the stove. The flame had been extinguished, leaving only a few embers, perfect for his purpose. All right, Wanqing. I've boiled the hot water. You go take your medicine while I wash the clothes. Hey, you. Gu Wanqing began to call after him. But Lu Lixing had already exited swiftly. This was indeed the first time he would be washing clothes. Gu Wanqing stifled a yawn as she sat behind the stove, tending to the charcoal fire. Lu Qianqian, with her round little belly, bounded over and exclaimed, sister-in-law, if our parents knew how diligent second brother is, they would surely be delighted. Gu Wanqing nodded in agreement. The following day, Lu Lixing rose early and, accompanied by his dog De Huang, ascended the mountain. By dawn, he returned with a substantial basket of mushrooms. However, lacking the aid of a fortune-enhancing talisman, he was unable to catch any rabbits that day. De Huang trailed behind, dejected and reluctant. As Lu Lixing descended the mountain, he passed by their sweet potato field. It was now late August, and the sweet potatoes were nearing maturity. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, their crop appeared particularly sparse. These sweet potatoes had been planted by Gu Wanqing. Upon inspecting one, he discovered that each tuber was no larger than a fist. No wonder Gu Wanqing had mentioned that their food supplies were dwindling. These sweet potatoes were the primary sustenance for the Lu family during winter. Ensuring no one was around, Lu Lixing quickly retrieved the remaining plant growth liquid. He found a large bucket, diluted the liquid, and systematically applied it to the sweet potatoes. The wilting vines soon sprang back to life, flourishing with lush foliage. Below the surface, the sweet potatoes began to grow rapidly. De Huang barked excitedly, his eyes wide with astonishment. Woof! What has Dog Master just witnessed? Such delight! Shoo! Lu Lixing gestured for silence. We mustn't let anyone else hear us. De Huang, ever astute, subdued his barking and followed Lu Lixing closely, vigilantly guarding the sweet potato plot. After a solid half hour, the sweet potatoes ceased their growth. Those that had been no larger than a fist now swelled to the size of a bowl. Satisfied, Lu Lixing unearthed one and made his way home. Gu Wanqing had yet to rise. Her pregnancy had rendered her particularly drowsy. Lu Lixing gathered the dried mushrooms, placed them in a large iron pot, and began preparing a meal. He cooked 3 flatbreads, boiled rice for porridge, and prepared 2 eggs in water. Only then did he call for Gu Wanqing and Lu Qianqian to awaken. During breakfast, Lu Lixing deliberately inquired. Wanqing, how long has it been since you last checked on our sweet potato field? Upon hearing this, Gu Wanqing's expression dimmed. It's been half a month. Why do you ask? Half a month? Well, splendid. That means I need not concoct any further excuses, Lu Lixing replied. It's nothing serious. I plan to buy some fertilizer to nourish them. Gu Wanqing appeared somewhat disheartened. I fear it may be too late. The sweet potatoes in the field are not thriving this year. Chapter 11. What on earth does Lu Lixing intend to do? Upon mentioning this, Gu Wanqing felt a pang of sadness. How shall one endure this winter? No matter. Let us first give it a try. Lu Lixing chose not to disclose the news of the sweet potatoes having matured, fearing that she might be unable to accept it all at once. He planned to surprise her in a few days. 2 days swiftly passed. Lu Lixing harvested a significant quantity of porcini mushrooms. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, he placed the last basket outside to dry. Along with the 18 pounds he had already dried indoors, he should have around 20 pounds now. Later, he intended to visit the small shop to see Huang Chang. At Huang Chang's shop, the rotund proprietor had just finished his lunch and was seated at the entrance, indulging in a leisurely post-meal ritual. His heavy eyelids drooped, almost succumbing to slumber. Just as he was about to retreat for an afternoon nap, a familiar figure trudged over, appearing quite weary. Boss Huang, good day. Lao Wang. Huang Chang instantly perked up. Lao Wang, whose full name was Wang Chang, shared a similar name and was a local of the town. They had become acquainted due to their namesakes. Lao Wang was a shrewd businessman, and all of Huang Chang's dealings in mountain goods were conducted through him. Seeing Wang brought a sense of warmth. What brings you here? Is the road open? Wang Chang frowned and waved his hand dismissively. Open? You have no idea how arduous my journey was. I rode my bicycle for 20 miles, parked it outside, and then walked along the narrow path to get here. Alas, this heavy rain is truly unforgiving. Is it that difficult? Please, have a seat, Lao Wang. You seem quite eager to see me. What is the matter? Huang Chang promptly offered Wang Chang a glass of water. Like him, Wang Chang was a businessman, and Huang Chang doubted he would walk all this way just for leisure. Wang Chang gulped down the water in one breath, finally catching his breath. Of course, I have business to discuss. Do you have any? What do you call it, that mushroom? Huang Chang looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? Wang Chang slapped his forehead, finally recalling porcini mushrooms. Yes, porcini mushrooms. This is quite a novelty, and I remember that your Lu family village has mushrooms. Porcini is a type of mushroom. Porcini mushrooms? Huang Chang furrowed his brow. That name sounded eerily familiar, yet he could not immediately place it. Wang Chang continued. Yes. I have several clients who are interested, and they are offering a high price for dollars per pound. If you have them, they want 20 pounds to start. And if they are confirmed to be wild and of superior quality, they will purchase in bulk. We could make quite a fortune, Boss Huang. This good news is just for you. Think carefully, do you have any? If not, I'll have to seek alternatives elsewhere. As Wang Chang spoke, he wiped the sweat trickling down his forehead. Huang Chang squinted, pacing within the shop. We do have mushrooms here, but porcini. What exactly is that? Where have I heard of it before? Ah, my mind is a bit foggy. I distinctly recall hearing about this somewhere. Huang Chang exclaimed, somewhat bewildered. At that moment, Huang Xiaosher poked her little head out from the room. Daddy, I want to eat rabbit meat again today. It's delicious. Upon hearing this, Huang Chang suddenly felt as if he had been enlightened. Rabbit, of course. Let us go. I know where to find some. Wang Chang, taken aback, protested. Hey, wait. I was talking about the porcini mushroom, not rabbits. Why are you seeking rabbits? No, the ones who catch rabbits have this. Who? Lu Lixing. Lu Lixing had just finished tidying up both the inside and outside of his house, and was about to head out to find Huang Chang when he was intercepted by Wang Taizhu. Today, Wang Taizhu had intended to see what Lu Lixing was up to, particularly how he managed to procure so many eggs in such a short time. However, upon arriving at Lu Lixing's home, he was astounded to find the yard filled with mushrooms. Stinky mushrooms? Aren't those poisonous? Lu Lixing, you wouldn't be selling toxic mushrooms, would you? Quickly, tell me how many people you've harmed. Lu Lixing felt somewhat helpless, although the people here were well-meaning. Their understanding was rather limited. Coupled with his past misdeeds, gaining their trust became a challenge. He had no choice but to explain, no, they're not toxic. I genuinely intend to sell them not toxic. I don't believe you. Just as Wang Taizhu was about to retort, he noticed Lu Furuan descending the mountain and quickly called him over. Uncle Lu, come help us. Lu Lixing, let me tell you, Uncle Lu often goes mushroom picking. He can tell which mushrooms are poisonous at a glance. You should have him take a look. Lu Lixing momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Upon hearing the commotion, Lu Furuin approached. What's the matter, Taiju? Look, Uncle Lu. Lu Lixing insists these things are not toxic. Please check them, or this guy will cause harm again. Wang Taiju pointed towards the bamboo basket in the yard. Lu Furuin narrowed his eyes. Lu Lixing, didn't I tell you to throw those stinky mushrooms away? Why haven't you done it? Are you mad? I heard that Wanqing is pregnant. You're putting her in danger. After reprimanding Lu Lixing, Lu Furuin called out for Gu Wanqing. Wanqing, dear, where are you? Lu Lixing, feeling quite frustrated, interjected, Uncle Lu. She's asleep. Asleep? That doesn't matter. Taiju, if he want to throw them away, we'll do it for him. We can't let him act recklessly. All right. Wang Taiju and Lu Furuin immediately took action. Meanwhile, De Huang, who had been watching from the sidelines, realized that the two were about to take matters into their own hands and rushed over, barking loudly, woof woof. Wang Taiju and Lu Furuin jumped in surprise. De Huang, don't cause a ruckus. Your master is putting people at risk. Go away and don't hinder us. Despite their efforts, De Huang couldn't circumvent them and charged straight at them. Lu Lixing hurriedly exclaimed, De Huang, do not bite anyone. De Huang comprehended his words and merely clutched the sleeves of the two individuals. However, they were unwilling to relent. Lu Lixing, how dare you let your dog bite us? Lu Lixing, feeling quite helpless, replied, I sincerely apologize, esteemed sirs. I truly cannot discard this. I needed to purchase medication to ensure the safety of Qing Wan. You are simply unbelievable, Taiju. Hold De Huang back. I will dispose of it. All right. The two swiftly delineated their roles. When Gu Wanqing awoke from her afternoon slumber, she was greeted by this scene. She hurried outside, intent on intervening. Though she was uncertain whether the mushrooms could indeed be sold for profit, she could not allow De Huang to harm anyone. Just then, a sudden exclamation echoed from nearby. Stop, stop, stop. Lu Lixing, you are home? How wonderful. Upon seeing Huang Chong, Lu Furong and Wang Taiju were momentarily taken aback. Boss Huang, what brings you here? Chapter 13, because you are my wife. Who else should I give my money to, if not you? Lu Lixing said, extending the money towards her once again. This is our money. You should keep it. But, Gu Wanqing's mind was in disarray, leaving her at a loss for words. After being married for so long, she had always been the one providing money to Lu Lixing. At times, when she withheld funds, she would even face reprimands. Lu Lixing would occasionally earn a few coins, but he tightly guarded them, spending it solely on himself. Throughout their marriage, Gu Wanqing had not even seen a 50 yuan bill. Yet here was Lu Lixing, directly handing her money. In recent days, she had witnessed Lu Lixing's diligence. He rose early and toiled late, foraging for mushrooms, slicing them, and setting them out to dry. Was it truly possible that the fruits of his labor were being given to her? Shouldn't he be saving it for drinking and playing cards? Why? Why was this happening? Gu Wanqing looked at Lu Lixing, confusion etched on her face. Lu Lixing couldn't help but smile. He took her hand and placed the money firmly in her palm. Because you are my wife, who else should I give my money to? As soon as he finished speaking, laughter erupted around them. Huang Chang and Wang Chang, while preparing the mushrooms, chuckled heartily. Ha ha ha, this lad is something else. Huang Chang exclaimed. Lu Lixing, aren't you shy with all of us here? Wang Taiju, meanwhile, felt an odd pang in his heart as he glanced at Lu Lixing, pondering whether the person he had known was indeed the same. Embarrassed by the laughter, Gu Wanqing quickly turned and ran towards home. I need to check on Qianqian. She seems to have woken up. Lu Qianqian was still napping. Lu Lixing shook his head in resignation. Huang Chang laughed again. Look at you. Such a beautiful wife, and you've made her shy. Ha ha ha. Wang Chang added, what a blessing. Let me tell you, for a family's life to improve, both husband and wife must unite and strive together. It's commendable that you've grasped this at such a young age. Lu Lixing chuckled in agreement. After tidying up, Huang Chang and Wang Chang prepared to leave. Just before departing, Wang Chang patted Lu Lixing on the shoulder. Brother Lu, I'm Wang Chang. I live on Changxin Street in town. If you ever need assistance, feel free to reach out. Wang Chang held a favorable impression of Lu Lixing, harboring a notion that he would not remain confined to the mountains forever. All right. Lu Lixing nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Chang then spotted the large dog nearby. Brother Lu, there is something I'm uncertain whether to mention, he said. What is it? Lu Lixing inquired. Well, I've heard that your wife is pregnant. It's not advisable to keep a dog around a pregnant woman. It could be detrimental to the baby. This was a concern Lu Lixing had already contemplated. He nodded. I understand. By the way, Brother Wang, speaking of that, I do have a small matter I need your assistance with. What is it? Wanqing asked. Lu Lixing turned his gaze to De Huang, saying, De Huang was raised by my wife. It is like family to us. I want to send it away, but my wife would undoubtedly disapprove. Yet, as you mentioned, it is wise to take precautions. Do you know where I can get my dog vaccinated? At that moment, the naive De Huang was utterly oblivious to Lu Lixing's intention to give it an injection. It merely perceived that it was being discussed by Wanqing and Lu Lixing. In its mind, its owner must be praising it. Thus, it wagged its tail joyfully, thinking, my master is complimenting me. Aren't you envious? Aren't you jealous? De Huang's heart swelled with pride. Wanqing furrowed his brow. I see. All right, I will ask around when I return. Thank you, Brother Wang. Haha, no need for thanks. Just remember me when you come across something good in the future. The two bid farewell, and Wanqing and Huangchang departed. Lu Lixing was unaware that behind the door of the main room, Gu Wanqing was pressed against the door frame, listening intently to their conversation. Upon hearing Lu Lixing mention that he had kept De Huang because of her, her lips curled into a slight smile, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Foran and Wang Taizhu stood in the courtyard, perplexed. De Huang observed the two for a moment before rising to its feet, strutting proudly before them. As it walked, it barked, woof, woof. See? Just now, I told you not to throw things around, yet you wouldn't listen. Now look where we are. De Huang occasionally shot disdainful glances at the two, filled with contempt. However, Wang Taizhu and Lu Foran were oblivious to the fact that they were being scorned by a dog. Their focus remained solely on Lu Lixing. Wang Taizhu was the first to speak. What is it? Well, do you still want the beef liver mushrooms, sirs? In just 2 days, we could earn dozens of yuan. Over a month, that amounts to 1,000 or so. That is nearly equivalent to their annual income. This is simply too enticing. Lu Foran, being older, felt a bit embarrassed. But if he could indeed earn that much, he could finally afford to eat rice. He also approached, saying, Shaoxing, today was entirely my fault. I had no idea. It's all right, Uncle Lu. Lu Lixing waved his hand dismissively. Observing their demeanor, he understood they recognized their mistakes. Furthermore, Lu Foran acted out of genuine concern, fearing he might lead him astray and worried that Gu Wanqing might go hungry, hence leaving behind mushrooms. How could he harbor any resentment towards such a person? As for Wang Taizhu, having lived as his neighbor for the past 6 months, it was only natural for him to have a prejudice due to his numerous missteps. Yet, Aunt Wang had assisted Wanqing considerably, and Lu Lixing had never intended to hold that against him. I am uncertain. It depends on how their subsequent negotiations unfold. However, I believe the likelihood of continuing the purchase is greater. We can first go up the mountain to gather some. In truth, even if they decide against it, we can keep some for ourselves, can't we? The beef liver mushrooms have a taste comparable to meat, and their nutritional value is substantial. As long as they are not poisonous, they are beneficial to the human body. Upon hearing Lu Lixing's words, the two nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's a worthwhile endeavor. Let us ascend the mountain. Yes, but Lu Uncle, can you distinguish between the toxic and the non-toxic? Lu Foran fell silent. He had always believed he could tell them apart, but after this incident, doubts began to creep into his mind. They turned their gaze back to Lu Lixing, who smiled and said, No worries. I shall accompany you shortly and teach you. Wonderful. I'll return for a basket. Just a moment, Brother Lu. Wang Tiezhu's address to Lu Lixing transformed into a more familiar Brother Lu. All right, go ahead. Lu Foran waited in the courtyard for him. Lu Lixing tidied up the yard and was about to return indoors when suddenly, Congratulations, host. You have obtained a fortune pouch X1. Another fortune pouch? Could this imply that you would be able to catch rabbits on the mountain? Over the next couple of days, Huangchang would likely not be collecting the cow liver mushrooms. He needed to await news from Wanqing. It seemed he hadn't considered other more lucrative opportunities. Catching a few rabbits would suffice. Dahong, we shall catch rabbits on the mountain shortly. The previously disdainful Dahong became excited. Wagging his tail, Woof, this is the very task I excel at. Catch rabbits? Lu Foran appeared bewildered. Lu Lixing explained, Yes, Dahong can catch wild rabbits. I've brought back plenty for Wanqing's nourishment. Please wait a moment while I inform Wanqing. He attributed the credit to Dahong, as there was no way to explain why rabbits would collide and perish nearby otherwise. Very well. Lu Foran observed Lu Lixing's retreating figure, silently reflecting, This young man indeed seems quite remarkable. How had I not noticed this before? Lu Lixing returned indoors and found Gu Wanqing lost in thought, still holding the 50 yuan. Upon noticing his entrance, she instinctively tucked the money away. Realizing it was Lu Lixing and recalling his earlier words, she hurriedly retrieved it. I'm not. Please, you keep this money. She felt a deep unease in her heart about accepting it. She thought to herself, perhaps she should buy something. Haha. Lu Lixing approached, grasping her hand. In her moment of distraction, he pressed the money into her palm. Keep this money for now. We will use it to build a larger house later. I will earn more for our daily expenses, and your medicine can wait for a few days. Once the road is cleared, I shall take you to town for a checkup. A checkup? Gu Wanqing was once again taken aback. Chapter 14. Save this money. Later, we will build a grand house in this era. In the impoverished and backward Lu family village, childbirth predominantly relies on women themselves. Many individuals, from the moment they confirm their pregnancy to the time of delivery, have never set foot in a hospital. They only seek the assistance of a midwife when labor is imminent, giving birth at home. Gu Wanqing only visited the clinic due to her discomfort from carrying twins, where she was prescribed medication to sustain her pregnancy. In her understanding, that medication represented a significant expense. Lu Lixing actually intends to take her for prenatal checkups. Such examinations at a large hospital are reserved for the affluent. Do you know how much prenatal checkups cost? Gu Wanqing exclaimed. Lu Lixing chuckled. Of course I know, but it is essential. Your body may struggle with the exertion of two little ones. We cannot allow childbirth to exhaust you completely. I will earn the money, so you need not worry. Your sole responsibility now is to nourish yourself and the babies at home and await their arrival. Everything else is inconsequential. This was the life Lu Lixing had longed for in his previous existence, a life he regretted not having. Back then, he often dreamed of Gu Wanqing and their babies. Unfortunately, due to the tragic loss of the children, he could only envision a blurry silhouette. In this lifetime, no matter the cost, he was determined to ensure the safety of Gu Wanqing and their little ones. However, Gu Wanqing's mind was in turmoil. Everything that had transpired in the past few days felt surreal, as though she were caught in a dream. Now, even Lu Lixing's words seemed incomprehensible to her. No buts. Listen to me. Save well. Who knows, we might soon reside in a grand house. This stone-tiled house contained only 2 rooms. The kitchen was adjacent, and the toilet was a rudimentary shed at the back. The windows let in the wind. Summer was tolerable, but winter was unbearable. Lu Lixing felt the weight of his responsibilities. We still need to build a house? Gu Wanqing's head spun with confusion. Yes, we will build it. Now rest. I will take De Huang to the mountains to catch some wild rabbits. With that, Lu Lixing turned and left. Gu Wanqing quickly followed him to the door. Observing as he carried a basket, called for De Huang, and ventured into the mountains alongside Lu Furen and Wang Taizhu. She stood there, staring at his retreating figure, until he disappeared from view. Gu Wanqing then gently placed her hands on her belly. Babies, your father says he will build us a grand house. Upon entering the mountains, it wasn't long before Lu Lixing spotted several porcini mushrooms. He pointed them out to Lu Furen and Wang Taizhu, saying, those right there, do you see them? Yes, we see. The two nodded in agreement. Lu Lixing instructed, each of you pick a few and place them in the basket for comparison. Huh? But you spotted them first. Wang Taizhu scratched his head in confusion. Lu Furen added, yes, these belong to you. You should collect them. Lu Lixing perceived their intentions and nodded, walking over to gather the porcini mushrooms, leaving Wang Taizhu and Lu Furen with expressions of envy. After gathering the mushrooms, Lu Lixing casually placed them into the baskets of Lu Fureng and Wang Fugui. The two were momentarily taken aback. What are you doing, Brother Lu? They exclaimed. I collected these. I have the right to handle them, right? I'm sharing them so you can observe. If we come across any poisonous ones, I'll collect those as well for you to see. We certainly wouldn't want me to bear the burden of murder. Lu Lixing's words startled them. No, no, no. We'll take them. Thank you, Brother Lu. Thank you, Xiaoxing. The trio resumed their diligent search. Before long, Wang Taizhu, with his keen eyes, spotted a cluster of mushrooms. Over there. I see them. So many, a whole bunch. Lu Fureng and Lu Lixing stepped back, while De Huang bolted towards the heap of beef liver mushrooms. De Huang, come back. Lu Lixing immediately called out. Wang Taizhu, who was about to follow, scratched his head. What's wrong? It's fine to let De Huang collect them. That pile is poisonous. What? Wang Taizhu quickly stepped back. De Huang halted and turned back. Lu Fureng, curious, asked, Xiaoxing, how do you know they are poisonous? Their stems are all white. Lu Fureng recalled Lu Lixing teaching Wang Chang about this. Lu Lixing approached, picked one, and handed it to Lu Fureng. Uncle Lu, take a look, what is different? Lu Furring compared it with a normal mushroom from his basket. Soon, the difference became evident. This poisonous one has an unnatural whiteness. Exactly. The poisonous ones are unnaturally white, while the non-toxic ones have a hint of yellow. If you break open this poisonous one, see what happens. Lu Furring skeptically broke it apart. In an instant, the base of the beef liver mushroom turned blue. Lu Furring was utterly astonished. It changed color? How is that possible? Well, if you're ever in doubt, just remember this. All right, let us split up the search. Okay. Lu Furring was still processing the shock. However, he gazed at Lu Lixing's back with admiration. Xiaoxing, how do you know all this? Oh, I used to play alone on the mountain, experimenting and figuring things out by myself. Lu Lixing cleverly fabricated an excuse. In truth, he had been quite a miscreant before and had few companions. Wang Taizhu and Lu Furring harbored no suspicions and offered comfort to Lu Lixing. It's all right, Xiaoxing. Just live well from now on, and everyone will gradually accept you. Yes, Brother Lu, I will also speak well of you in the future. Lu Lixing smiled. Thank you. Then, the three of them divided into three paths. Though they did not stray far apart, Da Huang followed Lu Lixing, and once Wang Taizhu and Lu Furring were out of sight, Lu Lixing activated the fortune pouch in his backpack. Let us go, Da Huang. Time to work. Woof. Da Huang excitedly dashed ahead. Lu Lixing took merely 10 minutes to fill his basket. Finding a stone to sit upon, he and the dog, Da Huang, remained vigilant of the subtle movements in their surroundings. 5 minutes later, the pair heard the rustling of a rabbit. With keen eyesight, Da Huang dashed forth, fully aware of the prior coordination with Lu Lixing, aiming to drive the rabbit toward his master. Not far from them, Wang Taizhu also spotted a rabbit. Having gathered only a modest half-basket of mushrooms, he recalled the delightful rabbit stew Lu Lixing had prepared for his family a few days prior, causing his appetite to surge. I must catch a rabbit for myself, he resolved, carefully clutching his basket as he pursued the creature. Yet, each time he drew near, the rabbit would deftly escape. Undeterred, Wang Taizhu continued his pursuit, but soon found his stamina waning, still without success. Just as he contemplated surrendering, he noticed the rabbit had halted, as if awaiting something. A frown of suspicion crossed his brow. The rabbit was tantalizingly close, igniting his determination once more. This shall be my last attempt, he thought, setting his basket aside and crouching low in a pouncing stance. The rabbit remained indifferent. Finally, seizing the moment, Wang Taizhu leaped forward. Alas, the rabbit scurried away. I refuse to believe I cannot catch you, he exclaimed, resuming his fervent chase. Eventually, fortune smiled upon him as the rabbit paused at the edge of the thicket. Obscured from view, while faint rustling sounds lingered nearby, yet the rabbit remained unperturbed. Gritting his teeth, Wang Taizhu accelerated, resolved to make another leap. This time, he gathered all his strength, timed his jump perfectly, and aimed true. Just as he was about to seize the rabbit, it darted past him. Simultaneously, he noticed another rabbit racing toward him, pursued by Da Huang. As the rabbit brushed past Wang Taizhu, it did not stop, even grazing the tip of his nose. Elated, he reached out to grasp it. In the next moment, he witnessed the rabbit collide with a stone, lifeless. Perched upon that very stone sat Lu Lixing. Watching the scene unfold, Wang Taizhu was left speechless. Chapter 15. Wang Taizhu felt as though he were merely a bystander in this world. A sense of confusion enveloped him as he lay on the ground, twisting his head to glance at Lu Lixing. He looked at the rabbit, then at Da Huang, and finally returned his gaze to the rabbit. Lu, Brother Lu, the rabbit, is it dead? Indeed, it is, Lu Lixing replied calmly, picking up the rabbit from the ground. You should get up. The one you were pursuing has escaped. He had just seen the rabbit dash away and was contemplating how to elucidate the situation to Wang Taizhu. Oh, I'm getting up, Wang Taizhu stammered. Still in a daze, he brushed the dirt off his clothes and looked once more at the rabbit in Lu Lixing's hands. If his memory served him right, this rabbit had just met its end by crashing into a rock. Yet, Lu Lixing, seated upon that very rock, had effortlessly acquired it. This bizarre scene struck him as rather peculiar. Brother Lu, this rabbit. Unable to contain his curiosity, he finally inquired. Behind him, Da Huang was barking enthusiastically, reveling in his own glory. Woof woof, what is wrong with this fool? The master isn't even praising this dog. All of this is thanks to me. Lu Lixing, catching a glimpse of Da Huang's antics, immediately devised a plan. He beckoned Da Huang over, saying, Da Huang, well done. As per our usual arrangement, you shall receive the rabbit's head as a reward. Woof woof. De Huang wagged his tail and barked twice, tilting his head disdainfully at Wang Taizhu. This fool let one rabbit slip away. He is not as clever as this dog. Lu Lixing had not anticipated that this little dog, which had once followed Gu Wanqing and her child, would prove to be so astute. Observing its intelligence, he found it comparable to a German shepherd. Noticing Wang Taizhu still staring in astonishment, Lu Lixing chuckled. Oh, Taizhu, there is no need for surprise. This is De Huang's method of catching rabbits. Huh, De Huang? Catch rabbits? Yes, De Huang enjoys chasing rabbits in circles, playing with them while exhausting their energy until they unwittingly run into their demise. You see, this rabbit was indeed worn out by De Huang. Lu Lixing lifted the rabbit again for Wang Taizhu to see. Wang Taizhu glanced between De Huang and the rabbit. Reflecting on the earlier scene, when the rabbit had darted past his nose, De Huang had indeed been in pursuit. De Huang is so clever? At that moment, Wang Taizhu felt as though his own intellect paled in comparison to that of a dog. How could it be clever? It's just playful, Lu Lixing countered, attributing all responsibility to De Huang. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss to explain how the rabbit had met its demise by its own volition. Wang Taizhu felt even more foolish. Even playfulness can lead to catching wild rabbits. I have exerted tremendous effort without success. Even when I do manage to catch a wild rabbit, it often requires days of patiently waiting, setting traps, and relying on fortune. Sometimes, after a month, I end up with nothing. Well, being a dog, it naturally has better stamina than a human. Can your rabbit still be caught? I can ask De Huang to assist. Is that possible? Wang Taizhu felt as if his mind was insufficiently equipped. Of course, De Huang, go chase, he urged. The dog had just sprinted off. It surely hadn't gone very far. In truth, Lu Lixing had already realized that by utilizing this fortuitous charm, foolish hares would inevitably come running his way. The one that Wang Taizhu had just chased was likely lured here, and it wouldn't venture far. Woof! De Huang joyfully leaped and dashed toward the direction where the rabbit had disappeared. Wang Taizhu stared in bewilderment at this scene. Can this really work? Absolutely. Come, let us sit and rest for a moment. Where's your basket? Lu Lixing beckoned Wang Taizhu to join him on a nearby stone. Since he intended to credit De Huang with the success, he might as well settle in comfortably. Over there, I gathered. Wang Taizhu began, but his words faltered as he caught sight of the basket beside Lu Lixing, which was brimming with plump porcini mushrooms. A wave of embarrassment washed over him as he recalled his own basket, barely covering the bottom. Lu Gu, has it truly only been a mere 10 minutes? And your basket is already full? Oh, this? I was fortunate enough to stumble upon a vast patch all clustered together, so it filled up quickly. These mushrooms typically grow in groups. Perhaps soon your basket will be full as well? Wang Taizhu swallowed hard, pondering the sheer luck involved. How could one fill a basket with mushrooms in just a matter of minutes, and even catch a hare that had been struck down? He felt as though he were merely an extra in this earthly tale. Observing Lu Lixing, who had amassed such bounty yet still consoled him, Wang Taizhu found it perplexing. The Lu Lixing of old would often engage in quarrels with him, their faces flushed with indignation. Why did he now seem like a figure of wisdom? Most strikingly, Wang Taizhu felt at ease in the presence of this new Lu Lixing, akin to an old friend reunited after many years. Lost in thought, he was suddenly jolted by a rustling sound, followed by the barking of De Huang, which grew increasingly closer. Wang Taizhu's heart raced. Could De Huang really have driven the rabbit over? Shoo! Lu Lixing quickly gestured for silence. Keep your voice down. We mustn't scare away the rabbit, or De Huang will be displeased. All right, Wang Taizhu whispered. Moments later, he beheld a rabbit racing toward them, seemingly oblivious to its surroundings. It charged headlong into the stone they occupied, spun around in confusion, struggled for a brief moment, and then collapsed. Wang Taizhu inhaled deeply. His gaze fixated on the fallen rabbit, rendered speechless by the astonishing turn of events. This actually works. Lu Gu, the rabbit is truly dead. This is remarkable. De Huang, or rather, Dog Gu. No, Dog Yi, you are incredible. De Huang stood proudly, head held high. Woof, Dog Yi is indeed magnificent. Lu Lixing gently patted the head of De Huang, saying, De Huang, behave. Let us take a moment to rest. De Huang instantly subdued, bowing his head and lying down. Yet his gaze never strayed from that rabbit. This rabbit was indeed a prize for the esteemed canine. Wang Taizhu was overwhelmed with excitement. Witnessing such a miraculous scene for the first time, he swiftly picked up the rabbit, his face alight with exhilaration. Incredible, simply incredible. De Huang, or rather, The esteemed canine is truly remarkable. After a moment of exuberant praise, Wang Taizhu scratched his head and turned to hand the rabbit to Lu Lixing. Here you go. What's wrong? Lu Lixing inquired with curiosity. Wang Taizhu beamed foolishly. This rabbit was caught by the esteemed canine. I cannot take it. It's for you. Since childhood, Wang Taizhu had understood that one should not take what does not belong to them, which was why he had harbored dislike for Lu Lixing in the past. Yet now, Lu Lixing seemed different. Lu Lixing waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, you can keep it. De Huang concurred, did he not? Woof woof. De Huang barked a couple of times without any sign of displeasure. With his master's approval, he had no choice but to comply. However, De Huang's eyes remained fixated on that rabbit. Lu Lixing chuckled. Just give the rabbit's head to De Huang. Wang Taizhu nodded eagerly. Of course. Rest assured. Esteemed canine, the rabbit's head shall be yours. Satisfied, De Huang lay back down to rest. All right, Taizhu. Let us move ahead and see if we can find more rabbits and gather some mushrooms. The efficacy of the fortune pouch still has half an hour left. Staying in one place might arouse your suspicions. Better to keep moving. All right. Wang Taizhu, buoyed by joy, carried the rabbit with delight. What a fortuitous find! He could prepare a hearty stew for his father when they returned home. Lifting his own basket, Wang Taizhu tossed the rabbit inside. Lu Gu, let us go. De Huang, woof. Wang Taizhu, esteemed canine, you lead the way. De Huang held his head high, happily following Lu Lixing. Lu Lixing sighed in resignation. Taizhu, it's sufficient to call him De Huang. That one do. The esteemed canine is far too impressive to be reduced to just De Huang, Wang Taizhu insisted. Realizing his attempts at persuasion were futile, Lu Lixing chose to relent. As they walked along, Wang Taizhu sighed, alas. I wonder if I can fill a basket with mushrooms today. You can. I doubt it. Wang Taizhu expressed his lack of confidence. Lu Lixing glanced back at him. Just follow my lead. 2 minutes later, Wang Taizhu found himself before a vast expanse of porcini mushrooms, lost in contemplation. Chapter 16. My second brother's wife. I am certain my second brother holds great affection for you. Wang Taizhu patted the shoulder of Lu Lixing beside him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Lu, look over there. What a vast expanse. Lu Lixing, bewildered, turned around in circles until he finally spotted the extensive patch of mushrooms. Indeed. Taizhu, your fortune is remarkable. Quickly, go and gather them. Yes, all right. Lu, wait for me a moment. Dog Grandpa, you too, just hold on a second. I shall be right back. Woof. De Huang barked disdainfully at Wang Taizhu. This big fool. Clearly, it was the master who noticed them first. Seeing Wang Taizhu lost in his excitement, De Huang clamped down on Lu Lixing's clothing and tugged him in that direction. Lu Lixing had no choice but to pat De Huang on the head, softly reassuring, don't be troublesome, De Huang. Let him gather them. He had already noticed the patch of chanterelles. Deliberately, he turned slightly aside, nudging Wang Taizhu in that direction until he finally caught sight of them as well. Woof. De Huang expressed his confusion. Lu Lixing explained, Aunt Wang and them have assisted us tremendously. Have you forgotten? Whenever we faced hunger during the late Qing, Aunt Wang would always bring us some provisions. In the past, Lu Lixing had regarded such gestures with disdain, believing everything to be a given. Yet, after a lifetime of introspection, he silently recorded everyone's kindness in his heart. De Huang whined a couple of times and released Lu Lixing. Aunt Wang has even fed me. Since that was the case, he might as well indulge this big fool. Wang Taizhu gathered the mushrooms with great delight. Before long, his basket was brimming. Standing up, he brushed off the dirt from his hands. Lu, this is wonderful. I have collected a whole basket as well. Yes. Let us continue forward, and perhaps we shall find Uncle Lu. Absolutely. It has been so long since we last saw Uncle Lu. I wonder how he is faring. Wang Taizhu, blissfully carrying his basket, trailed behind Lu Lixing. However, as they walked further, an unsettling realization crept in. After the initial excitement faded, clarity returned to his mind. He remembered that Lu Lixing had always been ahead of him. How could he have overlooked this patch of chanterelles? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Taizhu could no longer contain himself. Lu, something feels off. These mushrooms are your. Lu Lixing turned his head, feigning confusion as he asked, what is it? These mushrooms are not poisonous, are they? Seeing his expression of reluctance to acknowledge the truth, Wang Taizhu suddenly felt a sense of relief. Regardless of whether Lu Lixing had acted intentionally or not, everything he had gained on this journey was thanks to Lu Lixing. He had also felt the care Lu Lixing extended towards him. Though Lu Lixing had been somewhat harsh and mischievous in the past, people are capable of change. It was time for him to transform as well. Wang Taizhu resolved that in the future, should Lu Lixing and his family require his assistance, he would undoubtedly stand resolutely at the forefront. No worries, I must have misjudged. Lu Lixing nodded. Throughout the remainder of their journey, the trio, 2 men and a dog, managed to catch 4 rabbits, all of which were discovered by De Huang. Wang Taizhu insisted on rejecting everything, leaving Lu Lixing with no choice but to place all the items in his own basket. As time was drawing near, Lu Lixing cast a puzzled glance around the mountains. Where on earth had Uncle Lu gone? In matters of searching for someone, one must rely on De Huang. Lu Lixing issued a command to De Huang, who trotted ahead, sniffing the air. Before long, the canine had determined the direction. Turning back, he wagged his tail and called out to Lu Lixing, "Woof! Found him! Taizhu, over here!" Lu Lixing turned to shout for Wang Taizhu. Coming. Oh, my dog is truly remarkable," Wang Taizhu exclaimed as he walked. Lu Lixing sighed in resignation. Isn't it a dog's nature to find things? No need for such exaggerated praise. Yet, Wang Taizhu had become an ardent admirer of De Huang, oblivious to Lu Lixing's words. No, other dogs certainly can't match my dog's speed." Lu Lixing was left speechless. At that moment, Lu Furin was traversing the mountain path in worn straw sandals. He hadn't ventured far, yet had not encountered any porcini mushrooms, though he did find other small fungi. Lu Furin felt somewhat dissatisfied and pressed onward. Being summer and of advanced age, he was drenched in sweat and felt somewhat exhausted. After a while, he finally squatted down on the ground, letting out a sigh. Alas, I am indeed growing old and becoming less capable. When Lu Lixing, Wang Taizhu, and De Huang arrived, they witnessed this scene. De Huang, unusually quiet, sensed Lu Uncle's fatigue. Wang Taizhu, feeling concerned, glanced at his basket and suggested softly, "Brother Lu, should I give this basket of mushrooms to Lu Uncle?" "Wait a moment. If you just give it to him, he likely won't accept it," Lu Lixing replied. Lu Furin was a lifelong bachelor from Lu family village, kind-hearted yet stubborn, and he preferred to handle matters himself. Hence, giving it directly was not an option. Wang Taizhu understood this as well and declared, "I have an idea. Remember all those mushrooms we saw on our way here?" "Indeed," Lu Lixing acknowledged, contemplating the same thought. Wang Taizhu joyfully exclaimed, "Then we can retrace our steps and let Lu Uncle pick them himself. But we want to pass through that way on our way back." Lu Lixing frowned, also wishing to do the same. Wang Taizhu smiled mysteriously, "Just watch me." Saying this, he removed his shoes and quickly tossed them into the bottom of the basket, covering them with mushrooms. "All right, let us go." Lu Lixing chuckled. This method was indeed clever. After a moment of thought, he took out a wild rabbit from the basket and placed it among the reeds nearby, to ensure Lu Furin would see it. Lu Lixing even tugged at the rabbit's legs to make them more visible. "Let us take a detour." Yes, De Huang quietly followed behind the two. Lu Furin had been resting for quite some time. He glanced at the sky. It was getting late. Lu Furin took a deep breath, resolved to seek out Lu Lixing and Wang Taizhu. I wonder how those two are faring. Alas, who would have thought that the lad from the Lu family would suddenly gain insight? The elders of the Lu clan would surely be overjoyed upon learning this. It is a pity, though, that I have no children of my own. Lu Furin sighed, just as he was about to depart. Suddenly, a commotion erupted behind him. Upon turning around, he spotted Da Huang. His previous worries dissipated in an instant. With a jovial smile, Lu Furin affectionately patted Da Huang's large head. "Da Huang, why do I feel as if you've gained weight?" "Ha ha ha. Are you here to find me? What about those two? Didn't they come with you?" "Woof woof." Da Huang barked excitedly. It was then that Lu Furin heard Wang Taizhu's voice. Uncle Lu. Oh dear, we are over here. Ouch. This path is so rough on the feet." "Lu Gu, are you sure you haven't taken a wrong turn?" Lu Furin furrowed his brow in confusion. "Taizhu, what happened? Why are your feet hurting?" Chapter 17 Gu Wanqing exclaimed, "Lu Lixing, I am quite delighted today. Come here, let me see if you pricked yourself." The mountains were adorned with numerous thorny vines, which grew low to the ground, making it easy to accidentally injure one's feet if not careful. Wang Taizhu hesitantly approached the thicket, saying, "Uncle Lu, I've lost my shoes." Lu Furin then noticed Wang Taizhu and Lu Lixing. Wang Taizhu stood barefoot on the ground, his feet covered in mud and gravel, while Lu Lixing wore an expression of helplessness, playing along with the act. "Taizhu, how could you be so foolish as to lose your shoes?" Wang Taizhu replied, "I saw a large patch of mushrooms over there and got so excited to step on them that, in my fervor, my shoes fell off. By the time I realized, I had no idea where they went." He feigned sorrow as he glanced at his basket. Lu Furuin couldn't help but laugh. Haha, you silly boy. But it seems you've made quite the find. Unlike me, stuck on the same old path. Wang Taizhu scratched his head. But what am I to do now? My shoes are gone, and my mother will scold me. Lu Furuin pondered for a moment and suggested, how about this? Where did you lose them? We can retrace our steps. It's just the three of us in this mountain. We should be able to find them. Well, that works. It was over there. Wang Taizhu pointed towards the path they had taken earlier. Lu Furuin nodded. Then let us go, Da Huang. Let us move. Woof woof. Da Huang followed closely behind Lu Furuin, who took the lead. Seizing the moment when Lu was distracted, Wang Taizhu exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Lixing, who nodded in agreement, thinking this was indeed a splendid idea. Lu Furuin was quite invested in Wang Taizhu's predicament, scanning the surroundings intently. Where could they be? We must search diligently. Shoes are light and should have been caught in the thicket. Taizhu, where have you lingered? Huh? I've checked all the reeds along the way. But I'm not entirely sure. Wang Taizhu feigned uncertainty. Reeds, you say? Well, your Uncle Lu may not possess many skills, but locating lost items is one of them. As Lu Furuin spoke, he surveyed the nearby thickets. Moments later, he spotted something ahead. What is this? Huh, what is it, Uncle Lu? Have you found the shoes? Wang Taizhu called out as he noticed Lu Furuin approaching the spot where Lu Lixing had concealed a rabbit. No, this must be a rabbit. Lu Furuin squatted down and lifted the rabbit. What a plump creature. How did it come to die here? Wang Taizhu, embodying a dramatic flair, exclaimed, what? A rabbit? A wild rabbit? Wow. Uncle Lu, your luck is extraordinary. You've stumbled upon a rabbit. Congratulations. It seems we can enjoy a hearty meal tonight. Lu Lixing stifled a laugh, silently giving Wang Taizhu a thumbs up. Such a clumsy performance was indeed a remarkable feat. Lu Furuin remained entranced by the rabbit. Why is this rabbit bleeding from its mouth? He couldn't fathom how a rabbit could be found in such a place. Ah, it's bleeding? That indicates this rabbit wasn't poisoned. It can be consumed. Wang Taizhu continued his charade. Lu Furuin cast a peculiar glance at him. Sensing that Wang Taizhu was about to reveal himself, Lu Lixing quickly pulled him behind. Uncle Wang, let me take a look. Sure, here. Lu Furuin handed the rabbit to Lu Lixing. Lu Lixing deliberately examined it with a serious demeanor and calmly stated, there are injuries to the head, but the body shows no discoloration or odor. It must have died recently, not from poison. It is indeed edible. Uncle Lu, you can keep it. This Lu Furuin felt something was amiss, yet he couldn't articulate it. He glanced at Da Huang and then back at Lu Lixing, feeling somewhat perplexed. How about we give this rabbit to your young lady from the late Qing dynasty to nourish her? I, an old man, do not require such nourishment. No, I caught a rabbit a few days ago, and I haven't finished it yet. Well, Taizhu, I don't need it either. I don't particularly enjoy eating rabbit. Wang Taizhu concocted a rather clumsy excuse. Lu Furuin looked again at Da Huang, who haughtily stepped back without even glancing at the rabbit. Lu Furuin, how can a dog disdain a rabbit? However, given the current situation, this rabbit could not be given away. Lu Furuin had no choice but to say, then I shall keep it. Later, once I prepare it, you all must come to my house for dinner. Agreed. The two finally consented. Lu Furuin stuffed the rabbit into the basket and continued walking. Let us go find some shoes. After walking for a while, without finding any shoes, Lu Furuin spotted a large patch of porcini mushrooms. This he had just walked a considerable distance around here. How had he missed them? Wang Taizhu embraced his role as a performer once more. Wow, Uncle Lu, hurry, pick the mushrooms. There are so many. In no time, the basket will be full. Lu Furuin turned back to glance at the two again. Lu Lixing pointed to his own basket. We have no room left. Only then did Lu Furuin earnestly begin to gather the mushrooms. This patch of mushrooms wasn't abundant, but it filled half the basket. Lu Furuin was quite pleased. This is a good haul. Come on, Uncle Lu, we still need to find shoes. All right, let us go. The group proceeded forward. Before long, they encountered another large area of mushrooms. Lu Furuin suddenly felt his luck was exceedingly good. Lu Lixing and Wang Taizhu still refused to gather mushrooms, so he had to do it alone. Seeing his basket nearing fullness, Wang Taizhu called out, Uncle Lu, I'll go ahead and take a look. I remember I lost my shoes just ahead. All right, go ahead. Wang Taizhu exchanged a glance with Lu Lixing and quickly ran off. Lu Furuin, watching his retreating figure, fell into contemplation, shouting, do you think Taizhu is a bit peculiar? I don't think so. He has always been like this, rather clumsy. In order to maintain the facade, Lu Lixing had no choice but to respond. That is true. Let us go, we should catch up. Wang Taizhu walked for quite a while before he stumbled upon another patch of porcini mushrooms ahead. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved his shoes from the basket. Turning back to confirm that Lu Fuwen had not followed, Wang Taizhu swiftly placed his shoes beside the thatch of grass near the mushrooms. Only then did he exhale a long sigh of relief. He sat down on the ground to rest for a moment, until the sounds of Lu Lixing and Lu Fuwen reached his ears. He quickly stood up, bending over to feign searching for something. Where could it be? Where are my shoes? How odd, they were right here. Upon seeing Wang Taizhu barefoot, Lu Fuwen felt a pang of sympathy. He hurried over, saying, "Let me take a look." Wang Taizhu deliberately circled around his shoes. Lu Fuwen, catching sight of the mushrooms nearby, crouched down, preparing to pick them. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a dark shadow. Lu Fuwen paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Taizhu, look how foolish you are. Isn't this your shoe? I told you it would be right here in the thatch." "Wow, so it was here. That's wonderful," Wang Taizhu exclaimed with excitement. "Uncle Lu, thank you. Quickly gather those mushrooms, and once the basket is full, we can head home." "All right, once I finish picking, we'll go home." Lu Fuwen, feeling pleased, did not refuse. Before long, his basket was full. The three of them, along with the dog, hurried home. Along the way, Lu Fuwen remained cheerful, his spirits lifted significantly. "Let me tell you, although I don't have a wife, my cooking skills are exceptional. You all must come to my house later. I'll prepare rabbit meat that is absolutely delicious. We can also make a soup with these mushrooms. The flavor will be exquisite." Lu Fuwen spoke, salivating at the thought. Seeing that refusal was futile, Lu Lixing suggested, "Uncle Lu, how about we cook at my place? Wanqing's health isn't great. It's not suitable for her to be wandering around." "Oh yes, how could I forget? That works too. Today, I have this plump rabbit in my basket. We can indulge." Wang Taizhu readily agreed. Woof woof. De Huang joined in the excitement. It seemed that the rabbit's head was also destined for the dog. Upon hearing De Huang bark, Wang Taizhu quickly stepped back a pace, yielding the way to the dog. "Go ahead, good dog." De Huang barked again, strutting proudly in front of Wang Taizhu. Lu Fuwen looked on in bewilderment, asking, "Taizhu, what are you doing?" Chapter 18. The Importance of Marrying a Good Wife. "Have you learned?" Wang Taizhu chuckled softly, recalling the incident of the dog catching a rabbit, a secret he must keep from Lu Fuwen. He laughed heartily. "De Huang just lent me a hand, or I would have injured myself. Indeed," he continued, "they say dogs are quite intelligent, and I must say, De Huang is also very protective of his master. Shaoxing, take good care of him." Lu Lixing nodded in agreement. Wang Tiz has quietly made way for De Huang. As dusk approached, Gu Wanqing sat on the doorstep, gazing at the setting sun. Lu Qianqian played in the yard and noticed her sister-in-law lost in thought. She tiptoed over. "Sister-in-law, what are you looking at?" In a flurry, Gu Wanqing hurriedly concealed the object in her hands, yet little Lu Qianqian's keen eyes caught sight of it. "Well, a butterfly hairpin. It's beautiful. Did second brother buy this for you?" Gu Wanqing's face flushed instantly. Lowering her head, she was momentarily at a loss for words. "I." Without waiting for a reply, Lu Qianqian giggled. "It must be second brother who bought it. Eldest brother buys hairpins for eldest sister-in-law because he likes her. It seems second brother really likes you. Is that so?" Gu Wanqing tightened her grip on her hands. Eldest brother only buys things for eldest sister-in-law because he loves her. He even told Qianqian that when she grows up, boys will buy her gifts too." A subtle smile graced Gu Wanqing's lips. "So is that how it is? Does Lu Lixing like me?" Hee. Second brother even bought candy for Qianqian. "Sister-in-law? Second brother is a good second brother now, and Qianqian likes him." Gu Wanqing nodded. In recent days, Lu Lixing had indeed changed significantly. "Sister-in-law, if second brother becomes better, you want to leave, right? Qianqian doesn't want you to go." At the mention of this, Lu Qianqian sniffed. And Gu Wanqing bit her lip with determination. If Lu Lixing really improved and they could live well together, she might truly stay. For she could not bear the thought of the children growing up without a father. Gu Wanqing nodded once more. Lu Qianqian's face lit up with joy. "That's wonderful. In a few days, I will share this good news with Mom and Dad. They will be so happy to hear it because they like sister-in-law." It was for this reason that the elders had sent her to call Lu Lixing to stop Gu Wanqing. Being the youngest sister, even if Lu Lixing was reluctant, he would still have to relent a little. When Lu Lixing and the others returned, they found this delightful scene. He placed the mushrooms in the yard with a smile. "Qianqian, what are you discussing with sister-in-law? You seem so happy." Lu Qianqian winked at Gu Wanqing, then turned back with her eyes sparkling. This is a secret between Qianqian and sister-in-law. I want to tell second brother. All right then, having secrets at such a young age. Second brother is amazing. So many mushrooms. Can we have mushrooms for dinner tonight? I've never eaten this kind. Yes, we can eat. Grandpa Lu will prepare it for us shortly. Lu Qianqian blinked her eyes and asked, is Grandpa Lu having dinner at home too? Before Lu Lixing could respond, Lu Foreign interjected, indeed. Grandpa Lu found a large rabbit today and will stew it for Qianqian. How does that sound? Great, great. Lu Qianqian exclaimed joyfully, jumping up in excitement. Gu Wanqing furrowed her brow slightly. Found a rabbit? Come on, Qianqian, let us go help Grandpa Lu skin the rabbit. Okay. Lu Qianqian gleefully ran off. Lu Lixing carried a basket into the main room. After setting it down, he crouched to retrieve the 4 rabbits concealed within. Gu Wanqing paused in surprise. These rabbits you. Shoo. Lu Lixing gestured for silence. Don't let Uncle Lu hear. Gu Wanqing nodded. Once Lu Foreign and Lu Qianqian had wandered far, she approached to examine the 4 rabbits on the ground. Did you intentionally give those rabbits to Uncle Lu? Lu Lixing had not intended to conceal anything from Gu Wanqing. Well, Uncle Lu brought you some mushrooms a while ago. I thought he wouldn't want them if I just returned the favor. So I opted for a different way to express my gratitude. He is a wonderful person, and since we have so many rabbits, losing one won't matter much. It will bring him joy for a long time. Gu Wanqing was silent, staring at Lu Lixing in disbelief. She never imagined he would utter such words. The transformation in Lu Lixing over the past few days had been remarkable. If it weren't for her constant presence beside him, Gu Wanqing would almost think he was a different person. She recalled Lu Lixing's earlier promises. He had indeed fulfilled them lately. This man had truly changed. Gradually, he was becoming the person she admired. Lu Lixing noticed Gu Wanqing's unwavering gaze and lifted his head to ask, what's wrong? Wanqing, if you think I shouldn't have given the rabbit, I can go. No, don't. Gu Wanqing quickly interrupted him. Lu Lixing. Yes? I'm very happy. Lu Lixing nodded, a smile gracing his face. Gu Wanqing continued earnestly, since we got married, I've dreamed of us living happily together, nurturing this little home, and eventually having a child to raise. But before, you. She hesitated, not wanting to dwell on past grievances. But now, I'm truly happy. If this is the kind of Lu Lixing I have, I need not worry about the child being led astray, nor about my ability to provide for them. My greatest wish is for our child to grow up healthy and strong. I hope this transformation isn't merely for show. The magnitude of one's change can be overwhelming. Though filled with joy, she felt a tinge of anxiety, fearing it might all be just a dream upon awakening. Finally, hearing Gu Wanqing open her heart brought Lu Lixing happiness as well. Do not worry, it won't be. I wish to be by your side, and that of our child always. Be a good father, a good husband. Gu Wanqing nodded in agreement. Lu Lixing said, shall we store these rabbits for now? I will sell them in the evening to exchange for grain. All right. Gu Wanqing replied with a nod. At the Wang family, Wang Taizhu returned home in high spirits. Upon seeing him carrying a basket of foul-smelling mushrooms, Wang Dama was bewildered. What on earth are you doing? She asked. Wang Taizhu replied, Mother, these are porcini mushrooms. They can be eaten and sold for money. Today, I personally witnessed Lu Lixing making quite a fortune. Lu Lixing? Yes, my brother Lu. Brother Lu? Taizhu, are you feeling unwell? Wang Dama knew well that her son had always held a strong dislike for Lu Lixing, especially after learning that she often secretly provided them with some food. Taizhu would become furious at the mere mention of him. Why the sudden change to Brother Lu? Mother, there's no time to explain. I must go to Brother Lu's house for dinner. Look, here's a rabbit, caught together with Brother Lu. Please make soup for father tonight. Wang Taizhu also grabbed 2 eggs from the chicken coop, stating, we're having meat today, so no need for the eggs. I'll take them to Sister Wanqing. With that, he dashed off without waiting for Wang Dama's response. Hey, Taizhu? Noticing her son ignoring her, Wang Dama gazed at the basket of mushrooms and the plump rabbit, perplexed. How strange. Has my son changed? Or has that Lu Lixing fellow changed? At the Lu family, Lu Furuan soon returned with a freshly cleaned rabbit, leading Lu Qianqian alongside him. Naturally, the rabbit's head was given to De Huang. Xiaoxing, Wanqing. Wait a moment. I will prepare a delicious meal for you, Lu Furuan said as he entered the kitchen. Spotting Wang Taizhu, he called him over. Come, Taizhu. Help me light the fire. Coming. Gu Wanqing felt her heart warm at the sight of these joyful people. Had this been in the past, no one would have come to their home for a meal. Lu Lixing had a poor reputation and a foul temper, making it difficult for anyone to desire his company, let alone visit his home. This lively atmosphere was exactly what she cherished. Lu Furuin entered the kitchen and began his work. He started by chopping the rabbit. The room was dim. As in Lu Jia village, electricity only arrived at 7 in the evening and lasted for just 2 hours. He hesitated to light an oil lamp, feeling it was too extravagant. Instead, he continued to chop in the dark. After a couple of strokes, Lu Furuin suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no. What happened?" Lu Lixing and Wang Taiju rushed over. Lu Furuin, covering his hand, reassured, "It's nothing, nothing. The back of the knife just grazed my hand. No harm done." Lu Lixing inspected and found no wound, only a reddened hand. He quickly insisted, "Uncle Lu, you should rest. Let me take over." No. I remember you don't know how to cook. I'll manage. But your hand, it's nothing. I can still work." Lu Furuin intended to continue. At that moment, Gu Wanqing approached and said, "Uncle Lu, why not let Lu Lixing take over? He can cook. You should take a rest." Lu Furuin turned his head in confusion and looked at Lu Lixing, asking, You can cook now?" Chapter 19, Brother Lu. You are quite adept at charming your wife in this era. It is rare for men to venture into the kitchen, especially not for someone like Lu Lihong, who is rather lackadaisical. Lu Furuin's face was one of astonishment. Previously, whenever he passed by the Lu residence, he observed that all the household chores were predominantly handled by Gu Wanqing. Wang Taiju also looked bewildered. "Brother Lu, perhaps you should reconsider? I fear I may go hungry tonight." Lu Lihong chuckled helplessly. "I truly can cook, don't worry. Lu uncle, you can take a break, and Taiju, just tend to the fire, watch as Brother Lu showcases his skills." Wang Taiju appeared conflicted. "All right, if you say so." Despite his agreement, anxiety lingered in his heart. He wished he had opted to stay home and enjoy rabbit soup instead. Little Lu Qianqian also joined in to witness the commotion. "My second brother is an excellent cook." Yet, Lu Furuin and Wang Taiju were skeptical of the child's claims. Seeing Lu Lihong's determination, Lu Furuin refrained from further argument. "Then I shall stand by and observe. Just call me if you need help." "Very well." Lu Lihong nodded and approached the stove. "Today, let us prepare braised rabbit." He intended to simmer the bones for broth and serve it with rice. "What? Rice? Do you actually have rice?" Wang Taiju was even more astonished. In Hijacking, rice was a rare delicacy. Throughout his life, he had only tasted it a handful of times. "Yes, I bought some a few days ago. Perhaps we should forego that, Brother Lu? We can manage with some cornmeal cakes. Let us save the rice for sister-in-law." Wang Taiju added, "Oh, and I brought 2 eggs for her as well." Eggs and rice with meat were the most nutritious options Wang Taiju could conceive. He retrieved the eggs from his pocket. Lu Lihong felt a surge of gratitude. "It's all right. I purchased these recently. Rest assured, I can afford rice. And I shall frequently prepare it for your sister-in-law. I'll gladly accept the eggs. Today we must have rice." Seeing this, Wang Taiju felt it best not to press further. Lu Lihong commenced his cooking, lighting the kerosene lamp and picking up a knife to begin chopping. He selected the meatiest parts of the rabbit, setting the bones aside for the broth. Lu Furuin and Wang Taiju were taken aback by his movements, which flowed with an elegance that suggested familiarity. Each slice was precise, and the pieces of rabbit were remarkably uniform. If anyone were to claim that Lu Lihong could not cook, they would be met with disbelief. Observing the astonished expressions of the 2 men, Gu Wanqing felt a swell of pride, unknowingly having begun to regard Lu Lihong as a source of pride for herself. After finishing with the rabbit, Lu Lihong gestured to Wang Taiju. "Tend to the fire. Ensure both pots are heated." "Yes, of course." Wang Taiju instinctively complied with Lu Lihong's directives. Once both pots were boiling, Lu Lihong added water to the inner pot, placing the rabbit bones and meat inside to remove any scum. He replaced the water, added ginger slices, and let the bones simmer for the broth, while preparing to braise the rabbit in the outer pot. Using the seasonings he had purchased recently, Lu Lihong heated oil, added scallions, ginger, and garlic to release their fragrance, then introduced the rabbit meat. After a brief stir-fry, he added soy sauce and water, covering the pot. "Taiju, let it simmer on low heat." Astonished, Wang Taiju quickly nodded, exclaiming, "Oh, very well." Lu Lixing turned around to crack eggs. Earlier that morning, he had picked several green peppers from the field, just enough to prepare a delightful dish of scrambled eggs with green peppers. There were also some leftover water celery. Once all the vegetables were sautéed, he added water to steam the rice. The sight of the fluffy white rice made Wang Taiju swallow hard in anticipation. Merely thinking about it was enough to make his mouth water. Coupled with the dishes Lu Lixing had just prepared, he could hardly contain himself. Brother Lu, you truly are a master. Wang Taiju silently gave Lu Lixing a thumbs up. Lu Furuan, equally astonished, remarked, "You can really cook? Young man, quite impressive. When did you learn all this?" Lu Lixing glanced at Gu Wanqing in the corner and replied, "I learned it all from Wanqing." Gu Wanqing smiled shyly, lowering her head in modesty. Lu Furuan suddenly understood, saying, "Ah, now I see. Just look at the importance of marrying a good wife." "Taiju, have you learned your lesson?" Called out directly, Wang Taiju quickly responded, "Absolutely. I will strive to marry a wonderful wife." Laughter erupted among the group. De Huang, sensing the merriment, joined in with a playful bark. As dusk settled, the moon rose high in the sky, surrounded by a myriad of stars. When Lu Lixing emerged with the dishes, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. In his previous life, after leaving Lujia village, he had never witnessed such a beautiful sky again. The cities were filled with a cacophony of traffic and pollution, rendering stars nearly invisible. He cherished this feeling immensely. "Wanqing, could you turn on the lights? The electricity should be back." Their home had 3 light bulbs, one in the living room, one in the kitchen, and one under the eaves. They received electricity for only 2 hours daily, and Gu Wanqing was reluctant to use it. However, today she was in high spirits. She walked to the eaves and flipped the switch. Yet, the lights did not illuminate. Gu Wanqing paused, slightly stunned. "It seems the power is out." After their previous supply ran out, they had not been able to pay the electricity bill, nor did they have the funds to do so. Over time, they had grown accustomed to it. "Oh, that's fine. I'll pay the bill later. The moonlight is lovely tonight. Let us eat first?" "Yes, yes." Lu Chanqian was the first to rush over, her eyes sparkling. "It smells so good." Wang Taiju chimed in with a grin. "Indeed, it truly does smell delicious. I can hardly wait." The rice was now perfectly steamed, and Wang Taiju was genuinely salivating. As he sat on the stone bench, Lu Lixing noticed that Gu Wanqing stood aside, motionless. He turned to her and asked, "Wanqing, what's wrong? Come and eat." Gu Wanqing hesitated, taking a step back. You all eat. I'll just have my meal here." Lu Lixing, momentarily puzzled, quickly grasped her meaning. He almost forgot the customs of this era in Lujia village. When guests were present, women were not permitted to join the table. Lu Furuan and Wang Taiju were indeed considered guests. Lu Lixing stood up deliberately, offering his seat to Gu Wanqing. "You sit here. I will fetch another stool." However, Gu Wanqing appeared somewhat conflicted. Lu Lixing insisted earnestly, "From now on, our dining table will always have a place for you. Wanqing, do not concern yourself with such formalities. You are my wife, a part of my family, and you belong here." Gu Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, lifting her gaze to meet Lu Lixing's earnest expression. It was the first time she had encountered such enchanting declarations, each word bringing her immense joy. Wang Taiju and Lu Furing chimed in. "Yes, sister-in-law, come quickly and take a seat. If you do not join us, we might not dare to eat. Sit down, let us eat together." Lu Chanqian raised her small hand, tapping on the stool beside her. "Second sister-in-law, over here." Gu Wanqing glanced at Lu Lixing, who nodded encouragingly, and she summoned her courage to approach. "Well, all right then." Lu Lixing had already served her a generous portion of rice, accompanied by a bowl of bone soup. Once seated, Gu Wanqing felt a bit self-conscious. She helped herself to a bite of rice, just as she noticed Lu Lixing unabashedly serving himself a large piece of rabbit meat. "Don't just eat rice. Come, have some meat," he exclaimed, followed by a hearty serving of chicken eggs. "These are Tieju's family eggs. They are quite delicious. You should try some." Gu Wanqing felt a pang of panic. Lu Lixing, you mustn't. A man should present himself appropriately. How can you treat me so in front of others?" Lu Lixing laughed off her concerns. "Haha. It's nothing. I'm just serving food to my wife. They won't mind." Lu Furung and Wang Taiju joined in the laughter. "Haha. Indeed, they won't mind. Sister-in-law, it's evident you and Lu Gu share a deep bond. It's truly enviable." Lu Furung sighed. "Ah, seeing you too. Even this old man feels the urge to find a companion." Lu Lixing replied, "Go ahead." Lu Furung waved his hand dismissively. No, at my age. Wouldn't he that invite ridicule?" Lu Lixing responded, "It is precisely because of your age that you should live for yourself. Uncle Lu, being overly concerned about others' opinions will not bring you happiness. If you wish to find someone, do so. As long as the other party is willing, and it is not against the law, 2 people can indeed find joy together." As Lu Lixing's words sank in, Lu Furung paused, then burst into laughter. "Good lad. You have a profound understanding of life. I, an old man, cannot compare to you. All right. If I see a suitable match, I shall seek one. In truth, Lu Feng already had someone in mind, though he had hesitated to speak of it for many years. Today, he felt a sudden clarity. Let us eat. Let us eat. Yes, yes, let me taste Lu Ji's culinary skills. Chapter 20. Trouble in the Huang family. Wang Taizhu was the first to put down his chopsticks. He picked up a piece of rabbit meat and inhaled deeply. What a delightful aroma. I shall indulge. Go ahead, eat up. Lu Feng chuckled joyfully. Wang Taizhu placed the rabbit meat into his mouth, and in the next moment, his eyes sparkled with delight. Delicious, absolutely delicious. What a heavenly flavor. Quickly, Lu uncle, do taste it, he exclaimed, serving a piece to Lu Qianqian as well. Qianqian, you must try this. Lu Qianqian's eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she smiled. I told you, my second brother cooks exceptionally well, he. Indeed. This is by far the best rabbit meat I have ever tasted, even surpassing that of the chef at the village restaurant. Lu Feng expressed his astonishment. Really? So remarkable? Wang Taizhu nodded vigorously, unable to contain his excitement. Well, I shall have a taste as well. Lu Feng sampled a piece, and his expression transformed into one of sheer delight. Scrumptious. Truly scrumptious. Little Xing, you possess remarkable culinary skills. Thank goodness it was you who cooked this, haha. My own cooking pales in comparison. Quite splendid, truly splendid. Lu Feng offered heartfelt praise. Lu Lixing, feeling a bit bashful from the compliments, urged, now? Let us eat before it cools down. Yes, let us feast. This scrambled egg is delectable, and these vegetables are delightful as well. No wonder sister-in-law has been so cheerful these past few days. Brother Lu, you truly know how to pamper your wife. As laughter erupted, Lu Lixing cast a glance at the bashful Gu Wanqing and smiled. It is all thanks to our Wanqing's excellent teaching. Tut, look at you. We have so many people here. Save the intimacy for later tonight. Wang Taizhu rolled his eyes dramatically, yet he remained in good spirits. Brother Lu, why not teach me as well? When I have a wife in the future, I would like to cook for her too. Sure, come and learn when you have the time. All right. The group continued to chat and laugh, reveling in their happiness. At that moment, the long-overlooked De Huang, drawn by the enticing aroma, could no longer contain himself and barked twice. Wang Taizhu immediately rose to his feet. Oh dear, I almost forgot about you, dog lord. Come here, have a bone. Wolf De Huang tilted his head, eyes wide, and trotted over to Wang Taizhu, picking up the bone and moving aside to enjoy his treat. Take your time, dog lord. Wang Taizhu greeted him earnestly. Gu Wanqing chuckled. What is Taizhu doing? Don't mind him. He adores our De Huang. Indeed. I have a great fondness for dog lord. Sister-in-law, you have no idea how incredible he is at catching rabbits' cough. Wang Taizhu's words were cut short, as Lu Lixing quickly intervened. If Lu Feng learned about De Huang's rabbit-catching prowess, it would surely lead to complications. Wang Taizhu hastily adjusted his statement. Dog lord is remarkably clever, truly. Uncertain if she grasped the situation, Lu Qianqian pouted happily and declared, De Huang is indeed clever. It was he who woke up my second brother that day, prompting him to rescue my second sister-in-law. Once I return home, I shall share this news with my parents. My second brother, our parents and eldest brother will surely be overjoyed. Speaking of this, Lu Lixing's expression shifted. His parents, eldest brother, and younger brother must harbor a deep aversion towards him, for in the past, he often brought calamity upon the family, leaving behind a trail of chaos to be tidied up. He had never known restraint, believing that everything was his birthright. Subsequently, when his parents arranged for him to marry Gu Wanqing, his eldest brother and younger brother, along with his parents and sister, severed ties with him. It was hoped that with a wife, Lu Lixing would amend his ways. Yet, to everyone's dismay, he only escalated his misdeeds. After marriage, when he could no longer extract money from Gu Wanqing, he returned to the dilapidated cottage of his childhood to solicit funds from his parents. Despite being chastised by his eldest brother and younger brother several times, it proved futile. The only one who still offered him a smile was the innocent Qianqian. Later, when Gu Wanqing and their child perished, his parents became utterly disillusioned with him and cast him out of their home. After leaving, Lu Lixing attempted to reach out to them, but they refused to see him again. He had no choice but to alter the living conditions of a family of strangers. Unfortunately, this was later discovered by his parents. From that point on, they rejected any gifts sent by kind-hearted souls. This also explains why Lu Lixing did not hasten to return to them in this lifetime. they were thoroughly disappointed in him. Unless he achieved some measure of success, his parents would likely continue to despise him. After all, at his age, Lu Lixing was a burden to the Lu family. As for Lu Qianqian, he knew without a doubt that it was their parents who sent her to care for Gu Wanqing. With Gu Wanqing expecting a child, they feared any actions that might betray her. Thus, she had been residing here for several days. Their parents had not inquired about her well-being, as long as Qianqian remained. It indicated that Gu Wanqing and the child were safe. Noticing Lu Lixing lost in thought, Lu Qianqian looked at him quizzically. "Second brother, what troubles you?" "Nothing, I'm fine," Lu Lixing replied, a pang of sorrow washing over him. He was uncertain how to face them, having endured a lifetime of solitude. Not only regarding Gu Wanqing and the child, but he also felt guilt towards his parents and was at a loss as to how to confront them. "Oh, then second brother, let us eat," Qianqian exclaimed, serving him a piece of rabbit leg. "This is the most delicious." And you should eat too, Qianqian." Gu Wanqing glanced back, casting a deep look at Lu Lixing. Wang Taizhu and Lu Foran, being men, failed to perceive the change in Lu Lixing. The meal was particularly joyous. After dining, Wang Taizhu volunteered to wash the dishes, while Da Huang joined him in the kitchen's commotion. Lu Foran tidied up his belongings and departed home, as his residence was quite distant. Lu Lixing sat alone on a stone bench at the edge of the courtyard, gazing into the distance, lost in reverie. The occasional chirping of insects in the fields added a sense of tranquility, yet his mind was elsewhere. Gu Wanqing sensed that her health had improved somewhat over the past couple of days. She approached Lu Lixing and took a seat beside him. Instinctively, Lu Lixing rose quickly to fetch her a stool, saying, "No, the stone is cold. You cannot sit there. Please take the stool." Gu Wanqing looked up at him earnestly. Once he settled back onto the stone bench, she spoke, "Mom and Dad will forgive you." Lu Lixing paused, startled, and lifted his gaze to meet hers. Gu Wanqing smiled gently, continuing, "During dinner, were you afraid that Qianqian would return and tell Mom and Dad? Although I am unaware of the reasons behind your change, I assure you, Mom, Dad, and our older and younger brothers are our family. They have always treated you and me well. It is just that in the past, as long as you can make a change, they will surely accept you, and they will be delighted." Lu Lixing, "Once the little ones are stable, I would like us to buy some things and visit Mom and Dad together. What do you think?" Her tone was remarkably sincere. Lu Lixing felt a stir in his heart. The Gu Wanqing of his memories was beautiful, reserved, and would endure scolding without complaint. It was only now that Lu Lixing realized she possessed profound insight. She had seen through everything yet allowed him to retain face, only broaching matters once others had departed. She had even devised a plan for him, taking her and the baby to see their parents. Even if they faced reprimands from the elder brother or disdain from the younger brother, they would not hold it against him. "All right," Lu Lixing replied with a smile and a nod. "Weren't you saying you were going to sell rabbits tonight?" Gu Wanqing shifted the topic. Lu Lixing remarked, "I had planned to go, but it seems it is too late now. Perhaps we could go tomorrow morning instead." "That works too." Gu Wanqing stifled a large yawn and headed indoors, feeling tired and ready for sleep. "Yes, please rest first." Gu Wanqing glanced back and noticed Lu Lixing still sitting alone at the edge of the yard. She couldn't shake the feeling that he appeared somewhat lonely. Unable to bear it, she turned back as she entered the house and called out, "Lu Lixing." "Yes, what is it?" He replied, "Do you think the baby in my belly is a boy or a girl?" Gu Wanqing's sudden question caught Lu Lixing off guard. He chuckled, "I would be happy with either a boy or a girl." Gu Wanqing laughed as well. "Yes, me too." Lu Gu. Wang Tieju's voice echoed from the kitchen. "I'm done washing up. I'm heading home now. Remember, you promised to teach me how to cook." As he reached the doorway, he noticed Lu Lixing and Gu Wanqing seemingly engaged in conversation, and an awkward sensation washed over him. It felt as if he had interrupted them. Wang Taizhu quickly smiled and turned to leave. I'll be on my way. I saw nothing at all." Gu Wanqing couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Qianqian, come to bed." "Okay," replied the delighted Lu Qianqian, who had just been playing with Da Huang. As she happily trotted inside, Lu Lixing followed her into the house. After Gu Wanqing became pregnant, he and Gu Wanqing began to sleep in separate rooms, with him occupying another space. Lu Qianqian shared a room with Gu Wanqing. In the dead of night, Lu Lixing suddenly heard a faint sound of crying. He hastily rose and made his way to the main room. "What is the matter?" "It's nothing. Qianqian was bitten by a mosquito." "Go back to sleep." "Mosquito?" Lu Lixing squinted. In this dilapidated house, there was hardly anything apart from the bedding. Indeed, with the current weather, mosquitoes were quite prevalent. He had forgotten about that. No wonder he had noticed red welts on Gu Wanqing's arms these past few days. It seemed imperative to procure some supplies promptly. As dawn broke, Lu Lixing rose early and prepared breakfast. He then called for Gu Wanqing and Lu Qianqian to wake up. After they finished their meal, he took the rabbit and stepped outside. Upon seeing him, Gu Wanqing couldn't help but inquire, "Weren't there 4 rabbits? I'm keeping one for myself. These 3 will suffice. I'll be back soon." With that, Lu Lixing exited, heading straight for Huang Chang's small shop. At that moment, a sudden message echoed in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have received an information pouch X1. Chapter 21. Purchasing floral water as a gift for my wife. The information pouch has been placed into the backpack. Please check it, host. Upon opening, it reveals that by noon tomorrow, the lifeless body of Wang Fang, a villager from Lujia village, will be discovered in the ravine of Sholing Mountain. Wang Fang? Isn't she Huang Chang's mother? Lu Lixing began to ponder. If memory serves him correctly, Wang Fang is 55 years old this year and dotes on her grandson, Huang Xiaoshi. She shares a similar plump physique with Huang Chang, yet she is always cheerful and amiable. When Lu Lixing was a child, he would often pass by their home, where Wang Fang would offer him sweets. Is she truly on the brink of death? No. The discovery is set for tomorrow, which means there is still hope today. Coincidentally, he is headed to Huang Chang's convenience store. Lu Lixing quickened his pace. At Huang Chang's convenience store, Huang Chang has been in high spirits for 2 days, even purchasing ribs for his family. His wife, Chun Xiuling, is currently cooking while laughing. "What are you so happy about?" "I just made some money. Moreover, news has come from old Wang in town, stating that we will receive a message in the next couple of days. Once the business deal is finalized, we'll make a significant profit. Haha, that is indeed worth celebrating. Later, I will buy a toy for Xiaoshi. He has been eyeing that little car at the county supermarket for quite some time." "Of course, no problem." Huang Chang immediately agreed. "This is all thanks to that young lad, Lu Lixing. If it weren't for his swift actions in seizing the opportunity, we might not have been the first to deliver." Haha. Huang Chang felt genuine gratitude for Lu Lixing. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiuling frowned. Lu Lixing? The Lu Lixing from the Lujia family in the mountains? Lu Lixing resides deep in the mountains, quite distant from the village, and is referred to by the villagers as Li Shan. Yes, that's him. Isn't he just wasting his days? How could he be selling mushrooms? You must be mistaken. I remember his brother being quite industrious. How could that be? It is indeed Lu Lixing. His wife is Gu Wanqing. Oh, that is undoubtedly correct. Chun Xiuling remained perplexed and cautioned. If it is that lad, be wary. Huang, do not let him deceive you. He has caused quite a bit of trouble in the past. Nonsense. Lu Lixing is doing quite well now. He is very courteous. Just the other day, he sold us that rabbit. Is that so? Chun Xiuling became even more bewildered. This Lu Lixing seems so different from the one she knows. She shook her head. In any case, it is wise to remain vigilant. Rest assured, I understand. I have been in business for many years. Huang Chang nodded. At that moment, Huang Xiaoshi, rubbing his sleepy eyes, stood at the bedroom door and asked in a sweet voice, "Daddy, are you going to buy me a little car?" He seemed to have heard this in his dreams. Yes, yes. If we make money, we will buy it. Wonderful. Daddy is the second best in the world for Xiaoshi. Huh. Huang Chang chuckled. Then who is the best in the world? Huang Xiaoshi gleefully replied, "Of course, it's Grandma. Grandma said she would pick wild fruits for Xiaoshi to eat yesterday. Haha, your grandmother is surely spoiling you." Huang Chang sighed helplessly but refrained from saying much more. A harmonious family, healthy parents, and an obedient son, this is precisely the life he yearned for. Dear wife, in a few days I shall head to the town to buy some clothes for you and my parents. I hear there will be discounts soon. All right. At 9 o'clock, Huang Chang hummed a cheerful tune as he opened the door to his small shop. Spotting a figure in the distance, he approached with a smile. Lu Lixing, what brings you here? Oh, have you caught another rabbit? Lu Lixing handed the rabbit to Huang Chang, saying, yes. Luck is on my side today. I've caught 3 more. Huang boss, would you like some? Of course. My son adores wild rabbit meat, and other shopkeepers have been asking me about it too. Come, just give them all to me at the usual price of 15 yuan each. All right. Huang Chang handed Lu Lixing 50 yuan. Lu Lixing retrieved 5 yuan from his pocket to give back as change, but found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't just say, Huang boss, your mother is dying, as no one would believe such a statement and might even dismiss him as mad. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Lixing decided to linger for a while to devise a plan. What's wrong, brother Lu? Is there anything else you need? I still need to buy a few items. Oh, then come inside. I'll give you the cost price. Thank you, Huang boss. Oh, no need for thanks. We are all brothers. Just bring me any good items you have in the future. Certainly. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Huang Chang, Lu Lixing entered the shop. He first purchased some rice, flour, and oil, followed by kerosene and candles. Finally, his gaze fell upon the mosquito net and incense. The mosquitoes in his home were unbearable, and his current finances were insufficient for building a new house. He could only settle for a few items for the time being. How much for the mosquito net? For this, I'll give it to you for 5 yuan, and I'll throw in a plate of incense. Huang Chang was quite generous. Upon seeing his cheerful demeanor, Lu Lixing could not help but feel that such a kind-hearted individual should not be burdened by misfortune. All right, I'll take one, a white one with lace. I believe Wanqing would appreciate it. Sure thing. Huang Chang prepared the mosquito net for him. When Chun Xiuling emerged, she was astonished to see this scene. It really is Lu Lixing. You've come to sell rabbits again today? Yes, sister-in-law. The respectful address caught Chun Xiuling off guard. When had this young man learned to be so polite? Previously, he would whistle at the village women. You're even getting a mosquito net for your wife? How rare. In response to Chun Xiuling's teasing, Lu Lixing did not say much. He had indeed been quite unruly in the past. Yes, there are many mosquitoes at home. You must treat Wanqing well. She is a young lady who left her home to marry here. I heard she is pregnant now, and pregnancy can be quite challenging for women. If not cared for properly, it can lead to lasting health issues. Do you understand? Chun Xiuling could no longer contain her grievances. Upon hearing her tone, Huang Chang sensed an unusual note and swiftly interjected, What nonsense are you spouting? Brother Lu can make his own judgments. Chun Xiuling retorted with irritation, What's wrong with my words? As someone who has been through it, I know that my back pain stems from the time I gave birth to little Shirtu. You're well aware of Lu Lixing's character. As she began to express her thoughts, she abruptly fell silent, mindful of the presence of others. Yet, deep within her, she believed it was impossible for someone to change so drastically in such a brief period. She felt a twinge of pity for Gu Wanqing. Never mind, Boss Huang. My sister-in-law speaks the truth. I will treat Wanqing well. Lu Lixing interjected, Come on, don't take offense at your sister-in-law. Here, it's all set. All right. Lu Lixing accepted the mosquito net, pondering for a moment before continuing. Boss Huang, how is your mother doing lately? You mean my mom? She's doing well. Going up the mountains daily to pick wild fruits for the children. That is good to hear. However, Boss Huang, I recall that Sualing Ridge is quite close to your home. I strolled around there yesterday and felt it was rather perilous. Perhaps you should advise your mother not to venture there for the time being? Cutting off the source of danger should prevent any mishaps. Sualing Ridge? What is wrong there? Oh, it's just that the rains have been heavy, making the mountain paths treacherous. I fear an accident may occur. Huang Chang narrowed his eyes, feeling uneasy about Lu Lixing's words. Before he could respond, Chun Xiuling snapped, What are you implying, Lu Lixing? Are you wishing ill upon my mother-in-law? We frequent Sualing Ridge. How come we've never encountered any trouble? Old Huang, I told you so. This Lu Lixing harbors ill intentions. He is not as virtuous as you think. Does he truly believe that performing a couple of good deeds over the past few days has changed him? Chun Xiuling was nearly ready to expel Lu Lixing from their midst. Huang Chang, caught in a dilemma, replied, Little Lu, don't worry. My mother is quite familiar with that area, and she might not even go to Sualing Ridge today. Thank you for the reminder. Still, it's best to ask. Lu Lixing conceded, feeling it prudent to offer a word of caution. Worst case, he could always venture there himself to check. I'll take my leave now, Boss Huang. Well, I want to see you out. Huang Chang felt a disconcerting weight in his heart due to Lu Lixing's remarks. After Lu Lixing departed, Chun Xiuling unleashed her frustration. See, I told you, this kid is nothing but a pretender. He must have ulterior motives. It's absurd that he could even curse my mother-in-law, who is in fine health. He means no good, so limit your interactions with him and avoid any business dealings. All right, I understand, Huang Chang replied, though his expression darkened. Upon exiting, Lu Lixing turned back to the clinic, intent on purchasing the remaining medication. At the Lujia Village Health Center, Dr. Zhang Chunlei, wearing glasses, was reviewing patient files. The medication for Gu Wanqing is nearly finished. Why hasn't that kid come to buy more? Should I send some over? Twins can be quite challenging. Just as he was about to rise, suddenly, I saw my younger brother, Zhang Chunxiang, walk in. Elder brother. Is mother's medicine ready? Yes, it's prepared. Here it is. Zhang Chunxiang took the medicine and glanced at Zhang Chunlei's prescription. What is this? Lu Lixing? He actually has money to buy medicine? What is the matter? Zhang Chunxiang scoffed. A few days ago, he stole the bicycle I bought for Wenfeng and even crashed it into a bus. The bike is completely ruined. Zhang Wenfeng, also known as Zhang Ergu, is Zhang Chunxiang's son and Zhang Chunlei's nephew. Zhang Chunlei stood up in shock. What? This happened? Yes, that bicycle cost me over 100 yuan. And Wenfeng had been wanting it for a long time. I thought it was about time to discuss a future for him, so I bought it. And now it's all gone. Did he not offer to compensate? He did, writing an IOU for Wenfeng, but with Lu Lixing's character, how could he possibly reimburse? I certainly don't believe it. I've been planning to go to his house and demand repayment once I finish my current work. Elder brother, if you see him come to buy medicine again, please withhold his payment and give it to me. Chapter 23, to Shuzi Ridge. Save the people. Gu Wanqing hurriedly covered her abdomen, filled with trepidation at the thought of Lu Lixing's previous indifference to spending. She was terrified of returning to such a life. Lu Lixing. Upon noticing her tearful visage, Lu Lixing felt a pang of heartache. It was no wonder she felt this way. He had indeed been remiss in his past actions. To earn complete trust requires time. Given the current circumstances, he felt quite content. Lu Lixing stepped forward, gently wiping away the tears that threatened to spill from Gu Wanqing's eyes. Do not cry. I can earn this money again. However, you and Shanshan cannot wait any longer. Be it 45, for 150, for 1,500, or even 45,000, I will manage to earn it. Wanqing, I will not allow you to return to your former life. Gu Wanqing raised her gaze to the man before her, momentarily taken aback. In truth, Lu Lixing was remarkably handsome. Yet, the Lu Lixing of the past had never displayed such depth of emotion, let alone wiped her tears away. The coolness of his palm brushed against her eye, gradually melting the reserve in her heart. For reasons unknown, she began to trust his words. Don't say foolish things. How could one earn so much money? Gu Wanqing teased, eliciting a laugh from Lu Lixing. It is indeed possible. Not only can we earn money, but we can also reside in a grand house, complete with a vast walk-in closet that will be solely yours. Behind the house, I will construct an expansive playground for our baby. Wanqing, remember what I say today. It shall surely come to fruition. These were the aspirations Lu Lixing had cherished in his previous life. He had strived to achieve them, yet they were unfulfilled without her presence. In this life, Lu Lixing vowed never to allow tragedy to repeat itself. Gu Wanqing, still entrenched in this era, had yet to witness the splendor of the future. He would make every effort to show her the beauty that lay ahead. A soft giggle escaped Gu Wanqing's lips at his words. She wiped her tears away, exclaiming, You have quite the imagination. Such a life must be akin to a kingdom in dreams. One must dare to dream for those dreams to manifest. If one does not even dare to dream, then all will remain mere illusions. Gu Wanqing lowered her head, contemplating. The current Lu Lixing was truly transformed. His words often eluded her comprehension, yet she felt an overwhelming joy. Each utterance brought her happiness, perhaps making these recent days the most joyful since her arrival. She gazed down at the bottle of floral water in her hands. The fragrance had grown quite potent. Lifting it to her nose, she inhaled deeply, smiling in delight. It smells wonderful. Indeed, as long as it pleases you. Look at your injuries. Do not be stingy. Use plenty, and the mosquitoes will dare not approach, Lu Lixing advised. Gu Wanqing's cheeks flushed. All right. In truth, she was reluctant to use it. Such a large bottle must be quite valuable. She wished to preserve it for years to come. Lu Lixing discerned her thoughts instantly and chuckled. Shall I apply it for you? Huh. Gu Wanqing was momentarily stunned. What did you say? Did I hear incorrectly? Lu Lixing intended to apply some floral water on her. Before she could comprehend the situation, he had already seized the floral water from her hands. He pulled over a stool and gestured for Gu Wanqing to sit down. However, in broad daylight, women's thoughts in this era remained rather conservative. For instance, Gu Wanqing, regardless of the heat, would wear clothes that extended below her knees. Although often patched, she insisted on appearing neat and tidy. Her long hair was always braided. Even though she had shared intimate moments with Lu Lixing, it still felt awkward to be too close during the day. Lu Lixing chuckled. What are you afraid of? You are my wife. Gu Wanqing stammered, her nerves rendering her speechless. Yet, Lu Lixing did not afford her the luxury of contemplation. He promptly pressed her onto the stool. Stay still. He squatted down and grasped her slender calf. Gu Wanqing had no choice but to comply, biting her lip. Her face flushed with embarrassment. What would happen if someone were to see them? Lu Lixing paid no heed to such concerns. Gu Wanqing's calves were delicate. And in a future metropolis, they would surpass even those of the most celebrated stars. He truly could not fathom what had possessed him in the past to treat her poorly. At this moment, due to a mosquito bite, her calf bore a red mark. The moment Lu Lixing's hand made contact, Gu Wanqing inhaled sharply. "Is it itchy?" he inquired, noticing her crimson complexion. Gu Wanqing nodded, her face aflame. The itch from the mosquito bite was unbearable, yet she feared leaving a scar and dared not scratch. With Lu Lixing's touch, the itch intensified. Applying the floral water would alleviate the discomfort. Lu Lixing opened the floral water bottle and poured a generous amount into his palm. Seeing him pour so much made Gu Wanqing anxious. "You must use it sparingly. It must be expensive. Such waste." Lu Lixing looked up at her, amused by her frugality. "No worries, I'll buy more once this runs out. I'll earn more," he replied, having anticipated her reluctance to use it, which was why he insisted on applying it himself. His hands, large and somewhat rough from a rural upbringing, felt surprisingly gentle against her skin. In an instant, a refreshing sensation coursed through her calf, and Gu Wanqing suddenly found the itch dissipating. She lowered her gaze, earnestly watching Lu Lixing. If only they could remain like this forever. Lu Gu, today we." Wang Taiju's voice drew nearer. As he leapt over the steps into the courtyard, he was taken aback upon seeing Lu Lixing and Gu Wanqing. His words caught in his throat. "Haha, I saw nothing. Lu Gu, please continue." He turned around, still muttering, "These two," in broad daylight. Sigh. Wang Taiju pondered whether it might be time for him to seek a companion as well. It appeared that she was quite blissful. Gu Wanqing was taken aback by Wang Tieju's sudden presence. Instinctively, she attempted to retract her leg, only to be restrained by Lu Lixing. "Do not move. There is but one last task to complete. However, Taiju, forget about him. Perhaps he is already consumed by envy. After all, in her previous life, whenever she ventured out alone and observed couples together, Lu Lixing too felt a pang of longing." Wang Taiju murmured to himself for a moment before noticing Lu Qianqian and De Huang bouncing back. He realized they were about to interrupt Lu Lixing and quickly held Lu Qianqian back. "Qianqian, wait a moment." "What is it, Uncle Wang?" "I want to apply some floral water. My second brother bought some." Wang Taiju scratched his head, momentarily unsure how to explain. After all, Qianqian was still just a child. In any case, just hold off a bit. "Huh." Lu Qianqian craned her neck to peek into the courtyard. Gu Wanqing was nearly in a state of panic. "Qianqian is back. Hurry up. She must not lead the child astray." Lu Lixing chuckled. All right. Finally feeling a sense of relief, Gu Wanqing let out a long sigh. She noticed Lu Lixing's gaze fixed on her, and her cheeks flushed even deeper as she recalled the previous scene. She wished she could find a crevice to hide in. "I'll go apply floral water for Qianqian. You carry on." With that, she snatched the bottle of floral water and dashed away. "Qianqian. Ah, here I come." Lu Qianqian finally broke free from Wang Tieju's hold and ran off. Lu Lixing observed the duo entering the house. De Huang had intended to follow, but Lu Lixing called him back. "De Huang, wait a moment. You will accompany me into the mountains shortly." Upon hearing the word mountains, De Huang instantly perked up. The dog adored excursions to the hills. Lu Lixing then turned to Wang Taiju. "Taiju, what brings you here?" Wang Taiju scratched his head, finally recalling his purpose. "Right. I came to ask if you wish to venture into the mountains today. Yesterday, we brought back so many wild goods, and my mother asked me to check again today." "Yes, I will go, but I might head deeper into the mountains." "Deeper? Where to?" "Shuzi Ridge." "Huh? That area is quite perilous. What are you going there for?" Naturally, Lu Lixing would not disclose that he intended to rescue someone. He concocted an excuse. "I wish to see if there is anything profitable to be found, and also to chop down a couple of sturdy bamboo stalks. I bought a mosquito net and need to set it up." "Oh, that makes sense. I will accompany you." Wang Taiju immediately declared, "I have nothing else to do, so it would be good to explore that side as well." "All right." Lu Lixing did not refuse. After all, the matter of rescue was one he could not manage alone. Wang Afong was still a bit stout, and Shuzi Ridge was far. "Then wait for me to return and grab a basket and an axe." Wang Taiju quickly dashed off. Lu Lixing went back inside to inform Gu Wanqing, took the axe and basket himself, called De Huang, and set off together. Huangchan's convenience store. At noon, Chen Xiuling prepared a rabbit stew for Huang Xiaoshe. The kitchen was devoid of salt. Standing at the door, Chen Xiuling yelled outside, Lao Huang, bring me a bag of salt." After calling for quite some time, there was no response from Huang Chang. Frowning in annoyance, Chen Xiuling stormed out of the kitchen. "Huang Chang, what are you doing?" At that moment, Huang Chang sat outside the small shop, lost in thought while smoking. Upon hearing Chen Xiuling's voice, he hurriedly replied, "Oh, yes, what is it, my dear?" Chen Xiuling shouted with exasperation, "What are you up to? Are you deaf? Are you thinking of some woman?" Huang Chang quickly put on a smile. No, I just feel a bit uneasy." Despite his wife's fiery temperament, she was truly kind-hearted, and Huang Chang often yielded to her. "What unease? Have you lost your wits?" "I was just pondering over what Lu Lixing said this morning. The more I think about it, the stranger it seems. Why would he suddenly remind me of that? And ever since he spoke, I felt uncomfortable. You know, our mother." "Bah, do you actually believe Lu Lixing's words? Who knows what he's been up to, just waiting to deceive you." Chen Xiuling snapped. "Huang Chang, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Hurry and get me that bag of salt. All you do is smoke." Furious, Chen Xiuling demanded. Huang Chang quickly handed her a bag of salt. "Here it is. Please don't be angry, my dear. I don't believe him, that's enough." Chen Xiuling snatched the salt bag, noticing that Huang Chang's expression was somewhat grim. She added sternly, "All right, after dinner, I'll keep an eye on the shop. You should head back to your hometown." "Okay, thank you, my dear." Huang Chang knew his wife's heart was soft. During dinner, he felt somewhat distracted. He patted his chest. "I've never felt like this before. It's strange." "Stop being superstitious, finish your meal and go." Huang Chang nodded. After finishing his meal, he left his dishes behind and rushed back to his hometown. The year he married, he built a house in the village. His home was deep in the mountains. His parents had grown accustomed to mountain life and were unwilling to move in with them, so they remained in the depths of the mountains, where they visited them once a week. Today was Wednesday, and it was still early, but Huang Chang could not concern himself with that. He hurried along the way, thinking that when he had a bit more money, he would definitely buy that fixed telephone Mr. Wang mentioned, which supposedly allowed communication from afar without being present. Half an hour later, Huang Chang arrived home. His father, Huang Gu, sat at the door smoking a pipe. Upon seeing Huang Chang, he raised an eyebrow. "Xiao Chang, why are you back? Where is Xiao Shi?" Not seeing Huang Xiao Shi, Huang Gui's expression darkened. "I came in a hurry and didn't bring him back," Huang Chang replied, heading straight for the kitchen to pour himself a large glass of water. Huang Gu knocked the stem of his pipe against the stone bench, visibly displeased. "If Xiao Shi isn't back, why are you here? Your mother picked a lot of wild fruits for him, and they are almost spoiling." Huang Chang took a moment to compose himself. "By the way, where is my mother?" Huang Gu cast a sidelong glance at him. "She has gone into the mountains to find food for the little stone." Huang Chang inquired, "Which mountain?" Huang Gu replied, "Which mountain could it be? There are plenty around here." Huang Chang furrowed his brow. "Father, don't you know exactly where she went? How long has she been gone?" Huang Gu pondered for a moment. "She left in the morning. It's been about half a day, I suppose." "Hasn't she returned for a meal?" "No. Your mother often stays in the mountains and skips meals. What is troubling you?" Huang Chang's mind echoed with Lu Lixing's words. Tentatively, he asked, "Could my mother have gone to Suzy Ridge?" Suzy Ridge? That is quite possible. Your mother was just mentioning yesterday that the wild fruits there should be ripe by now." Upon hearing this, Huang Chang felt an urgent need to act. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and dashed towards the mountain. Huang Gu, intrigued, called out, "Where are you going?" Already far ahead, Huang Chang shouted back, "I'm going to Suzy Ridge to fetch my mother." A profound sense of unease gripped him. Regardless of whether there was trouble or not, Huang Chang felt compelled to check on her. At this very moment, Lu Lixing, along with Wang Taizhu and De Huang, were also making their way towards Suzy Ridge. Lu Lixing moved swiftly, while Wang Taizhu struggled to keep pace, panting heavily. He stopped to catch his breath, exclaiming, "Lu, slow down. Wait for me. Why are you running so fast? When did you get such stamina?" Lu Lixing dared not slow down. After all, a life was at stake. "Just exercise more. You should do the same." He continued on without a pause. "Hey, Lu." Wang Taizhu, feeling helpless, had no choice but to quicken his steps to keep up. Chapter 24. The prophecies of Lu Lixing have come true. Suzy Ridge lies nestled deep within the mountains, where the towering trees obscure the sunlight, casting a perpetual gloom over the forest. Yet, it is precisely this environment that fosters the flourishing of wild fruits, safeguarded from human interference, with the droppings of local wildlife providing essential nourishment. Wang Afong is particularly fond of visiting Suzy Ridge, for it is here that her beloved little Shirtu can indulge in wild walnuts, wild kiwis, and occasionally autumn pears. Today, she has been lured by the allure of the wild kiwis. A month prior, while gathering firewood, Wang Afong had spotted a kiwi vine clinging to the cliffside. The precipice was modest, perhaps 2 to 3 meters high, with the kiwis nestled among the crevices of the rocks, sturdy branches laden with fruit. However, at that time, the kiwis had yet to ripen. Now, in late August, the season of wild kiwis has arrived. Here, they are referred to as yangtao. Slightly smaller than an egg and inferior to cultivated varieties, yet astonishingly sweet. With a basket in hand, Wang Afong rose early to visit the ridge. Upon discovering that the yangtao had indeed ripened, she skillfully ascended from the side and began to harvest the fruit. This bounty would surely delight little Shirtu, and any surplus could be transformed into a delightful kiwi wine that his father would surely enjoy. Elated by her fruitful endeavor, Wang Afong remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. As her basket neared completion, she realized that she had harvested all the yangtao within her reach. Determined to take a risk, she decided to stretch further afield. Having rained just days prior, the ground in this shaded area was exceedingly damp, the large stones coated in a slick layer of moss. Wang Afong carefully stepped onto the moss, reaching out desperately for the distant fruit. In an instant, her foot slipped. Wang Afong's expression changed dramatically. "Huh?" she cried out, losing her balance. She slid down the 3-meter-high stone slab. When she finally came to a stop, she discovered that her legs had become immobile. Despite her best efforts, she could not shift even an inch. "Hello? Is anyone there? Help!" She called toward the mouth of Susie Valley. Yet, Susie Ridge was deserted that day. After shouting for a full half-hour, silence enveloped her. In despair, Wang Afong lay on the ground, using her remaining strength to gather the scattered yangtao beside her and return them to the basket. These were meant for little Shirtu. Uncertain how long she had been lying there, the dampness beneath her combined with the pain in her body caused her head to spin. Struggling, she managed to retrieve a stick from nearby, tapping it against the stones in a last-ditch effort for aid. But her consciousness grew increasingly hazy. Just as she felt herself slipping into unconsciousness, a familiar voice pierced through the haze. "Mom, where are you?" Huang Chong had been wandering around Susie Ridge for half an hour, yet the vastness of the ridge made it impossible for him to locate anyone. As Huang Chong gazed at the damp and gloomy Shuozi Ridge, a sense of trepidation crept into his heart. Yet, he quickly slapped himself to dispel the fear. What was he thinking? The absence of his mother did not signify her absence from this place. When had he become so superstitious? Did he truly believe Lu Lixing's words? After a moment of murmuring to himself, Huang Chang bit his lip and prepared to leave. Just then, he heard the sound of something striking against the stone slabs not far away. Startled, he quickly turned his gaze in that direction. The surroundings fell silent, and amidst the quiet, a faint voice emerged. Xiangzi, is that you?" "Ahem, Mom." Huang Chong hurried toward the source of the sound, parting the thicket. There, he saw Wang Afong lying on the ground. Panic surged within him. "Mom, it's really you. What happened? Please don't scare me. Mom." He rushed to help Wang Afong up. Her clothes were already half-soaked, and her hair was matted with mud. Upon seeing Huang Chong, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, smiling as she gestured towards a basket nearby. For little Shirtu. How can you still think of this at a time like this?" "Mom, don't move. I'll carry you to the hospital right away," Huang Chong exclaimed, attempting to lift Wang Afong onto his back. Yet, for reasons unknown, a sense of unease gnawed at him. His hefty frame combined with Wang Afong's considerable weight, and in his urgency, he struggled several times without success. "Don't rush," Wang Afong softly reassured him. "I'm tired. I want to sleep, just for a while." Hearing this, Huang Chong broke into a cold sweat. "Mom, please don't sleep. Have you forgotten how Grandma left us? She was just tired and wanted to sleep, and never woke up again. Mom. A hollow void seemed to open within him as he desperately called out to Wang Afong. But she merely closed her eyes, slipping into unconsciousness. "Mom." The 200-pound Huang Chang, now utterly spent, sank to the ground, tears streaming down his face. "Please, Mom. It's all my fault. I should have returned this morning to stop you. Mom, little Shirtu is waiting for you to come back. Please don't sleep." After shouting for a time, Huang Chong realized Wang Afong was unresponsive. In a panic, he stood up, repeatedly reminding himself to remain calm, until a name suddenly surfaced in his mind. Lu Lixing. He had warned that Shuozi Ridge was unsafe. Perhaps he was still here. In a state of near despair, Huang Chong shouted into the vastness of Shuozi Ridge. "Lu Lixing, are you there? Help. Is there anyone who can assist?" No one responded, and Huang Chong, feeling deflated, sank back down onto the ground. Just at that moment, he heard a dog barking nearby. Woof! Wang Taizhu felt as though he were losing his mind. Lu Lixing, for reasons unknown, was running at an alarming speed, with Da Huang racing ahead. He dared not utter a word. Until the intense barking of the dog named Da Huang pierced the air, Wang Taizhu finally exhaled in relief. What is happening? What treasures lie here? Goodness! As he spoke, an unexpected exclamation escaped his lips, trembling with urgency. Boss Wang, what has happened to you? Why is there someone lying here? Lu Gu. Huang Chong hurriedly rushed to Lu Lixing's side, grasping his hand, ready to kneel. Brother Lu, you are truly here. I am so sorry. I should not have spoken ill of you this morning. I should have believed you. It was my fault. Brother Lu, please help me, save my mother. She has fallen and is unconscious. What should I do? What can I do now? Chapter 25. Help. Lu Lixing has struck upon seeing Huang Chong, a jovial man who typically radiated cheer. Now on the verge of tears, Lu Lixing hurried over to offer comfort. Boss Huang, please remain calm. Our immediate task is to transport Auntie to the clinic for Dr. Zhang's assistance. Yes, to the clinic, Huang Chong exclaimed, vigorously tapping his head to regain composure. Now, I, along with Taizhu and you, Boss Huang, shall take turns carrying Auntie down the mountain. You take a moment to collect yourself. I shall begin. Having spoken, Lu Lixing turned to the dazed Wang Taizhu. Taizhu, lend a hand in supporting Auntie. Given the dire conditions of the mountains and the absence of an ambulance, this was the most prudent course of action. All right, Wang Taizhu responded, dismissing thoughts of why they had come to chop bamboo, only to find themselves in a life-saving endeavor. The speed at which Lu Lixing had been moving was baffling, yet he rushed to assist. Huang Chong, trembling, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Lu, thank you. Wang Afong was quite heavy, and Lu Lixing found it somewhat strenuous to carry her. But this was not the moment for concerns of such nature. Da Huang, witnessing his owneress struggle, forged ahead to clear the path. Huang Chong trailed behind, reflecting on Wang Chong's earlier words. This youth would undoubtedly not remain confined to these remote mountains for eternity. He was someone worthy of deep friendship. Huang Chong silently vowed that should Lu Lixing ever require assistance, he would spare no effort to help. After bearing her for a while, Lu Lixing switched with Wang Taizhu, who then passed the burden to Huang Chong. As they neared the foot of the mountain, Lu Lixing surveyed the flattened path. Taizhu, assist Boss Huang. I shall fetch a cart. The cart was constructed from wooden planks, equipped with 2 wheels, typically used by households to transport grain, and could also accommodate 2 individuals, relying solely on human strength. However, it was significantly easier than carrying someone. The remaining path was more manageable, and utilizing the cart would be far more convenient. All right, Brother Lu, take your time. Wait. Lu Lixing, hold on. Huang Chong's attempt to stop him came too late. Lu Lixing, accompanied by Da Huang, dashed away. Wang Taizhu inquired curiously, what is the matter? With a sigh, Huang Chong replied, the closest place from here is my hometown. My father has never favored Lu Lixing and often advises us to limit our interactions with such individuals. Will he be able to borrow a cart? Wang Taizhu too found himself in a quandary. Meanwhile, Huang Gui had already smoked his 3rd cigarette in the yard, yet neither Wang Afong nor Huang Chong had returned. Anxiously pacing, he wondered, what are those 2 doing? Resolute, he decided to venture into the mountains. Just then, he spotted a large yellow dog charging towards him, accompanied by a voice he detested. Uncle Huang, may I borrow the cart? The Huang family's cart stood in the yard, and Lu Lixing made a beeline for it. Huang Gui furrowed his brow. Lu Lixing? Why is it you? You scoundrel, what are you up to? Trying to steal my cart? Let me tell you, do not think that I am intimidated by your age. You better put it down, or I shall inform your father. In Huang Gui's eyes, among the multitude of youths in Lu family village, he harbored a particular disdain for Lu Lixing. This rascal had a notorious history of sneaking into his fields to pilfer sweet potatoes and often played pranks that made their labor unbearable. No, Uncle Huang, I am here to rescue someone. Bah, do you expect me to believe you? Come with me now to find your father. I demand an explanation. Huang Gui asserted as he attempted to grasp Lu Lixing. Anxiety gripped Lu Lixing at that moment. It was evident that reasoning would yield no results. Narrowing his eyes, he commanded Da Huang. With a loud bark, Da Huang lunged toward Huang Gui. Do not harm him, Lu Lixing ordered, as he pushed the cart and dashed into the mountains. Despite its frail appearance, Da Huang possessed an astonishing spirit. Upon seeing the dog approach, Huang Gui fell back in shock. Do not come any closer. Lu Lixing, you stop right there. Help. Help! Lu Lixing is attacking me. Huang Gue wailed in despair. Yet, Lu Lixing paid him no heed, swiftly vanishing from Huang Gue's sight while pushing the cart. Once De Huang realized its master had fled far ahead, it released Huang Gue's clothing and bounded after Lu Lixing. Huang Gue, trembling, rose to his feet. You scoundrel, stop. Grabbing a branch to use as a makeshift cane, he pursued Lu Lixing. Although he yearned to lodge a complaint, the cart was of great significance to them, a valuable possession that must not be allowed to be taken so easily by Lu Lixing. Huang Chang was on the verge of collapsing, gritting his teeth to push forward. Wang Taizhu, feeling a pang of sympathy, suggested, Boss Wang, let me take over? No, I can manage. Taizhu, go check on Lu Lixing. It matters not if he cannot borrow it. I fear for his safety. To him, Lu Lixing was a benefactor. But Brother Lu has asked me to assist you. I truly believe he can do it. Over the past couple of days, Wang Taizhu had become an ardent admirer of Lu Lixing. In his eyes, Lu Lixing was capable of anything. Sighing deeply, Huang Chang continued onward. Just as his legs trembled and he was about to collapse, he suddenly heard the sound of wheels rolling. Huang Chang paused, instantly invigorated. Wang Taizhu exclaimed joyfully, Look, Brother Lu is coming. Before them, Lu Lixing was sprinting with the cart, De Huang trailing closely behind. Did he really manage to borrow it? Indeed, my brother Lu is truly impressive. Wang Taizhu could not help but praise. Lu Lixing quickly reached the two men, stopping the cart with assurance. Come, let us place Annie on the cart. As Huang Chang complied, he scrutinized the cart closely. Is this really my family's cart? Yes, it is. Huang Chang looked at Lu Lixing in shock. My father isn't home? How did you convince him to lend you the cart? Huang Chang understood well that this cart was a treasured possession for Huang Gue, and he would never allow Lu Lixing to touch it. Well, Lu Lixing hesitated before saying, Boss Huang, I'm afraid you might need to speak to your father in a moment. What? Additionally, I hope you can forgive De Huang. What? Huang Chang wanted to say more, but then he heard Wang Taizhu say, Boss Huang, let's not dwell on this. We need to save someone. Brother Lu, should I pull for a while? No need. I still have strength. You and Boss Huang can push from behind. All right then. The three of them joined forces, and their speed significantly increased. Huang Chang looked at Wang Afong, who had her eyes closed, and quickly forgot the earlier concerns. Mom, please be all right. I'm taking you to see Dr. Zhang right away. Huang Chang mustered all his strength to push the cart forward. 5 minutes later, Huang Gue, resting by the roadside, finally spotted Lu Lixing. Instantly, he felt energized. Humph. You brat, just wait until I take you to see your parents, and then into the station. Huang Gue straightened up and walked towards Lu Lixing. However, after a couple of steps, he realized something was amiss. What is going on? What is Lu Lixing pulling? Why is he exerting so much effort? Oh, there are two more people behind. As the elderly Huang Gue advanced, he finally recognized his son. Upon realizing it was Huang Chang, his temper flared. Xiangzi, you little rascal. What are you doing? Why are you with Lu Lixing? How have I taught you? Are you two stealing something? Come over here. Chapter 26 Sister-in-Law. Are you pining for Brother Two again? Huang Chang was momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing Huang Gue, he hurriedly obstructed the cart. The old couple shared a close bond, and Huang Chang was still contemplating how to address Huang Gue. Father, what do you mean I? Get over here. Huang Gue was seething with anger. And you, Lu Lixing, you allowed De Huang to bite me? Fortunately, luck is on my side today. You come here too, we shall visit your father together. I refuse to believe he won't deal with you. Huang Gue was resolute. He was determined to make Lu Lixing pay the price. Otherwise, this scoundrel would become a menace in the future. Lu Lixing let out a helpless sigh. De Huang stood protectively in front of Lu Lixing, barking fiercely at Huang Gue, determined to shield his master from harm. At that moment, Huang Chang began to comprehend the meaning behind Lu Lixing's previous words. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Huang Gue advancing, raising his cane to strike Lu Lixing. Huang Chang swiftly stepped forward to shield Lu Lixing. Father, please don't. Wang Taizhu also quickly reached out to grasp the cane in Huang Gue's hand. Don't hit him. Huang Gue was even more incensed. Taizhu, what on earth is going on? Why are you associating with Lu Lixing? You must be a first-time offender, right? I recall you as a good child. Let go. And allow me to teach this little rascal a lesson first. We'll deal with you afterward. Wang Taizhu frowned. Huang Chang, with a distressed expression, swiftly snatched the cane from Huang Gue's grip. Father, you cannot strike him. Due to the three individuals blocking his view, Huang Gue had yet to notice Wang Afong on the cart. He only saw the dark red bloodstains on Lu Lixing and Huang Chang's bodies. remnants from when they had carried Wang Afong earlier. You little rascal, injured and still preventing me from punishing him? I'll strike both of you. Father. Huang Chong could no longer contain himself. He quickly stepped aside, averting his gaze. Even though he knew his father would be hurt, he feared that if he did not conceal the truth about his mother, it would be impossible to clarify matters later. Look, what do you see? Huang Gui's sentence faltered, and he stood frozen. Afong? Afong. What has happened to her? Trembling, he moved closer to Wang Afong. After several attempts, he hesitated to touch her. What is happening? Why is there so much blood on her? Was it you, Lu Lixing? You scoundrel, just wait for me. Father. Huang Chong could no longer bear it. This has nothing to do with Lu Lixing. It was my mother who fell. When I found her, she was already on the ground, with kiwi she had picked from the cliff lying beside her, intended for Xiao Shirtu. If it weren't for Lu Lixing, I wouldn't have been able to carry my mother at all. He came to help, along with the Huang and Taiju. We cannot afford to waste any time. We must hurry to the clinic. My mother has been unconscious all the way. Can we discuss this later? I will explain everything to you then. Huang Chong trembled as he spoke. Your mother. There is still time to go now. Do not worry, I will certainly save her. All right, you all go ahead. Huang Gui hastily grasped his cane and shifted aside. He stood there as if devoid of spirit. Lu Lixing originally intended to pull the cart, but soon realized he was unable to move it. He had no choice but to speak up. Uncle Huang, please make way. Oh. Huang Gui was utterly at a loss as to how to react. He quickly sidestepped. It was only after the cart had moved far away that Huang Gui finally spoke. Lu Lixing. Lu Lixing turned back to look at him. Huang Gui opened his mouth to say, thank you. Suddenly, Lu Lixing smiled. This was how the people of Lu family village were. Their hearts were not malicious. And one could even say they were inherently kind. They never harbored ulterior motives. Even if one had behaved poorly in the past, they would still express gratitude for simple acts. Lu Lixing believed that one day, he would be accepted by all. No need to thank me. Boss Huang, let us go? At noon, Lu Lixing had not returned for lunch. Gu Wanqing glanced towards the deep mountains, feeling a bit conflicted. Chanqian, what do you think your second brother is up to? Why has Ti come back yet? Lu Chanqian pouted, pondering for a moment. Then said, second brother must be out earning money to buy nice things for second sister-in-law. Is second sister-in-law worried about him? Second sister-in-law, don't worry. Second brother is very clever and will be just fine. But it is noon now. Shall we prepare lunch for him? Lu Chanqian lifted her little head, looking at Gu Wanqing. That way, second brother can have a warm meal when he returns over the past 2 days. Lu Chanqian had completely forgotten about Lu Lixing's previous dangerous behavior and had entirely transformed into his little admirer. Gu Wanqing looked down and gently patted Lu Chanqian's small head. All right, let us do it together. Lu Chanqian nodded vigorously. Then I will help second sister-in-law wash the vegetables. Upon reaching the kitchen, Gu Wanqing discovered an abundance of new items. Various seasonings, rice, flour, and oil. These supplies would have lasted them several months before. Now, she found herself living such a life. As she gazed around, Gu Wanqing smiled. She even forgot her task. Watching her, Lu Chanqian, who had been eagerly waiting for Gu Wanqing to wash the vegetables, covered her mouth and began to giggle. Second sister-in-law. Are you thinking about second brother again? Gu Wanqing's face flushed, and she quickly lowered her head, taking the salt nearby. Don't say such nonsense. Hee. Chanqian isn T talking nonsense. Big sister gets distracted when she thinks about big brother too. Second sister-in-law is just like big sister. Lu Chanqian laughed even more joyfully. Gu Wanqing, feeling helpless, had no choice but to hand the greens to Lu Chanqian. Quick, wash the vegetables, or the baby will be hungry. She symbolically patted her belly. Lu Chanqian hurriedly took the vegetables and gently patted Gu Wanqing's belly. Little niece or little nephew, Annie will go wash the vegetables for you now. After earnestly finishing her words, Lu Chanqian decorously moved a small stool and began to wash the vegetables. Gu Wanqing lit the fire and rolled out the noodles. In the midst of her efforts, a sudden cloud of worry enveloped her. Chanqian, she said, what if my sister-in-law's cooking is so unpalatable that your brother doesn't enjoy it? After all, he had often expressed his disdain for her culinary skills. Yet, he later displayed such astounding culinary prowess. Gu Wanqing felt a pang of anxiety. Nonsense. Brother will definitely like it. If he doesn't eat, Chanqian will hit him until he does. A chuckle escaped Gu Wanqing at this playful declaration. This must be the bond of a younger sister. Gu Wanqing approached the meal with utmost seriousness, still apprehensive that Lu Lixing would find fault with her efforts. However, as the meal reached completion, Lu Lixing had yet to return. Standing at the threshold, she gazed longingly in the direction he had departed. Unbeknownst to her, she had begun to wait for Lu Lixing. The last time she had done so was soon after their marriage, when she still harbored dreams of him. Yet, as days turned into weeks, he seldom graced their home, leaving her to dine alone and toil in the fields as if he were a mere figment of her imagination. But now, her thoughts were consumed by him. Where could Lu Lixing be? Had something happened to him? It was already 1:30 in the afternoon. Should she venture up the mountain to seek him out? Lost in her thoughts, her stomach grumbled audibly. Lu Qianqian hastily brought her a stool. "Sister-in-law, let us eat first. Brother will surely return once he has made a fortune." Noticing Gu Wanqing's indifference, Lu Qianqian's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Sister-in-law, if you don't eat, the little nephew and niece will go hungry, and brother will be heartbroken." This snapped Gu Wanqing back to reality. Indeed, her own hunger was of little consequence, but those two little ones could not be left wanting. She approached the stone dining table, lifting her bowl and chopsticks. After a mouthful, she recalled Lu Qianqian's earlier words. "Qianqian, how do you know it's a little nephew and niece? We don't even know their genders yet." Lu Qianqian, with chopsticks in her mouth, beamed with glee. "Qianqian just knows." Hee. Gu Wanqing could tell that the girl was merely guessing. Nevertheless, if it were a boy and a girl, how delightful that would be. "Shall we eat?" Lu Qianqian chirped as she savored her meal with great enjoyment. After they finished dining, Lu Lixing still had not returned. Gu Wanqing cleared the table and prepared to rest. However, as she passed the main room, she noticed the shoes Lu Lixing had discarded. Those 2 pairs of half-rubber shoes were surprisingly worn and tattered. She recalled the many items Lu Lixing had purchased in recent days, seemingly neglecting to buy anything for himself. Perhaps she should purchase him a new pair of shoes this afternoon? Chapter 27. The daughter-in-law begins to care for him 10 minutes later. Gu Wanqing led the sleepy and barely awake Lu Qianqian out the door. Lu Qianqian, still in a daze, yawned widely and asked, "Sister-in-law, where are we going?" "To the village." Lu Qianqian's eyes instantly sparkled. "Are we really going to the village? To the small shop?" "Yes. We are going to buy a pair of shoes for your second brother and some snacks for you." Lu Lixing had given her 50 yuan. Although it was meant to be saved for building a house, they couldn't let Lu Lixing go without shoes. "Oh, that's wonderful. Sister-in-law cares for second brother. Don't be ridiculous." Lu Qianqian insisted. "I'm not being ridiculous. I saw it with my own eyes." Her weariness vanished, and she skipped ahead, humming a nursery rhyme she learned from her friends. Gu Wanqing couldn't help but smile. Perhaps the 2 little ones would also bounce around like this little ant when they were born? Just imagining that scene brought her joy. The 2 of them strolled along, taking breaks as they walked, until they finally arrived at the village. After some thought, Gu Wanqing decided to visit Huang Chang's small shop. Lu Lixing had earned quite a bit of money there, and spending some back would help strengthen their bond. Inside the shop, Chen Xiuling was busy knitting a sweater with a large ball of yarn. Upon seeing Gu Wanqing, she quickly set aside her work and approached her. "Wanqing, dear, what brings you here? Aren't you pregnant? You shouldn't be running around. Is that scoundrel Lu Lixing causing trouble again? Let me tell you, men need to be kept in check. You can't let them have too much freedom. As your elder sister, I've been through this. I heard you're expecting twins. You really should take it easy, or it will be difficult when the time comes. There are women in the village who have perished during childbirth." Chen Xiuling genuinely wished to warn Gu Wanqing. Gu Wanqing nodded. "I understand, Sister Chen. It wasn't Lu Lixing who sent me. I came to buy a few things myself." "Oh, what do you need? I'll get it for you. I want to buy a pair of shoes for Lu Lixing. He wears size 42. Do you have any?" Chen Xiuling's expression darkened. "We do have some, but why are you buying shoes for him? I heard that at home. You can't even afford salt. Hasn't that boy spent all your money? Why do you still care about him? In my opinion, even if his shoes are worn out, you shouldn't bother. Right now, you should focus on yourself and the baby." Little Lu Qianqian, trailing beside Gu Wanqing, pouted and became indignant upon hearing this. "No, my second brother hasn't. You're talking nonsense. My second brother is very good to my sister-in-law." Chen Xiuling scoffed. "You're so young. What do you know? Have you forgotten how your second brother used to hit you? Did he buy you off with a single candy?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qianqian's tears began to fall in distress. "Woo, I wasn't bought off. Second brother is really nice to sister-in-law now. Sister-in-law, let us not buy here. This Annie is a bad person." Chen Xiuling rolled her eyes. "You really are an ungrateful little thing." Lu Qianqian cried even more earnestly. Gu Wanqing, feeling helpless, tightened her grip on Lu Qianqian and said, "I truly apologize, Sister Chun. But Lu Lixing has been exceedingly kind to me lately." Qianqian, empathizing with her elder brother, suggested, "Shall we purchase from another store?" With that, she pulled Lu Qianqian away. Chun Xiuling stared in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wait, you claim Lu Lixing has treated you well? How can that be? His character is hardly likely to change. Do not be deceived. He mentioned this morning that my mother-in-law would soon meet with calamity." Gu Wanqing furrowed her brow at the revelation. Did Lu Lixing truly speak such words? In times past, she would have dismissed this entirely. Yet now, a surge of anger welled within her. Why should these individuals speak ill of Lu Lixing? There must be a rationale behind his words. Just as she prepared to voice her thoughts, an urgent commotion erupted from outside. Sister Chun, oh dear, why are you still here knitting? You must hurry and see, your mother-in-law is in trouble." Chen Ailing dropped her yarn in shock. "What?" The anxious individual continued. "Your mother-in-law was brought into the clinic, drenched in blood. Boss Huang is already there, and your father-in-law has arrived as well." Upon reaching the door, the person paused and exclaimed, "Oh, Gu family girl? You should come too. Your Lu Lixing is also covered in blood. Do not delay, hurry." "What?" Gu Wanqing was momentarily stunned. Her heart seemingly skipped a beat, feeling emptiness wash over her. After a brief moment, she grasped Lu Qianqian's hand and raced towards the clinic. Wang Aifeng had been admitted to the clinic 10 minutes prior. Huang Chang anxiously awaited outside. The clinic contained only one examination room, where Zhang Chunlei was currently attending to Wang Aifeng. Before entering, Huang Chang had repeatedly stressed the importance of Zhang's thorough treatment, regardless of the cost. However, unease gnawed at him still. A 200-pound man sat on a bench, head bowed, hands clenched, his expression taut. Wang Taizhu stood beside Huang, wishing to offer comfort but unsure how to proceed. Wang Gui had just arrived, silent, fixating intently on the door. Lu Lixing approached Huang Chang and gently patted his shoulder in a gesture of solace. Huang Chang, still looking down, wiped away a tear. His voice thick with emotion. "My mother has a temper akin to mine. She is strong-willed and works harder than any man. The better days I have today are largely due to her sacrifices. After giving birth to Xiao Shirtu, my mother devoted all her energy to him, her cherished grandson, who has always been pampered and given everything he desires. Yet, I know her affection for Xiao Shirtu stems from her love for me, as he mirrors my childhood self. I envisioned striving to buy a large house in town, so I could bring my parents to enjoy a life of comfort together. But," Huang Chang tightened his grip even more. If something were to happen to my mother, I would never forgive myself for the rest of my life. Brother Lu, why did I not heed your words sooner? Had I returned earlier this morning, perhaps my mother would not have gone to the mountain." Huang Chang was engulfed in profound self-reproach. "It is all my fault, all my fault." He crouched down, his form trembling slightly. Lu Lixing sighed and spoke earnestly. "Boss Huang, you cannot blame yourself for this. No one could have foreseen that this would come to pass. After all, it was merely my intuition. Had I been in your position, I too would have dismissed it. However, I believe Annie will be fine, do not worry. The system indicated that a body would be discovered tomorrow. It is still early. Nothing should have happened." "Really?" Huang Chang raised his head, his eyes slightly reddened. Lu Lixing nodded. "Yes. That is good, that is good." Lu Lixing's words served as a balm to Huang Chang's anxious heart, yet his spirits remained heavy. Lu Lixing's intuition could not always be trusted. He felt a twinge of fear. Huang Gui glanced over and sighed, returning his gaze to the hospital room. Wang Taizhu and De Huang remained eerily quiet. Suddenly, a loud cry erupted from outside. "Mom! Huang Chang, where are you? What is happening?" Chun Xiuling burst in, her voice filled with anguish. "What is going on? Is it Lu Lixing? Lu Lixing, what are you trying to do?" Upon seeing Lu Lixing drenched in blood, Chun Xiuling's mind exploded with panic. Huang Chang grasped her. "It is not Brother Lu. How can it not be? Look at him, covered in blood. He must have intended for us to believe his words are true, to cause trouble for our mother at Shozi Ridge, and harmed her. Huang Chang, you must not be deceived by this scoundrel." In Chun Xiuling's eyes, Lu Lixing had always been such a wretched person. "It truly is not Lu Lixing. Please listen to me." Huang Chang felt drained, his voice weak as he attempted to explain. Chun Xiuling was unwilling to listen seriously. She stood up, ready to strike Lu Lixing. "Wait." Suddenly, a voice halted her. Everyone looked up to see Gu Wanqing at the door, aware that there would be bloodshed. Gu Wanqing had left Lu Qianqian outside. De Huang had rushed out to accompany her. She entered the clinic alone and immediately spotted Lu Lixing. The explanation she had intended to give Chen Xiuling faltered the moment she laid eyes on Gu Wanqing. Lu Lixing was suddenly filled with trepidation. "You, what are you doing here?" Lu Lixing felt a surge of fear. Even someone like Chen Ailing, with whom he had little contact, did not believe him in the slightest. Any situation would be attributed to him. He could remain indifferent to that. But Gu Wanqing was different. The fragile trust he had painstakingly built was at stake. He feared that a single misunderstanding could obliterate it entirely. After all, the person he had hurt the most was Gu Wanqing. Lu Lixing quickly took 2 steps forward, ready to clarify the situation. Suddenly, Gu Wanqing expressed her concern, saying, Lu Lixing, are you injured? How are you? Does it hurt? Is it serious?" In a state of panic, she hurried over and took his hand. Chapter 28, she discovered that her affection for Lu Lixing was growing stronger. Before entering the room, Gu Wanqing had already prepared herself mentally. However, upon seeing Lu Lixing, her heart tightened painfully. Blood crusted on his trousers, shirt, and arms. Even his face bore traces of blood. His hair was disheveled, and his expression was one of unprecedented exhaustion, as if he had been beaten. In all their time together, Gu Wanqing had never seen Lu Lixing in such a disheveled state. He was typically a domineering man who would never allow himself to be at a disadvantage. The first thought that crossed her mind was that Lu Lixing had been injured. In that moment, a sudden wave of panic washed over her. Lu Lixing had been so kind to her lately. She was on the verge of lowering her defenses, preparing to spend her life with him and raise their child together. She had to admit that she had begun to accept Lu Lixing. When he was away, she would think of him. When he was home, her gaze would linger on him. Gu Wanqing could hardly bear to think of what she would do if Lu Lixing were hurt. Without hesitation, she grasped Lu Lixing's hand. "Where are you hurt? Where's Dr. Zhang? Why hasn't he bandaged you?" "Dr. Zhang." Gu Wanqing turned to call for Zhang Chunlei. Lu Lixing grasped her hand firmly. "Wanqing." He called her name, suddenly smiling. After an eternity, he finally saw her concern for him. Lu Lixing had thought that after causing her so much pain, it would take a long time for her to accept him. But now, he was elated. His wife was beginning to care for him. In this rebirth, it had all been worth it. "Wanqing, don't go." Gu Wanqing turned back, tears brimming in her eyes. "How can I not? You're covered in blood. I'm scared." She didn't even know what she was afraid of. She just felt that Lu Lixing could not be harmed. Lu Lixing pulled her closer. "Don't be afraid. This blood isn't mine." "What?" Gu Wanqing gasped, disbelief etched on her face. Lu Lixing rubbed his hands vigorously, and the blood crust quickly fell away. "See? It's not mine. The blood on my clothes isn't mine either." He lifted the hem of his shirt. "I'm not injured." Finally, Gu Wanqing felt a sense of relief, but almost instantly, her heart tightened again. Then where did this blood come from? Before Lu Lixing could respond, Chen Xiuzhen's voice rang out. "Where do you think it came from?" "Of course, it's from my mother-in-law. Didn't you see that Dr. Zhang has been in the examination room the whole time? My mother-in-law is injured." "Gu Wanqing, you're pregnant. And I don't want to frighten you. Step aside. I need to teach this brat a good lesson." Chen Xiuzhen rolled up her sleeves, her gaze fierce. Gu Wanqing, upon hearing this, turned to Lu Lixing in shock. "Is that true?" Lu Lixing quickly shook his head. "No." Chen Xiuzhen was furious. "How could he admit it when you ask him like that?" Lu Lixing was originally just a petty thug. He ought to have been expelled from the village by the village chief. This was utterly outrageous. Gu Wanqing remained silent. Lu Lixing, fearing that Chen Xiuzhen might harm Gu Wanqing, stepped forward, wishing to separate Chen Xiuzhen from her. At that moment, he felt Gu Wanqing grasp his arm, pulling him back slightly. Her frail figure stood resolutely in front of him, her gaze defiant and her tone icy. "I trust you. Lu Lixing, you stand behind me." "Sister Chen," Lu Lixing insisted, "if I say it's not true, then it certainly is not. There must be some misunderstanding. Why not inquire with Boss Huang?" Gu Wanqing herself was unsure of what compelled her, yet an instinct urged her to believe in Lu Lixing. The Lu Lixing of today was no longer the impetuous youth he once was. Suddenly, Lu Lixing felt a pang in his heart. This delicate girl had so readily placed her faith in him. It was no wonder she had been so easily deceived by the rogue Lu Lixing in the past. Time and again. Yet this was ample proof that she held him dear. He resolved to treat her with greater care henceforth. Being trusted by someone is indeed a joyous affair. Chen Xiuzhen had never anticipated that Gu Wanqing would refuse to budge. Enraged, she advanced, intent on confronting the two. Behind her, a powerful force surged forth. She stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. and only managed to steady herself by bracing her hand against the earth. Above her, Huang Chang's fury was palpable enough. Chen Xiuzhen was momentarily taken aback, raising her gaze in disbelief at Huang Chang, unsure of how to respond. They had been married for 10 years, and though Huang Chang appeared robust, he had never shouted at her like this. He had always worn a carefree smile. It was she who often scolded him while he chose to endure. But now, Chen Xiuzhen truly sensed that Huang Chang was genuinely angry. Huang, old Huang, why are you shouting? Can't you hear me? Huang Chang inhaled deeply, his body trembling slightly. In truth, he had long since exhausted his strength. Yet at this moment, he had no choice but to act. He could not bear to imagine how his wife would treat their benefactor. I have already said that this matter has nothing to do with Brother Lu. If it weren't for Brother Lu's assistance, our mother would have had no chance for rescue. The blood on him was shed while he was carrying our mother. He gestured toward his own bloodied form. Look at me. I am also covered in blood. Why don't you accuse me of wanting to harm our mother? How absurd. Huang Chang's anger escalated. Brother Lu is our mother's savior. Do you understand? If you dare to lay a finger on Brother Lu today, do you believe me, do you? Huang Chang himself was at a loss. Feeling as though he could not catch his breath, and he leaned against the wall, coughing violently. Old Huang, old Huang. Chen Xiuzhen rushed forward to support him, but Huang Chang forcefully pushed her away. Chen Xiuzhen's hand froze in midair. Huang Gui approached as well, supporting Huang Chang while he sighed. Xiuzhen, you have made the same mistake as I did. Hurry and apologize to Lu Lixing. Chen Xiuzhen turned her gaze towards Lu Lixing, who was shielded by Gu Wanqing standing in front of him. He gently clasped her hand, as if ready to protect her at any moment. This ordinarily carefree individual, at this moment, not only performed a noble deed but also stood guard over his wife. Chen Xiuzhen found it hard to believe. Yet Huang Chang's words compelled her to accept the truth. She lowered her head, torn and uncertain of how to express herself. Suddenly, the door of the consultation room swung open. The crowd hurried to surround the entrance, asking, "What is the situation? How is my mother?" "Dr. Zhang, my wife." Zhang Chunlei waved his hand, managing a weary smile. "Fortunately, she was brought in early. I've disinfected and bandaged her, but she remains unconscious. However, there seems to be no immediate threat to her life." "That's wonderful news." Huang Chang exhaled a long sigh of relief. Huang Gui also relaxed his grip. A smile broke across Chen Xiuzhen's face. Zhang Chunlei continued, "But don't be too optimistic. Our village has limited resources, and the wounds on your mother are quite severe. She needs to be taken to a larger hospital in town. All right, we'll get everything sorted in a few days and head there. If the main road is impassable, we shall carry my mother on our backs. As long as there was no threat to life, everything would be all right." Lu Lixing stood at the back of the crowd, holding Gu Wanqing's hand. "Wanqing, shall we go?" Such a scene was best left for their family to process. Gu Wanqing nodded. She had already grasped the situation. This matter was not only not Lu Lixing's fault, but he was also to be credited for saving a life. Lu Lixing had become a true hero. In this moment, Gu Wanqing felt not only joy but also admiration. She realized that she was increasingly baffled by Lu Lixing, yet she found herself growing fonder of this version of him. A sense of delight filled her heart. "Lu Lixing," Chen Xiuzhen suddenly called out to him. Lu Lixing turned around to see Chen Xiuzhen approaching. When she reached them, she bowed deeply, saying, "I am truly sorry. I was wrong. Wanqing, Brother Lu, I sincerely apologize. I failed to appreciate your kindness and acted rudely. If you have any demands, please voice them. I will do my utmost to fulfill them. Even if it means I must kneel to admit my fault, I am willing." Lu Lixing had saved her mother's life. Throughout the years since her marriage, her mother-in-law had treated her with the utmost kindness, as if she were her own daughter. No need. Lu Lixing immediately declined without a second thought. He glanced back at Gu Wanqing, smiling. "I have already received what I desire most." For him, the most precious things were none other than Gu Wanqing and their child. That Gu Wanqing could protect him and forgive him was more valuable than anything else. Moreover, in Lu Lixing's perspective, it appears that there is much more to it than meets the eye. It seems that his wife may also possess a shy demeanor. "What?" Chen Xiuzhen expressed her bewilderment. After detailing the circumstances, Huang Chang and Zhang Chunlei approached. "Brother Lu, you cannot disregard everything. My mother's life is worth more than anything else. In this way, I will reserve some funds for her treatment. As for the rest, whatever you desire, I shall grant you, even the small shop. That represents the culmination of Huang Chang's lifetime savings. However, to him, nothing holds greater significance than the life of his beloved mother. The village speaks of Lu Lixing as a lad enamored with wealth. So, let us provide him with riches. There is truly no need for that. Lu Lixing once again declined. Boss Huang, as long as Andy recovers, I have no need for the small shop. I aspire to pursue other business ventures. The opportunities for growth in this village are exceedingly limited. If I wish for Wanqing and the baby to lead a prosperous life, I must seek development in larger locales. Of course, these matters shall be addressed once stability is achieved. For now, the priority is to earn some quick money in anticipation of Wanqing giving birth. Furthermore, the conflicts at home also warrant resolution. Chapter 29. The intensity of his gaze was undeniably fervent, and she would never concede to such a notion. Huang Chang, observing Lu Lixing's insistence, could only respond, "Oh, well, if Brother Lu needs anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I, Huang Chang, will do my utmost to assist you." "Very well, with your assurance, Boss Huang, I am content. There's no need to call me Boss Huang anymore, from now on. You are my dear brother. Address me as Brother Huang. And Taizhu, if you require anything, do not hesitate to inform Brother Huang." Watching this exchange, Wang Taizhu scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. "All right, thank you, Brother Huang." After a few pleasantries, Lu Lixing took his leave. Just as he reached the doorway, Chun Xiuzhen called out to them, "Wait a moment, Wanqing and Brother Lu, please hold on. I recall you intended to buy shoes for Lu Lixing. Come, I shall fetch you some shoes. We have a variety of styles, all very appealing." Chun Xiuzhen was a woman of decisive character. "Old Huang, please keep an eye on our mother while I step out." With that, she grasped Gu Wanqing's hand and led her forward. "Hey, Sister Chun, Sister Chun." Gu Wanqing attempted to decline, but it was too late. Lu Lixing stroked his chin, curious. "Buying shoes? Is my wife here to purchase shoes for me?" Gu Wanqing lowered her head, uncertain whether it was stubbornness or shyness that overcame her. And no, that's not it. His gaze was simply too ardent. She would never admit to it. Lu Lixing chuckled softly. Upon exiting, De Huang and Lu Qianqian were engrossed in play. Seeing Lu Lixing, Lu Qianqian momentarily froze before bursting into tears. "Lu, second brother, what happened to you? Are you hurt?" "Qianqian has candy. Please eat it, and the pain will go away." The candy was something Gu Wanqing had bought to comfort her before entering the clinic. She had been reluctant to consume it. A warm wave flowed through Lu Lixing's heart. He quickly stepped forward and pinched Lu Qianqian's little face. "Second brother doesn't need it. You should eat it yourself. I am not hurt, so do not worry. But second brother, you." Seeing the little girl on the verge of tears, Lu Lixing promptly scooped her up. "Look, second brother can still lift you. I am truly unscathed. If you do not believe me, ask De Huang." Wang. De Huang responded affirmatively. Only then did Lu Qianqian sniffle and manage to hold back her tears. Noticing that Gu Wanqing and Chun Xiuzhen had walked some distance away, Lu Lixing was in no rush. He resolved to inquire about Lu Qianqian. He extended his hand, unwrapping the candy in her grasp and placing it in her mouth. "Qianqian, I have a few questions for you, and I need you to answer them carefully." Lu Qianqian nodded vigorously. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Lixing asked, "What prompted you and your sister-in-law to come to the village today?" "She said she was here to buy shoes for second brother." "Is that so?" Yes. Lu Qianqian nodded emphatically, afraid that Lu Lixing might doubt her. "Sister-in-law said your shoes are all worn out and cannot be worn anymore. Sister-in-law is truly concerned for brother too." Lu Qianqian recounted her interpretation with embellishments. "Concerned? Has she already begun to feel pity for herself?" Lu Qianqian nodded. "Yes. Sister-in-law waited in the courtyard for Brother Tu for quite some time this morning. Later, when Brother Tu did not return, sister-in-law even prepared a meal for him. However, since Brother Tu still hadn't come back, sister-in-law mentioned going to buy shoes for him." Lu Lixing felt a surge of joy. This girl actually cooked? To be honest, although he often ate in his previous life, after Gu Wanqing left, he hadn't tasted it again for many years. Upon his rebirth, it seemed he was always the one cooking. Lu Lixing found himself reminiscing about Gu Wanqing's culinary skills. Was there still food left? Lu Qianqian puffed her cheeks and nodded earnestly. "Yes, it's in the pot. Sister-in-law said that we can eat when Brother Tu returns." Sister-in-law insisted on waiting for Brother Tu to have a meal, especially after Qianqian told her that if they didn't eat, the babies might go hungry, which would upset Brother Tu. "Excellent. Well done. Later, Brother Tu will buy you a lollipop." Lu Qianqian's eyes instantly sparkled. "Really? I will have 2 lollipops. How delightful." "Indeed. But for now, we must catch up with your sister-in-law." With that, Lu Lixing quickened his pace. Fortunately, There was a small path from the clinic to Huang Chang's shop. There weren't many people on the road. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why Lu Lixing was covered in blood. At this moment, Chen Xiuzhen had already brought Gu Wanqing into the shop. Wait here. I'll go get them. She dashed behind the counter, rummaging through all her shoes. One by one, she examined them while muttering, size 42, size 42. Oh, found it. She promptly handed a pair of shoes to Gu Wanqing. One pair isn't enough. Let me find more. 5 minutes later, she had unearthed a total of 10 pairs of shoes. Seeing Gu Wanqing still indecisively looking around, she waved her hand. Take all of these. Huh? Gu Wanqing was taken aback. This? So many? How much do they cost? Oh, who cares about money? Wanqing, from now on you are my dear sister. And that rascal Lu Lixing is my beloved brother. There's no need for formality. Just take them and wear them. Gu Wanqing felt somewhat at a loss. She was unaccustomed to such warm treatment. But I must pay. Yet, Chen Xiuzhen completely ignored her. Her gaze had already shifted to Gu Wanqing's feet. You need a pair of shoes too. What size do you wear? I don't need. Oh, I see you look like a size 36. Just wait a moment. I have some lovely women's shoes here. Chen Xiuzhen didn't give Gu Wanqing a chance to argue and continued searching for shoes. Gu Wanqing stood there, utterly bewildered. She didn't know what to do. Just as Lu Lixing arrived, he happened to witness this scene. Gu Wanqing grasped Lu Lixing as if he were a lifeline, exclaiming, Lu Lixing, you must quickly intervene with Sister Chen, she. In the midst of her words, Chen Xiuling had already presented an exquisite pair of shoes. Wanqing, what do you think of these? This is a little leather shoe, a new style for this year. Quite popular in town. Oh, wait, this pair has heels. You can't wear those while pregnant. She continued, then how about this pair? These are casual shoes, also in vogue this year, and incredibly comfortable. They are the best-selling pair in my store. Chen Xiuling persisted, offering more options. Wanqing, feeling overwhelmed, retreated behind Lu Lixing. This predicament was of Lu Lixing's own making. He should resolve it himself. Lu Lixing chuckled, amused by the situation. This young lady seemed to view herself as a human shield. However, the sensation of being depended upon was rather delightful. He remarked, Sister Chen, truly, we do not need so many. What if we just take one pair? Lu Lixing, Gu Wanqing whispered a gentle reminder. It was inappropriate to take others' belongings without permission. Lu Lixing squeezed her small hand reassuringly. Chen Xiuzhen was visibly dissatisfied. How can that be? We cannot do that. Lu Lixing suggested. Then perhaps we should take none at all. That won't do. 2 pairs, no further bargaining. Each of you, 1 pair. And what about Taizhu? Get him 2 pairs as well. Lu Lixing sighed. Very well then. Thank you, Sister Chen. He selected 2 pairs of rubber shoes for himself and chose a pair of casual sports shoes and a pair of embroidered shoes for Gu Wanqing. In this era, shoe styles were generally unappealing, yet the embroidered shoes were exquisitely crafted, perfectly suited for Gu Wanqing. Let us take these 4 pairs. Taizhu is outside playing with De Huang. I'll call him in shortly. All right, I will wait for him, Chen Xiuzhen replied with a smile. As Lu Lixing was about to exit, Chen Xiuzhen called out to him. Wait a moment. Brother Lu, you cannot go out looking like that. Let me find some clothes for you from Brother Huang. Please bear with me. This time, Lu Lixing did not refuse. After all, with bloodstains on his clothes, he would certainly frighten passers-by on his way home. Once he had changed into a fresh outfit, Lu Lixing finally took the bewildered Gu Wanqing by the hand and stepped outside. He instructed Wang Taizhu to head inside and handed Lu Chanchan a dime to buy lollipops. It was only then that Lu Lixing turned back, holding Gu Wanqing's hand. What is troubling you? Her expression seemed somewhat off. Gu Wanqing took a deep breath and timidly asked, Lu Lixing, are we truly not paying? It is not that we are not paying. We are simply doing so in a different manner. Sister Chen scolded me at the clinic today. This is her way of apologizing. If we take nothing from her, given her impulsive nature, she will likely feel unsettled. By accepting her shoes, we are essentially accepting her apology. She will find peace. And Boss Huang will not trouble her either. They are such a harmonious couple, and Wanqing would not wish for any discord between them, would she? Thus, we shall accept it for now. In the future, should any profitable opportunity arise, I shall summon Boss Huang, thereby repaying this sum. Boss Huang is a commendable individual, worthy of trust. Upon hearing these words, Gu Wanqing was somewhat astonished, yet simultaneously relieved. Lu Lixing's reasoning was quite sound. However, Gu Wanqing had not anticipated that Lu Lixing had contemplated this matter so deeply. Was this truly the same person previously labeled as a fool? Lu Lixing. How astute you are. She could not help but compliment him. Lu Lixing gently pinched her nose. Huh. Then tell me, what brings you to the village today? Not yet revealing it to him. Thus, he decided to tease her. As soon as this topic arose, Gu Wanqing immediately lowered her head, her cheeks revealing an intentional blush. I didn't do anything. Really? Wasn't he to buy me shoes? No, absolutely not. Gu Wanqing turned her head away, unable to meet Lu Lixing's gaze. Haha. Lu Lixing laughed even more joyfully. Just as he was about to continue teasing Gu Wanqing, Wang Taiju emerged with Lu Chanqian. Lu, brother Lu, what are you two up to? Have I interrupted you again? I didn't mean to. Chanqian, let us go, let them be. Gu Wanqing. How infuriating. It's all Lu Lixing's fault. She has become the subject of ridicule. Chanqian, wait for me. I'm coming too. She quickened her pace. Seeing the young lady flee in disarray, Lu Lixing once again smiled. He followed suit, eager to return and savor the meal prepared by his wife. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. The system has detected the host's successful rescue of a person. A random reward will be dispensed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an information pouch X1. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a spirit pool. Note, the spirit pool contains a vast amount of spirit spring water, an advanced liquid for plant growth, capable of infinite use. The aforementioned rewards have been placed in your backpack. Please check. Host. Chapter 30. Why are you blushing? Is the kitchen quite warm? Ling Pool. Lu Lixing pressed the claim button. In the next moment, he sensed the emergence of another space at the edge of his backpack. It was a tranquil pool. The water within was exceptionally clear, adorned with a few floating lotus flowers, creating a picturesque scene. Is this the Ling Pool? Lu Lixing smiled. With this, he no longer needed to fear running out of plant growth liquid. There was still half of the sweet potato field at home that had not been watered. Once he found some free time in the next couple of days, he would attend to it. Reflecting on this, Lu Lixing opened the information pouch again. What news awaited him this time? The harvest of sweet potatoes in hijacking had been poor this year, and due to roadblocks, a significant number of villagers were facing hunger. The primary school in hijacking, unable to procure sweet potatoes, could not provide meals for the children, leading to a delay in the start of school and receiving criticism from higher authorities. Sweet potatoes? The staple food in hijacking consisted mainly of sweet potatoes and the wheat and corn cultivated by the villagers. Given the mountainous terrain, each family's crops of wheat and corn were quite good. Sweet potatoes, a resilient food source, had become the primary sustenance. Due to the challenging mountain paths, elementary school students began boarding from the 3rd grade, consuming breakfast and dinner at school, where they exchanged sweet potatoes for grain tickets. The school would then trade the sweet potatoes brought by students for rice and flour. This had been a long-standing tradition. This year, with the roads still blocked, it was certain that external supplies of rice and flour could not arrive. If the supply of sweet potatoes fell short, significant issues would indeed arise. Lu Lixing recalled how the sweet potatoes at home, which had not been nourished by the spirit spring water, were small and withered, utterly inadequate. He stroked his chin, contemplating what he could do. Returning home, Gu Wanqing, who was at the forefront, swiftly opened the kitchen door. Along the way, she had given it considerable thought. The meal she prepared was entirely vegetarian, rather simple, and had gone cold. She could not allow Lu Lixing to eat such a meal. Today, he had done a good deed and deserved something better. She needed to quickly hide the meal. However, as she stepped into the kitchen, she saw Lu Lixing, who had been quite a distance away, dash in even faster than she did. Wanqing, I heard you made me dinner? Gu Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. She wanted to say something, but Lu Lixing did not afford her the opportunity and lifted the lid of the pot. Inside, there was a small bowl of vegetables, and next to it lay the rolled-out noodles, yet to be cooked. Recalling the sumptuous meals Lu Lixing had prepared for her over the past few days, she felt a twinge of guilt. Having grown accustomed to frugality, she had only eaten meat about once a year. While cooking, she had wrestled with herself for a moment before ultimately putting the meat back. She was somewhat concerned that Lu Lixing might not enjoy it. Lu Lixing, why don't you wait a moment? I'll stir-fry some meat for you, no need. Lu Lixing unhesitatingly set the pot lid aside, poured out the vegetables, and then added water to start the fire. I see you've done a wonderful job with these noodles. I'm in the mood for some noodles. He spoke with sincerity. In his past life, Lu Lixing had lived in a chaotic manner, often resorting to a mere handful of noodles to satisfy his hunger. To indulge in hand-pulled noodles is truly a luxurious affair, especially when they are crafted by the skilled hands of Gu Wanqing. However, seeing the little girl so distressed. Lu Lixing approached and gently tousled her hair. How about we save the meat for dinner? Are you still in the mood for noodles? I could prepare some for you as well. Gu Wanqing's face flushed instantly. No, I won't have any, she replied. All right then, take a rest and try on those shoes to see if they fit. With that, Gu Wanqing nearly fled the scene, stepping outside to take a deep breath. Why was Lu Lixing always so frivolous? The troubling part was, she didn't seem angry at all. In fact, her heart raced a little. Was she losing her mind? No. It must be the pregnancy that was causing her emotions to sway. Gu Wanqing reassured herself. Just then, Lu Qianqian passed by and curiously asked, Sister-in-law, why is your face so red? Is it hot in the kitchen? Upon hearing this, Gu Wanqing hurriedly covered Lu Qianqian's mouth. They were right at the kitchen door. It would be dreadful if Lu Lixing overheard. No, don't say silly things. Come on, Qianqian, let us go try on those shoes. As she pulled Lu Qianqian away, she glanced back towards the kitchen door, relieved that Lu Lixing hadn't heard. If he had come out to inquire, she would be in quite the predicament. Inside, Lu Lixing chuckled to himself as he prepared the noodles. His wife was still such a young girl, shy at the slightest provocation. The noodles were just as he had imagined, deliciously chewy, and he savored each bite. In the afternoon, Lu Lixing changed into a well-fitted outfit, intending to check on the sweet potatoes in the fields. If the village was indeed facing a shortage, his sweet potatoes could prove invaluable. Gu Wanqing did not stop him. After he left, she glanced at the shoes and clothes he had discarded and decided to wash them by the river. While Lu Lixing earned money outside, she too wanted to contribute in her own way. Seeing her about to leave, Lu Qianqian, who was playing in the yard, quickly called out, Sister-in-law, where are you going? To the river to do some laundry. Would you like to come, Qianqian? Lu Qianqian's eyes sparkled with mischief as she replied, Yes, I want to go. But wait a moment, sister-in-law. With that, Lu Qianqian dashed back into the house. She grabbed her newly purchased embroidered shoes and a butterfly hairpin, joyfully rushing back to Gu Wanqing. Sister-in-law, put on these shoes and wear this hairpin. What for? Gu Wanqing asked, her face filled with skepticism. Lu Qianqian pouted and explained earnestly, Sister-in-law, you're going to the river, and there will be many ants there. You should dress nicely. She recalled how beautiful the other women looked when she accompanied Gu Wanqing before, and she wanted her sister-in-law to shine as well. Gu Wanqing playfully pinched her little nose. You little imp. Fine, I'll change. With that, Lu Qianqian began to act adorably, and Gu Wanqing had no choice but to comply. She carefully slipped on the shoes and secured her hair with the butterfly pin. Gu Wanqing suddenly felt a sense of unease. She had always worn her hair in long braids. Qianqian, do I look good? Lu Qianqian lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with delight. Wow, you look stunning. Today, you are undoubtedly the most beautiful person by the riverside. A chuckle escaped Gu Wanqing's lips. Remembering that this outfit was purchased by Lu Lixing, her mood brightened considerably. She picked up her basin and strolled towards the riverbank. In this era, there were no washing machines in hijacking. To facilitate laundry, the women set up large flat stone slabs by the deeper parts of the river. Behind these slabs, there was a smaller stone that could accommodate one person seated. Such slabs were typically spaced every few meters. The weather was splendid today. At this moment, 2 stone slabs were already occupied. The women washed their clothes while engaging in conversation. Hey, have you heard? Lu Lixing seems to have struck it rich. Really? That scoundrel from the Lu family? Yes. No way. I find that hard to believe. I agree. I also heard that he saved many people a few days ago. Can you believe that someone like Lu Lixing could save others? Ah, poor Wanqing. She traveled so far to marry such a rascal. Indeed. She won't even splurge on new shoes. She uses the simplest hair ties. A few days ago, I couldn't bear to see it and gave her some hair ties from my home. That girl has it tough. A wave of sympathy washed over them. Just then, Gu Wanqing arrived and caught this exchange. She paused for a moment, suddenly realizing that Lu Qianqian's words about changing her attire and wearing a hairpin were indeed wise. While Lu Lixing had once been a bit of a rogue, he was now on a path to improvement. She wished for those around her to accept him as well. Clearing her throat lightly, she greeted, Sister Lu, Sister Sun. You're all here. Ah, Wanqing, you've come too? Aren't you pregnant? You should be resting at home. The woman referred to as Sister Lu was named Lu Wenjin. She turned back while washing clothes. Upon seeing Gu Wanqing's attire, Lu Wenjin was taken aback. You, Wanqing, is that a new pair of shoes? They look fantastic. This style must be from the latest collection at the shop this year, right? Lu Wenjin was known as the most fashionable person in all of hijacking. Whenever a new style arrived at the village shop, she was always the first to know. If she happened to have money at that moment, she would certainly be the first to own it. At that moment, she completely forgot about washing clothes. She hurried to Gu Wanqing's side, crouching down to examine her shoes closely. Indeed, the pattern, the design. This is the new style that Sister Chen at Huangxiang's shop brought in this year. I haven't had the chance to buy it yet. Sister Chen said this pair costs 10 coins. Wanqing, how did you come to wear these shoes? Chapter 31. All of these were purchased for me by Lu Lihong. Lu Wenjin's face was filled with envy, yet tinged with suspicion. Among the wives who had also entered into marriage, Gu Wanqing was the most frugal one. Typically, she would not even buy new shoes. Instead, she would mend her worn-out pairs to continue wearing them. Occasionally, when her friends could no longer bear to see her plight, they would offer her their old shoes in various styles. Sun Liping, come quickly and take a look. This is the latest design, Lu Wenjin called out, prompting Sun Liping to hurry over. Indeed, they are quite beautiful. Wanqing, this. Before Gu Wanqing could respond, Lu Qianqian interjected with a hint of pride. Aren't they lovely? My second brother bought these for my sister-in-law. What? Your second brother? Lu Lihong. Lu Wenjin exclaimed, her face filled with disbelief. Yes, that's right. My second brother is Lu Lihong. Lu Qianqian replied enthusiastically. Humph. Lu Wenjin scoffed dismissively. Little girl, lying will earn you a reprimand. Qianqian isn't lying. Lu Qianqian pouted in frustration. Seeing the little girl upset elicited laughter from Lu Wenjin. Wanqing, do tell, where did these shoes come from? Lu Wenjin could hardly believe that Lu Lihong would actually buy such an expensive gift for Gu Wanqing. That man wouldn't even spare $1 for her ordinarily. Were it not for Wanqing's intervention, they would have confronted Lu Lihong by now. This man was truly disappointing. Gu Wanqing smiled gently and replied, Sister Lu, these shoes were indeed bought for me by Lu Lihong. The shoes he obtained are no different from those he purchased. Really? Is that so? What has gotten into your Lu Lihong? Lu Wenjin continued, let me tell you, Wanqing, men are notoriously difficult to change. If he has bought you shoes, he must have ulterior motives. Be cautious in the coming days. Gu Wanqing nodded. Yes, I understand. But Lu Lihong has truly changed. He even bought me a hairpin. Look. She turned around, showcasing the sparkling hairpin which shimmered like butterfly wings, exquisitely complementing her dark tresses. Lu Wenjin and Sun Liping were nearly moved to tears by their envy. This hairpin is beautiful. I inquired the other day, and it costs $2. Wanqing, did Lu Lihong truly give this to you? Yes, Gu Wanqing affirmed, gently touching her stomach. Everything is from him. Perhaps it is because of the babies that he has changed. That is wonderful, Lu Wenjin cheered. If Lu Lihong can truly turn over a new leaf, that would be fantastic. However, Wanqing, you must remain vigilant. A person does not change for no reason. I always feel that it is too good to be true. Don't be deceived. Yes, Gu Wanqing nodded again. Yet, in her heart, she had nearly fully placed her faith in Lu Lihong. From now on, she could strive to have those around her believe in him as well. Lu Wenjin and Sun Liping found the most comfortable spot for Gu Wanqing. The three of them sat nearby and began to chat leisurely. After a while, Lu Wenjin suddenly sighed. Wanqing, Liping, how did your sweet potatoes fare this year? As soon as those words were spoken, both individuals furrowed their brows. Sun Liping remarked, this summer has been particularly dry. It was only a few days ago that we finally received some rain. The season for sweet potatoes is fast approaching. Yet this year's harvest is barely half the size of last year's at this time. Gu Wanqing also expressed her concern. I had the same thought when I last visited. But I haven't been back in a while, and I am uncertain about the current state of things. With my pregnancy and the disagreements with Lu Lixing, I have indeed neglected the sweet potato fields. Just the other day, Lu Lixing mentioned he bought some fertilizer. I wonder how it's faring now. Lu Wenjin sighed once more. Our situation is similar. What are we to do? Every year, we rely on these sweet potatoes to see us through the winter. Without them, I fear we shall struggle to survive the cold. Sun Liping added, I also need to provide grain for my son as school is about to start, and I am at a loss for how to manage that. A collective sigh escaped their lips, and the atmosphere grew heavy with concern. Even after returning home, Gu Wanqing continued to fret over the matter. Although Lu Lixing had begun earning money, no one could guarantee that such opportunities would arise again. Once Lu Lixing returned, she resolved to discuss preparations with him. Winters in hijacking are harsh, with heavy snowfall and bitter cold. If they cannot stave off hunger, it may lead to dire consequences. When Lu Lixing arrived home, he found Gu Wanqing anxiously pacing in the courtyard. That afternoon, he had already watered the sweet potatoes in their field with diluted spring water. Recognizing the significance of the sweet potatoes, Gu Wanqing had dedicated half of their land to their cultivation, yielding a promising harvest. "Wanqing, what troubles you?" Lu Lixing inquired. Upon hearing his voice, Gu Wanqing quickly turned. "Lu Lixing, you're back. What are you holding?" In his hands were two long bamboo poles. "I'm setting up the mosquito net. We still haven't put it up at home. After tonight, we won't have to worry about mosquitoes." "Oh, I see." Gu Wanqing nodded, though her mood remained somewhat subdued. "Did you check on our sweet potato field when you returned?" "Yes, I did." "Why?" Lu Lixing sensed her unease. "How are our sweet potatoes faring? I heard Lu Wenjin and Sun Liping mention that their harvests are poor this year, and it seems the entire hijacking is facing difficulties. I haven't tended to our sweet potatoes in quite some time. Are they nearly gone?" Gu Wanqing sniffled. "Lu Lixing, perhaps we should eat less? We need to save money for the winter. Otherwise, what will we do?" Seeing her on the verge of tears, Lu Lixing quickly set down the bamboo poles and approached her, gently wiping away her tears. "Rest assured, our sweet potatoes are thriving," he reassured her. Gu Wanqing sniffled again. "Please don't deceive me. This year has been so dry, and when I checked half a month ago, they hadn't grown much. It's my fault for not being diligent." Lu Lixing's heart ached at her words. This girl had never experienced a day of true comfort in her life. Having experienced the pangs of poverty and hunger, she is understandably filled with concern. Her fear lies in the winter's potential to harm her child. Fortunately, he possesses the miraculous spring water bestowed by the system. Lu Lixing's tone softened as he spoke. "I assure you, it is truly remarkable. If you do not believe me, why not accompany me to witness it for yourself?" Gu Wanqing lifted her gaze, staring at him in a daze. Lu Lixing continued, "It is not yet dark. Come. Let me show you." Although he wished to wait a few more days to avoid an overly extravagant surprise, he could not bear to see Gu Wanqing distressed. "Our sweet potatoes are not only flourishing, but also abundant. This year, we will earn a substantial sum from their sale." Lu Lixing made a decisive resolution. It was imperative for Gu Wanqing to witness the potential income. With such an abundance of sweet potatoes, they would not go to waste. And selling them would alleviate the immediate concerns of hijacking. "Really, is it true? You will see for yourself." Lu Lixing also invited Lu Qianqian to join them. As they passed by Wang Tieju's door, he called out, "Taiju, Wang Taiju." "Oh, Lu Gu, what is it?" Lu Lixing pointed to the bamboo poles in the yard. "Please help me saw them. I need them for a mosquito net. I will have a surprise for you tonight." "All right." Wang Taiju readily agreed without a second thought. 10 minutes later, Lu Lixing, holding Gu Wanqing's and Lu Qianqian's hands, gestured towards the lush sweet potato field before them. "Wanqing, look." Gu Wanqing stood frozen in place. Chapter 33. Thank you, Lu Lixing. The following day, Lu Lixing arose early, having prepared breakfast for himself before heating the remainder in a pot. After leaving a note for Gu Wanqing, he shouldered a yoke and 2 baskets and made his way to the fields. In no time, both baskets were filled to the brim. Lu Lixing then began his descent down the hill with 2 heavy baskets of sweet potatoes. The weight of the potatoes prompted him to contemplate not only acquiring a bicycle, but also a 3-wheeled cart for transporting goods. When Gu Wanqing awoke, she noticed the note left in the kitchen. "My dear, I have gone to work. Please enjoy your meal while it's hot. If I earn money today, I will buy you some oranges." A smile spread across her face. Oranges were her favorite fruit, though she seldom had the opportunity to enjoy them. She had mentioned this to Lu Lixing during their courtship, and it warmed her heart to see he remembered. After finishing her meal, she spotted Lu Lixing returning with the yoke across his shoulders. "Have you eaten well?" she inquired. "Yes, I have," he replied. "Well then, I shall go sell the sweet potatoes. You should rest. I want to go with you." Gu Wanqing exclaimed eagerly, feeling a pang of concern for Lu Lixing, who was drenched in sweat. "No, you mustn't work now. It wouldn't be good for the baby." She placed a gentle hand on her belly, realizing her presence might only complicate matters. "Then how about we take Qianqian along? She could lend a hand occasionally. Da Huang can come too." "Very well. With Qianqian there, perhaps sales will improve. After all, my reputation in Lu family village is not particularly favorable." By 10 in the morning, Lu Lixing, accompanied by Da Huang and Lu Qianqian, arrived in the village. In the village, a few small shops and clothing stores lined the streets, and occasionally, vendors would set up stalls to sell produce from their gardens. Lu Lixing chose the best spot to set up his stand. Nearby, a middle-aged woman was busily unpacking her basket of bok choy and scallions. Upon noticing Lu Lixing, she paused momentarily. "You? What was your name again?" "Lu Lixing," he answered with a smile. This woman, whom he recognized as Zhao Xiuyan, was a widow. She had married into Lu family village years ago and had borne her husband a son. Tragically, she lost both her husband and son within a few short years, leaving her with only her elderly in-laws. Despite the community urging her to remarry, she remained single for many years, declaring that if she were to marry again, she would bring her in-laws along. They had treated her with great kindness, and she felt it her duty to care for them in their old age. In those times, having an extra mouth to feed was a burden, and thus, no one was willing to marry her. Zhao Xilian took on the role of a man, working tirelessly to support her in-laws. Unfortunately, due to her relentless toil, a few years after Lu Lixing left the village, her in-laws passed away, and she followed shortly thereafter. Seeing her now, Lu Lixing felt a deep respect for her. However, upon hearing her name, Zhao Xilian frowned slightly. Lu family's second son? That would be me. Lu Lixing acknowledged, unperturbed by his tarnished reputation. What are you selling, and why on earth do you have a child and a dog with you? Oh, I am selling sweet potatoes. The frame laid beneath a cover of grass cloth, indicating to Zhao Xilian that she should not gaze upon its contents. Selling sweet potatoes? Given the frail condition of this year's harvest, can you truly sell them? Why not give it a try? Indeed, I've heard your wife is expecting. It is time for you to assume the responsibilities of a man and support your family. Back when my husband was still alive, she sighed. Enough of that. You have never engaged in business, have you? Though you possess a somewhat dubious character, your wife should not suffer alongside you. Allow me to teach you the art of selling. Zhao Xilian could not bear to see women endure hardship. She resolved to offer her assistance. Thank you, Aunt Zhao. Well, your attitude is somewhat sincere. First, let me see your sweet potatoes. I must tell you, presentation is paramount in sales, especially with produce. Place the finest ones on top, so they catch the eye of potential buyers immediately. The inferior ones can be mixed in below. I can assist you with the arrangement. As she spoke, she deftly approached to help Lu Lixing. However, upon unveiling the grass cloth, Zhao Xilian's hands froze. She widened her eyes, astonished at the large, round, and pristine sweet potatoes within the frame. She picked one up, attempting to inspect for any inferior ones. But after some searching, she discovered that every sweet potato in the box was of uniform size and devoid of blemishes. Are all your sweet potatoes like this? Yes. Lu Lixing nodded. Zhao Xilian, undeterred, moved to examine another basket nearby. Little Lu Qianqian chimed in with a cheerful laugh. Auntie, my second brother's sweet potatoes are all splendid. You need not worry about arranging them. Zhao Xilian reluctantly withdrew her hand, feeling somewhat conflicted. Where did these sweet potatoes come from? Wasn't it said that this year's yield was poor? Oh, they were cultivated by my family Gu Wanqing. Zhao Xilian silently gave a thumbs up. Impressive, impressive indeed. Young man, would you mind if I visited Wanqing to learn how to cultivate sweet potatoes? Not at all. Very well then. How much are you selling these sweet potatoes for? I would like to buy one. Lu Lixing pondered for a moment and replied, 3 jiao per jean. What? 3 jiao? Are you aware of the price for those inferior sweet potatoes in the market? They are also 3 jiao. Lu Lixing had inquired about this with Huang Chang just days prior. Indeed, your sweet potatoes are of such high quality, they could easily command a higher price. Why then do you only sell them for 3 jiao? I believe 5 jiao per jean would not be unreasonable. Lu Lixing smiled. They are all sweet potatoes, meant to satiate hunger. If I sell them at a higher price, many people would be unable to afford them. You. Zhao Xilian found herself at a loss for words. This young man seemed quite different from the rumors. Very well then, please reserve one for me. Sure. Lu Lixing handed a sweet potato to Zhao Xilian. Upon weighing it, the sweet potato tipped the scales at an impressive 5 jin. When it came time to pay, Zhao Xilian found herself in a predicament. She had not sold her produce for the day and was devoid of cash. How about this? Young man from the Lu family, I can pay you after I sell my vegetables? Sure. Lu Lixing promptly handed her the sweet potatoes without hesitation. Zhao Xilian cast a deep glance at him, remaining silent. At that moment, a crowd had gathered in the village. They were astonished at the sight of Lu Lixing's sweet potatoes. What is that? I don't know, but it seems to be sweet potatoes. Such large sweet potatoes. Wasn't this year's harvest poor? Indeed, look at that yellow sweet potato. It appears quite delectable. Shall we buy some? Just as a few were about to step forward, one person halted them, saying, Isn't that person selling sweet potatoes from the Lu family? It truly is. Forget it. Let us not buy. That boy is not trustworthy. Didn't we hear that he saved a cart of people a few days ago? That was merely a stroke of luck. It must have been unintentional. How could one suddenly become good? Have you forgotten how he looked when he stole from you? The crowd shook their heads, yet none dared to approach. Meanwhile, Zhao Xulian had already attracted several buyers. Lu Lixing noticed the whispers among the crowd not far from him and pondered how to draw in customers. Just then, he saw Zhao Xulian rise and seemingly unintentionally say, some people are just too proud. This year, everyone's sweet potato yield has been poor, right? Clearly eyeing these sweet potatoes yet afraid to step forward. What? Are you waiting for everyone to leave so you can secretly buy from that Lu boy? By then, they might all be snatched up. Instantly, a murmur of interest surged through the crowd. It does look good, but I wonder if it tastes as good? Oh, I've heard that some people use pesticides on sweet potatoes. They are inedible. Upon hearing this, Lu Lixing stood up and picked one of the yellow-fleshed sweet potatoes. He sliced it open, revealing its tender yellow interior, exuding a unique fragrance. Lu Qianqian, watching beside him, was captivated by the sight. Lu Lixing cut a piece of sweet potato and offered it to her, saying, "Qianqian, would you like to try some? Yellow-fleshed sweet potatoes can be eaten raw." Lu Qianqian nodded vigorously, joyfully accepting the sweet potato, which she had yet to taste since bringing it home. In the next moment, her eyes sparkled. Wow, this sweet potato is so delicious. It's so sweet. Qianqian had never tasted such delightful sweet potatoes before. Sweeter than sugar, she exclaimed, "Big brother, I want more." The little girl quickly finished the piece in her hand and stretched out her small hand in a playful manner. Lu Lixing, feeling helpless, handed her another piece, saying, "Little glutton, go ahead." At that moment, the people around them felt envious, especially those with children. The little ones could hardly bear to see others enjoying food, let alone sweet potatoes that were sweeter than sugar. They all tugged at their guardian's clothing, filled with a sense of grievance. "Grandma, I want to eat sweet potatoes." "Mom, I want some too. I want to eat." The adults, unable to maintain their composure, could only mumble, "That's someone else's younger sister. Who knows if it's really that delicious?" Without hesitation, Lu Lixing sliced the large sweet potato into several small pieces and handed them to the children. "Give it a try." The children joyfully accepted the sweet potato and began to nibble. "Wow, it's really sweet. So delicious. Grandma, I want more." "Mom." The children, upon seeing something tasty, never considered the virtues of others. Their eyes glistened with tears. "We want to eat more." The adults felt somewhat embarrassed. Zhao Xulian glanced at a few of them, rolled her eyes, and said, "Lu Hohat, I remember you were on that bus that day, right? What's this? Aren't you the one Lu Lixing saved? Now you're turning your back on him? And you, Li Chunhua, your husband was there too, right? If it wasn't for that lad, you'd be a widow just like me. Besides, it's just a sweet potato. Are you planning to starve this winter if you don't buy any?" The two named felt instantly awkward. They indeed were on that bus that day. However, upon returning, they had told everyone that it was Lu Lixing who had acted. No one believed them, and they were inexplicably scolded for seemingly praising Lu Lixing to fit in. They buried the incident deep in their hearts and never spoke of it again. Yet, ultimately, Lu Lixing had saved their lives or those of their loved ones. Finally, Lu Hohat stepped forward. "What Zhao said is true. I really need sweet potatoes, and that day, whether you believe it or not, Lu Lixing saved us. I'll buy this sweet potato. I want 10 pounds. Additionally, there's something I've wanted to say for many days, but never dared to. Lu Lixing, thank you." Chapter 34. The debt your family owes. Someone has paid it off. After Lu Hohat spoke, she bowed deeply to Lu Lixing. No, Sister Lu." Lu Lixing quickly stepped forward to stop her. However, Lu Hohat brushed aside his hand, saying, "It is only right, Lu Lixing. Regardless of your past actions, the fact remains that you saved us. I can no longer be a coward. I acknowledge my previous shortcomings, and now, the burden in my heart has finally been lifted." With a sigh of relief, Lu Hohat even smiled. "Is this white-fleshed sweet potato starchy?" Starchy is an adjective. The sugar content of the white-fleshed sweet potato is low, but its starch content is exceedingly high. Compared to the yellow-fleshed variety, it may not be as sweet, yet it is more suitable as a staple food. "Well, starchy. Have you tried some?" Without hesitation, Lu Lixing sliced open a white-fleshed sweet potato and divided it into several small pieces, offering one to Lu Hohat. She took a bite and nodded approvingly. "Then I shall take 10 pounds of this white-fleshed sweet potato, and please prepare the red-fleshed variety for my grandson to cook. This shall serve to stave off hunger." After saying this, Lu Hohat reminded everyone, "Oh, don't just stand there. This sweet potato is truly excellent, and it would be a pity not to purchase it. 20 pounds of sweet potatoes, merely 6 yuan. She retrieved some money from her handcrafted pouch and handed it to Lu Lixing, cheerfully cradling 4 large sweet potatoes as she left. She had chosen the finest and largest ones. Her face lit up with joy. Now my grandson will surely be pleased. Lu Lixing, will you still be selling tomorrow? I wish to buy more to prepare for the winter. Yes. Lu Lixing nodded. Once Lu Hohot departed, the other ladies immediately surged forward. Quick, quick. I also want 20 pounds. Me too. I want the largest one. Hey, that largest one is mine, Sister Zhang. You cannot snatch it. Haha. Whoever grabs it first gets it. Lu Lixing busily weighed the sweet potatoes for everyone. Lu Qianqian, beside him, nibbled on a sweet potato, feeling extraordinarily happy. However, as she was eating, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Oh, isn't that third brother? Where is he headed? Lu Qianqian curiously pouted, watching his retreating silhouette for a moment before being drawn back to the sweet potato in her hand. At the village corner, Lu Lixing, dressed in ill-fitting clothes, hurriedly rushed forward. He was on his way to the clinic to procure medicine for his elder brother. A few days ago, his sister-in-law had fallen ill, and his brother had bought her medicine. However, due to outstanding debts for the medicine, it had not yet been settled. Thus, his brother, Lu Liwei, had been desperately seeking work, scouring the mountains for items to sell, hoping to gather enough money to repay the clinic. Little did he know that after only a few days in the mountains, he had yet to raise the necessary funds when he twisted his ankle. Now, it was swollen to the size of a bun, rendering him unable to move. In truth, his brother did not wish to buy medicine, believing it to be a waste of money, insisting that rest would suffice. Yet, he still stealthily ventured out. Such a severe injury must be excruciatingly painful. As Lu Lixing passed by the corner of the village, he caught sight of a group of women not far away, chattering animatedly about their purchases. He frowned. These people seemed to relish in seizing everything they could. Without pausing, he made his way directly to the clinic. Upon seeing Dr. Zhang Chunlei, Lu Lixing felt as though he had grasped a lifeline. Dr. Zhang, do you have any medication for treating injuries? My elder brother has been hurt. Hurt? Where is he injured? He twisted his ankle. It's swollen, covered in red streaks and bruises. Oh, so your brother sent you to fetch the medicine? Lu Lixing lowered his gaze. No, but it's such a severe injury that I'm worried. You're 16 this year, aren't you? Zhang Chunlei asked casually as he prepared the medicine. Yes, 16. I heard you got accepted into the high school in the county. You'll be starting soon, right? A barely perceptible tremor passed through Lu Lixing's frame as he lowered his head further, remaining silent. Unaware of his emotions, Zhang Chunlei continued cheerfully. You're the first person from our village to enter high school. That's quite an achievement. Study hard, and you'll have a bright future ahead. You can't stay in the mountains forever, you know? Lu Lixing nodded gently, though his expression was heavy. Yes, I understand. Once he had received the medicine, he hesitated. How much is this medicine? Oh, with the anti-inflammatory pills and the medicinal wine, it's a total of 2 yuan. Upon hearing this sum, Lu Lixing clenched his hands. Doctor, can I owe you for now? I know my brother has owed you before, but I assure you I will repay it as soon as possible, including his part. He is about to become an adult. He must learn to earn a living for the family. Our parents are getting old, and Qianqian is still young. Both my elder brother and sister-in-law are in poor health, and my second brother, I need to learn to support this family. Oh, about that? You don't need to repay it. You don't have to pay for today's medicine either. That one tea due, I must pay. Lu Lixing's eyes widened in urgency. Dr. Zhang chuckled. Haha, it's not that you don't have to pay. Someone has already covered the cost for you. Your brother's debts have been settled as well. Who? Who paid for us? It certainly wasn't his brother, or else he wouldn't be working so hard. Zhang Chunlei hesitated, his words hanging in the air. That's a secret. You will naturally find out in due time. It was better for Lu Lixing to resolve his matters on his own. It would be quite a surprise for the Lu family later. Now hurry back and apply the medicine to your brother. Remember to massage it gently. It will help him recover more quickly. Okay, thank you, Dr. Zhang. Lu Lixing nodded and turned to leave. Lu Lixing quickly sold all the sweet potatoes. He had a total of 200 jin today, earning 60 yuan. As he closed his stall, Zhao Shulian's vegetables had yet to be sold out. As he prepared to leave, Zhao Shulian rummaged through her pocket, producing a hard-earned dollar and handing it to him. Your sweet potatoes sell remarkably well. They've all been sold out so quickly. I've only managed to sell 10 bunches of greens, earning this dollar. Here, take it for now. I'll give you the remaining 50 cents tomorrow. Lu Lixing glanced at the meager selection of greens remaining before Zhao Shulian. Perhaps a mere 10 bunches. Scallions, cilantro, bok choy, and some radish greens huddled together. But they were clearly the leftovers, appearing rather unappealing. He waved his hand with a smile. I cannot accept the money. After all, you have just rendered me a significant favor. That simply won't do. I cannot take from you without giving back. Though I am poor, I understand that everyone has their struggles. Your wife, Wanqing, is expecting. Take this back to buy her something to eat. There's no need. I have enough money on me. Moreover, I never intended to take anything for free. Aunt Zhao, these greens are priced at 10 cents a bunch, correct? Yes, that's right. Very well. I'll take the remainder as payment for the sweet potatoes. With that, Lu Lixing directly stuffed the greens into his basket and turned to leave. Wait, that's still not enough, and most of those greens are of poor quality. I can only sell them for 8 cents. But Lu Lixing paid no heed to her protests, waving her off as he departed. Qianqian, let's go buy some oranges. Okay. Lu Qianqian clapped her hands in delight, with De Huang bouncing alongside her. Zhao Xiuzhen watched their retreating figures, sighing. This child, it's no wonder old Lu says he's turned over a new leaf. The Huangxiang convenience store had been closed for days, leaving Lu Lixing with no choice but to visit the small shop near the clinic. However, upon arriving, he was taken aback. Oranges typically begin to ripen in October, and in his previous life, he had enjoyed them in the bustling metropolis at any time of the year. But now, the reality was starkly different. In the impoverished and backward Lu family village, there were no oranges to be found. He could only see a few scattered bananas and some wrinkled apples. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to purchase some fruit. Recognizing its importance for the ailing Gu Wanqing, he bought 2 pounds of bananas, 3 pounds of apples, and a lollipop for Lu Qianqian, along with some ribs, chicken, and seasonings before finally stepping outside, intending to return home. De Huang, spotting the bones, leapt with excitement, bouncing around Lu Lixing. Woof, woof. Today, the master has bones to gnaw on. However, just as he exited, he heard a familiar voice call out, Second brother? Oh no, Lu Lixing, what are you doing here? Are you shopping again? Chapter 35. Is this person out of his mind? Lu Lixing's tone was filled with fury. He could scarcely believe that upon stepping out of the clinic, he would encounter his utterly useless second brother. Throughout his 16 years of life, nothing had irked Lu Lixing more than this sibling. The Lu family had always lived in poverty, with each member embodying frugality. Yet, Lu Lixing stood as a glaring exception. From a young age, with an elder brother present and later a younger sibling, Lu Lixing had seldom lifted a finger. He either directed his elder brother or was directed himself. Even in adulthood, he squandered his days in idleness, engaging in deceitful antics. Eventually, their parents, left with no recourse, arranged a marriage for him and used their life savings to build him 2 rooms. They had hoped for a change, but what ensued was an escalation of his irresponsible behavior. He even remained indifferent when his sister-in-law became pregnant, choosing instead to drown himself in alcohol. Lu Lixing could not fathom how he could be burdened with such a brother, lazy and extravagant. Lu Lixing, do you think yourself quite impressive? Look at what you've bought, apples. Bananas? With your financial standing, can you truly afford such luxuries? Where did you procure the money? Speak up. The last 3 words were practically a roar from Lu Lixing. Lu Lixing, however, paid no heed to his brother's aggressive demeanor. Instead, he felt a surge of joy. Lu Lixing, his brother, he had finally seen him again. In his past life, after Gu Wanqing and their child had perished, Lu Lixing had been left in a daze, unable to function, like a mere shell of a man. It was Lu Lixing who had given Gu Wanqing and the child a proper burial. Lu Lixing would forever remember the moment he had left. Pulling an old 5 yuan note from his pocket and saying, "Take this 5 yuan, and from now on, do not return. I will take care of the family. Do not worry. Oh, I almost forgot. You devoid of empathy." His disappointment was profound. Yet he still entrusted Lu Lixing with all his savings that had taken him considerable effort to accumulate for his education. He had successfully enrolled in high school, becoming the first in the Lu family village to do so. That day, Lu Lixing silently vowed not to betray his brother's expectations, promising to work diligently to improve their lives. However, the next time he heard of Lu Lixing was 7 years later. At just 23, Lu Lixing was tragically buried beneath a coal mine. It was then that Lu Lixing realized his brother had shouldered the burden of providing for the family, foregoing his education to labor in the perilous coal mines, ultimately meeting with disaster. In this moment, Lu Lixing could hardly contain his excitement. He rushed forward and embraced Lu Lixing, his voice trembling. "Lixing, what brings you to the village? Is there trouble at home?" Lu Lixing had never anticipated such an embrace from Lu Lixing, as he had come intending to scold him. Why was he so elated? Was this person truly out of his mind? Lu Lixing forcefully pushed Lu Lixing aside, his expression grim. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Why do you care what I'm doing at the market? Unlike you, I don't squander money every day. You still haven't told me where you got the money to buy all these things. Lu Lixing glanced at Lu Lixing's basket, his expression growing increasingly severe. If you've stolen from someone, you need to return it immediately, otherwise, my brother and I will not let this slide. Lu Lixing chuckled lightly. I earned this money myself. He quickly pulled out half of the bananas and apples from the basket and offered them to Lu Lixing. Here, try some. I got these for your second sister-in-law to help her health. Get away. Without hesitation, Lu Lixing swatted Lu Lixing's hand aside. You earned this money? Lu Lixing. At least come up with a better excuse. Do you really think I would believe you could make money? Are you crazy, or am I? I'll give you one last chance. Where did this money come from? Did you take your second sister-in-law's money again to waste it? No way. I'm telling our parents. Lu Lixing was seething with anger. Lu Lixing quickly interjected, Lixing, wait. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, ask Qianqian. Lu Qianqian, startled by the confrontation between her two brothers, finally processed what was happening. She nodded vigorously, her small head bobbing, and earnestly said, Yes, third brother. What second brother said is true. He really earned this money himself. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Lixing shot her a fierce glare. Lu Qianqian, have you lost your mind too? Our parents asked you to check on Lu Lixing's second sister-in-law to see if she needed help. Why haven't you returned home for so many days? And now you're defending Lu Lixing? Have you not been bullied enough by him? Little Lu Qianqian was frightened. She pouted, on the verge of tears. Third brother, you're so fierce. All you do is cry. You don't even know how second sister-in-law is doing. I think you should come home with me. As Lu Lixing spoke, he moved forward to grasp Lu Qianqian's hand. We can't let you learn bad habits from certain individuals. Seeing Lu Qianqian's reluctance, De Huang rushed forward, barking loudly at Lu Lixing. Lu Lixing's face darkened. De Huang, are you disobedient too? Lu Lixing quickly intervened. De Huang, quiet down. This is Lixing. De Huang whimpered a couple of times and retreated. Lu Lixing approached Lu Lixing earnestly. Lixing, trust me. What Qianqian and I said is true. This is money I earned from selling sweet potatoes. Take it back and let our parents have some too. Lu Lixing looked at Lu Lixing in disbelief. You must be out of your mind. Selling sweet potatoes? Do you think I'm unaware that this year's sweet potato harvest in Lu family village was dismal? There's barely enough for our own family, let alone to sell for profit. Lu Lixing, do you think I'm as easily fooled as Qianqian just because I'm younger? Don't forget, the school fees for Qianqian were all spent by you. There remains the money for my sister-in-law's medical expenses and the meager earnings of our parents, all squandered by you. Now, Qianqian has reached the age for school, while other children have already begun their education. Look at our Qianqian. She lacks even the registration fee. At 7 years old. If this continues, she will be considered an older student. Our parents dare not voice these concerns to you, fearing your wrath, but I am unafraid. Lu Lixing, every action you take is a burden that our parents and elder brother must shoulder. Are you truly oblivious to this? Our parents have endured countless hardships for you in Lujia village, yet they have not cast you out. Do not overstep your bounds. Return these fruits immediately and reclaim the money. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Lu Lixing vented his pent-up anger. Yet he omitted the matter of his own tuition. Their parents had saved money for him to attend high school. But that money was later squandered on building a house for Lu Lixing. As a man, he could endure this. But he could not permit himself to remain uneducated while witnessing Lu Lixing's reckless spending. Anger surged within him as he fixed his gaze on Lu Lixing, hoping that, for once, he might heed his words like a man. But there was only indifference in Lu Lixing's demeanor. Lixing, this will not happen again. Keep these fruits. Oh, and take this 30 yuan as well. Go home and see what our parents need, and buy something for them, Lu Lixing said, pulling out a stack of money from his pocket. The sight of that money left Lu Lixing astounded, igniting his anger anew. Lu Lixing, you certainly have audacity. Where did you acquire such a sum? Return it. Otherwise, do not ever come home again. I have no brother like you. Lu Lixing was taken aback, realizing he had acted too hastily. No one would believe that a wastrel suddenly possessed such wealth, especially his brothers who were well aware of his temperament. Lixing, I understand your anger. You may not want this money, and I can accept that. I will hold on to it for now. Come find me when you need it. As for Qianqian's schooling, I will find a way to ensure she attends this year. A cold laugh escaped Lu Lixing. Do you even know what date it is? It is August 29th. The registration period has long passed, and school is about to start. How do you plan to get Qianqian enrolled? I will devise a solution. Lu Lixing replied, recalling the information about the future provided by the system a few days prior. Perhaps that was the opportunity to secure Qianqian's education. He needed to find an angle. Lu Lixing regarded him in silence, his expression clearly one of disbelief. Lu Lixing continued, and regarding your high school enrollment, that too is approaching. You must not delay your studies. I recall that the county high school allows for a later start. I will find a way regarding the funds. Lu Lixing felt increasingly convinced that Lu Lixing was behaving unusually. He was boasting without even blinking an eye, and he could no longer bear to look at him. He firmly grasped Lu Qianqian's hand and said, Qianqian, let us return home first. In a couple of days, we shall bring Air Saw back as well. It is best not to remain in the company of that lunatic. Reluctantly, Lu Qianqian was led away, glancing back multiple times. Regardless of how much De Huang called from behind, no one paid him any heed. Lu Lixing observed their retreating figures and suddenly broke into a smile. No matter the circumstances, they were all healthy and present by his side, which held more significance than anything else. He would strive to gain their acceptance. At the very least, for now, the late Qing had begun to embrace him. Lu Lixing shouldered the basket and hurried home. For the coming days would demand a concerted effort to earn money, so as to gather sufficient funds for Qianqian and Lixing's tuition fees. Chapter 36. Next time, I want you to stay close. Don't avoid me. At the foot of the mountain stood a dilapidated thatched cottage. The walls of the cottage were constructed from yellow clay, interspersed with a significant amount of straw. In the center lay a spacious courtyard, flanked by 2 rooms on either side of the main hall. Additional 2 rooms were situated at the side, serving as a kitchen and a small chamber. The floor of the entire dwelling was uneven and composed of mud. At this moment, Zhou Yuxiao lay on the bed, her complexion pale as she coughed weakly. Lu Liwei, who had been dozing beside her, hastily rose to fetch her some water. However, as his feet touched the ground, a sharp pain surged through him. With a muffled groan, he gritted his teeth, reaching for the bowl and the kettle on the table. Lacking the means to purchase cups, they typically drank from bowls when thirsty. Liwei Zhou Yuxiao heard the commotion and coughed lightly again. I'm fine. You should rest. Your foot, it's nothing. I'm all right. You're still running a fever. Dr. Zhang said you need to drink plenty of hot water. If it doesn't improve in a few days, we can go to the village for N4. It's quicker that way. I want to go. Zhou Yuxiao firmly rejected the idea. Buying medicine already costs several coins, and 4 would be even more extravagant. We can barely afford our meals as it is. I cannot waste money like that. I'm afraid of the pain, she offered a feeble excuse. All right. Then just take your medicine. Once you're better, we need to go, he replied. This time, Zhou Yuxiao complied willingly. After finishing, she lay back down on the bed. What about Lixing? I don't know. That boy vanished after breakfast. Don't worry about him. Zhou Yuxiao pondered for a moment and said, if it comes to it, I'll borrow some money from my family. Lixing is about to start school, and Qianqian, she also needs to go to school. At this mention, Lu Liwei's expression darkened. Where would your family find money? We've borrowed from them so many times already. Alas, if only Lixing would put in some effort. Lu Liwei sighed. He has already separated from us. I wonder if he has made any progress. Our parents' intentions were to make him independent, but I can't help but worry, Zhou Yuxiao added. Why not send some of our sweet potatoes to them? Given the current situation, Wanqing must be struggling. Fine, once I can walk, I'll go deliver them. Lu Liwei was saying when suddenly, a commotion arose outside the door. Elder brother, where are you? Followed by a voice filled with tears. Wu, third brother, let me go. Let me go. Qianqian is back. What is Lixing doing? Lu Liwei furrowed his brow and lifted the fabric curtain of the bedroom. Due to the expensive doors, their home was secured with tattered cloth curtains. Could it be that something has happened at your second sister-in-law's? The thought made Lu Liwei stand up anxiously. At that moment, Lu Qianqian finally broke free from Lu Lixing's grasp. With a sudden rush, she dove into Lu Liwei's embrace, sobbing, Big brother, third brother is bullying me. It's all right, second sister-in-law. Second brother takes good care of you. Look, he even bought lollipops for Qianqian. She continued, her tears flowing freely. But third brother insists on taking Qianqian back. He's such a bad person. Lu Qianqian was indeed rather young. Lu Liwei listened in confusion. What do you mean? Your second brother bought you lollipops? What has your third brother done? He straightened up, demanding clarity. Lu Lixing, indignant, interjected, Don't listen to Qianqian's nonsense. She was merely bribed with a piece of candy. I encountered Lu Lixing in the village today. He bought a plethora of apples and bananas, costing at least 5 yuan. along with half a basket of vegetables. He is truly becoming more and more unmanageable. Lu Lixing struggled to articulate his frustration. Where are our parents? I shall inform them immediately. They must address Lu Lixing's behavior. Lu Liwei frowned. Stop right there. Who gave you permission to call him by name? He's your second brother. I have no such brother. Lu Lixing retorted defiantly. Lu Liwei sighed. I understand your anger. We are upset too. But he remains your second brother. Regardless of his misdeeds, he is still family. If he has gone astray, it is our responsibility to guide him back, not to scold him. Lixing, did your second brother truly buy that much? Would I deceive you? But we cannot tell our parents. They are already burdened enough. Informing them will only cause them distress. But we cannot allow Lu Lixing to continue his wastefulness. What about second sister-in-law? She is expecting a child. I will find a way. Once my foot heals, I will talk to him. Lu Liwei had no better plan. Wait, what were you doing in the village? Lu Lixing suddenly recalled the matter at hand and handed Lu Liwei the medicine he had purchased. I went to buy you medicine for your injuries. This is medicinal wine. And this is for consumption. Dr. Zhang said to apply the medicinal wine and massage it well. It will aid in your recovery. Who permitted you to buy me medicine? Lu Liwei was filled with indignation. The family was already short on funds. He did not wish to waste more. Your foot is in such serious condition. How could you not buy it? By the way, brother, did you settle the account with Dr. Zhang? Settle what account? Lu Liwei was taken aback. Lu Lixing replied. Dr. Zhang said that the money you owed for second sister-in-law's medicine has been repaid, and all previous debts have been cleared. Also for this medicine. He did not charge me. He mentioned that someone had already covered it. What? Lu Liwei stood up in excitement, momentarily forgetting the pain in his ankle. Who did that? Lu Lixing shook his head. I don't know. Dr. Zhang wouldn't say. He told me that one day we would find out. Lu Liwei furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Nearby, Lu Qianqian, who had been silent, could not help but voice her feelings. It must have been second brother. How could that be? Qianqian, stop your nonsense. Haven't I told you that children must not lie? Lu Lixing cast a piercing glance. Little Qianqian trembled slightly, pouting her lips, and began to cry once more. Lu Liwei hurriedly pulled his youngest sister closer, saying, Qianqian, do not weep. Lixing, why are you being so harsh on her? Even if Qianqian has spoken untruths, she is still just a child. In a fit of distress, Lu Qianqian sobbed, I did not. Sniff, sniff, I did not lie. It was given by second brother. Sob, you are all wicked people. Lu Lixing's expression hardened. From now on, Qianqian shall not stay with Lu Lixing anymore. She has not learned anything good. I will find a way to earn some money in the coming days and send Qianqian to school. With that, he turned and walked away. Lu Liwei attempted to stop him, but was unsuccessful, letting out a sigh as he began to comfort Lu Qianqian. Lu Lixing returned home. And it was already noon. A delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen. He spotted Gu Wanqing busily preparing food inside. His mood instantly brightened. Wanqing, why are you cooking again? Quickly, take a break. I will handle it. Startled by his sudden return, Gu Wanqing exclaimed, why are you back so unexpectedly? No. I want to make you a meal. Look, I'm perfectly fine. I've been eating so well these days. I'm back to my old self. I can still cook. Lu Lixing chuckled and gently placed his hand on Gu Wanqing's abdomen. She blushed and took a step back. What are you doing? Trying to see if they are moving yet? Unable to suppress a giggle, Gu Wanqing replied, are you foolish? They are not even 2 months old. How could they move? They haven't even begun to show yet. Indeed, that was true. Not having touched his wife, Lu Lixing leaned closer to the pot. What are you making? Braised ribs? Why are they so burnt? Gu Wanqing cleared her throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I haven't really cooked meat dishes before. Our family was very poor, and we seldom had anything to eat. Meat was only for special occasions, and even then, it was just a little. While Gu Wanqing was adept at preparing vegetarian dishes, she felt somewhat hesitant when it came to cooking meat. How about this? I will eat it, and you can prepare something else. Gu Wanqing quickly insisted. We can't waste it. Ribs are quite expensive. Haha, no need. I love whatever you make. Lu Lixing raised his hand again, intending to ruffle Gu Wanqing's hair. Instinctively, she stepped back. What are you doing again? This guy, why does he always have to be so touchy? It's broad daylight. Lu Lixing sensed the girl's unease and chuckled. You have a little twig in your hair. Where is it? Quickly, help me get it down. Gu Wanqing leaned closer to Lu Lixing, stretching her head forward. He gently parted her hair and removed the twig that had become entangled. He stood a head taller than her, and as he leaned in, Gu Wanqing could even hear his heartbeat. Her face flushed once more. To be honest, since marrying Lu Lixing, The feelings she experienced in these past few days were entirely different from before. Previously, Gu Wanqing always perceived Lu Lixing as a soulless automaton. Yet, now he resembles a warm, gentle giant, evoking an irresistible urge to draw near. Lu Lixing plucked a branch from a tree and presented it before her. Smiling as he said, "See, I wasn't deceiving you, was I? Next time your husband wishes to approach you, do not shy away." Ahem. My ribs need to be turned. Gu Wanqing cleared her throat softly and hurried towards the stove. However, in her haste, she stumbled over her own feet. "Ah," she exclaimed, and in the next moment, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Above her, she heard Lu Lixing's familiar voice. "How can you be so clumsy?" Gu Wanqing attempted to offer an explanation, yet it seemed that any words would be superfluous. Just as she pondered what to do, suddenly, the voice of Wang Taizhu echoed from a distance. Lu Gu, these sweet potatoes are absolutely delightful. Both my parents are singing their praises. I had to come and inquire where you acquired these sweet potatoes." In an instant, Wang Taizhu dashed to the kitchen door, and the next moment, he froze in place. Chapter 37. What a thrilling scene this is. Nearby, as Wang Taizhu approached, Dahu rushed forward to chase after him, but was a moment too late. At that moment, Dahu had already bitten onto Wang Taizhu's trousers, attempting to pull him backward. Suddenly, Wang Taizhu's eyes widened, caught in a moment of indecision. This scene is undeniably exhilarating. What are brother Lu and sister-in-law doing? Can he really watch this? Wang Taizhu found himself lost in thought. After a brief pause, he forcefully covered his eyes, yet left a small gap between his fingers. "Ah, brother Lu, I didn't mean to. Why didn't you close the door? Or, you continue. And I will take Dahu to the side for a moment." Having said this, Wang Taizhu ran off to the side with Dahu. At that moment, Gu Wanqing felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. Why is it that every time she finds herself in an embarrassing situation, she runs into Wang Taizhu? No, she cannot allow Wang Taizhu to misunderstand. In a flurry, she stood up from Lu Lixing's embrace and called out anxiously, "Taizhu, wait. It was me who was about to fall, and your brother Lu is helping me. Don't think too much into it." Wang Taizhu was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "Sister-in-law, don't worry. I'm not thinking anything improper, truly. You must believe me." With that, he grinned and made his way to sit down with Dahu at the edge of the courtyard. Gu Wanqing thought to herself, "How does it feel like the more I explain, the more absurd it becomes?" Wang Taizhu clearly didn't believe her. She shot a glare at Lu Lixing, feeling somewhat conflicted. "It's all your fault." "Haha." Lu Lixing laughed heartily. "Wanqing, you see, some matters cannot be explained. The more one tries to clarify, the darker it becomes, you know?" He gently brushed Gu Wanqing's nose and continued, "All right, you should rest now. I will take care of the cooking." Reluctantly, Gu Wanqing moved to sit by the fire pit, not wanting to face Wang Taizhu alone. Lu Lixing glanced at the pot, demonstrating his culinary prowess as he salvaged the ribs, then prepared rice porridge and boiled sweet potatoes. Since there was an abundance, Lu Lixing decided to chop a large piece and simmer it gently. By the time it was ready, the sweet potatoes had completely softened, blending beautifully with the porridge, fragrant and delightful. It was only when the meal was prepared that Gu Wanqing finally emerged from her previous embarrassment. "I'll go call Qianqian for dinner." Wait, where's Qianqian? She had assumed that Lu Qianqian was outside playing with Dahu. However, the courtyard now held only Dahu and Wang Taizhu. Lu Lixing sighed. She was taken home by Lixing. Gu Wanqing was taken aback. "You ran into Lixing? He didn't cause you any trouble, did he?" She knew Lu Lixing well. He was temperamental, especially towards Lu Lixing, yet he was exceptionally kind to others. Fiercely determined to reform Lu Lixing's previous laziness, Gu Wanqing was deeply worried. This child, unaware of Lu Lixing's changes, would surely react with anger upon seeing him. No. He simply took Qianqian home. "It's fine that Qianqian has left. We can enjoy our own world for a while. Once the babies arrive, our two-person realm will no longer exist," Lu Lixing said as he served the ribs. However, Gu Wanqing understood that matters were unlikely to be so straightforward. "Lu Lixing, did you not hear my explanation?" He forcibly took Lu Qianqian away. Lu Lixing paused and sighed helplessly. Although his wife was easily shy, she remained clearer-headed than anyone when faced with actual situations. He could only nod in agreement. "Yes, but I'm fine. I was a jerk before. Which is why Lai Heng reacted this way. I have a way to earn his forgiveness." Gu Wanqing nodded. "Just tell me what you need me to do, and I will." "All right, let us eat first." After bringing out the ribs, Lu Lixing called over Wang Taizhu. Taiju, come, have some more. Not for me, I just ate. Wang Taiju quickly replied. Today we're having ribs, you must try some. What? Ribs? Wang Taiju swallowed hard. He remembered the last time he had ribs was 6 months ago. Well, I suppose I'll have a taste. Good, just give the bones to De Huang. All right. Gu Wanqing served a bowl of rice for Wang Taiju as the three of them sat down together. Lu Gu, I've noticed that living with you has truly improved my life. Just a few days ago we had rabbit meat, and today it's ribs. Quite splendid. Would you like to eat meat every day? Lu Lixing asked as he placed a piece of rib onto Gu Wanqing's plate. Of course I would. But where would I find such good fortune? Right now you have it. Lu Lixing took a sip of soup and said earnestly, tomorrow, work with me, and I'll pay you 5 yuan a day. What? 5 yuan a day? Wang Taiju was astonished. In a place like hijacking, earning 5 yuan in a month was a challenge. 5 yuan a day was a salary one wouldn't even earn in the county. Lu Gu, did I hear you correctly? Gu Wanqing looked at Lu Lixing with curiosity. Lu Lixing replied, yes, you heard correctly. Weren't you asking me where these sweet potatoes came from? They're from our own fields. Our sweet potatoes look like this. Starting tomorrow, you'll help me sell them. For however many days you work, I'll pay you for those days. 5 yuan a day, are you in? Lu Lixing had been contemplating this on his way back. Selling sweet potatoes alone, digging, and delivering to the village was a limited effort. He needed help, and Wang Taiju was undoubtedly the best choice. He had sold 60 yuan worth today, with 2 of them selling tomorrow. Even if they didn't earn more than 120, they could still make around 100. Paying Wang Taiju 5 yuan was not a significant burden. He would also look for other ways to earn, as he needed to gather enough tuition for Qianqian and Liheng. Wang Taiju was completely stunned. I'll do it. I'm in. All right, then come to my house tomorrow morning after breakfast. Okay, Lu Gu. Wang Taiju was overwhelmed with excitement. As he took a bite of the rib, he suddenly froze. He glanced up at Lu Lixing, feeling somewhat conflicted. How could Lu be so composed while eating such a lackluster rib? This surely did not reflect Lu's culinary skills. Wang Taiju shifted his gaze between Lu Lixing and Gu Wanqing before enlightenment struck him. He took a sip of porridge and swallowed the rib. After finishing the meal, Wang Taiju insisted on washing the dishes, and Lu Lixing did not object. Gu Wanqing, feeling drowsy after her meal, turned to head inside. Passing by the vegetable basket, she recalled Lu Lixing's earlier remark about buying her oranges. Yet, after all this time, he had not mentioned it again. Perhaps he hadn't bought any? With Qianqian taken away, he must have been preoccupied. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she continued walking into the house. Just as she took a couple of steps, Lu Lixing called out to her, Wanqing, wait a moment. What is it? Gu Wanqing turned back with curiosity. Lu Lixing walked over to the side of the courtyard, separating 2 stacked baskets. From the bottom basket, he retrieved apples and bananas, handing them to Gu Wanqing. I couldn't find any oranges. The shop was out of stock, so I bought some apples and bananas instead. Have some for now, and I'll get you oranges later. Gu Wanqing stared at the 2 large bags of apples and bananas in shock, her mouth agape. A little? Lu Lixing, this is what you call a little? Given their financial situation, they seldom splurged on such items except during the new year. He must have purchased several pounds. Lu Lixing nodded. Fruits provide vitamins, you should eat more. You no wonder Lixing wants to talk to you, and took Qianqian away. He must have seen you buying these. Lu Lixing remained silent, but acknowledged her remark through his demeanor. Try them, they're quite sweet. Just as Wang Taiju was about to head out to fetch water, he witnessed this scene and was instantly dumbfounded. Heavens, sister-in-law, Lu Gu is treating you so well. So many apples. And bananas. Is this what they call pampering one's wife? Gu Wanqing, Wang Taiju began again. She hurriedly took the fruits from Lu Lixing and went inside. Before closing the door, she tossed a banana and an apple back to Lu Lixing. Here, take these for Taiju. Lu Lixing, with a hint of helplessness, approached Wang Taiju and handed him an apple. Here, your sister-in-law gave this to you. Hee, I'm Lu Gu. Did I cause you any trouble again? Lu Lixing smiled. No, you did splendidly. Life needs a bit of seasoning. Otherwise, with Wanqing's temperament, when would it ever become sweet? That's good to hear. Lu Gu, I've washed the pot. So, what shall we do this afternoon? Wang Taiju had completely regarded Lu Lixing as an older brother. This afternoon, let us go dig sweet potatoes. All right, no problem. When Zhao Xiulian returned home, it was already noon. Seeing the chimney of her house emitting smoke, she paused in surprise. The 2 elders had clearly been unwell and could no longer cook. What could be happening? Who stealthily entered their kitchen? Not even the widow's home was spared. It is utterly outrageous. She seized a nearby stick and marched towards the hearth. After taking just a couple of steps, she heard her mother-in-law's cheerful voice. Shilian, you have returned. Quickly, go help in the kitchen. Help? Zhao Shilian felt perplexed. Who has come? Their family was nearly on the brink of extinction. It was customary for no relatives to visit. It is Lu Furuin. He said he would come to prepare a meal for us. Old Lu, why has he come again? This is truly infuriating. Zhao Shilian stormed towards the kitchen, still clutching the stick in her hand, when she saw Lu Furuin joyfully emerging with a bowl of dishes. Shilian, you are back. Hurry, it's time to eat. Look, I have sought out a great deal of mushrooms today. They are exceptionally delicious, and I am certain you will enjoy them. Lu Furuin said as he placed the platter on the dining table. Zhao Shilian was seething with anger. Lu Furuin, what brings you to my home? I am a widow, and you are a bachelor. Won't people gossip about this? Moreover, I have already informed you that I do not intend to remarry. Why do you persist in coming? Chapter 38. A grand boar, another harvest for Lu Lixing. Lu Furuin, unperturbed, cheerfully returned to the house to serve more rice. I am aware of all this, yet, Shilian, consider us. Combined, we are over 100 years old. Why should we concern ourselves with such trivial matters? As the saying goes, one must pursue what they love, strive for the life they desire, and never shortchange oneself. We are not the young and timid anymore. Look at me, a bachelor, and you, a widow. Do we not complement each other splendidly? Zhao Shilian. What nonsense is this? She felt a twinge of anger. Lu Furuin, you truly are. Shoo. Lu Furuin gestured towards the elderly couple outside, signaling for silence. Let us dine first. We can talk afterward, lest your in-laws become upset. Reluctantly, Zhao Shilian remained silent. I shall see just how delectable your so-called mushrooms truly are. With a huff, she walked over and assisted her in-laws to the table. Granny Zhou looked at Lu Furuin with satisfaction. Shilian, dear, you ought to temper your temper a bit. Look how good he is to you. You have kept us waiting for quite some time. Why not just... Mother, are you trying to send me away? All right, I shall not speak further. Consider your own matters, but I sincerely hope you find a good partner. Furuin is a commendable choice. Come, let us eat. Once seated, Zhao Shilian shot a fierce glare at Lu Furuin. He truly had picked up some bad habits. In exasperation, she took a piece of mushroom for herself and placed it in her mouth. In the next moment, her eyes sparkled with delight. Lu Furuin leaned in, eagerly awaiting her response. How is it? Delicious, isn't it? I told you it would be. Delicious, indeed. Zhao Shilian muttered a retort. Yet her chopsticks remained firmly in the mushroom dish. These mushrooms are truly delightful. However, she could not allow Lu Furuin to perceive her joy. Otherwise, this old fellow would undoubtedly take advantage of it. After the meal, Lu Furuin gleefully went to wash the dishes. Granny Zhou sat in the courtyard, enjoying the cool breeze while reflecting. These mushrooms are indeed delicious. Shilian, look how well Furuin treats you. He brings you only the best to eat. Mother, Zhao Shilian exclaimed angrily once more. She certainly recognized Lu Furuin's good nature, but as a widow, she was loath to tread this path again. Moreover, she did not wish to bring trouble to Lu Furuin. After a moment's contemplation, she hesitantly approached the kitchen door. Hey, old Lu, what do you call these mushrooms? Where can I find them? Do not misunderstand. My mother-in-law enjoys them, and I wish to gather some for her. Lu Furuin chuckled merrily. You want some? I can gather them for you, but some mushrooms are toxic. If you cannot identify them, you may end up poisoned. How do you know all this? Lu Lixing told me. Lu Lixing again? Zhao Shilian muttered under her breath. What has that lad been up to lately? I do not know, but I sense he has undergone a transformation. He now possesses skills and can manage various tasks. Truly remarkable. Lu Furuin and his wife are living quite happily together. Just look at it, Shilian. If you were to marry me, our lives could be even more splendid, surpassing theirs. Zhao Shilian. This fellow truly cannot stop talking. It would be best to extinguish his aspirations directly. Do you genuinely wish to marry me? Yes, indeed I do. Lu Furuin noticed Zhao Shilian's slight acquiescence and paused his movements. Then you must agree to one request of mine. What request? Speak freely. Zhao Shilian felt a twinge of nervousness but still articulated. A bride price. I demand 500 yuan. Without it, I shall not wed. In their era, a young woman marrying typically involved a bride price of merely 1 or 200 yuan. In some cases, a few essentials such as rice, flour, and eggs were sufficient to claim a bride. 500 yuan, however, represented an exorbitant sum for them. Zhao Shilian hoped to deter Lu Furuin. Lu Furuin was momentarily taken aback. What? You won't agree? I will. Rest assured, I will find a way to earn the necessary funds. His lifelong aspiration was to marry Zhao Xulian. He vividly recalled the years prior when he was gravely ill, and it was Zhao Xulian who brought him meals daily. Without her, he would have perished of starvation at home. For all these years, he harbored this desire, but Zhao Xulian's disapproval had rendered him silent. Yet, Lu Lixing's words awakened him. He was growing older and deserved to live for himself. But where would he procure that money? Lu Feng fell into contemplation just then. He caught sight of the large sweet potato Zhao Xulian had brought back. Lu Feng was astonished. Such a colossal sweet potato? Where did it come from? In the afternoon, Lu Lixing took Wang Taizhu and Da Huang to the sweet potato field. Upon seeing a vast expanse of large sweet potatoes, Wang Taizhu was utterly astounded. Goodness! Are these sweet potatoes real? How could they grow so large? Why do the sweet potatoes at my home not flourish like this? Just days ago, my parents were fretting over what to do if they had no sweet potatoes this year. Wang Taizhu couldn't help but swallow hard. Hearing this, Lu Lixing paused momentarily, and a thought struck him. Taizhu, have you ever considered selling your sweet potatoes to me? The sweet potatoes from your own land amount to about 1,000 jin. Once sold, there will be none left. Given the current situation, these sweet potatoes will sell remarkably well, even if those in the village are sold out. When the roads reopen, we can sell them in town. The town is bustling with people and high demand. Surely there will be a profit to be made. Lu Lixing had also contemplated selling Lingquan water as fertilizer, but such a spiritual item could easily arouse suspicion, particularly among the backward rural populace. He decided it would be wiser to purchase sweet potatoes from others and manage it himself. Few in the entire Lujia village could be trusted to collaborate with him. Wang Taizhu was one of them. Huh? Wang Taizhu exclaimed in surprise. Sell to you? Indeed, sell them to me. Our sweet potatoes have grown remarkably large due to my discovery of a new fertilizer, which proves highly effective for their growth. If you sell me all the sweet potatoes from your land, I shall ensure you have enough to last through the winter, and I will cultivate the remainder for profit, which we can then share. What do you think? Wang Taizhu glanced once more at the sweet potatoes in Lu Lixing's field and nodded. All right, I will speak to my parents, and if they agree, I will sell them to you. Well then, I await your good news. Now let us return to work. The three of them, 2 men and a dog, worked with remarkable fervor, soon uncovering a substantial pile of sweet potatoes. Wang Taizhu gazed at the heap, troubled. Lu Gu, these sweet potatoes are indeed large, but it seems we cannot carry them all back. Perhaps I should return home to fetch our cart, and we can transport them in one go? Sounds good, Lu Lixing readily agreed. As soon as Wang Taizhu departed, Lu Lixing heard a voice echo in his mind. Congratulations. Host, you have received a fortune pouch. The pouch has been added to your inventory. Please check. Another pouch? What treasures might today hold? Lu Lixing mused, when suddenly, he heard Da Huang barking furiously in the distance. Woof woof. Lu Lixing, puzzled, called out. Da Huang, what is it? Woof woof. Da Huang barked twice more, his tone lacking its usual bravado, now tinged with seriousness. Furrowing his brow, Lu Lixing approached Da Huang cautiously. Upon reaching the dog's side, he was taken aback to find a wild boar with a greenish face and menacing tusks, locked in a standoff with Da Huang, though not particularly large. The boar's formidable tusks signaled it was no ordinary foe. Da Huang crouched low, seemingly preparing to charge. The boar bared its teeth, refusing to yield. Lu Lixing recalled that wild boars are notorious for raiding crops, causing significant damage to the villagers' harvests each year. While they are protected in the future, in this era, wild boars run rampant, posing a genuine threat. At last, Lu Lixing understood the purpose of the fortune pouch. A smile crept across his face as he opened it, curious about the method it might provide to capture this beast. A wild boar is considerably larger than a hare. Once captured, he can keep a portion for himself and sell the rest. In Lujia village, many households raise pigs, but they are only slaughtered during the new year. Selling wild boar meat now would surely yield a handsome profit. With anticipation, he opened the fortune pouch and gently patted Da Huang on the head. Do not fear. Da Huang, charge. Woof. Encouraged by Lu Lixing's words, Da Huang gained newfound courage, sprinting towards the wild boar, caught off guard in its combat stance. The boar was momentarily slow to react, and as a result, it was bitten by Da Huang, letting out a shriek before fleeing. Lu Lixing pondered for a moment and sought a nearby spot close to the stone bank. What if the wild boar needed a place to meet its demise? However, moments later, Lu Lixing realized that the wild boar had no intention of crashing into the stones. It was continuously sprinting ahead, circling around Lu Lixing as if trapped in an endless loop. Observing De Huang, who was also caught in the whirl, panting heavily, Lu Lixing furrowed his brow. Was his initial assumption incorrect? He stroked his chin and called out to De Huang. De Huang, shall we take a break? Upon hearing Lu Lixing's words, De Huang glanced at the wild boar, then back at Lu Lixing, ultimately deciding that a brief respite was in order. It was utterly exhausted. Reluctantly, it trotted over to Lu Lixing's side, contemplating catching its breath before resuming the chase. To its surprise, the prey had not only remained but appeared to be growing more vigorous in its frantic dash. De Huang, Lu Lixing. Could it be true? He settled down on the ground, and De Huang followed suit. The man and his dog observed the wild boar as it continued its solitary, frenzied circle. As they watched, De Huang nearly dozed off. 10 minutes later, a sudden thud broke the silence. The wild boar, frothing at the mouth, collapsed onto the ground. Lu Lixing, is this demise not somewhat embarrassing? Yet, as a beneficiary of the situation, he refrained from voicing any complaints and silently gave a thumbs up to the system. De Huang, now brimming with excitement, dashed towards the fallen boar and discovered that it was indeed lifeless. Turning back, it joyfully barked in delight at Lu Lixing. Woof, woof, woof. Lu Lixing approached and gently patted its head. I understand, De Huang, quiet now? The man and his dog dragged the wild boar to the edge of the ground and settled down to rest. When Wang Taizhu arrived, he was met with this astonishing scene. He was utterly taken aback. What on earth? Where did this wild boar come from? Chapter 39, The Betrothal Gift. To be compensated later, Wang Taizhu felt somewhat bewildered. He set the cart aside and hurried towards Lu Lixing and the dog, De Huang. Brother Lu, what is going on? Lu Lixing pointed at De Huang. De Huang caught it. Woof. De Huang complied with a bark, proudly wagging his tail. Wang Taizhu's mouth fell open in astonishment. Heavens! You're truly impressive, De Huang. This wild boar appears to be even larger than you. How did you manage to catch it? What woof? Flattered by the praise. De Huang's tail seemed on the verge of breaking. Wang Taizhu silently gave a thumbs up. You are indeed a master of the hunt. Seeing that Wang Taizhu believed him, Lu Lixing chuckled. All right, let us load the sweet potatoes onto the cart and take the wild boar back as well. We'll slaughter it tonight. Sure. The trio, comprised of 2 men and 1 dog, busily worked with great joy. With the addition of this wild boar, their haul was truly bountiful. At home, Gu Wanqing had already begun contemplating what to prepare for dinner. The pork ribs from lunch had turned out poorly, and she certainly couldn't afford another failure for dinner. With Lu Lixing and Taizhu off working, they must be quite hungry. While she was lost in thought, she heard the sound of the cart approaching. Gu Wanqing joyfully stepped outside. Lu Lixing, you're back. What do you want for dinner? However, before she could finish her sentence, she froze. What is that? She saw Lu Lixing and Wang Taizhu unloading items from the cart. De Huang was barking incessantly beside them. Yet, the object in question appeared dark and exceedingly large, resembling nothing like sweet potatoes. Wang Taizhu chuckled heartily and shouted, Sister-in-law, this is a wild boar. De Huang and brother Lu caught it. A wild boar. Gu Wanqing hurried over. Indeed, now you can enjoy some good meat, sister-in-law. Wang Taizhu and Lu Lixing placed the wild boar beside the yard, exhilarated beyond measure. Sister-in-law, look. He raised his head only to find Gu Wanqing not gazing at the wild boar. Instead, she grasped Lu Lixing's arm. Her eyes filled with concern. You caught such a large wild boar with De Huang? Are you all right? Did you get hurt? Wild boars are known for their aggression, and the formidable tusks of this one clearly indicated its potential ferocity. How could 1 man and 1 dog possibly subdue it? Lu Lixing smiled and gently ruffled Gu Wanqing's hair. It's fine, see? I'm perfectly all right. De Huang is unharmed as well. We were fortunate. When we encountered it, it was already injured, so there's no need to worry. Oh, that's a relief. Gu Wanqing finally exhaled, then turned to ask, Taizhu, what were you about to say to me just now? Wang Taizhu felt a pang of sadness. Sigh, having a partner truly makes a difference. Nobody seemed to care about his return. Thankfully, he still had De Huang by his side. Nothing, I didn't say anything. Oh. Gu Wanqing paid it no mind. Then, are you going to slaughter the boar? I'll go boil some water. All right. You are expecting a child and should refrain from witnessing overly gruesome scenes. You should leave promptly. Lu Lixing nodded. After Gu Wanqing departed, he and Wang Taizhu fell into a contemplative silence. To slaughter a pig, one requires a sharp knife and a substantial basin to remove the bristles. Yet, neither of these essentials could be found in their home. Lu, what shall we do? Who in our village knows how to butcher pigs? Oh, old Li from the village. And, Uncle Lu, they exclaimed in unison. Lu Furuin had been a bachelor for many years, taking on various odd jobs in the village. Just before the new year, villagers who tended pigs would slaughter them for the festivities. Lu Furuin never missed this opportunity, as he could earn 3 yuan from butchering a pig, just in time for the celebrations. I shall seek him out. Lu, you should assist your sister-in-law in boiling water, Wang Taizhu declared before sprinting away. As he passed his own courtyard, he called for Aunt Wang to join in boiling water. Such a significant task as pig slaughtering required copious amounts of hot water, far exceeding the capacity of Lu's household pot. Upon hearing that Lu Lixing intended to butcher a pig, Aunt Wang immediately agreed to help. 20 minutes later, Lu Lixing heard a boisterous voice outside. Lu's lad, have you truly captured such a large wild boar? Ha ha, I thought you were jesting. This is the largest wild boar I have ever seen. Come, I've brought all my tools. How is the water coming along? The voice belonged to Lu Furuin. Lu Lixing quickly stepped outside. It's ready, Uncle Lu. I merely have good fortune. Ha ha ha, fortune is indeed not equally distributed. Look at Taizhu and me. Why are we not blessed with such luck? You not only catch rabbits, but also wild boars. Young man, you are destined for greatness. Even I, a seasoned wanderer of the mountains, cannot compare to your luck. Come, lend a hand. Let us lift the wild boar into the basin. When Lu Furuin arrived, he had already brought along the large basin and tools with Wang Taizhu. The three of them placed the basin onto the ground in front of the courtyard and worked together to hoist the wild boar inside. With preparations complete, Lu Furuin instructed Lu Lixing and Wang Taizhu to pour hot water into the pot. After several buckets of steaming water were brought in, the basin was filled to the brim. Lu Furuin directed Gu Wanqing and Aunt Wang to continue boiling water while he, along with Lu Lixing and Wang Taizhu, began the arduous task of removing the pig's bristles. In this quaint mountain village, the most rudimentary method was employed, using coarse, hard stones to pound away the bristles. The heat from the water made the bristles fall away with a single strike, though it required considerable force. Lu Lixing, who had never engaged in such labor in his past life, could hardly fathom that in this new life, he would be personally involved in such tasks. Yet, his mindset had shifted. What once seemed laborious was now a source of relief and joy. The trio toiled diligently for nearly an hour, even changing the water midway, before finally finishing the removal of the bristles. Next came Lu Furuin's task, to eviscerate the wild boar and separate its innards from its body. These matters require considerable skill with a knife, which Lu Lihong lacks. Yet, he observed with great enthusiasm, even taking a large basin of pig's blood. Perhaps it was because he had not slaughtered a pig for over 6 months. Lu Furuin was particularly cheerful. Xiaoxing, what do you plan to do with this pig? Will you sell it or keep it for yourself? If you choose to keep it, you could cure the meat or make preserved meat. But it needs to be cut into pieces. If you decide to sell, simply cut it in half. You can take it to the market, and customers can choose whichever part they prefer. Lu Lihong pondered for a moment. In his previous life, he would have surely kept such a fine specimen for himself. However, now he found himself in dire need of funds. Gu Wanqing was pregnant and required medical attention and medication, while Lu Qianqian and Lu Lixing were attending school. He also wished to support his parents and elder brother with his sister-in-law. Selling it would be prudent. He resolved to sell the larger portion and retain a small part for himself. After voicing his decision, he turned to Gu Wanqing. My dear, what do you think? Being addressed as my dear in front of others made Gu Wanqing feel somewhat flustered. She cleared her throat. Well, you can decide. All right, then it shall be so. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Haha, not a bother at all. I've been itching to do this for a while. However, after slaughtering this pig, there should still be around 200 pounds of clean meat, which can fetch a good price. Wanqing, you should step back. I'm about to start cutting. Gu Wanqing hurried back into the house, and Lu Lihong returned to assist. He needed to prepare the seasonings for the evening stew. With a swift motion, Lu Furuin separated the pig's head from its body. Wang Taizhu watched in awe. Uncle Lu, your technique is impressive. Indeed, I've been slaughtering pigs for over 20 years. Alas, it's a pity. Lu Furuin sighed, suddenly feeling a pang of melancholy. What is the matter, Uncle Lu? Wang Taizhu inquired curiously. Lu Furuin shook his head. No matter how skilled the technique, it doesn't bring in money. She wants 500 yuan for the betrothal gift. Today, I rummaged through all the money in the house and still fell short by 300. After promising Zhao Xiulian in the afternoon, Lu Furuin began contemplating where he might earn some money. However, having lived in the mountains his entire life, he felt utterly at a loss. He considered that perhaps when the road was completed, he could venture out to find work. Who is she? Wang Taiju perked up, eager for gossip. Uncle Lu. Do you have someone special? Haha, you little rascal. Are you trying to make fun of me again? No. I remember Brother Lu saying one should live for oneself. Uncle Lu, who is this special someone? Hurry and tell me. 500 yuan is a lot. When my father married my mother, he only gave a basket of eggs. Haha, she is simply trying to deter me. Why is that? The two shared a jovial conversation, oblivious to the fact that Lu Lihong had already arrived at the kitchen door. Gu Wanqing, originally tending to the fire, noticed his stillness and quickly approached Lihong. What's wrong? Shill, Lu Lihong pointed outside. Gu Wanqing listened for a moment and began to grasp the situation. 500 yuan for the betrothal gift? When she married Lu Lixing, it seemed that no bride price was requested. Suddenly, she felt quite disadvantaged. Gu Wanqing playfully cast a glance at Lu Lixing. He immediately discerned the little girl's thoughts and subtly caressed Gu Wanqing's abdomen. Isn't this a suitable bride price? He teased. Hey, there are people around. How can you be so touchy-feely? Really? I will ignore you. Gu Wanqing turned and retreated behind the stove. Just as she settled down, she heard Lu Lixing say, I will make up for the bride price, Wanqing. Just wait for me. It won't be long. Gu Wanqing looked up at Lu Lixing, only to find he had already exited. She lowered her head, gently caressing her abdomen, and chuckled. Your father is even more mischievous than you. What shall we do? After leaving, Lu Lixing headed straight for Lu Fruin and Wang Taiju. Affecting surprise, he remarked, Uncle Lu, your knife skills are truly impressive. Wang Taiju patted Lu Lixing on the shoulder. Brother Lu, I just mentioned that. Lu Lixing was not annoyed. He picked up one of Lu Fruin's knives and examined it. My knives aren't this sharp, are they? Lu Fruin replied. No, they aren't. If you go to sell meat tomorrow, I can lend you my knife. Take it with you. However, he added, but I seem to lack such excellent knife skills. Lu Lixing rubbed his temples in distress. How about this, Uncle Lu? Could you assist me as well? Chapter 40. This little girl understands his thoughts in the near future. He would not merely earn money as he does now. He would require trustworthy assistance. Although Lu Fur-in was somewhat older, his diligence and competence instilled confidence in Lu Lixing. What work? Lu Fur-in inquired, somewhat bewildered. To sell pork, of course. This is not my area of expertise. You are the expert. You can assist me in selling on the street, just like Taiju, and I'll pay you 5 yuan a day, Lu Lixing explained. Ah, I almost forgot to tell you, I am selling sweet potatoes on the street. Taiju is helping me sell them tomorrow. I cannot manage alone. Lu Lixing elaborated. Wang Taiju chimed in, embellishing the tale. Yes. Brother Lu's sweet potatoes. Have you seen how enormous they are? Today, we sold over 100 jin in the village. Along with this pig, Brother Lu is making quite a profit. I plan to stick with Brother Lu. Uncle Lu, aren't you saving for a bride price? Shall we join forces? Lu Fur-in was momentarily taken aback. Sweet potatoes? You mean those gigantic sweet potatoes? He gestured to indicate size. When he had inquired with Zhao Shilian today, she mentioned they were purchased in the village. Lu Fur-in pondered who might grow such large sweet potatoes, as he intended to buy some tomorrow as well. Yes, indeed. Wang Taiju moved to a corner and retrieved a massive sweet potato from the cart. Look, goodness! Lu Fur-in exclaimed in awe. It's so large. Splendid. I'll go too. Save 2 for me to eat during the new year. Lu Lixing chuckled. How about you sell me the sweet potatoes from your field? Ah? Lu Fur-in appeared even more bewildered. Well, Uncle Lu, it's like this. Wang Taiju recounted what Lu Lixing had said earlier. Lu Fur-in nodded vigorously. Ha. Splendid. I agree, I need not consult my family. All the ones from my field are yours. If all goes well, I might have enough money to marry Shilian soon. Lu Fur-in felt elated within. Shilian? Your beloved is Zhao Shilian? Wang Taiju swiftly deduced. Ha! Brother Lu, it seems we have uncovered quite a remarkable secret. Lu Fur-in hastily covered his mouth. But it was already too late. He could only awkwardly say, Taiju, you mustn't speak carelessly. I'm not speaking carelessly. Uncle Lu, you said it yourself. Ha. Uncle Lu, I'm prepared. I'm looking forward to celebrating your wedding. I'll try my best to give you a generous red envelope. That is more like it. But be careful not to gossip about this, you two rascals. Lu Fur-in muttered a few words before returning to his tasks, starting with cutting the ribs and pig leg. Lu Lixing took them to wash thoroughly and then brought them into the kitchen. Tonight, we're having stewed meat with noodles. Uncle Lu, Taiju, please stay for dinner. All right. The two did not hesitate. Lu Lixing returned to the stove. meticulously removing the pig hair from the pig leg before placing it into the pot, which already contained water infused with spices he had prepared earlier. Lu Lixing employed a method of slow braising the pork, and soon the enticing aroma filled the air. He stood at the stove, lost in thought. Gu Wanqing observed him for a considerable time, realizing he remained utterly still. She rose and approached Lu Lixing, gently tugging at his sleeve. Lu Lixing, what is the matter? Startled back to reality, Lu Lixing hastily waved his hand. It's nothing, nothing at all. Please, sit down and don't move around. Disregarding his words, Gu Wanqing casually remarked, actually, I miss Qianqian as well. Lu Lixing paused momentarily, taken aback. Gu Wanqing regarded him earnestly and continued, and also, my elder brother, my sister-in-law, and my parents. When I first came to this family, it was in dire straits, yet they never deprived me of anything. Whatever good things my parents had, they would share with me. And so would my sister-in-law. Although Lixing was just a young lad, he always brought back delicious treats for Qianqian and me whenever he ventured into the mountains. Lu Lixing. Let us take some meat back to them. They must not have had meat in ages and would surely crave it. Especially that little girl Qianqian, she's such a glutton. After feasting on meat here for a few days, she'll likely cry for it when we return, probably refusing to eat properly. I'll accompany you back later. As Gu Wanqing spoke, she wore a smile. Astute as she was, she had seen through his thoughts. Yet, he remained oblivious to the possibility of being cast out upon their return. An unsettling feeling lingered that the food he brought back might be rejected by Lixing. Lu Lixing nodded. All right, once the meat is ready, we shall take it to them. With that, he ventured outside once more, bringing in additional pork legs and ribs. In the interim, Aunt Wang delivered radishes and potatoes. The meat simmered for over an hour. Fortunately, he had returned early today. It was barely 7:30. Lu Lixing set out bowls and chopsticks, serving each person a bowl of meat accompanied by potatoes. He then added the pre-prepared noodles to the pot. The meat broth with noodles was a dish he had particularly enjoyed in his previous life after coming into some wealth. Everyone joyfully finished their meal. Wang Taizhu and Lu Foran returned to their respective homes. The well-fed Da Huang had already fallen asleep on the doorstep. Lu Lixing retrieved a basin of meat he had prepared earlier, along with 2 sweet potatoes. He called out to Gu Wanqing. Wanqing, shall we go? Yes, all right. Gu Wanqing nodded. However, after taking just a couple of steps, she suddenly exclaimed, Ah? Lu Lixing quickly set down the basin, his face filled with concern. What happened? Wanqing, are you all right? No, I'm fine. I just suddenly felt a sharp pain in my abdomen. Please don't worry. Gu Wanqing took a moment to compose herself. Let us go? Her complexion appeared somewhat pale. Lu Lixing recalled Zhang Chunlei's words. Gu Wanqing should be taking care of herself now, avoiding strenuous activities. He stopped her, saying, You should return and rest. I will go on my own. I'm fine, really. I can manage, you needn't worry. Lu Lixing gently pinched Gu Wanqing's cheek, causing her to blush instantly. But, Li Jun and the others. She started to protest. It's fine, I can handle it. Besides, Qianqian is here too, he reassured her. Gu Wanqing nodded in agreement. All right then, just take your time. As she entered the house, Lu Lixing continued his journey home. Meanwhile, inside the thatched cottage, Lu Lijun had already prepared the meal. Zhou Yuxiao, with the support of Lu Liwei, made her way to the dining table. Their parents were not home. Zhou Yuxiao was unwell, and Lu Liwei had sprained his ankle. For the past few days, it had been Lu Lijun who had taken over the cooking. Today's meal consisted of corn porridge, accompanied by steamed buns and a stir-fried vegetable dish. Once seated, Lu Liwei sighed. Ah, Yuxia, you have suffered by staying with me. What are you saying? When you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. When you marry a dog, you follow the dog. I have committed to you for life, and I am willing to endure hardships, he said with a cheerful smile, serving Zhou Yuxia some vegetables. Zhou Yuxia's gaze shifted to the stubbornly standing Lu Qianqian at the doorway. Qianqian, why don't you come over and eat? Lu Qianqian pouted, on the verge of tears. Wah. I miss my second sister-in-law. I also miss my second brother. Wah wah wah. I want to stay with my second sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Lu Lijun felt a surge of anger. Lu Qianqian, are you really that foolish? Pouting her lips, Lu Qianqian shot him an angry glance. Humph, you are the foolish one. Third brother is the silliest. Qianqian doesn't want to eat third brother's cooking. With that, Lu Qianqian turned and ran outside. Qianqian wants to find second brother. Hey, you little girl. Lu Liwei stood up to pursue her. It was already quite late, and although there was moonlight outside, the mountains were inherently unsafe at night. Brother, your ankle, You should stay seated. I will go after her. But you. I won't bicker with Qianqian anymore, I promise. Lu Lijun vowed. Lu Liwei finally nodded. Hurry and go. Don't let that girl run too far. With a quick nod, Lu Lijun dashed out the door. As Lu Qianqian ran, she wiped her tears. Third brother is truly too mean. I am starting to dislike third brother. However, after just a few steps, she suddenly halted. What to do now? It's so dark outside. At that moment, a rustling sound echoed from ahead. Startled, Lu Qianqian crouched down and hugged herself. Then, she began to cry aloud. Wah wah wah, who is it? Please don't eat Qianqian. I am still a child. My flesh isn't tasty, wah wah wah. The more she cried, the sadder she became, recalling the ghost stories her parents had told her when she was small. Suddenly, a familiar laughter resonated from the front. Chapter 42. Mom and Dad will be very happy to know. Stand at attention. Stand at attention? Lu Liwei observed Lu Lijing's dazed expression and called out to him. What are you thinking about? Oh, nothing at all. Lu Lijing replied with an awkward smile, his mind racing with unsettling thoughts. How could Lu Lixing possibly sell sweet potatoes? Where would he procure such fine sweet potatoes? Well then, let us indulge in some meat since it's a gift from Lixing, Lu Liwei encouraged. Really? Should we? Lu Lijing hesitated. After all, there had been multiple occasions when Lu Lixing had tricked the family. Come on, just eat. He is our brother. What do we have to fear? But those sweet potatoes, they might be something Lixing acquired through dubious means. Let us set them aside for now, if they are ill-gotten gains. We can sell them and return the money. Lu Lijing nodded in agreement. This seemed like a reasonable solution. Cautiously, he approached the stone table, gazing at the large bowl of fragrant meat, still finding it somewhat surreal. What are you staring at? Hurry up and eat. Zhou Yuxiao urged as she handed him a generous piece of pork leg. Receiving the meat, Lu Lijing took a gentle bite. The savory flavor burst through his taste buds, enveloping him completely. Although he had already dined, he felt ravenously hungry. Disregarding his image, he began to eat heartily. Zhou Yuxiao chuckled. All right, Lijing, eat slowly. There's plenty. Indeed, Lixing has done well, knowing to bring us food. It seems that moving out has its advantages. Yes, Lu Liwei wholeheartedly agreed. As long as he is making progress. That is what matters. In a few days, I will go to the mountains to gather some food to send to them. Absolutely, Zhou Yuxiao nodded. Mom and Dad will be very pleased to hear this. For many years, the family had been worried about Lu Lixing. Whenever he faltered, they were there to pick up the pieces. If Lu Lijing truly had turned over a new leaf, it would be wonderful. After finishing the meat, Lu Lijing lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His mind was consumed with memories of his encounter with Lu Lixing that evening. What on earth had happened to him? Meanwhile, Lu Lixing returned home to find Gu Wanqing still awake in the main room. She was cradling Lu Qianqian as she approached. Why are you still up? I was waiting for you, Gu Wanqing replied with a smile. Seeing Lu Lixing about to utter some sentimental words, Gu Wanqing quickly turned her attention to Lu Qianqian. Qianqian, you're back? Yes. Second sister-in-law, Qianqian missed you, Lu Qianqian exclaimed, leaping from Lu Lixing's arms into Gu Wanqing's embrace. However, upon reaching her, she halted, looking up with a silly grin. Gu Wanqing, slightly bewildered, asked, what is the matter? Second sister-in-law has a little baby now. Qianqian mustn't bump into her, hee. You seem to know quite a bit. Hee, all right, come on, let us go. Second sister-in-law will give you some warm meat to eat. With that, Gu Wanqing took Lu Qianqian by the hand, leading her toward the hearth. Lu Lihong hurriedly stopped her, saying, wait, you rest. Gu Wanqing wanted to say something, but upon seeing Lu Lihong had already walked away, she felt utterly helpless. Qianqian, your second brother treats his wife like a fragile glass bottle, not allowing her to move at all. Hiki, that means he cares for her dearly, Qianqian replied. Gu Wanqing sighed again, gently caressing her belly, wondering when the two little ones would finally arrive, as she was growing increasingly anxious. Having warmed the meat, Lu Qianqian eagerly dug in, relishing every bite. So fragrant, so delicious, she exclaimed. Observing her enthusiastic eating, Lu Lihong chuckled. Slow down, no one is competing with you. Qianqian nodded, her little head pondering elsewhere. Now no one is competing with Qianqian, but what if the little nephew and niece come out and start competing with me? The little girl tilted her head, looking quite worried. Both Gu Wanqing and Lu Lihong couldn't help but laugh. Then let them yield to you, Lu Lihong suggested. Qianqian immediately shook her head. No. Qianqian is older. Qianqian should yield to them. I want to eat. I'll let them eat. Aha, all right. will listen to you. The next day, after finishing breakfast and tidying up the house, Lu Lihong prepared to head out. Lu Foran and Wang Taizhu arrived early in the morning. Lu Foran brought along a cart from home. Upon seeing Lu Lihong, Wang Taizhu joyfully exclaimed, "Lu Gu, I spoke to my mom, and my parents have agreed. Just leave us a few dozen pounds of sweet potatoes. You can handle the rest as you wish." "All right. Please thank your uncle and aunt for me." "For what?" "My dad said thanks to you. He has eaten more meat these past few days than in the last 2 years and feels much better." "Haha, then eat more in the future. Let us get to work." Let's go, Dogmaster." Wang Taizhu called out to De Huang. The three of them, along with the dog, pulled 2 carts toward the village. On this day, Lu Lihong chose a spot near the school. He intended to observe the school's happenings and figure out how to enroll Qianqian. Once both stalls were set up, Lu Lihong said, "Uncle Lu Taizhu, I need to run an errand to the clinic. I'll be back shortly." "Go ahead. We've got this," they replied confidently. The sweet potatoes were priced at 3 cents per pound and wild boar meat at 4. They had already discussed this in advance. Meanwhile, at the clinic, Zhang Chunlei was calculating the month's accounts. Upon seeing Lu Lihong, he put away the abacus and asked, "Lu Lihong, why are you here again? Is there something wrong with Wanqing?" "No, I just came to ask for your assistance." "Assistance? What is it?" That morning, Lu Lihong had gotten up quite early, as he intended to prepare breakfast for his elder brother and sister-in-law. "After much searching, I finally discovered 2 small sweet potatoes growing in my family's field." Lu Lixing compared them with the 2 large sweet potatoes that Lu Lixing had provided, and he was immediately rendered speechless. Why were these sweet potatoes so diminutive? Conversely, how could the ones given by Lu Lixing be so large? Perplexed, he realized that the sweet potatoes from Lu Lixing were not fit for consumption, as they feared that the money he had received was not earned legitimately. Thus, Lu Lixing had no choice but to peel the 2 small sweet potatoes and cook them. After finishing his meal, Lu Lixing wandered around the courtyard for a while, only to find himself at a loss for what to do. Consequently, he decided to venture into the mountains to see if there was anything edible. However, after taking just a few steps, he noticed Zhang Chunlei approaching. "Li Zheng, is your elder brother and sister-in-law at home?" Lu Lixing was momentarily taken aback, about to respond when a voice from within the house called out, "Who is it?" "It's me, Zhang Chunlei." "Dr. Zhang, what brings you here?" "Please come in." Lu Liwei quickly urged, "Li Zheng, go fetch a stool for Dr. Zhang." "No need." Zhang Chunlei replied, "I merely came to check on Yuxia. You didn't bring her to the clinic last time, and I was quite worried." "Huh." Lu Liwei was left utterly bewildered. Zhang Chunlei continued, "If her condition has worsened, medication alone will not suffice. She will require N4. I'll assess the situation. And if N4 is necessary, I will bring the supplies this afternoon and administer it at your home." "What?" Lu Liwei was shocked. "Doctor, what are you doing?" He couldn't recall having invited Zhang Chunlei to their home. Moreover, the cost of N4 treatment was indeed steep, and he had not saved enough money for it. Lu Lixing stood by, equally perplexed. While Dr. Zhang was indeed a highly esteemed figure in the community, he had never heard of a doctor making house calls for diagnosis, let alone for administering for treatment. With a smile, Zhang Chunlei remarked, "I am here at the behest of someone who has entrusted me with their payment to provide medical care for you both." "Payment? Who?" Chapter 43. You should see what your second brother is doing. Zhang Chunlei chuckled heartily. "Well, let him tell you himself. Come here, Yuxia, let me show you something first." Lu Liwei and Zhou Yuxia exchanged glances, while Lu Lixing stood at the doorway, clenching his fists. Just yesterday, only Lu Lixing had inquired about their elder brother and sister-in-law's situation. Qianqian often remarked that it was all thanks to their second brother. But how could he possibly possess such a fortune, delivering sweet potatoes, supplying pork, and even funding medical treatment for their sister-in-law? Zhang Chunlei had already begun examining Zhou Yuxia. Lu Liwei and Lu Lixing had no time to ponder further. Once the examination was complete, Lu Liwei hurriedly asked, "How is it? What is wrong with Yuxia?" After a brief silence, Zhang Chunlei queried, "Has Yuxia recently consumed any traditional Chinese medicine?" Lu Liwei was taken aback, his expression slightly awkward. Zhou Yuxiao appeared troubled as well. "Lixing, perhaps you should step outside for a moment?" Lu Lixing nodded and exited. Only then did Zhou Yuxia speak. "I apologize, Dr. Zhang. I've been married into the Lu family for 2 years now and have yet to bear a child for Li Wei. I heard about a folk remedy and took some last month. Could this be related to my persistent fever?" "Of course it is," Zhang Chunlei replied, somewhat exasperated. "You all dare to consume any folk remedy without caution? The medicines you've taken have harmed your body, which is why your fever has lingered. You may be experiencing mild poisoning. Let us not delay any longer. I will return shortly with some medication for you to receive in 4. Zhou Yuxia's face was filled with conflict. But, no buts. Zhang Chunlei firmly interrupted her. You must consult me before taking any medication. What era is this? You should not feel embarrassed about discussing pregnancy. It is a matter of fate. If necessary, once the road is clear, Li Wei, take Yuxia to the town hospital for a thorough examination to identify the root cause and treat it accordingly. Li Wei nodded urgently. All right, we will definitely go. Zhou Yuxia tugged at his sleeve, trying to dissuade him. Li Wei insisted. No, this time I cannot heed your wishes. Issues have already arisen. Yuxia, I have stated before. I do not mind whether we have children or not. However, if you truly desire a child, we shall visit the town soon. I will find a way to manage the expenses. Zhou Yuxia fell silent. She had always cherished the idea of having children. Moreover, being from the countryside, it was inevitable to face gossip after 2 years of marriage without children. Zhou Yuxia had been quite anxious. The folk remedy was something she had insisted on trying. Zhang Chunlei remarked, now that is the spirit. I shall take my leave. Please stay put at home and do not wander off while I fetch the medication. Upon exiting, Zhang Chunlei noticed Lixing pacing back and forth in the yard, his head bowed. With a sigh of resignation, Zhang Chunlei addressed him. Lixing, how is your sister-in-law? She is fine. A few 4 drips will set her right, Zhang Chunlei reassured him. But what of you? I heard you do not trust your second brother? Lixing found himself at a loss for words. Due to the deeply ingrained impression of Lixing, coupled with the relentless bullying he had suffered at Lixing's hands throughout his life, he found it hard to place his trust in him. Zhang Chunlei shook his head and suggested, if you have no pressing matters, perhaps you should visit your second brother in the village. After saying this, Zhang Chunlei departed. Lixing remained rooted to the spot, his mind awash with Zhang Chunlei's words and the events of the past few days. If he was not mistaken, Zhang Chunlei had been summoned by Lixing. But how could Lixing? With this thought, Lixing took off running towards the village. Where are you off to, Lixing? Li Wei observed his retreating figure and muttered, this child is rather impulsive. What could he possibly be up to? In the village, a group of women sat together. Li Chunhua had risen later than usual today and was only just beginning her breakfast. She carried a large bowl of sweet potatoes to join the women for their tea gathering. During their leisure time, these women enjoyed congregating to knit scarves in the sunlight or engage in other simple tasks, while their chatter never ceased. They were particularly fond of gossip, and any happenings in the village were quickly known to them. Yesterday, Li Chunhua had purchased sweet potatoes from Lixing. Her husband had also been on that minibus. Upon returning home, he had praised the sweet potatoes extravagantly and expressed a desire to show his gratitude to Lixing through action. After much contemplation, he devised a plan for Li Chunhua to dine out and help promote Lixing's sweet potatoes. Hey, Li Chunhua, what are you doing? Isn't it nearly 9 o'clock? Why are you just having breakfast? Li Chunhua sat down on a stone bench with her bowl, replying, I got up late today. Haha. You newlyweds are so full of energy, unlike our old man, who rises at the crack of dawn without fail. Sister Zhang, what are you saying? Li Chunhua has only been married for 2 months. Exactly. Li Chunhua felt her cheeks flush at their teasing. However, recalling her task for the day, she steeled herself and focused on her meal. Her breakfast consisted of corn grits accompanied by sweet potatoes. Lixing's sweet potatoes were impressively large, unmarred by blemishes, and quite appealing to the eye. As Li Chunhua took a bite, her eyes sparkled with delight. Undeniably, these sweet potatoes were exceptionally delicious, perhaps the finest she had ever tasted. Initially, her bowl contained some cold mixed vegetables as a side, but now Li Chunhua felt they were entirely unnecessary. She took another generous bite of sweet potato, savoring every morsel. This time, her enjoyment caught the attention of the surrounding women. Sweet potatoes? Li Chunhua, have you started eating sweet potatoes this early? What do you eat in winter then? In summer, there is an abundance of food. People generally save sweet potatoes for the winter. Li Chunhua broke into a smile, exclaiming, no, this sweet potato is simply delectable. My family member insisted I give it a taste. I have never encountered such a large sweet potato before. Large? How big? The women immediately gathered around her. Li Chunhua clarified, not that kind of big. I mean the sweet potato. This sweet potato is truly enormous and exceptionally tasty. As she spoke, she gestured beside her bowl. It's even bigger than this bowl. Haha, Li Chunhua, you are truly entertaining. But are there really sweet potatoes this big this year? One woman remarked. I checked on our sweet potatoes yesterday, and they were only as long as my finger and quite slender. It seems this winter will be difficult. I feel the same way. It's quite distressing. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chunhua added, I purchased this yesterday in the village. It is genuinely large and particularly starchy. Eating it feels akin to consuming steamed buns, yet it's even more delicious. Is that so? The women exchanged glances, intrigued. In the village? Yes. At that intersection where many set up stalls. Shall we go see for ourselves? Look how much Li Chunhua is enjoying it. All right, since we have nothing better to do, let us go take a look. Without further ado, the women disregarded Li Chunhua and set off toward the village. Along the way, they chatted and laughed. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the village. However, after surveying the area, they found no sign of anyone selling sweet potatoes. One woman frowned. Is Li Chunhua deceiving us? Where are the sweet potatoes? Indeed, we shall confront her when we return. That girl is up to no good. Wait, that is not right. Look over there. By the school playground. It seems there really are people selling sweet potatoes. Oh, and there are even vendors selling meat? Let us hurry and take a look. Chapter 44, Big Yellow. Where are you taking me? Upon returning, Lu Lixing noticed Wang Taizhu and Lu Furuan each gazing at a stall, not needing his assistance. He exchanged a few words with them and departed. His own sweet potatoes would not sell for long, and he had to go water the sweet potatoes belonging to Wang Fugui and Lu Furuan. Lu Furuan, being a butcher, was quick to call out cheerfully upon seeing customers approach. Fresh meat for sale. Pork at $3 a pound. Come and buy. This is the first wild boar from our village this summer. An opportunity not to be missed. In contrast, Wang Taizhu, selling for the first time, appeared somewhat awkward. The dog, Big Yellow, who had been standing next to Wang Taizhu, rolled its eyes and swiftly moved to Lu Furuan's side, joining in the call. Woof woof. Big Yellow's enthusiastic barking transformed the scene into a comical spectacle. Meat for sale. Woof. Fresh wild boar meat, $3 a pound. Woof. Come buy your meat. As it barked, Big Yellow wagged its tail joyfully. The duo of man and dog created a delightful symphony. Wang Taizhu stood in astonishment, pondering, is this truly possible? What a clever dog. Before long, a crowd gathered around Lu Furuan. Uncle Lu, is that you? Did you catch a wild boar? How fortunate. Those who initially intended to buy sweet potatoes were now drawn to the wild boar meat. Haha, I'm just helping to sell. Come. I guarantee fresh wild boar meat. Delicious and reasonably priced. Very well, I shall take 2 pounds. I will have 2 pounds as well. Although pork was generally available, wild boar meat was a novelty. Its wild flavor was more aromatic and delectable. The people eagerly began purchasing. Meanwhile, Wang Taizhu's sweet potatoes went unnoticed. He felt a twinge of insecurity. It was his first day of work. What if he sold not a single pound? Clearing his throat, he attempted to mimic Lu Furuan's enthusiastic calls. Sweet potatoes for sale. Sweet potatoes for sale. However, his voice was faint, utterly drowned out by Lu Furuan's booming calls, leaving him ignored. Wang Taizhu felt a pang of disdain. In a short span, Lu Furuan sold 15 pounds of wild boar meat, while not a single sweet potato had moved. Wang Taizhu was torn. Emerging from the crowd, Big Yellow found Wang Taizhu all alone. Rolling its eyes, it approached him and, upon hearing Wang Taizhu's feeble calls, became anxious. Finally, unable to contain itself any longer, when Wang Taizhu called out a second time, Big Yellow playfully nipped at his rear. Though not injurious, it certainly stung. Wang Taizhu yelped ouch, and his voice suddenly grew louder. Sweet potatoes for sale. Sweet potatoes. This exclamation finally piqued the interest of those who had come to buy sweet potatoes. They quickly gathered around, exclaiming, oh yes, we must buy sweet potatoes. Li Chunhua remarked that the sweet potatoes here were exceptionally delicious. The group hurried over, and upon seeing the sweet potatoes, they were astonished. My goodness, what enormous sweet potatoes. Taizhu, come here, give me 10 pounds to taste. I tried some yesterday. I want 50 pounds. I also desire 50 pounds. Wang Taizhu finally beamed with joy. All right, sisters, coming right up. In the interim, he quietly turned his head and gave De Huang a thumbs up. Old dog, he truly has a knack. When Lu Lixing arrived, he was greeted by this scene. He stepped forward to take a closer look and discovered Lu Furuan and Wang Taizhu. Lu Lixing felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Throughout his journey, he had hoped that this was indeed the work of Lu Lixing. If that were the case, the next time someone insulted his second brother in front of him, he could confidently refute them, asserting that his brother was a remarkable individual. But now, Lu Lixing felt a tinge of sadness. He clenched his hands, turned, and prepared to leave. At that moment, he heard a loud bark. Woof. He turned around to find De Huang standing before him, wagging its tail and gazing at him. Woof woof. It seemed to have something to convey. Lu Lixing furrowed his brow. De Huang, what is it? De Huang approached him, circling around him repeatedly before turning and heading in a particular direction. Lu Lixing blinked in surprise. De Huang, are you leading me somewhere? What woof? De Huang tilted its head, indicating for Lu Lixing to follow. Lu Lixing gritted his teeth and decided to follow along. Meanwhile, in the principal's office of the Lu Village Primary School, Zhang Chuanhe paced anxiously, his face etched with worry. Seated on a nearby bench was Zhang Chuanxiang. After observing Zhang Chuanhe's restless movements for a while, he could no longer hold back. Third brother, what are you doing? I'm anxious, elder brother. The school is about to open, yet we have nothing to feed the students. Although the parents will send some food, it's far from sufficient. We have over 100 students. We can't let them go hungry. Didn't the higher-ups allocate funds for purchasing food? Yes, they did, but the roads are blocked. And transporting food is exorbitantly expensive. Moreover, that money isn't solely for the children's meals. It also covers other school facilities. This situation is untenable. What shall we do then? Zhang Chuanxiang began to worry. I don't know, which is why I called you for assistance. You and second brother. Your second brother's clinic is perpetually running on credit. Where would he get the money? Don't think about it. I currently have only a few dozen yuan. Third brother. You have invested all your earnings over the years into this school. How can you still? Zhang Chuanhe sighed. Alas, let me ponder a solution. As the principal of Lu Village Primary School, Zhang Chuanhe had always dedicated himself wholeheartedly to the institution. He devoted nearly all his energy to his studies, which consequently left him in a state of utter destitution. The torrential rain, coupled with this year's insufficient grain supply, posed a significant challenge for him. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Chuanxiang remarked, Sandy. I heard yesterday that someone from the Lu family is selling sweet potatoes in the village at a very reasonable price. Why not inquire about it? They say these sweet potatoes are large, sweet, and of exceptional quality. Is that so? All right, I shall go and ask immediately. Good, Zhang Chuanxiang nodded. I shall return now. I wonder how that rascal Zhang Erge fared in collecting debts. Truly, it infuriates me. I must tend to it. Take care, elder brother. By the school. In no time, half of the wild boar meat had already been sold, along with a significant quantity of sweet potatoes. Lu Fering and Wang Taizhu were bustling with activity. As Zhang Chuanxiang stepped outside, he was greeted by this scene. He quickly turned around and returned to the office. Chuanhe. The sweet potato seller is right by the playground adjacent to the school. You must hurry and inquire. What? All right, I will go at once. Elder brother. You may continue with your tasks. Zhang Chuanhe dashed out swiftly. Upon reaching the edge of the playground and spotting Wang Taizhu, he paused momentarily. Taizhu, are you the one selling these sweet potatoes? Wang Taizhu turned and, upon recognizing Zhang Chuanhe, immediately stood at attention. He had been a student of Zhang Chuanhe in his youth. Principal Zhang, yes, it is I. What brings you here? Are you interested in purchasing some? Indeed. I wish to buy in bulk. Is that possible? Are there any discounts? Bulk? I must consult with my brother Lu. Who? My brother Lu Lixing. Surely you are acquainted with him? At the mention of this name, Zhang Chuanhe furrowed his brow. What do you need to ask him for? He is the most problematic student I have ever taught. Chapter 45. All of this pertains to Lu Lixing in his elementary school days. Lu Lixing was quite the troublemaker. Much to the chagrin of Zhang Chuanhe, he frequently engaged in fights and often played truant to fish in the river, coaxing other children to join him. The homeroom teacher was at a loss, so she turned to Zhang Chuanhe for assistance. With the belief that every student was akin to his own child, Zhang Chuanhe endeavored to educate Lu Lixing through various means. However, the boy was impervious to all attempts at guidance. In desperation, Zhang Chuanhe resorted to having Lu Lixing call his parents, only to discover that they too were unable to rein him in. On one occasion, after presumably receiving a reprimand at home, young Lu Lixing placed a bucket on the dilapidated classroom door. That day, Zhang Chuanhe was conducting a lesson on ideological education. As fate would have it, a bucket of water cascaded down during the class, resulting not only in a lack of educational progress, but also in Lu Lixing catching a cold for an entire week. Zhang Chuanhe harbored no fond memories of Lu Lixing. Upon hearing that he had dropped out of school and was roaming aimlessly, engaging in all manner of deceit and trickery, even exploiting his own family and being unfaithful in marriage, Zhang Chuanhe found himself perplexed at the sudden interest in Lu Lixing. Curious glances were exchanged among the women selling sweet potatoes nearby. Aren't you the one selling these sweet potatoes? Why are you looking for Lu Lixing? Principal Zhang is a major client. Iron Pillar, please do not jest. Wang Taiju sheepishly scratched his head and replied, No, these sweet potatoes belong to my brother Lu. I am merely working for him. What? They belong to Lu Lixing? Are you saying he is selling sweet potatoes? Did he hire you as a helper? Indeed. And over there, that wild boar is also my brother Lu's. Uncle Lu is working for him too. Lu Fur-in laughed heartily from the side. Yes, yes. That wild boar too. Do not underestimate that young rascal Lu Lixing. He may have been a bit of a rogue in the past, but now he is a commendable man. Not only does he earn a living through hard work, but he also dotes on his wife. He caught that wild boar. And the sweet potatoes are cultivated from his own organic fertilizer. They are far superior to the ones we grow. Wang Taiju chimed in. Yes, yes. That is indeed the case. The crowd exchanged glances. So, the girl from the late Qing dynasty has married a good man? Absolutely. Lu Fur-in nodded in affirmation. Zhang Chuanhe furrowed his brow, recalling Lu Lixing's unruliness, sending chills down his spine. Is there no authority you hold in this matter, Taiju? Yes. Very well then. Zhang Chuanhe reluctantly conceded. Where is he now? Out in the fields working. He will arrive later. All right, I shall wait for him at school. Please inform me when he arrives. Of course, no problem. Before leaving, Zhang Chuanhe could not resist. I shall take one of these sweet potatoes. I want to taste it first before making a larger purchase. Sure. After Zhang Chuanhe departed, the scene erupted once more with fervor. Those buying sweet potatoes continued their transactions, while others sought pork. Yet, Wang Taiju felt that something was amiss. Upon returning home, Zhang Changxiang found Zhang Erge staring blankly at a heap of scrap metal. This scrap metal was, in fact, the bicycle that had collided with a bus that day. Brought back by Zhang Ergu, the bicycle was in utter disrepair. Frustration welled up within him. Ergu, I told you to ask Lu Lixing for money. What are you doing? I'm trying to ascertain whether this bicycle can be salvaged. If it can be fixed, we won't need to bother Lu Lixing. Fixed? Look at it. It's in shambles. When have you ever been so courteous to Lu Lixing? He owes us a significant debt. Ah, father. Zhang Erge replied, somewhat impatiently, I've told you, Lu Lixing broke our bicycle while trying to save someone. It wasn't intentional. How could someone like him possibly act without intent? Are you defending him? Go now. And if you don't bring back the money, don't expect to return for dinner. Zhang Chuanxiang remained resolute. With no other option, Zhang Erge reluctantly stood and left the house. He walked slowly, burdened by the weight of so many lives at stake. Regrettably, Lu Lixing's prior conduct had been undeniably poor. Yet, truth be told, if he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, Zhang Erge would have found it hard to believe. He was troubled, pondering how to confront Lu Lixing about the money. Wasn't this too inhumane? Meanwhile, Lu Lixing had arrived in the fields. After inspecting his own land and noting the sweet potatoes were thriving, he turned to check on his elder brother's plot. Following their separation, Lu Lixing had also received his share of land. Without hesitation, he watered his brother's crops with the miraculous spring water. Observing the sweet potatoes flourishing beautifully, he felt a sense of satisfaction before proceeding to Wang Erge's land. At that moment, Lu Lixing was following De Huang, who would occasionally glance back at him, seemingly anxious that he might fall behind. De Huang, where exactly are you leading me? Woof woof. De Huang barked twice and continued onward. As they passed Lu Lixing's home, De Huang showed no signs of stopping and pressed ahead. Lu Lixing noticed Gu Wanqing and Lu Qianqian engrossed in some tasks, failing to see him. He considered greeting his sister-in-law, but De Huang had already dashed off, compelling Lu Lixing to follow. 10 minutes later, Lu Lixing saw De Huang finally come to a halt. Was that his second brother's sweet potato field? He had lagged behind, separated from De Huang by a considerable distance. Unable to contain himself, Lu Lixing called out, De Huang, what have you brought me here for? Woof. De Huang barked excitedly, as if urging him on. Lu Lixing quickened his pace, ascending a gentle slope. Eager to continue. Suddenly, he noticed that the ground beside De Huang was lush with vibrant sweet potato vines. A stark contrast to the withered ones at his own home, each vine flourishing abundantly. This, Lu Lixing approached in disbelief, unable to resist digging into the soil. In the next moment, a colossal sweet potato emerged before him. Woof woof. De Huang barked joyfully once more. Lu Lixing turned his head. De Huang, was this what you wanted me to see? Woof woof. Within the barks of De Huang, there was an unmistakable sense of assurance. Is this indeed the sweet potato sold by Ergo? Woof, as saw this formidable this year. Lu Lixing does not perceive this as a testament to his own merit, After all, he had previously been rather indolent. Wolf De Huang voiced its discontent once more. This little fellow, how could it be so oblivious? It tilted its head, pondering how to make Lu Lixing comprehend. However, after a moment of contemplation, it seemed unable to derive any meaningful conclusions. De Huang lowered its head, feeling somewhat disheartened. Come, let us return to Sierra Sa. Lu Lixing called out to De Huang. De Huang whimpered twice, its spirits dampened as it trudged homeward. Yet, after just a few steps, De Huang suddenly perked up. It had caught a whiff of a familiar scent, the scent of its master. Without hesitation, De Huang turned and dashed off in another direction. Woof Lu Lixing was momentarily taken aback. De Huang, where are you going? Home is in this direction. Chapter 46 Lu Lixing, do you have 10 yuan? De Huang paid no heed to Lu Lixing's words. Noticing Lu Lixing's lack of response, it turned back and bit into Lu Lixing's trousers, barking, woof woof. Let's go. Please, don't bite me. I'll go with you. Lu Lixing, feeling helpless, had no choice but to follow De Huang forward. After 5 more minutes, Lu Lixing finally spotted his family's land. Due to his ongoing studies, his parents and elder sister-in-law had seldom allowed him to visit the fields. During the holidays, he had come to take a brief look. The memory lingered with him. That day, his parents sighed in the field while his elder brother smoked at the edge. The sweet potato seedlings were thin and frail, and the sweet potatoes themselves had grown to less than half their usual size. The Lu family, aside from Lu Lixing and Gu Wanqing, comprised 6 members in total. His father lamented that the scant sweet potatoes could hardly sustain 2 people. Lu Lixing could hardly fathom that, after a month, he would behold a landscape lush with greenery. The sweet potato vines had flourished remarkably. He quickly set down the sweet potatoes he was holding and eagerly unearthed the nearest one. When the entire tuber was revealed, he was astonished. Wow, it's even larger than the one in my hand. A laugh escaped him, and he felt tears of joy welling up. De Huang, we have sweet potatoes to eat. Mom and Dad won't have to toil any longer. And my brother won't need to suffer injuries while earning money on the mountain. At 16, Lu Lixing turned and embraced De Huang. Remarkably, De Huang did not bark. Despite its strength, it rolled its eyes in response to the tight grip. The young man buried his head in De Huang's fur, tears streaming down his cheeks, not from sorrow, but from overwhelming happiness. This winter, they would not go hungry. His parents had said that a man should not shed tears lightly, so he would not cry. With determination, Lu Lixing wiped his eyes with the dog's fur and stood up once more. De Huang cast a silent glance at its damp coat, but refrained from rolling its eyes this time. Taking a deep breath, Lu Lixing gradually regained his composure. De Huang, did you bring me here to see the sweet potatoes? How could they have changed so dramatically? Woof. De Huang understood the reason, but could not articulate it. It could only lead Lu Lixing to Lu Lixing, who would explain in person. De Huang looked around for a moment, but upon not spotting Lu Lixing, it resumed sniffing the surroundings before turning to signal Lu Lixing to follow. Where are we going now? Are we looking for someone? Woof. This time, Lu Lixing did not hesitate and followed directly. Lu Lixing had also tended to Wang Tieju's sweet potatoes, though he had not used a highly concentrated solution of Lingxi water for his own. There was a process involved. Otherwise, the results would be too startling. As for his elder brother's crop, he could not resist the temptation and decided to devise an excuse if his brother inquired later. Glancing at the sky, he noted that it was getting late and resolved to first check how the villagers' sales were faring. Lu Furong's sweet potatoes will be discussed tomorrow, by the village playground. After a lively afternoon, Lu Furong's pork was sold out. Wang Tieju's sweet potatoes were nearly gone as well. The 2 men sat beside their stalls, grinning from ear to ear. Uncle Lu, how much pork did you sell in total? 100 jin, all sold out, 3 yuan a jin. Look, that's 300 yuan. Lu Furong pointed to the money box, filled with coins of various denominations, dimes, nickels, and a plethora of 1-cent coins. Yet, it amounted to a substantial treasure of 300 yuan, a sum Lu Furong had only managed to save over his entire lifetime. In contrast, Wang Taiju appeared somewhat disheartened. The sweet potatoes were inexpensive, and despite selling 200 jin, he had only made 20 yuan. Feeling a bit downcast, Wang Taiju sighed. Lu Furong burst into laughter. Huh? Why are you so glum? Sweet potatoes are abundant, but wild boar is a rare find. Once today's stock is sold, it's gone. I'll sell sweet potatoes with you next time. What? 20 yuan isn't impressive to you anymore? That's half a month's wages for many. No, haha. I was just thinking about how good brother Lu is to us. We must work hard. Wang Taiju replied with a smile. Of course, This lad is thriving, and we can share in the benefits. Let us give it our all. Indeed. Just then, when Lu Lixing returned, he happened upon this cheerful scene. What are you chatting about? So joyful. Lu Furong laughed. We're discussing how to make big money alongside you. Haha. Indeed, we will surely earn. Lu Lixing expressed with a hint of confidence. Lu Furong handed over the money box. Today's earnings. A total of 300. Wang Taiju added, Brother Lu. This is from selling sweet potatoes, 20 yuan. All right, Lu Lixing said, mixing the money together and setting it aside. Thank you for your hard work. Lu Furong looked at him in surprise. Aren't you going to count it? Lu Lixing waved his hand dismissively. No need. Trust is essential. I believe in you. Whatever you say is what it is. Haha, lad, you truly are remarkable. No wonder you encounter such good fortune. Indeed, Brother Lu. I have good news for you. Principal Zhang just came looking for us. He wants to see you and is waiting in the principal's office. Wang Taiju quickly chimed in. Excited. Principal Zhang? Lu Lixing frowned slightly. The news from the system has arrived. Yes. It seems he mentioned that the school's food supply is insufficient and wishes to purchase sweet potatoes. All right, I understand. Lu Lixing nodded. I will go meet him. You two can start packing up. Let us celebrate at home tonight. Sure thing. Just before leaving, Lu Lixing noticed something amiss. Where is De Huang? Wang Taiju suddenly realized. I wondered what felt off. Where is my dog? It's quite lonely here without him this afternoon. I'll go look for him. Lu Lixing furrowed his brow. Forget it. He must have returned home on his own. With that, Lu Lixing turned to leave. But just at that moment, a familiar voice resonated behind him. Lu Lixing, what brings you here? Lu Lixing turned around to see Zhang Ergu. Ergu, you've come. Just in time. I was thinking of seeking you out these past few days. It's time to settle the debt. Zhang Ergu appeared quite conflicted, barely registering Lu Lixing's words. Earlier that afternoon, in an effort to avoid searching for Lu Lixing, he had meandered through the village for 2 hours. While there were some affluent individuals in hijacking, the majority were impoverished. Lu Lixing's family belonged to the most destitute category. They had even rendered assistance to others. Expecting him to return 120 yuan within such a short span was utterly unreasonable. However, to his surprise, upon noticing the gathering of people, he decided to join the throng and unexpectedly encountered Lu Lixing. Zhang Ergu recalled his father's admonition. If he failed to procure the money, he would not be allowed to return home. Lu Lixing, I have something to discuss with you as well. Do you happen to have 10 yuan? My father sent me to ask for money. Chapter 47. With me here. No one can harm my second brother. Just as Lu Lixing was about to turn around, he paused in surprise. 10 yuan? Wasn't it 120? Zhang Ergu thought he had overspoken. After all, for the Lu family, 10 yuan was still a considerable sum. He quickly corrected himself. 5 yuan will suffice. I just need to explain to my father. The rest you can repay slowly, or else he won't let me return home. Upon hearing this, Lu Lixing finally understood Zhang Ergu's intent. It turned out he was here to ask for money, yet he feared he wouldn't have enough. Lu Lixing chuckled and turned towards the money box. However, Zhang Ergu appeared somewhat dejected. I'm not afraid of my father. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Lixing handed him a large stack of cash. Here, this is to compensate you. 120 yuan, not a penny less. What? Zhang Ergu was utterly taken aback. He stared incredulously at Lu Lixing and then at the money in his hands, feeling somewhat dizzy. So much. Wasn't Lu Lixing supposed to have no money at all? Well, I've made some earnings, and I initially intended to repay you. But, no more buts. Just take it, or you really won't be able to go back. Lu Lixing smiled. Zhang Ergu never expected Lu Lixing to be so accommodating. Previously, even if Lu Lixing had money, he would never have been so willing to part with it. He had mentally prepared himself to not get anything back. But now, he stared blankly at the cash. Lu Lixing directly shoved the money into his hands. Take it. As the substantial sum rested in his grasp, Zhang Ergu struggled to comprehend the situation. Wang Taiju and Lu Furen saw this scene and couldn't help but laugh. What are you doing, Ergu? Count the money, quickly. Zhang Ergu momentarily froze, then suddenly came to his senses. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward. Lu Lixing, I can't take it all. You've saved so many people. I should give you some. How about we split it in half? Lu Lixing was taken aback by Zhang Ergu's response. A warm feeling enveloped him. No. That day was entirely my fault. Had I not taken your bicycle, it wouldn't have broken. Just take it back and buy a new one. That won't do. Zhang Ergu was resolute. He insisted on pushing the money back to Lu Lixing. As the two engaged in this tug-of-war, a sudden angry shout erupted. Lu Lixing, what are you doing? Zhang Erge turned around, bewildered. Father, what brings you here? Meanwhile, Da Huang had brought Lu Lixing to Wang Tieju's field. However, they were too late. The two had missed him. Da Huang anxiously paced in the mountains. What on earth is happening today? Why doesn't anyone wait for me? All my efforts have gone to waste, and I'm all wet now. Lu Lixing, on the other hand, appeared somewhat perplexed. The sweet potatoes at Tieju's place are starting to sprout. How wonderful. Has the weather improved lately? Is it beneficial for the sweet potatoes' growth? Da Huang silently rolled his eyes in exasperation. The child is truly a bit foolish. What woof? It barked twice more and headed towards the village, determined that it would not be thwarted by its owner this time. Da Huang. Lu Lixing had no choice but to hasten his pace, not even pausing to grab the sweet potatoes. Their speed was remarkably swift. Upon reaching the village, Lu Lixing noticed from afar that Lu Lixing was embroiled in a dispute with someone. He furrowed his brow. What could be the matter with Lu Lixing? Has he been bullied? How foolish. He silently scolded under his breath and quickly approached. At that moment, Lu Lixing's hand was entangled with Zhang Ergu's. A significant pile of money lay right between their grasping hands. Zhang Chuanxiang glanced over and assumed that Lu Lixing was attempting to snatch money from Zhang Ergu. After all, the former Lu Lixing was no stranger to such antics. He shouted furiously, "How dare you steal money? Give it to Ergu. If it weren't for you, my Ergu would have learned to ride a bicycle by now." Recently, Zhang Chunlei had been quite busy and had yet to inform Zhang Chuanxiang of Lu Lixing's intention to teach Zhang Ergu to ride. "No, Dad." Zhang Ergu was about to clarify when suddenly, a figure darted forward. Lixing? Lu Lixing recognized the newcomer, but Lu Lixing paid him no heed. Without a moment's hesitation, he positioned himself between Lu Lixing and Zhang Ergu, not even casting a glance at the scattered money on the ground. He turned to face Zhang Ergu. "What are you doing? What do you want? Do you think you can bully our family? I tell you, as long as I am here, you shall not lay a finger on my second brother." It was not uncommon for Lu Lixing to be on the receiving end of beatings in the past. After all, he had often engaged in mischief that led to Lu Lixing enduring his share of blows. Yet, he could not stand by and watch anyone harm Lu Lixing. No matter how troublesome Lu Lixing might have been, he was still his elder brother, his own kin. He could scold and complain, but no one else could. Da Huang also rushed over, positioning himself protectively in front of Lu Lixing. Anyone who bullied his master would be opposing the mighty dog. Wang Taizhu watched in utter bewilderment. Just as he was about to intervene, Lu Foran held him back, whispering, "Shill. Don't go over there. Perhaps this is an opportunity for the brothers to resolve their conflict." Wang Taizhu hesitated, ultimately choosing silence. Lu Lixing was equally surprised that Lu Lixing would stand before him like this. The boy, who frequently endured beatings alongside him and often expressed his frustration, now stood resolutely. Believing Lu Lixing was being wronged, Lu Lixing's eyes suddenly glistened with moisture. What a wonderful younger brother he had, such a good person. How could he have failed to cherish him in his previous life? Lixing, be quiet, don't say anything. Just like before, stand behind me. Lu Lixing declared like a true man. Lu Lixing halted in his tracks. Unaware of the truth, Zhang Chuanxiang mistakenly believed Lu Lixing was merely there to shield Lu Lixing, which only fueled his anger further. Humph. Lu Lixing, you can still summon help? Do you think I won't call for help? Do you believe that the Zhang family is lacking in numbers? Just wait, I shall summon individuals to break your legs. And I refuse to believe you will not repay the debt. Lu Lixing paused in surprise. He turned his gaze towards Lu Lixing. Have you incurred more debts? I haven't tea. Never mind, your debts have been ongoing for quite some time. Lu Lixing interrupted him. He then turned to Zhang Chuanxiang. How much does my second brother owe you? I shall write you an IOU, and when I have the means, I will repay it on his behalf. I, Lu Lixing, am a man of my word. But the condition is that you must not lay a hand on my second brother. Zhang Chuanxiang was so furious that his face turned crimson. You. At this moment, Lu Furan and Wang Taizhu, who had been silently listening from the back, could no longer contain themselves. They burst into laughter. Zhang Chuanxiang, exasperated, exclaimed, "You are still laughing? Aren't you going to mediate? What kind of situation is this? Is the one in debt a grandmaster?" Lu Furan, still chuckling, approached. I say, you too, old Zhang, and you, Lixing. Let us not resort to fighting. Can't you allow someone to finish speaking?" The two replied in unison. What is there to say? Chapter 48. What words Lu Furan observed the standoff between the two. each unwilling to yield to the other, and silently rubbed his forehead. Alas, you two, stand your ground and refrain from speaking. The youth is indeed impulsive, yet old Zhang, at your age. Why are you still so irritable? Erguzi, you speak first. Zhang Ergu, who had been called upon, chuckled softly. He swiftly gathered the money scattered on the ground, arranging it neatly before earnestly stating, Father, look, 120 yuan. Did I bring this much money when I left home? Zhang Chuanxiang was taken aback, his expression somewhat awkward. It seems not indeed. I never carry more than 2 yuan on me. That was the rule you set, saying that after marriage, my wife should manage the finances to prevent my reckless spending. So what money did Lu Lixing steal? This was originally his money. What? Both Zhang Chuanxiang and Lu Lixing were bewildered. Zhang Ergu continued. Lu Lixing gave me the bicycle money. I thought, having saved so many people, I shouldn't he take all his money. I wanted to return half to him, which is why you witnessed that scene just now. Father, didn't you teach me that our neighbors are good people, and we should be kind to others? You also said I should learn from my second and third uncles. One a doctor and the other a teacher. While I may not reach their heights, I have always kept your teachings in mind. Lu Lixing and I weren't fighting. We were merely yielding to each other. Yes, Lu Lixing had indeed been a bit unruly before. But can a bad person not change for the better? Can a bad person not do good deeds? Father, why are you so stubborn? Zhang Ergu articulated his thoughts with utmost clarity. Both Zhang Chuanxiang and Lu Lixing were left speechless. Lu Lixing has so much money. This time, it was Lu Furuan who stepped forward and patted Zhang Chuanxiang on the shoulder. Your son says you are old-fashioned, and indeed, you are. Has there been nothing from the past that exists now? Did you not see what Tai Zhu and I were doing? We were working for Lu Lixing. This wild boar and these sweet potatoes all belong to him. We came to help him sell them. He is now somewhat of a small boss. Zhang Chuanxiang was once again taken aback. What? He was aware of the new variety of sweet potatoes emerging in Lujia village, rumored to be selling quite well. He had intended to come and buy some these past few days, but had been too busy. He could never have imagined that those sweet potatoes would belong to Lu Lixing. As for the wild boar, Zhang Chuanxiang knew, without a doubt, how expensive wild boar meat was. If he truly sold a wild boar, then the notion that Lu Lixing had 120 yuan was not an exaggeration at all. He opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Lu Lixing, stunned, turned to look at Lu Lixing. Those sweet potatoes really are yours? Lu Lixing nodded. Yes, I mentioned it to you before, Lixing. Do you believe in your second brother now? As I tended to the sweet potatoes in the field, I took the opportunity to water them. You have often remarked that for so many years, our family has struggled to procure enough food. Yet now, we are sufficiently provided for. Lu Lixing felt a sense of confusion clouding his mind. Lu Lixing had indeed emerged to earn money, and astonishingly, he had amassed such a considerable sum. Was this truly the same inept second brother he had known? Noticing Lu Lixing in a daze, Lu Lixing approached and gently patted his shoulder, saying, Lixing, your second brother is no longer the same as before. What I promise, I shall accomplish. After speaking, he turned aside and approached Zhang Chuanxiang, stating, Uncle Zhang, I must admit my fault regarding that matter. I had intended to wait until I was back to buy a bicycle for you, but the roads have been impassable, and I have not had the chance. Here is some money for you. Please take the initiative to purchase it for yourself. As for the bicycle, I can ride it. And if Zhang Ergu wishes to learn, he may certainly come to me. Lixing is still young, and he was merely trying to protect me. I hope you do not take offense. Zhang Chuanxiang was momentarily taken aback. What has become of Lu Lixing? He stammered, bewildered. Lu Lixing then turned to Zhang Ergu and said, Keep the money. There's no need to return it to me. I have a few matters to attend to at the moment. Farewell for now. Zhang Ergu nodded, bewildered by Lu Lixing's politeness, which he found somewhat unfamiliar. Farewell, farewell. Lu Lixing turned back and patted Lu Lixing's shoulder again, saying, Lixing, come, let us go somewhere with your second brother. It is time you see the fruits of my labor. Otherwise, you might continue to harbor misconceptions. He then addressed Wang Taizhu and Lu Furuan, saying, Taizhu, Uncle Lu, please tidy up your things. I shall meet with Principal Zhang and return shortly. Very well, go ahead, they replied. Lu Lixing followed, dazed, his mind a blank slate. Overwhelmed by the multitude of thoughts he had yet to comprehend, De Huang, upon seeing the two depart, eagerly trailed behind them. Zhang Ergu thrust the money into Zhang Chuanxiang's hands, exclaiming, Here. After which, he turned to leave. Despite having saved someone, he felt an unsettling discomfort at being required to repay the full amount. Ah, Ergu, Ergu? Wait a moment. Zhang Chuanxiang called out. But he could not catch up. He gazed in the direction of Lu Lixing, inquiring, Is Lu Lixing heading to find Zhang Chuanha? Yes, he is looking for Principal Zhang. Wang Taizhu affirmed. Zhang Chuanxiang felt a surge of urgency. Oh no, I must go and check as well. He had already informed Zhang Chuanha about Lu Lixing's situation. He hoped to prevent any misunderstandings from arising. Meanwhile, Zhang Chuanha had been seated in his office for the entire afternoon, donning his spectacles, as his pen swiftly scribbled notes. If one were to draw closer, they would discern that he was drafting the new semester's study plan for the school. Along with a detailed account of the intended uses for the funds received, he meticulously calculated each entry, yet no matter how he tallied the figures, he could not shake the feeling that the money would fall short. Moreover, these are expenses that are unavoidable at the beginning of the school term. Zhang Chuanha found himself in a quandary. He approached the window and gazed outside, where his eyes immediately fell upon Lu Lixing and Lu Lixing, accompanied by a large yellow dog trailing behind them. The mere recollection of Lu Lixing's mischievous antics during their school days sent a shiver down his spine. He harbored a profound fear of dogs, having been chased by one in his childhood, leaving an indelible mark on his psyche. Why on earth was Lu Lixing visiting him with a dog in tow? Surely, this rascal was not plotting to play another prank on him. Zhang Chuanha quickly turned away, repeatedly murmuring reassurances to himself. It is all for the students. It is all for the students. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. One must persuade with reason. One must persuade with reason. One must persuade with reason. After reciting this mantra thrice, a knock echoed from the door. Zhang Chuanha took a deep breath, adjusted his spectacles, and then seized the pen holder from his desk. If that dog were to charge at him, he must be prepared, even if this preparation seemed utterly devoid of intimidation. Having completed these actions, Zhang Chuanha opened the door. Chapter 49. An apology is due to Lu Lixing. Lu Lixing observed Lu Lixing throughout their journey. Walking ahead, Lu Lixing maintained an upright posture and exuded a friendly demeanor, occasionally turning back to greet him with a smile. He bore a resemblance to an older brother in that moment. In the past, Lu Lixing would saunter about, distracted and carefree, sometimes chewing on a blade of grass. Whenever he had something in his hands, he would find ways to toss it to Lu Lixing, leaving himself idle. At times, Lu Lixing even found himself questioning whether he was the elder brother, while Lu Lixing was the perpetually oblivious younger sibling. Yet now, inexplicably, everything had changed. As they arrived at the door of Zhang Chuanha's office, Lu Lixing remained somewhat dazed. Lu Lixing turned around and patted Lu Lixing on the shoulder, saying, Lixing, stop daydreaming. We are about to meet Principal Zhang. Be serious, as you are his pride and joy. When Lu Lixing was a student, Zhang Chuanha was still his teacher. Lu Lixing excelled academically, and Zhang Chuanha had visited the Lu family on several occasions, urging them to ensure that Lixing dedicated himself to his studies for a promising future. It was due to Zhang Chuanha's encouragement that the financially struggling Lu family went to great lengths to support Lu Lixing's education. At school, Lu Lixing proved to be quite capable, much to Zhang Chuanha's delight, often receiving extra tutoring from him. In Lu Lixing's eyes, Zhang Chuanha was a figure deserving of great respect. Upon hearing Lu Lixing's words, Lu Lixing finally snapped back to reality. He straightened his attire and replied earnestly, All right. Behind them, a large dog named Da Huang wagged its tail and barked joyfully. This moment marked an improvement in the relationship between the two brothers. Much to Da Huang's satisfaction, Lu Lixing cleared his throat and then knocked on the door. Moments later, the door swung open. Together, Lu Lixing and Lu Lixing greeted. Good day, Principal Zhang. However, the next instant, both were left speechless. Zhang Chuanha stood before them, holding an exceedingly cute pencil holder adorned with cartoon characters drawn in vibrant colors, truly charming and in a lovely shade of pink. The pencil holder was clutched to his chest by Zhang Chuanha, who was dressed entirely in black and bore a serious expression, as though guarding against something. Yet the sight was undeniably comical. Lu Lixing's gaze turned peculiar upon this revelation. Meanwhile, Lu Lixing could no longer contain himself. Principal Zhang, what is this? The Zhang Chuanha he remembered was a figure of sternness and gravity. How could this be? Upon noticing the two brothers, Zhang Chuanha instinctively attempted to conceal the pencil holder behind him. However, he caught sight of Da Huang, the large dog, ambling around behind Lu Lixing and Lu Lixing, seemingly eager to join them. Zhang Chuanha suddenly felt utterly flustered, unsure whether to set the pencil holder down or continue holding it. He awkwardly hovered between lowering and raising it, stammering, Hello. As he pondered how to respond, De Huang barked once more. He completely disregarded his image. Lu Lixing and Lu Lixing were once again taken aback. At this moment, Lu Lixing finally identified the crux of the matter. Da Huang, you may go downstairs first. With a whimper, Da Huang left dejectedly, feeling disheartened that someone did not like him. Humph. Zhang Chuanhe finally let out a sigh of relief and awkwardly raised the pen holder in his hand. This is a gift from my little daughter. Lu Lixing just now. I didn't see anything. Lu Lixing replied directly. Lu Lixing quickly added, neither did I. After all, he was the principal. And during their school days, no one knew that Zhang Chuanhe was afraid of dogs, indicating that he had concealed this weakness quite well. Although this image did not quite align with his true self, Zhang Chuanhe chuckled heartily. All right, you are both good kids. Come on in. As the two were about to enter the house, Zhang Chuanxiang's voice called from outside. Wait, hold on. The three turned simultaneously, exchanging puzzled glances. Brother, what is the matter? Zhang Chuanxiang had words on the tip of his tongue, but struggled to express them. It was somewhat difficult for him to admit his mistakes in front of the younger generation. However, he could not let Zhang Chuanhe continue to harbor misunderstandings. Pretending to be busy, he approached Zhang Chuanhe and signaled him to step forward. Once Zhang Chuanhe had taken a couple of steps ahead, he whispered, Chuanhe, that boy Lu Lixing has repaid the money he owed, so please do not blame him any further. He has repaid it? Zhang Chuanhe was somewhat taken aback. Zhang Chuanxiang then recounted the events that had transpired on the playground. Zhang Chuanhe nodded in understanding. Rest assured, I am aware. Have you apologized to him yet? No. I was just pondering how to apologize. You know, my old face. Oh, all right. I will handle it with discretion, Zhang Chuanhe assured. Zhang Chuanxiang nodded repeatedly. As long as you are sensible, it is good. After all, he is your student. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Chuanhe suddenly exclaimed loudly, Lu Lixing, my elder brother wishes to apologize to you. Zhang Chuanxiang, wasn't it agreed to be discreet? He looked at his brother in astonishment. Zhang Chuanhe stated earnestly, Brother, to recognize and correct one's mistakes is a virtue. As a teacher, I cannot learn to lie. You have wronged Lu Lixing, and an apology is warranted. Zhang Chuanxiang was left speechless. Indeed, he had erred initially. Just earlier, he had been contemplating when he might have the opportunity to assist the Lu family as an apology. Now it had been laid bare in front of everyone. Seeing the two looking over, he could only muster the courage to step forward and say, Lu Lixing, Before he could finish, Lu Lixing interrupted him. Principal Zhang, is there something urgent you need to discuss with me? Uncle Zhang, that matter is already in the past. I have not taken it to heart, so please do not dwell on it. Zhang Chuanxiang stared blankly at Lu Lixing. The young man seems to be intentionally shifting the topic to save face. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chuanhe cheerfully approached and patted Zhang Chuanxiang on the shoulder. He then turned to Lu Lixing and said, I indeed have something to discuss with you. I heard that the sweet potatoes by the playground belong to you? Yes. They are mine, Lu Lixing replied. Zhang Chuanhe nodded repeatedly. I never expected it. Seeing you so carefree in your youth. Who would have thought you would amount to something now? Please, go on. Well, what is it you wish to say? Lu Lixing inquired. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Chuanhe explained, the school in Lujia village is about to commence, yet we have no grain. The parents have been unable to provide due to poor harvests. And the roads are blocked. I would like to purchase some of your sweet potatoes, approximately 300 to 400 pounds, if you could. Without hesitation, Lu Lixing responded. No problem. Zhang Chuanhe continued. How much do you charge per pound for those sweet potatoes? 1 dime, Lu Lixing replied. Oh, Zhang Chuanhe fell into contemplation. At 1 dime per pound, for 100 pounds would amount to 40 yuan. However, after calculating, he realized he only had 20 yuan left. After some internal conflict, he said, how about I take 200 pounds for now? Please reserve the rest for me until I am more financially able. Before he could finish, Lu Lixing interjected. No need, Principal Zhang. I will donate all 400 pounds of sweet potatoes to the school. The moment those words were spoken, the other 3 individuals present were taken aback, especially Lu Lixing, who looked at Lu Lixing in disbelief, feeling as though he had overlooked something significant. Zhang Chuanhe and Zhang Chuanxiang exchanged glances. Donating to the school? Lu Lixing nodded. Yes, no charge, all for the school. However, Teacher Zhang, I do have one request. Chapter 50. Qian is about to attend school. Lu Lixing abruptly turned around, finally realizing what he had overlooked. Moments later, he heard Lu Lixing say, I wish for our Qian to attend school, But the enrollment period has passed. Principal Zhang, I wonder if there is any way to secure an additional spot. Qian is already 7. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Lu Lixing was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Yet, his heart was already brimming with excitement. The thought of sending Qian to school had long been a burden on Lu Lixing's mind. Last year, at the age of 6, Qian should have enrolled in preschool. However, the family had managed to scrape together only enough funds for one tuition fee. He wished to grant the opportunity to Qian, but was met with reproach, being told that she could afford to wait a year while he excelled in his studies, which should not be squandered. This year, after painstakingly saving enough money, Lu Lixing had squandered it all. Thus, when Lu Lixing spoke a few days ago, Lu Lixing had not believed a single word. But now, witnessing all that Lu Lixing had done, he began to trust him. It became evident that he truly endeavored to secure an education for Qian. Upon hearing this request, Zhang Chuanhe burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! I thought you were going to mention something significant. It turns out to be this. In fact, I have been contemplating visiting the homes of children who have not been able to attend school, persuading their parents. Our generation has suffered greatly from illiteracy. Even now, some cannot even do simple arithmetic. It is clear that opportunities abound in larger cities, yet they struggle to thrive there. The younger generation must not endure the same hardships we did. Your Qian is the first child I wish to persuade. She gets along splendidly with my daughter, who has been eager for them to be classmates. However, my daughter is already in the 1st grade, while Qian has yet to begin her studies. Now it seems I need not persuade anyone. Once school starts, just bring her along. As for the enrollment issue, I shall resolve that." Zhang Chuanhe felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He had chosen to return to hijacking to teach, hoping to make a difference in the lives of local children. Now, nearly 20 years had flown by. "Well, thank you, Principal Zhang. There's no need for thanks. However, I still require compensation for the funds. Growing sweet potatoes is no easy task. We must not squander them." "No need, Principal Zhang. I am fine on my end. Consider these sweet potatoes my contribution to the children of hijacking." Lu Lixing recalled that the conditions at hijacking Primary School were exceedingly poor. Nevertheless, despite these challenges, it represented the best opportunity for the village's children. In his past life, he had donated anonymously to build a new school. Yet, now, it remained in a dilapidated state, in dire need of further assistance. Then, Lu Lixing's words left Zhang Chuanhe momentarily at a loss for a reason to decline. He could only nod in agreement. "Very well, then I shall thank you on behalf of the children." Lu Lixing chuckled. "Principal Zhang, should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I shall endeavor to help in any way I can." "Ah, indeed, my dear child. It appears you have matured remarkably. You must have married a truly wonderful wife," Zhang Laoshe remarked, to which Lu Lixing responded with a hearty laugh. "You're absolutely right. My wife is indeed exceptional." After exchanging pleasantries with Zhang Chun, Lu Lixing took his leave, accompanied by Lu Lixing. Once they departed, Zhang Chuanxiang remained in the principal's office, lost in thought. Zhang Chun, having tidied away his adorable pen holder, turned to him and asked, "Brother, why are you still here? I need to head home." Zhang Chuanxiang finally registered his presence. "Chuanhe, did Lu Lixing just donate 400 pounds of sweet potatoes to the school?" "Indeed. He mentioned they would be delivered tomorrow or the day after. The school can commence on schedule now, which is splendid. Is this truly Lu Lixing?" Zhang Chun patted his shoulder. Every individual possesses a benevolent side. As Lu Lixing stated, perhaps he has been transformed by his wife, and what could be better than that? "Yes, that is quite commendable." Zhang Chuanxiang nodded in agreement. Before departing, he tossed a sizable stack of money onto the desk in front of Zhang Chun. "Here, 120 yuan. "Huh, what is this for?" Zhang Chuanxiang replied. "For the school." Zhang Chun was taken aback. "Ah, brother you, what of it? Why is it acceptable for Lu Lixing to perform good deeds while I cannot do the same?" The moment he announced his donation of sweet potatoes, I resolved to contribute as well. This money he would not accept, so let it go to the school. As Lu Lixing said, we ought to contribute to our institution. But, your bicycle. I can still earn money to buy another. Enough of this chatter. You were quite straightforward when you asked me to apologize earlier. I have work to return to. You needn't head home. Continue your calculations here. With that, Zhang Chuanxiang waved goodbye and departed. Zhang Chun watched his brother's retreating figure, shaking his head in silence with a sigh. His elder brother, despite his good intentions, always had to be so obstinate. Nevertheless, he settled back down to his work. Moments later, a little girl with a ponytail peeked cautiously around the door. Clutching a fabric-sewn sandbag, She hesitated to enter. Upon noticing her, Zhang Chun smiled warmly. Xiao Xiao, why don't you come in? Come to daddy. This little girl was Zhang Chun's youngest daughter, Zhang Xiaoxiao. At 7 years old, she was the same age as Lu Qianqian and often played with her during their free time. Hearing her father's call, she joyfully bounded inside. Daddy. Xiao Xiao was afraid of interrupting your work. Mommy said I shouldn't disturb you while you're working. Zhang Chun set aside his tasks and lifted the little girl into his arms with delight. Haha, Xiao Xiao, you listen to your mother so well. Xiao Xiao tilted her head thoughtfully and replied, well, I can ignore other things, but this is something I must heed. Such a good girl. Zhang Xiaoxiao gently massaged the sandbag in her hands and pouted, expressing her discontent. But Xiaoxiao is unhappy. Why is that? Who has caused our Xiaoxiao to feel this way? She lamented. Zhang Xiaoxiao replied, it has been so long since I last saw Qianqian. Where has she gone? Why hasn't she returned home? Although the Zhang family resided not far from Lu Qianqian's parents, it was a considerable distance from Lu Lixing's home. During her leisure time, Zhang Xiaoxiao often visited Lu Qianqian's house to play. Today, her mother had sewn a new sandbag for Qianqian, and Xiaoxiao longed to find her friend. Yet, Qianqian was nowhere to be found, and with the school year approaching, Xiaoxiao lamented that she had scarcely seen Qianqian throughout the summer. Feeling somewhat dejected, Zhang Chuanhe pinched Zhang Xiaoxiao's cheek and said, so that is the reason. Fear not, dear Xiaoxiao, for you will soon be reunited with Qianqian. Really? Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with hope. Zhang Chuanhe nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is true. For little Qianqian will soon be coming to school as well. Chapter 52. Can Qianqian begin to like third brother? A few days ago, Lu Lixing had been rather stern with Lu Qianqian, to the point where she expressed her dislike for him in numerous ways. Though Lu Lixing feigned indifference, a twinge of discontent lingered within him. He had yet to devise a way to placate the little girl. After all, she had grown up in his embrace since childhood. Even now, despite her maturity, she would often perch on his shoulders, tugging at his hair, but this did nothing to diminish his affection for her. To his surprise, he heard her declare that she would continue to like him in the future. This little girl truly moved him to the brink of tears. Today, he was overwhelmed by a multitude of emotions. Lu Lixing had also overheard Lu Qianqian's words and, with a smile, inquired, so, does Qianqian still like second brother? Yes, yes, yes. Lu Qianqian exclaimed joyfully, turning her head to face Lu Lixing. Qianqian loves second brother the most. However, the next moment, upon seeing Lu Lixing, her footsteps faltered. Third brother, you're here too? She stammered. If Qianqian doesn't go home, please don't take her back. In a state of distress, Lu Qianqian took a step back, grasping a nearby stone bench for support, yet her anxiety remained. Ultimately, she scurried behind Gu Wanqing, urgently pleading, second sister-in-law, please keep third brother in check. Qianqian doesn't want to go home. Woo woo woo. The little girl was on the verge of tears. Lu Lixing felt a sharp pang in his heart. It was entirely his fault for frightening her. He hurriedly stepped forward. Qianqian. Woo woo woo, second sister-in-law. Qianqian hasn't even started to like third brother yet. Lu Qianqian clung tightly to Gu Wanqing's arm. Gu Wanqing looked down and smiled. This child was truly endearing. She wondered if her own two little ones would be as obedient as their little aunt. With one hand protectively around Lu Qianqian, she turned to Lu Lixing and said, Lixing, you've arrived. Realizing he had frightened Lu Qianqian, Lu Lixing halted, filled with remorse. Yes, second sister-in-law. Everything is fine. Your second brother. Before he could finish, Gu Wanqing's expression shifted. Lixing, you haven't troubled your second brother, have you? With that, she swiftly led Lu Qianqian to Lu Lixing, placing him behind her as a shield. Your second brother is very kind, not at all as you perceive him. Let me explain this to you slowly. Please, sit down. Gu Wanqing was somewhat anxious. After all, just a few days prior, Lu Qianqian had been taken away by Lu Lixing over this very matter. Lu Qianqian, terrified, clutched Gu Wanqing's hand, her little face contorted in concern. That is, third brother, you mustn't hit second brother again. If you do, Qianqian will bite you. It hurts when Qianqian bites. She made a fierce expression, and nearby, the large yellow dog, witnessing the scene, promptly lay down and closed its eyes, drifting off to sleep. Perhaps there is no need for the esteemed dog to worry any longer. Upon witnessing this, Lu Lixing offered an awkward smile, momentarily at a loss for words. It was Lu Lixing, however, who suddenly burst into laughter. Qianqian, it's all right. Lixing will not hold anything against me. Our misunderstandings have been resolved, and Lixing has forgiven me. Have you not, Lixing? He directed the question towards Lu Lixing. Lu Lixing nodded repeatedly. Yes, indeed, second sister-in-law, it was my fault. I had no idea that second brother. Qianqian, from now on, I will not pressure you to return home. You may go wherever you wish. Gu Wanqing turned back in confusion, noticing Lu Lixing nodding in agreement. Only then did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Qianqian tilted her little head, gazing earnestly at Lu Lixing. Is what third brother said true? Yes, it is true. Lu Qianqian clapped her hands in delight. That is wonderful. Third brother and second brother have made up. So, can Qianqian like third brother again? Of course you can. Your third brother is the best brother for you. Lu Lixing gently pinched Lu Qianqian's cheek. Lu Qianqian, overwhelmed with joy, quickly dashed towards Lu Lixing. Third brother, Qianqian wants a hug. Oh, Qianqian wants to ride on a horse. Third brother, lift me high. The small Lu Qianqian joyfully twirled around Lu Lixing. Lu Lixing also smiled with satisfaction. Come. Whatever you want to do, I will accompany you. De Huang observed Lu Lixing playing merrily with Lu Qianqian, letting out a long sigh of relief. Now, Qianqian would not tug at his fur anymore, and he could finally enjoy a good night's sleep. On another side, Gu Wanqing watched this scene with great contentment. How wonderful. Lixing no longer holds a grudge against you. Indeed, Lu Lixing nodded. As they watched, Gu Wanqing suddenly recalled Lu Qianqian's schooling situation. She hurriedly tugged at Lu Lixing's sleeve. Lu Lixing, I have something to discuss with you. Hearing this address, Lu Lixing furrowed his brow. Wanqing, before we discuss matters, could you first answer me a question? What question? Gu Wanqing asked curiously. Lu Lixing inquired. When do you plan to start calling me husband? Gu Wanqing lowered her head. Her face flushed. Who calls like that? How embarrassing. I don't find it embarrassing, Lu Lixing stated plainly. He had contemplated this title for quite some time. Gu Wanqing lowered her head even further. You. She stammered for a moment, unable to articulate her thoughts. Ultimately, Gu Wanqing decided to abandon the topic altogether. Oh, Lu Lixing, stop teasing. Let us discuss serious matters. I heard school has started, and I would like Qianqian to attend. Tomorrow, I will take her to the school to have a look. Although we missed the enrollment period, we should still give it a try. Qianqian is no longer small. Children her age are already in elementary school. In a thatched hut further up the mountain, having lost fluids for the entire afternoon, Zhou Yuxiao's health has improved somewhat. She is now able to rise from her bed and bask in the sunlight outside. Lu Liwei, hindered by his legs, sits on the doorstep, taking a moment to rest. Before long, a group of schoolchildren passes by, chattering animatedly. Lu Liwei lets out a deep sigh, murmuring, alas. Will Qianqian still be unable to attend school this year? Zhou Yuxiao replies, I had originally set aside some funds, but last month, Lixing took it all for his own expenses. Now, we don't even have enough for Li Jing's tuition, and our parents are outside trying to find a solution. It seems Qianqian might miss another year. But last year, she already lost a year. A pang of sadness grips Lu Liwei. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yuxiao suggests, why don't we inquire at the school tomorrow? Lu Liwei nods earnestly. Yes, let's go and ask if there might be any alternative solutions. Chapter 53. Why do you keep staring at me? Gu Wanqing spoke for quite some time, yet she noticed Lu Lixing was merely grinning foolishly. This fellow must be reminiscing about that incident involving her husband. How ridiculous, especially in broad daylight, with younger siblings around. Gu Wanqing helplessly called out, Lu Lixing. Are you even listening to me? Qianqian cannot miss school. What are you staring at me for? Seeing her face flush once more, Lu Lixing finally stretched and chuckled. So what do you plan to do? He decided to tease Gu Wanqing a bit. The way her cheeks turned crimson was undeniably, well, quite endearing. Gu Wanqing pondered for a moment and replied, I intend to visit the school. If they refuse to let Qianqian attend, I might cause a ruckus like Zhao Guo's widow, or perhaps find another way. In any case, Qianqian must go to school. For Qianqian's sake, Gu Wanqing resolved to take a stand. Sometimes, in the village, conflicts arose over trivial matters, and the uncles and aunts would engage in nonsensical quarrels. Often, such disturbances would lead to resolutions. Cause a ruckus? Wanqing, can you do that? Lu Lixing stifled a laugh. This girl rarely spoke loudly. How could she possibly make a scene? Gu Wanqing felt defeated. As if she had been thrown back to a time of liberation. She lowered her head. If not that, how about we present Principal Zhang with a small gift? I still have 50 yuan saved up. We could offer it as a gesture? That 50 yuan was originally given to her by Lu Lixing for the purpose of saving for a new house. She hadn't spent it while buying shoes last time, and it remained in her possession. Though it pained her to part with it, Qianqian's education was paramount. Gu Wanqing bit her lip in distress. Lu Lixing had initially intended to tease her a bit more, but as he observed her earnest concern for Qianqian, he felt a wave of tenderness. Suddenly, he bent down. Gu Wanqing instinctively took a step back, only to be embraced by Lu Lixing at the waist. He deliberately whispered in her ear, "Wanqing, actually." Gu Wanqing's ears turned crimson. Lu Lixing, what are you doing?" She instinctively pushed him away. "Qianqian and the others are here." "It's fine. They are a distance away." At that moment, Lu Lixing had already taken Lu Qianqian to the nearby field to play, where the space was ample, and the ground was soft enough that falling wouldn't hurt. After saying this, Lu Lixing lowered his voice intentionally. "Actually, I just wanted to share some good news." "What? What good news?" "Well, our Qianqian has a school to attend." "What?" Gu Wanqing gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape. She then seized Lu Lixing's arm. "Is it true? Is it really true?" "Yes, indeed. I went to see Principal Zhang today and exchanged my sweet potatoes for this opportunity." Principal Zhang agreed. "Qianqian can report the day after tomorrow." "That's wonderful. That's truly wonderful." Gu Wanqing was filled with excitement. She grasped Lu Lixing's hand, transitioning to wrapping her arms around him instead. The distance between them seemed to fade, resembling a scenario where she was nestled in his embrace, whispering sweet nothings. When Wang Taizhu arrived, he stumbled upon this scene. He immediately covered his face with one hand, exclaiming in shock, "Ah, ah, ah, Brother Lu's sister-in-law, I saw nothing. Absolutely nothing." Yet, his hand only shielded one eye while the other clutched for eggs. Stealing a glance at Lu Lixing, he hastily placed the eggs on the stone bench beside Dao, stammering, My mom asked me to bring you some eggs, ha. These are freshly laid from the past 2 days, ha ha ha. Well, they're quite fresh. Enjoy. I'll be on my way." With that, Wang Taizhu dashed away. Heavens! What shocking sight had he just witnessed? It felt as though Brother Lu was kissing Gu Wanqing, and in plain view, albeit with only him as the audience. Was the adult world always this exhilarating? Wang Taizhu felt his heart racing. Alas, what a stroke of misfortune. When would he find a wife? With a heavy heart, he resolved to press his mother to find him more suitable matches this year. With this thought, he felt invigorated. Quickening his pace, Dahu, who had just opened his eyes, observed Wang Taizhu's demeanor and silently rolled his eyes before returning to slumber. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqian, who had just played hide and seek with Lu Lixing, tilted her little head in confusion and asked, "What happened to Brother Taizhu? He seems frightened?" Lu Lixing chuckled. "It's nothing. He probably saw something he shouldn't have. Come on, Qianqian, let me give you a piggyback ride. Here we go." Instantly, Lu Qianqian forgot her previous inquiry and resumed playing with Lu Lixing. Upon hearing Wang Taizhu's voice, Gu Wanqing instinctively pushed Lu Lixing away, eager to explain. However, before she could utter a word, Wang Taizhu's figure had vanished from sight. Torn, she stood rooted in place, casting a fierce glare at the source of her turmoil. Lu Lixing, this rascal, still smiling. Truly, ignoring him now. After making her decision, Gu Wanqing turned and headed toward the kitchen. "I'm going to prepare dinner." Lu Lixing, in high spirits, chuckled heartily. As he followed her into the kitchen, he took in the surroundings. Above him stretched a cerulean sky, beside him swayed lush green trees, and on the mountains, an occasional wildflower blossomed. In the yard, Daho had curled into a ball, fast asleep. Beyond that lay a fenced area where Lu Lixing and Lu Qianqian frolicked, and the unoccupied spaces were filled with vibrant green vegetables. Further afield flowed a gentle stream. The stream, though shallow, is remarkably clear. The road is devoid of concrete or asphalt. A simple earthen path stretches far into the distance. This is a picturesque scene he had never dared to dream of before. To his astonishment, it has all come to fruition now. He has family and a large dog. Although there are still other aspirations to pursue, for him, this is more than enough. For the first time, Lu Lixing felt a sense of happiness. As he pondered, he found himself at the kitchen door. Upon seeing him, Gu Wanqing anxiously inquired, "What brings you here? This fellow, could he possibly be planning something? What would happen when Taizhu arrives?" Gu Wanqing was filled with concern, holding some vegetables, ready to wash them. At this moment, she was at a loss. As Lu Lixing approached, her visible tension escalated. What to do? Why is he lying down? Chapter 54. The excited Qianqian upon witnessing the adorable expression of the young girl. Lu Lixing could not resist gently teasing her by flicking her nose. With his other hand, he effortlessly took the vegetables from her grasp before straightening up and playfully inquiring, "What are you waiting for, Wanqing?" "Huh? Waiting? For what?" She realized she was not waiting for anything at all. How did he always manage to leave her flustered? "I'm not waiting for anything. I just..." "Haha. All right, let me cook. You should go rest." Gu Wanqing had initially intended to assert that she would tend to the fire, but recalling the earlier scene, she quickly abandoned that notion. It was far too perilous to remain near Lixing. "Okay, I'll go sew a backpack for Qianqian. There is still a day left. I can manage." With that, Gu Wanqing swiftly exited the kitchen. Lixing shook his head in resignation and began preparing the meal. The remaining wild boar meat had already been marinated. He retrieved a piece of pork belly, sliced it, and resolved to make braised pork. Wanqing and the others had yet to savor this dish. Although the marinated meat lacked the ideal texture, the absence of a refrigerator at home left him with little choice but to make do. He began by washing the meat thoroughly, cutting it into evenly sized cubes, and blanching it in cold water. After skimming off the scum, he rinsed the pork belly again and let it drain. Chopping scallions, ginger, garlic, and dried chili, he prepared the seasonings, all of which he had painstakingly gathered over the past few days in the village, determined to elevate their meals in the future. In the iron pot, he did not add oil but instead placed the pork belly, allowing it to render its fat. Once sufficient oil had been released, he poured in a bit of boiling water, added the scallions, ginger, garlic, dried chili, rock sugar, and various seasonings, before simmering it gently over low heat for 30 minutes. Meanwhile, he heated another pot to saute some greens and mushrooms, followed by steaming eggs. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Lixing, who had been playing joyfully with Lu Qianqian, suddenly froze. "What smells so good?" Lu Qianqian giggled and proudly exclaimed, "Third brother, it's second brother who is cooking. Second brother's food is super delicious." "Is second brother cooking?" Lixing, carrying Lu Qianqian on his back, ambled toward the kitchen's entrance, where he indeed spotted Lixing busily at work. Initially surprised, he soon felt relieved. Second brother is certainly diligent today. Of course, he is Qianqian's absolute favorite second brother. Lu Qianqian declared proudly, hands on her hips. Lixing chuckled, swallowing hard, murmuring, "I can't wait to taste it. It will be ready soon. Third brother, don't worry, we'll get to eat." Lixing nodded, ready to resume playing with Lu Qianqian. Suddenly, he felt a sharp tug at his scalp as Lu Qianqian grasped his hair tightly. He gasped in surprise, "Qianqian, what are you doing? What's wrong?" Lu Qianqian quickly released her grip, her tone losing its earlier cheerfulness. "Ah, I'm so sorry, third brother. I saw Wang Yinyan and Zhang Xiaohu. They are doing their homework in Wang Yinyan's yard." Perched on Lu Lixing's shoulder, Lu Qianqian gazed into the distance, feeling a tinge of disappointment upon spotting her two friends. A pang of sympathy struck Lu Lixing's heart. He gently set Lu Qianqian down and crouched before her, earnestly asking, "Qianqian, do you wish to attend school?" She recalled that her second sister-in-law had posed a similar question in the afternoon, to which she had answered affirmatively. However, the thought of going to school left her pondering what would happen to third brother. Shaking her little head, despite her sense of grievance, she replied earnestly, "No way. Qianqian really wants to go to school." The stubbornness in her tone further tugged at Lu Lixing's heartstrings. As she appeared ready to run off, he grasped her tiny hand. "Qianqian, I have some wonderful news to share with you." "What good news?" Lu Qianqian inquired, her head bowed, fiddling with her fingers. Second brother visited Principal Zhang's office today and delivered a plethora of sweet potatoes. Principal Zhang agreed to let you attend school, starting the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianqian's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth forming an O shape, brimming with surprise. Then, she joyfully leaped up, exclaiming, "Really? Really? I can go to school?" "Of course. When has third brother ever lied to you?" "Hey." The little Lu Qianqian was overwhelmed with excitement, jumping and clapping her hands. "Second brother is amazing. Qianqian loves second brother the most. I must thank him." With that, she swiftly turned and dashed toward the kitchen. Upon entering, she hugged Lu Lixing's leg tightly, exclaiming, second brother, Qianqian loves you so much." She rubbed her face against his leg like a playful kitten. "Good girl. Remember to study hard when you go to school, all right?" Yes. Lu Qianqian nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with determination. After saying this, she dashed out excitedly. She rushed over to the sleeping De Huang, tugged at his ears, and joyfully shouted, De Huang, Qianqian is going to school." Startled, De Huang raised his head. But Lu Qianqian had already released him and sped off toward Wang Yinyan's house, shouting as she ran, "Wang Yinyan, I can go to school. Zhang Xiaohu, let me tell you, I'm going to school." Lu Lixing stood in the field, watching the little figure of Qianqian with a satisfied smile. After a moment, he turned and walked toward the main room, where Gu Wanqing was rummaging through her sewing basket. Second sister-in-law, Lu Lixing called out, "Stand at attention. Come here, just in time. Help me select a floral pattern for the little backpack for my niece. Should it be blue or pink?" Lu Lixing smiled and suggested, "Pink. I believe Qianqian would prefer that." "I concur. Then it shall be this one. I must commence sewing immediately, or I shall run out of time. Tomorrow, I need to take Qianqian to the village to purchase her books, erasers, and pencils. We cannot let her be without what the other children possess." Gu Wanqing murmured to herself for a while, only to discover that Lu Lixing remained silent before her, seemingly with something to express. Raising her head, she inquired with curiosity, "What is it, Lixing? Do you have something to say?" Lu Lixing nodded. Subsequently, he produced a substantial stack of money from his pocket and presented it to Gu Wanqing. "Sister-in-law, this is the money my brother gave me, but I feel I cannot accept it. It is better suited for you." Lu Lixing and Gu Wanqing had already separated their households. Even if they had not, he was merely a younger brother. Gu Wanqing was also pregnant and needed funds for her well-being. Lu Lixing felt an unease in his heart. The expenses for high school were considerable. After some contemplation, he resolved against accepting the money. Furthermore, when he offered this sum, his sister-in-law was unaware, and he did not wish for any discord between his brother and her. Thus, he decided to present the money to Gu Wanqing first. Chapter 55. Is my second brother good to you? Gu Wanqing paused her actions, placing the fabric down, and smiled. "Since your second brother has given it to you, you should keep it." However, Lu Lixing appeared somewhat conflicted. "No buts. It is given to you so that you can study diligently, not for any other purpose. If you feel embarrassed to accept it, just be kind to your future nieces and nephews. That will be enough to express gratitude to your second brother. You need not worry about me and the baby. Your second brother is doing remarkably well now, earning plenty of money, and will ensure we are well fed," Gu Wanqing said with a smile. Lu Lixing was taken aback. He recalled that after Gu Wanqing had married into their family, apart from occasionally smiling in front of their parents, she usually maintained a serious demeanor. She had endured much hardship. Yet today, Lu Lixing noticed that her smile had not faded. Her words were soft and gentle, radiating an aura of profound happiness. "Sister-in-law," he ventured, "is my second brother good to you?" Unable to resist asking further, Gu Wanqing's face broke into a bright smile. "Yes, he is wonderful, truly wonderful. Your second brother is entirely different from before. He is incredibly diligent and capable. All the essentials at home have been newly purchased by him. And look, these shoes are from him as well. He has helped many people. Lixing, your second brother has truly changed. However, he is still afraid that our parents, elder brother, and you are upset with him, and he hasn't dared to return to see you. Please forgive him. He will only improve from here on." Upon hearing these words, Lu Lixing suddenly laughed, nodding vigorously. "Sister-in-law, I want to be like my second brother in the future." Ah, no. I mean, I want to be like the current second brother. I want to earn money, help many people, and be kind to my nieces and nephews." "Haha." Gu Wanqing gently patted her belly. "Did you hear that, my little ones? Your uncle promises to treat you well, and if he ever mistreats you in the future, you must come to your aunt to report him." As they conversed, Lu Qianqian quickly dashed back from outside, her cheerful face flushed with excitement. "Sister-in-law, what are the little nephew and little niece going to report?" Gu Wanqing playfully pinched her cheek. "I said, if Lixing bullies them, they should come to their aunt to complain." Lu Qianqian pouted, glaring at Lu Lixing. "Humph. Third brother, you must not treat the little nephew and little niece poorly. Otherwise, Qianqian will hit you." "Ha ha." Lu Lixing was thoroughly amused by Lu Qianqian's antics. "I would never dare. Third brother will be good. You can rest assured, Qianqian." "That is more like it." Lu Qianqian finally relaxed and swiftly turned to run to De Huang, throwing herself onto the large dog. "De Huang, did you hear? Qianqian is going to school now." De Huang, nearly rolling its eyes from the weight, shifted slightly and finally took a breath. However, the gaze of Lu Qianqian held no trace of reproach. "Woof. I heard it. I heard it. Children can be quite noisy." De Huang cast another glance in Gu Wanqing's direction. It seemed that there would soon be two little ones. De Huang lowered his entire head to the ground, pondering the essence of canine existence. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqian rolled around on De Huang's back. Fortunately, Lu Lixing's meal was ready, and the enticing aroma finally lured Lu Qianqian away. De Huang exhaled a long sigh of relief. As Lu Lixing approached, he was greeted by a lavish spread of dishes that left him awestruck. So much. And rice too? Yes, yes. Third brother, hurry and sit down to eat. Qianqian will serve you meat. All of this was earned by second brother. Lu Lixing glanced towards Lu Lixing without hesitation and promptly took a seat, devouring his meal with fervor. This was the most delectable meal he had enjoyed in 16 years. That night, Lu Lixing did not return home, but instead shared a room with Lu Lixing. However, sleep eluded him. The kerosene lamp had extinguished, and Lu Lixing stared at the ceiling. Contemplating the events of the day, he made a decision. Second brother. Lu Lixing turned towards him, having been facing away. I will go back and inform Mom, Dad, and eldest brother about your situation. You can rest assured. All right. Lu Lixing smiled with appreciation. Now, sleep. The following noon, Lu Liwei had already finished breakfast early. Today, he intended to visit the school to speak with Principal Zhang about enrolling Qianqian. However, one cannot seek favors empty-handed. Lu Liwei wandered around the house but found nothing of value. The only possessions were 2 old hens and a pound of eggs. Yuxia, what should we do? Zhou Yuxia bit her lip. How about you take a hen with you? But your health needs nourishment from the eggs, and Wanqing will surely need some as well. The urgency of Qianqian's education took precedence. Oh, and there are the 2 sweet potatoes sent by Lixing. They are quite large and should be excellent. You should take those too. It increases our chances. If it turns out that Lixing stole them from somewhere, we can figure out how to repay later. Lu Liwei sighed. Well, that is acceptable. We'll think of a solution later. With that, he went to the chicken coop and caught a hen. After some internal conflict, he ultimately left the house carrying the sweet potatoes. These were the finest items the household had to offer. Today, even if it cost him his dignity, he was determined to accomplish this task. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Taizhu and Lu Furuan had also risen early to dig sweet potatoes to take to school. Originally, Lu Lixing had intended to join them, but the two insisted he accompany Lu Qianqian to buy supplies. After all, little Qianqian was still quite unaware of what school entailed. Once everything was prepared, they would head to school together. Lu Lixing had no choice but to comply. As Lu Liwei arrived at the school, he happened upon Wang Taizhu, Lu Furuan, and Zhang Chuanhe unloading something at the entrance of the cafeteria. He hurried over, but the closer he got, the more he sensed something amiss. Was that sweet potatoes? A whole cart brimming with vibrant red sweet potatoes. How could this be? Could it be that Lu Lixing's sweet potatoes came from them? Lu Liwei quickly concealed the sweet potatoes he was holding behind him. Not far away, Lu Liwei had already caught sight of him. Noticing his indecisive demeanor, Zhang Chuanhe furrowed his brow and asked, What's the matter, Liwei? What are you up to? Is there something you need? Lu Furuan and Wang Taizhu also greeted him warmly. Liwei is here. Hello, brother Liwei. Lu Liwei awkwardly smiled. Principal Zhang, may I have a word with you? 2 large sweet potatoes were still hidden behind him, until he confirmed that these sweet potatoes were indeed purchased by Lu Lixing. He could not allow Wang Taizhu and the others to see them. Otherwise, if they were perceived as stolen, it would be disastrous. No business could be conducted today. Zhang Chuanhe, somewhat puzzled, approached him nonetheless, asking, What is the matter? Chapter 56. Liwei, you misunderstood. Lu Liwei raised the chicken in his hand. Since it had not been slaughtered, the chicken flapped its wings at Zhang Chuanhe. Lu Liwei hastily set the chicken down. Yet it seemed to be acutely aware of its fate, flapping about incessantly and emitting distressing cries. Unable to articulate his thoughts properly, Lu Liwei could only say, Principal Zhang, please wait a moment. With that, he began to struggle with the chicken using one hand. However, the chicken's resistance intensified. And just as Lu Liwei was on the verge of losing control, Zhang Chuanhe stepped forward to assist him in restraining the bird. Let me handle it. Lu Liwei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Principal Zhang. With a sigh, Zhang Chuanhe remarked, Liwei, what about your other hand? Are you holding something precious? It's evident you cannot manage with just one hand, yet you refuse to use the other. Lu Liwei felt flustered. Well, it's nothing significant. Just some items used by women. It would be rather embarrassing for Principal Zhang to see. Oh, Zhang Chuanhe then chose not to pursue the matter further. Lu Liwei continued, Principal Zhang, this chicken has been raised at our home for many years. It's quite healthy and could be beneficial for you. Zhang Chuanhe furrowed his brow, increasingly sensing something amiss with Lu Liwei. For me? Yes, for you. Zhang Chuanhe sighed again. So, what is it that you truly wish to convey? Lu Liwei explained. You see, our Qian is 7 years old this year. Yes, I know. And she is of the age to start school. My parents are not at home, and as her elder brother, I lack the means. But I still wish to strive for it. At this moment, Zhang Chuanhe finally grasped Lu Liwei's intentions. He was taken aback. You wish for Qian to attend school? Yes, Lu Liwei affirmed. So, Principal Zhang, you must accept this chicken. If you need anything else, just let me know, and I will certainly oblige. Observing Lu Liwei's demeanor, Zhang Chuanhe chuckled. You siblings are truly something. Did Li Zheng not return home yesterday? And no, he didn't. How did you know? Well, it's no wonder. Li Zheng went to the Lu Lixing's house. Also, Lu Liwei, take this chicken back. It has laid eggs for your family all these years and should not be given away lightly. As for your Qian, you need not worry. She is already able to attend school. What? Lu Liwei comprehended each word Zhang Chuanhe spoke, yet when pieced together, it seemed strange. You mean, Qian can go to school now? Zhang Chuanhe nodded. Lu Liwei then inquired, Li Jing. He went to the Lixing house? Zhang Chuanhe nodded once more. Lu Liwei immediately refuted, that's impossible. I know my younger brother's temperament. How could Li Zheng possibly go to Lu Liwei's house? Sigh. Zhang Chuanhe had lost count of how many times he had sighed that day. He directly handed the chicken to Lu Liwei, saying, Go back and ask Lu Lixing and Lu Lixing. After speaking, he turned around and resumed his work. Lu Liwei, bewildered, held the chicken, feeling somewhat dazed. He did not realize that his other hand had instinctively retracted. At that moment, 2 enormous sweet potatoes, wrapped in bags, appeared right before him. Not far away. Wang Taizhu exclaimed in surprise, Liwei, what are you doing with those 2 large sweet potatoes? Lu Liwei was startled and quickly concealed the sweet potatoes behind him. These sweet potatoes, they belong to you, right? Taizhu, I apologize. It's our Lu family's failure to discipline properly. I will return these sweet potatoes to you immediately. Once I get back, I will inquire with Li Jing to clarify what exactly happened. Now it was Wang Taizhu's turn to be confused. He turned to Lu Furin, and they exchanged glances. After a brief moment, as Lu Liwei was about to walk away, Lu Lixing could no longer hold back. Wait a moment, Liwei. What is the matter, Taizhu? Is it not enough? Did our Lixing take more of your sweet potatoes? Just wait. I will ask him for you and ensure everything is returned. If any have been consumed, I will compensate you. Even Wang Taizhu, no matter how dull, could grasp the meaning behind Lu Liwei's words. No, Liwei, you've misunderstood, right? Misunderstood? Well, you haven't seen my brother Lu these past few days, have you? Oh, you mean Lu Lixing? Lu Liwei nodded. I haven't seen him. Oh, so you came here to see Principal Zhang for Qian's schooling. Uffed. Wang Taizhu couldn't help but laugh. Liwei, you needn't go through such trouble. Aren't these sweet potatoes sent to you by my brother Lu? Indeed, that is why I didn't eat them. Didn't he eat them? Oh, Liwei, you can rest assured to eat them. These sweet potatoes weren't stolen by my brother Lu. He cultivated them. What? Lu Liwei felt his mind was overwhelmed. Cultivated? Cultivated? Yes, and over there, do you see that large truck of sweet potatoes? All of those were sent by my brother Lu. They are for the school. Qian's schooling was also arranged by my brother Lu, and right now, he and Li Jing are with her buying school supplies. Wow, what? Lu Liwei's eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Taizhu nodded. I guess it's because Li Jing hasn't had a chance to return home, and when my brother Lu went there, he was stopped by Li Jing, which is why you didn't know. Just wait here for a moment. My brother Lu will be here shortly. You can ask him directly. Lu Liwei stood frozen in place. Lu Lixing and Lu Lixing each held one of little Qian's hands, leisurely wandering around the small shop. Qian. If you see something you like, tell your second brother, and he will buy it for you. Okay. Little Lu Qian gleefully gazed at the items behind the glass counter. Erasers, small notebooks, and pencils. Lu Qian gazed at the erasers for a while and inquired, pointing to a small rabbit-shaped one, how much is this? The shopkeeper replied, that costs 10 cents. She then pointed to a pencil without an eraser, asking, and this one? The proprietor, charmed by her innocence, cheerfully responded, that is 5 cents, while the pencil with an eraser is 10 cents. The little notebook is 20 cents each, featuring both arithmetic and grid lines. With her large, expressive eyes, Lu Qian nodded. Oh, then dear brother, let us choose the one with the eraser, shall we? Why? Because we needn't purchase an eraser separately, and we can save 5 cents. 5 cents, she mused, would buy 5 candies. However, in Lu Lixing's eyes, the scene took on a different hue. How shall we manage with Qian being so frugal from such a young age? Yet, he reassured himself, it matters not. Dear brother can earn money, and Qian need not worry. With that, he pointed to the pencil with the eraser and then to the rabbit eraser, saying, I shall take both of these, and also a notebook, one of each. Very well, the shopkeeper acknowledged as he went to fetch them. Upon hearing this, Lu Qian felt a surge of emotion and nearly cried out, Oh no, the candies are gone. 5 candies are gone. Chapter 57. He has a promising younger brother. Lu Lixing observed Lu Qian. Her little lips pursed in an adorable pout, and curiously inquired, Qian, what troubles you? What could possibly have upset this little girl? Lu Qian shook her head, her eyes glistening with innocence as she replied, Nothing, nothing at all. Yet, her gaze was fixated on the bowl of candies on the counter. It was brimming with treats, delicious white rabbit milk candies, vibrant rainbow watermelon sweets, peanut candy, and watermelon bubble gum. Lu Qian's eyes widened in delight. She swallowed hard, her small hands nervously clasped together. Oh, how she longed for some sweets. Lu Li, watching from the side, couldn't help but chuckle. He gently tapped Lu Lixing on the shoulder and pointed towards Lu Qian. As Lu Lixing was in the midst of making a payment, he finally understood why the little girl had insisted on purchasing a 5-cent pencil earlier. A smile crept across his face as he handed one of the 10-cent coins he received from the shopkeeper back to him, saying, Let us get 10 candies, please. 2 of each. He gestured towards the colorful candy bowl. Upon hearing this, Lu Qian's eyes sparkled with joy. Second brother, are those candies for me? Lu Lixing playfully replied. No, they are for your second sister-in-law. Disappointment washed over Lu Qian momentarily, but she quickly brightened again. Higi, if they're for my sister-in-law, then my little nephew and niece will get to enjoy them too. They will surely be delighted. As she pondered this, laughter erupted not just from Lu Lixing but also from the shopkeeper, who found her charm irresistible. Come here, little one, I'll give you 2 extra candies. The shopkeeper handed her 2 of the most delightful sweets. Lu Qian's eyes sparkled with joy. Thank you, uncle. Don't mention it. If only I had a sweet little girl like you at home. But alas, my household is filled with boys. The shopkeeper chuckled heartily. Lu Lixing, holding 10 candies in his large hand, discreetly placed 2 more cents on the counter when the shopkeeper wasn't looking. He then handed the candies to Lu Qian, saying, Here, Qian, your little nephew and niece can't eat them yet, so you can enjoy them until they can. Lu Qian's eyes lit up once more. Wow, so many candies. They are all mine. How wonderful. She hurriedly stuffed the candies into her little pocket, then retrieved 2, unwrapping them to offer to Lu Lixing and Lu Lixing. Second brother, 1 for you. Eat. Third brother, you too. They're very sweet. Lu Lixing and Lu Lixing exchanged glances before they both opened their mouths. Thank you, Qian. No need for thanks, no need at all. After she finished speaking, she began to distribute the candies from her pocket. 1 for second sister-in-law, 1 for eldest brother, 1 for father, 1 for mother. As for De Huang. It seems De Huang cannot consume sweets, so let Qian eat it on its behalf, hehe. Following behind Lu Qian, De Huang thought, Well, can't we purchase something edible for dogs? Lu Lixing chuckled, Father and mother are not home. Lu Qian felt even happier. Then I can have 3 more candies. After completing their shopping, the trio and 1 dog began their journey towards the playground. Today, they needed to finish the sweet potatoes and restock for sale. Otherwise, Qian's tuition would fall short. In this era, there was no compulsory education, and tuition fees were quite steep. Just kindergarten cost 50 yuan per semester, a significant sum indeed. Moreover, Lu Lixing's high school tuition was 500. They had to continue working hard. As they arrived at the playground, Lu Lixing was about to inquire about how Wang Taizhu was managing the sweet potatoes when he spotted Lu Liwei sitting beside the sweet potato stall, lost in thought. His countenance was somber, revealing no trace of emotion. Beside him lay 2 enormous sweet potatoes, remnants from the last delivery. It had been 2 days. And he hadn't touched them? He glanced at Lu Lixing and was about to step forward. At that moment, Lu Liwei also grasped his cane and approached them. Lu Lixing instinctively positioned himself in front of Lu Lixing. Just days ago, eldest brother had suggested that the sweet potatoes might have been pilfered by second brother. The current demeanor seemed to indicate great anger. Lu Lixing feared that Lu Liwei might, like himself, misunderstand second brother. Thus, he hurriedly clarified, Eldest brother, these sweet potatoes are indeed his. I have verified that they were grown on our land. We misunderstood second brother. Lu Qian also stepped forward, clutching her candies tightly. Big brother, you mustn't be angry with second brother, or else Qian won't share her candies with you. Lu Liwei paid them no heed. He limped and turned to face Lu Lixing. Seeing this, Lu Lixing straightened up and looked at Lu Liwei. This was the first time he had encountered Lu Liwei in this life. In his previous life, Lu Liwei had treated him exceptionally well. No matter what misdeeds he committed, Lu Liwei would only sigh, occasionally slipping him some money without their parents' knowledge, fearing he might go hungry. Eventually, Lu Lixing departed, and Lu Lixing passed away, leaving eldest brother to shoulder the burdens of the Lu family. He worked diligently to support the entire family without a single complaint. Unfortunately, he never had children, which remained his greatest regret. Eldest brother, Lu Lixing, called out to him. Lu Liwei raised his hand. Seeing this, Lu Lixing quickly exclaimed, "Eldest brother." However, in the next moment, he watched as Lu Liwei slowly lowered his hand. He gave Lu Lixing a hearty pat on the shoulder and then smiled. "Xiaoxing, you've made quite a name for yourself. You've achieved more than your elder brother." "Indeed. Splendid, truly splendid. Your parents must feel an immense sense of pride upon witnessing your current achievements. However, Li Hang, you must promise me not to conceal anything from your elder brother in the future. I shall always be your elder brother. We are bound by the ties of blood. How could I ever hold anything against you? In the past, it was always my fault. I failed to guide you properly." As he spoke, Lu Liwei's voice quivered with emotion. "You have succeeded. You have truly succeeded." This phrase echoed in his thoughts repeatedly, his face adorned with lines of joy. At the age of 28, Lu Liwei appeared considerably aged due to years of labor in the fields, yet this in no way diminished his happiness. Just moments ago, he had been seated, listening intently to Wang Taizhu recounting Lu Lihong's story. Suddenly, a wave of guilt washed over him. He felt he had not been adequate, having failed to care for his younger brother properly, to ensure his sister could attend school, and having compelled their parents to seek work elsewhere. Throughout the years, his greatest concern had always been Lu Lihong. This young man was unpredictable, often entertaining bizarre thoughts. Each time he faltered, Lu Liwei endeavored to steer him back onto the righteous path, yet he consistently fell short. He had once thought that this brother of his would remain lost forever. Lu Liwei had even imagined that if things did not improve, he would strive to earn more when his brother had children, ensuring that they would never go hungry. But now, he felt a sense of reassurance. He had a brother who had truly made something of himself. Chapter 59. A family, how can they be apart? Lu Lixing gazed in astonishment as Gu Wanqing continued to accumulate more and more items, feeling an overwhelming urge to weep. "Second sister-in-law, you cannot keep pretending. If you do, I shall be unable to bear it any longer." "Oh, it is of no consequence. We have the cart, do we not? We can simply load it," she replied. Lu Lixing felt a flush of embarrassment. It seemed that his second sister-in-law intended to empty their entire stock of sweet potatoes. He glanced toward Lu Lixing for assistance. Lu Lixing waved his hand dismissively. "Let her be." With a sense of resignation, Lu Lixing spoke again. "Second sister-in-law, truly, there is no need to continue. The land at home has been fertilized by second brother, and the sweet potatoes are flourishing. There is more than enough for us." "Is that so?" Gu Wanqing paused. "Then let us gather even more. Elder brother and elder sister-in-law are unwell and cannot work the fields for the next few days." Lu Lixing fell silent. Finally, it was Lu Liwei who arrived and managed to put a stop to Gu Wanqing's efforts. She wandered around the house, gathering a considerable amount of spices, oil, rice, and flour. Finding it inconvenient to carry it all herself, she enlisted Lu Lixing's help. Lu Liwei chuckled at the sight. "Wanqing, do not take so much. It seems you intend to move the entire household back." At this remark, Lu Liwei momentarily faltered, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. In the past, the brothers had lived together harmoniously. However, after Lu Lixing married, they separated to allow him to flourish. Now, it felt as though they were completely apart. The old, dilapidated family home could no longer accommodate them. Lu Lixing noticed his elder brother's despondency and approached. "Elder brother, do not worry. We will earn more money, build a larger house, and create a spacious courtyard for our parents to live with us in the future." "Haha, that is a splendid idea. But money is not so easily acquired," Lu Liwei replied. In his view, Lu Lixing was already among the wealthier villagers. Yet, with Wanqing expecting a child, how could they afford to build a house? "There will be ample funds, I assure you," Lu Lixing insisted. Lu Liwei turned to pat his shoulder. "It is commendable to have dreams, but remember, Xiaoxing, one must be pragmatic. We cannot engage in dishonest dealings any longer. Let us be grounded and diligent." "Yes, elder brother. I understand. That is good to hear. Now, please persuade Wanqing to hurry. Otherwise, you shall have nothing to eat by tomorrow." With no other choice, Lu Lixing intervened with his wife. Since his elder brother had spoken, he dared not defy him, lest he face another reprimand. After much effort, the four of them finally set off. Lu Lixing and Lu Lixing undertook the heavier tasks, while Lu Liwei, still nursing an injury, handled the lighter loads. Gu Wanqing held Lu Qianqian's hand, with De Huang trailing alongside them. De Huang and Lu Qianqian occasionally frolicked together, creating a lively scene. Lu Liwei watched with great satisfaction. Do you think our sister-in-law will be startled by this spectacle? I did not inform her that you all were returning. Haha, I suspect she will be overjoyed. Lu Lixing replied. His sister-in-law was indeed a wonderful person. 2 years ago, I married into the Lu family and have diligently taken on all household responsibilities alongside my elder brother, without a single complaint. However, due to health issues, I have been unable to conceive. Lu Lixing recalls that in his previous life, his sister-in-law was continuously taking medication, yet to no avail. He wonders if, in this lifetime, the outcome can be altered. Lu Lixing resolves that when he encounters a competent doctor, he will ensure that both his sister-in-law and elder brother receive proper medical attention. For conceiving is a matter that involves both partners. Zhou Yuxia has been sitting on the doorstep in a daze since Lu Liwei departed in the morning. Observing the children around her, each with their little school bags heading off to do their homework, she gently touches her abdomen and sighs. Her inability to bear children has made her particularly fond of Qianqian, a sweet and understanding little girl who often brings her joy. Thus, in Zhou Yuxia's eyes, it is imperative that Qianqian attends school, ensuring she does not end up like her, illiterate and lacking prospects. Yet, she cannot help but worry about Lu Liwei's prolonged absence. Rising to her feet, she wanders through their home, hoping to find something of value. In her search, she discovers an envelope tucked beneath Lu Lixing's bedding in a corner of the small room. Furrowing her brow, she approaches and retrieves the envelope. Upon seeing its contents, Zhou Yuxia is taken aback. It is Lu Lixing's high school admission notice. This notice had arrived 2 weeks prior, bringing joy to her parents and Lu Liwei. However, their excitement turned to shock upon reading the tuition fee, 500 yuan, a sum the Lu family could scarcely earn in a year. Nevertheless, her parents had resolved to arrange their affairs and step out into the world. The very next day, Lu Lixing and Lu Liwei had a fierce argument, with Lu Lixing angrily declaring he had no intention of attending high school, not wanting to burden the family, and even suggesting he might tear up the notice. Little did he know it had remained hidden beneath his pillow all this time. Zhou Yuxia quietly exhales, returning the notice to its original place. She laments her own inadequacies. As a burden who cannot earn money and must spend on medication, she feels she has dragged the family down. Recently, her infusions, though covered by another's generosity, are not a sustainable solution. Ultimately, the debt must be repaid. When Lu Liwei returns, she must have a serious conversation with him. She cannot bear children, nor can she contribute financially. Perhaps it is best to leave, allowing Lu Liwei the chance to remarry, alleviating the family of one burden and providing them with renewed hope. With her head bowed, tears escape from the corners of her eyes. As Lu Liwei approaches home, he finds himself smiling, happier than he has ever been. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqian frolics playfully with De Huang, engaging in a delightful game of chase. Lu Liwei cannot help but express his joy. How wonderful it is that Qianqian can go to school. Indeed, Lu Lixing also sighed. Lu Liwei exhaled deeply, lamenting. It's a pity that we cannot afford the tuition for Lixing's high school. Observing his elder brother's concern, Lu Lixing quickly reassured him, Brother, I am also earning money for Lixing's tuition. Once I gather enough, I will ensure he goes. Lixing is such a diligent student. He will surely succeed. Lu Liwei bowed his head, feeling a pang of distress. But Lixing has already torn up his admission letter. Lu Lixing was momentarily taken aback. He turned to Lixing and asked, Lixing, what happened? Lixing lowered his gaze, his expression troubled. Before he could finish, Lu Lixing declared resolutely, You can always request a replacement. Lixing abruptly lifted his head to meet Lu Lixing's gaze. Second brother, I can forego school. I will return the money I have to you. It will be enough for second sister-in-law's checkups during her pregnancy. The well-being of my nephew and niece is of utmost importance, and high school tuition is simply. Once again, he was unable to complete his thought. Lu Lixing seemed to disregard his words entirely. He continued, Even if it has been torn, you can still obtain a replacement. Lixing, are you not starting school tomorrow? You shall depart then, and take this money. When I have more funds, I will deliver it to you. I will ensure it reaches you before the payment deadline at your school. Lixing opened his mouth, wanting to articulate something further. But Lu Lixing interjected, Lijing. I do not care what your thoughts may be. Retract them. Even if you must traverse mountains on foot, you will attend. Otherwise, do not acknowledge me or brother. Chapter 60 Sister-in-law, Qianqian has wonderful news to share with you. Upon hearing these words, Lu Lixing was utterly taken aback. He had never anticipated hearing such sentiments from Lu Lixing. Lu Lixing had grown up under the oppressive shadow of Lu Lixing. In his memory, Lu Lixing had always treated him poorly. Even on the rare occasions when he was kind, it was invariably to extract something from him, be it his school living expenses or to have him take the blame for some wrongdoing. Yet, even in those moments, he would refer to him as Lixing or Xiaozheng. This was the first time Lu Lixing heard Lu Lixing address him by his full name. And the tone was unmistakably serious, devoid of jest. A peculiar sensation washed over him. He felt as though if he were to cease his studies, Lu Lixing would truly disown him. In the past, he would have retorted angrily, disown me if you wish. But now, he held a profound respect for his elder brother. He never imagined that, in Lu Lixing's eyes, the importance of his education would weigh so heavily. A pang of emotion stirred within him. Second brother, After dinner, I will have sister-in-law pack your things. We leave early tomorrow morning. Lu Lixing issued a decisive command, without allowing Lu Lixing a moment to protest. He turned to Lu Liwei and said, Eldest brother, let us not keep sister-in-law waiting too long. Lu Liwei opened his mouth to speak. But after witnessing Lu Lixing's resolute demeanor, he understood that his words would be futile. All right, let us head home then. The two brothers walked ahead, while Gu Wanqing trailed behind. Lu Lixing, however, lingered at the back, his mind in a tumult. Qianqian and Da Huang were blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. Engaged in playful banter, with Lu Qianqian predominantly teasing Da Huang, who occasionally feigned resistance, merely for show. Gu Wanqing noticed the change in Lu Lixing and slowed her pace. Once she was level with him, she turned to him and said, Lixing. Lu Lixing looked up abruptly, managing a strained smile. What is it, second sister-in-law? Your second brother has this temperament. He truly has your best interests at heart, so do not take offense. I understand, Lu Lixing nodded. Given our current circumstances, focusing on my studies is indeed the best path forward. Exactly. So, be sure to heed your second brother's advice. Lu Lixing nodded again, I know. But what about the money? Gu Wanqing reassured him. We will find a way regarding the finances. Just concentrate on your studies. In the future, when you achieve success, you can provide well for your nephews and nieces, and your second brother will be delighted. The entire family will share in that joy, Lixing. Do you wish for fleeting happiness or enduring happiness? Lu Lixing paused momentarily, suddenly grasping Gu Wanqing's meaning. A smile broke across his face. Second sister-in-law, I understand now. All right, let us hasten our pace before they get too far ahead. Lu Lixing quickened his steps. Observing the figures ahead, he silently vowed to strive diligently. In the future, when I achieve success, I will ensure that everyone enjoys a good life. Zhou Yuxiao had been sitting on the threshold for half an hour, her heart growing heavier with each passing thought. Rising to her feet, she turned and entered the house. When she married, her dowry was modest, and since then, she had purchased very few garments. Grabbing a small bag, she stuffed all her clothes into it. She had resolved to confront Lu Liwei about the divorce. After staring blankly by the bedside for a while, Zhou Yuxiao made her way outside with the bag in hand. However, just as her foot crossed the threshold, a familiar voice rang out. Sister-in-law, Qianqian is back. Woof woof. Sister-in-law, Qianqian has good news to share. Sister-in-law, where are you going? Lu Qianqian asked, her face a mask of confusion. She and Da Huang had rushed in, being the first to enter the yard. Zhou Yuxiao, momentarily stunned, then noticed not far off. Lu Liwei, Lu Lixing, Gu Wanqing, and Lu Lixing were pulling a cart toward her. Why is everyone back? Zhou Yuxiao's hand trembled, and she quickly tossed the bag behind the door. Not receiving a response from her sister-in-law, Lu Qianqian turned to Lu Lixing and called out, Elder brother, my sister-in-law. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Yuxiao hastily stepped forward and covered her mouth. Shoo, Qianqian, don't say it. Even if you're leaving, you cannot mention it in front of the family. With wide eyes, Lu Qianqian, though not fully grasping Zhou Yuxiao's intent, nodded vigorously. By then, Lu Liwei and the others had heard the commotion. He looked up in confusion. Yuxiao, what's wrong? What was Qianqian about to say? Zhou Yuxiao forced a laugh. Oh, it's nothing. I was just playing with Qianqian. Lu Qianqian nodded enthusiastically. After pushing Zhou Yuxiao's hand away, she grinned. Yes. Woof woof. De Huang echoed in agreement. Lu Liwei, in high spirits today, did not notice his wife's unusual demeanor. He chuckled. Qianqian, you are quite the mischief maker. Your sister-in-law isn't well and shouldn't be disturbed, you know? I understand. Lu Qianqian replied cheerfully, nodding. I won't disturb sister-in-law. Zhou Yuxia finally felt a sense of relief. She looked at the group with suspicion, seeing that Lu Lixing and Lu Liwei were walking closely together, and that Lu Lixing's expression was not sour. Zhou Yuxia was momentarily taken aback. When did these three brothers become so harmonious? Then, glancing at Gu Wanqing, whose complexion appeared rosy and who seemed to have gained a bit of weight, Zhou Yuxia was astonished as she smiled. Sister-in-law, we're back. Zhou Yuxia pointed incredulously at the group. You all came back together? How is that possible? Knowing these three brothers, they would invariably quarrel upon meeting. Lu Lixing and Lu Lixing both have notoriously bad tempers, and Lu Liwei often gets caught in the crossfire while trying to mediate. What has changed today? Understanding Zhou Yuxia's confusion, Gu Wanqing stepped forward and linked her arm with Zhou Yuxia's. Indeed, we came back together. Li Zheng was at our home yesterday, and today went to the village to lend a hand. Sister-in-law, are you free? Let Lu Lixing cook while we help Li Zheng pack his things. Tomorrow, let both Li Zheng and Qian go to school. Wow, what? Zhou Yuxia was utterly astonished. Lu Lixing is cooking? Surely, I must have misheard. Li Zheng and Qian are going to school? Is Qian's schooling settled? Lu Liwei, Lu Lixing, and Li Zheng exchanged knowing smiles, having anticipated her reaction. Lu Liwei turned to Gu Wanqing and said, Wanqing, kindly explain to your sister-in-law. Lixing and I will handle the cooking. Li Zheng, you go and fetch some sweet potatoes. All right. The three brothers had their roles clearly defined. However, Zhou Yuxia was again taken aback. Sweet potatoes? Where did those come from? My goodness, how many sweet potatoes are there? Gu Wanqing chuckled as she pulled Zhou Yuxia along. Sister-in-law, come inside. I shall explain everything to you. Zhou Yuxia, still bewildered, followed Gu Wanqing into the house. Gu Wanqing recounted all that had transpired over the past few days. By the time she finished, Zhou Yuxia remained in a daze. You mean Lixing has changed for the better? The sweet potatoes are from him, and he has arranged for Qian's schooling? He has also gathered some funds for Li Zheng's tuition? Indeed. Gu Wanqing laughed. Sister-in-law, our good days are approaching. However, we must hasten to pack, as Lixing insists that Li Zheng departs tomorrow and still needs to reapply for his admission notice, which is quite troublesome. Admission notice? At this moment, Zhou Yuxia finally grasped the situation. That doesn't need to be reapplied. Li Zheng's admission notice has been torn. Chapter 62, that year. Love at first sight. Zhou Yuxia, who was outside seeing Gu Wanqing off, suddenly froze. No. But Lu Liwei had already produced the bag. Frowning, he opened it and was taken aback upon seeing its contents. He turned to Zhou Yuxia, confusion etched on his face. Yuxia, what is this? Zhou Yuxia hurriedly stepped forward and snatched the bag from his hands. It's nothing. Lu Lixing and Gu Wanqing exchanged glances outside, remaining where they were. Lu Liwei stated directly, this contains all your clothes. Yuxia, are you leaving? His eyes widened in disbelief. Over the past 2 years of marriage, he believed he had never mistreated Zhou Yuxia. He felt certain that her heart and mind were filled with him. But why was she choosing to leave? He could not comprehend it. Why? Zhou Yuxia faltered. Liwei, let us discuss this in the house. Everyone is so happy today. I don't want to spoil the mood. Lu Liwei blocked her path. Let us talk here. They are not outsiders. In Lu Liwei's eyes, Gu Wanqing and Lu Lixing were not considered strangers. Moreover, he believed that with Gu Wanqing present, she might help dissuade Zhou Yuxia. Zhou Yuxia clutched the bag tightly, glancing between Gu Wanqing and Lu Liwei before lowering her head and sighing. Liwei. Lu Liwei gazed at her earnestly. Zhou Yuxia opened her mouth and finally spoke. She could not delay Lu Liwei any longer. Approaching 30 and still without a child of her own was a source of ridicule in this era. I think, perhaps we should get a divorce? Lu Liwei was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting to one of panic. Why? Why would we divorce when everything is fine? Zhou Yuxia was at a loss for words. Seeing Lu Liwei's demeanor caused her heart to race. In more than 2 years of marriage, she had never encountered such a side of him. She recalled the day 2 years ago when she first met Lu Liwei. On that day, she was in the fields, harvesting corn. She had to carry 5 large sacks of corn back home alone, as her parents were occupied with other tasks. She had already lugged 4 sacks on her own, her shoulders blistered and bleeding. Yet, with rain looming, the work had to be completed. After only a few steps, pain shot through her back, and cold sweat beaded on her forehead. Just then, a dark-skinned man happened to pass by, noticing her struggle. He blushed and asked, "You, how can you, so frail, carry so much alone? Let me help you." At that time, Zhou Yuxiao was still an unmarried girl. In their era, even speaking to a man would make one blush for a long while. She lowered her head, feeling shy. No need, thank you. It's all right. You're heading to Zhou, right? I happen to be visiting relatives. Let me give you a ride. Zhou village is the home of Zhou Yuxia, situated not far from hijacking. However, prior to this encounter, they had never crossed paths. After speaking, the man, without waiting for her response, unhesitatingly hoisted the sack of corn onto his shoulder, revealing a broad grin that showcased his two gleaming white teeth. "Come on, you lead the way," he exclaimed. Embarrassed, Zhou Yuxia took a few steps ahead, with him following closely behind. Despite the substantial weight of the corn, his pace remained unimpeded. Unbeknownst to him, the young woman in front was blushing profusely. Upon reaching home, the man was drenched in sweat. Zhou Yuxia poured him a glass of water and cautiously inquired about his name. That day marked her first encounter with him, as well as her initial learning of his name, Lu Liwei, with Liwei meaning great. His sun-kissed skin was dark, yet his teeth were strikingly white. He spoke in a simple, endearing manner. Later, Zhou Yuxia learned that Lu Liwei had been on a blind date that day. Coming from a poor family, he had relied on matchmakers since he was 18, yet at 26, he still had not found a suitable partner. His tardiness that day, due to helping her carry sweet potatoes, had angered the girl he was meant to meet, resulting in the date's failure. When Zhou Yuxia received this news, she felt a surge of joy. She was 4 years younger than Lu Liwei, being only 22 at the time, an age when many were fervently seeking marriage. Yet, none of the suitors appealed to her heart, for she had long harbored feelings for someone else. One day, upon hearing a matchmaker mention that Lu Liwei might remain a bachelor for life, she summoned her courage and privately approached the matchmaker, expressing her willingness to marry him. At that moment, everyone thought she had lost her mind, yet she was resolute in her desire to wed. Zhou Yuxia firmly believed that such a good man would never let her suffer. Indeed, in the 2 years since marrying into the Lu family, despite their financial struggles, Lu Liwei consistently provided her with the best he could offer, never hesitating to care for her in the minutest details. She had envisioned a lifelong partnership, but sadly, she had not conceived a child. Zhou Yuxia sighed, feeling a twinge of sadness. "Liwei, my body," she began. "What is wrong with your body?" Lu Liwei's concern was immediate. "Is something bothering you? Wait here. I'll fetch Dr. Zhang." No, Liwei. Zhou Yuxia grasped his arm. "Listen to me. I'm fine, truly. It's just that Dr. Zhang hasn't confirmed if I can conceive. If we go to a larger hospital, it will cost a fortune. And our family." Her voice quivered as she wiped away tears. "Liwei, you know my health is poor, and I'm carrying 2 babies. Lixing is about to attend high school, and Qianqian needs to study. My parents are out working, and even Lixing is earning money, while I feel utterly helpless. Liwei, perhaps I should leave? You could remarry, and maybe that would bring you good fortune." "Nonsense." Lu Liwei's expression turned to one of anger. His voice startled Zhou Yuxia. After 2 years of marriage, it was the first time she had witnessed Lu Liwei lose his temper. "Yuxia, what are you thinking? What are you saying? Dr. Zhang has already stated that you cannot conceive. It is not solely your fault. It could be my issue as well. Has someone been spreading rumors again? Tomorrow, I will make it known that my inability to have children is not your concern. You cannot leave. You cannot leave. I will not divorce. I refuse to part ways. Tomorrow I will earn money, and I will take you to a reputable hospital for treatment. You cannot leave. You cannot leave. You cannot leave." Such a composed individual, caught in a loop of those words, pacing back and forth in the yard. Occasionally, he would scratch his head, as if utterly unable to rein in his emotions. Little Lu Qianqian clutched Gu Wanqing's clothing tightly, her lips trembling as she began to cry. "Sister-in-law, are you leaving? Do you not want Qianqian anymore?" "Wu, sister-in-law has stayed. You cannot abandon Qianqian. Qianqian also likes sister-in-law a lot meanwhile." Lu Lixing stepped forward resolutely. "Sister-in-law, if you leave, I will not attend school." Chapter 63. How about a hug? "Xiaozheng, that simply won't do." Zhou Yuxia retorted directly. Lu Lixing responded, "Why not? I attend school with the sole purpose of ensuring a better life for our family. Sister-in-law, if you were to leave, would this house still be considered a home? 2 years ago, on the very day following your marriage, you rose early to prepare sweet potatoes and steamed buns for me to take to school. Over these 2 years, you have given all the best to me. My second brother, and Qian. You have sacrificed so much for this family. How could you just walk away? It is evident that my eldest brother cares not for whether you bear children, but rather for your well-being. If you were to leave, he might never marry again. Can you bear to watch him remain a bachelor for life? These words finally swayed Zhou Yuxia. She turned her gaze towards Lu Liwei, who was crouched in the shadows beside the courtyard, appearing utterly alone and desolate. She struggled to articulate her thoughts, but found herself at a loss for words. Gu Wanqing glanced at Lu Lixing and, taking Lu Qianqian's hand, stepped forward to grasp Zhou Yuxia's hand. Sister-in-law, feel this. She placed Zhou Yuxia's hand on her own abdomen. It has been nearly 3 months. If you do not look closely, it remains undetectable, but upon touch, one can sense the difference. Zhou Yuxia's hand trembled slightly. Wanqing, Gu Wanqing continued. They are eagerly awaiting your presence. If you leave, the baby will never meet their aunt. Sister-in-law, you adore children. Would you not want to see what they look like? When I first shared my pregnancy news, you promised to take care of me. Have you forgotten? If you depart, Lu Lixing is rather clumsy. He surely cannot care for me properly. Out of the corner of her eye, Gu Wanqing caught a glimpse of Lu Lixing. Sister-in-law, father and mother also mentioned that you and I, having married into this family, are regarded as their own daughters. They have gone out to work. If you leave now, when they return and find you absent, it will sadden them greatly. Seeing Zhou Yuxia bow her head, Gu Wanqing added, stay, just as my brother said, first earn money, and when we have sufficient funds, we can visit a reputable hospital. By the way, Lu Lixing said that once the road is clear, he will take me along for a checkup. Shall we go together? Checkup? Zhou Yuxia was momentarily taken aback. Lu Lixing stepped forward as well. Yes, sister-in-law. We should all go together. My brother ought to have a checkup too. You need not worry about earning money. Brother, tomorrow you can come help me. Today. The villagers mentioned they want to buy sweet potatoes, and I am short-handed. Lu Liwei turned to him. Selling sweet potatoes? Indeed. Currently, only Wang Taizhu and Uncle Lu are assisting me in sales. I pay them 1 yuan a day. Lixing, if you do not attend school in the coming days, you should come help as well. Together, we brothers can progress step by step and surely earn a fortune. Lu Liwei and Lu Lixing exchanged glances. And after a brief moment, both nodded in agreement. All right. After speaking, Lu Liwei approached Zhou Yuxia and gently took her hand. With a deep sigh and a hint of helplessness in his tone, he said, Yuxia, there are some things I cannot articulate, but that does not mean I lack the intention to act upon them. Since the day I married you, I resolved to treat you well for a lifetime and to live harmoniously together. If this is the reason, I shall not let you go. Henceforth, let us not speak of this again. Look at Xiaoxing and Wanqing. They are living so well. We too can thrive. Trust me. Zhou Yuxia, gazing at his earnest expression, felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. Observing those around her, who awaited her response, she finally nodded. All right. Lu Liwei then sighed in relief. He drew Zhou Yuxia into his embrace and gently patted her back. Seeing this, Lu Lixing quickly turned away, saying, I think I will head to bed. Gu Wanqing hastily covered Lu Qianqian's eyes. Come on, Qianqian, let's go back. We must get some rest. School awaits us tomorrow. Lu Qianqian, pulling at Gu Wanqing's hand, nodded earnestly. Lu Lixing stepped aside to let them pass, with Da Huang trailing behind. As they walked, Lu Qianqian grew so drowsy that she could barely keep her eyes open. Lu Lixing, with no other option, lifted the little one onto his back. As soon as she was settled, she fell asleep against his shoulder. Beneath the moonlight, Gu Wanqing frequently glanced back at Lu Lixing, once, twice, thrice. At last, Lu Lixing could not contain a light chuckle. What's the matter? Why do you keep looking at me? Gu Wanqing turned back, smiling. I was thinking, had it not been for your transformation, today's situation with my sister-in-law might have truly ended differently. Though she appears indifferent, there has always been a knot in her heart. Especially over the past year, she has been so melancholic that her health has deteriorated. Lu Lixing nodded, recalling Zhou Yuxia's temperament. Indeed. Gu Wanqing turned to him again. Lu Lixing. Thank you. Lu Lixing was momentarily taken aback. Why are you thanking me again? It is because of you that our family stands strong, albeit invisibly. Gu Wanqing smiled brightly, her beauty radiating as her eyes sparkled with warmth. It seemed as though she had entirely forgotten the previously insufferable Lu Lixing, her heart now brimming with appreciation for him. This girl is so easily appeased. If you wish to thank me, perhaps you could offer some benefit in return? Gu Wanqing was slightly taken aback by this. Why would you want something in return? Of course, otherwise, this gratitude would feel rather light, Lu Lixing replied playfully. Gu Wanqing raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Based on Lu Lixing's recent changes, he did not seem like someone who sought returns for every favor. What could he possibly want? Lu Lixing pondered for a moment, then turned to Gu Wanqing. While the sleeping Lu Qianqian remained oblivious on his back, he felt no fear. With a playful smile, she suggested, "Why not give me a hug?" He too yearned to experience that warm embrace. Gu Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. Upon regaining her composure, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "What are you babbling about? Qianqian is still here. She has fallen asleep," Lu Lixing remarked. Just then, his sister Lu Qianqian murmured softly from his back, sleepily calling out, "Sister-in-law." Before drifting back into slumber, Lu Lixing quipped, "It seems my sister is not very affectionate." A soft laugh escaped Gu Wanqing's lips. "See, Qianqian is not fully asleep yet. Let's leave it at that for now. Next time." With that, she turned and walked towards home. Behind her, Lu Lixing chuckled lightly. "All right then, I'll remember this." Gu Wanqing owes Lu Lixing a hug. Chapter 64. The first day of school for little Qianqian upon returning home. Gu Wanqing felt an overwhelming fatigue and promptly lay down to sleep. Lu Lixing placed Lu Qianqian beside her, shooing away mosquitoes for both of them before turning to retire to his own room. Da Huang lingered at the door for a moment before returning to his doghouse. Once Lu Lixing settled in, he began to ponder the matters concerning his elder brother and sister-in-law. In his previous life, he had acquaintances who were renowned doctors. However, at his current age, those doctors were mere students, completely unqualified to assist. The prevailing medical conditions were also far from optimal, causing Lu Lixing to feel a twinge of anxiety. At that moment, the system, which had been silent for the past few days, sprang to life. Ding! Congratulations, host, for resolving family conflicts. The spirit pool water skill has been upgraded. In addition to promoting plant growth, it can now be utilized as a physical enhancement elixir. Prolonged consumption of food boiled with spirit pool water can strengthen one's constitution. Congratulations, host, you have received a luck bag X1. The luck bag has been added to your backpack. Please check it. Enhancing one's constitution? Why this sudden reward? Lu Lixing mused, and then, as if struck by enlightenment, realized that perhaps the inability of his sister-in-law and brother to conceive was due to physical issues. If they were to consume the spirit pool water regularly, it might gradually lead to improvement. A smile crept across Lu Lixing's face. He resolved to incorporate a bit of spirit pool water into their meals from that day forward. Even if it had no immediate effect, it could contribute to better health for everyone, particularly for Gu Wanqing, whose strong constitution would mitigate risks during childbirth. That night, everyone slept particularly soundly. The following morning, Lu Lixing rose early to prepare breakfast. Seizing the opportunity while no one was paying attention, he discreetly fetched a bucket of spring water and poured it into the large vat used for storing water at home before lighting the stove. Zhou Yuxia and Lu Liwei were also anxious about Lu Qianqian, arriving early to check on her. At 6:30 in the morning, Lu Qianqian emerged from her room, stifling a big yawn and bouncing excitedly. The family gathered around the table, joyfully sharing breakfast. Today, Lu Lixing prepared rice porridge, along with steamed buns and stir-fried vegetables. After a single bite, Lu Qianqian exclaimed in delight, "Wow, this porridge is delicious today." "Is it?" Gu Wanqing asked with curiosity. Yes, it's even tastier than before." "Brother, your cooking keeps getting better. Let me try," Gu Wanqing said, picking up a spoon to sample the porridge. Her eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Indeed. Brother, sister-in-law. Li Zheng, you all must hurry and taste this. It's delightful." Laughter ensued as they all eagerly joined in the meal. Lu Lixing took a bite as well. And the porridge, enriched with spirit pool water, indeed had a distinct and sweeter flavor. After finishing, Lu Lixing felt invigorated, as though his very spirit had been replenished. Observing the others, he noted their glowing complexions as well. He couldn't help but marvel. The spirit pool water truly was effective. After breakfast, it was time to see Lu Qianqian off. Zhou Yuxia hurriedly stepped forward and exclaimed, "Oh dear, I didn't even notice you were still wearing yesterday's old clothes. Qianqian, come here. I have made you a new outfit. Change into it. Today marks the first day of school, and we cannot allow our Qianqian to fall behind others." Lu Liwei, watching from behind, felt a pang of sadness. This garment was altered from a new dress belonging to Zhou Yuxia, which Lu Liwei had sold to her last year during the New Year celebrations. She had never brought herself to wear it. Sigh, he sighed. Lu Lixing, Upon witnessing this, suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten to buy clothes for Qianqian. How unfortunate. He quickly stepped forward, saying, "Brother, do not worry. Once we earn more money, we will buy them some. All right, Qianqian, you must study hard and listen to your teachers, understand?" "Yes, big brother," she replied eagerly. "And you must learn to read well. I will quiz you when you come home tonight," added Lixing. "Okay, big brother," replied the little Lu Qianqian. Unaware of how challenging learning to read could be for someone just starting school, she nodded earnestly. Zhou Yuxia couldn't help but chuckle. "Lixing, it's only the first day. I suspect it's merely an introduction and a chance for the children to get acquainted. They won't be learning to read just yet." Lixing scratched his head. "Still, I will quiz her. When she returns tonight, I will tutor Qianqian." The others exchanged sympathetic glances at Lu Qianqian, while Lixing rubbed his temples. He had always believed that the children he saw in his previous life, who were constantly subjected to tutoring, were already pitiable enough. Little did he know there were even more unfortunate ones. Now, even the preschoolers were beginning to face extra lessons. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. In this era, education was the best avenue for advancement, and he hoped for Qianqian's success. Yet, recalling the future information provided by the system, Lixing crouched down and earnestly looked at Lu Qianqian. "Qianqian." "Yes, big brother. What is it?" Lu Qianqian blinked and looked at Lixing with curiosity. "Once you are at school, remember this. Apart from your teacher, do not accept sweets from anyone." He continued, "Not just sweets, but anything else as well. Do not believe what they say. Just focus on your classes, lunch, and then return home. I will pick you up after school. Do you remember?" Lu Qianqian nodded seriously. "Yes, I remember. If I see Zhang Xiao, I will tell her these things too." That girl had been abducted on the way to Li family village, likely lured by someone offering candies. It would be best for Qianqian to instruct her, and if she brought her back to the Lu family next weekend, everything should be all right. "Okay, good." Lu Qianqian nodded again. Today, she felt elated. She was going to school, with a new outfit, a new backpack, a little notebook, and a pencil. And all her brothers and sisters were there too. Even Da Huang was around. "Huh? Where's Da Huang?" After Zhou Yuxia tied her hair into little braids, Lu Qianqian began to look around anxiously. "Where did Da Huang go? Where's Da Huang? Today is such a joyful day. Why hasn't Da Huang come out? Perhaps he is asleep. You should go check." Lu Qianqian hopped over to Da Huang's doghouse. Indeed, she found Da Huang with his head buried, soundly sleeping. Lu Qianqian seized his ear and exclaimed, "Da Huang." Startled, Da Huang jolted upright, only to see it was Lu Qianqian. Instantly, he deflated, realizing he could not resist her. With a resigned sigh, he lowered his head and continued to slumber. Lu Qianqian persisted, "Da Huang, I must go to school today. I want to be home during the day and cannot play with you." She added, "Do not think of Qianqian, okay?" Qianqian promised that she would return right after school to play with him. As she spoke, she raised her small hand, mimicking an oath. Da Huang rolled his eyes, refusing to acknowledge her. "Woof. I know. You are so noisy." Upon hearing Da Huang's response, Lu Qianqian withdrew her hand and gently embraced his neck, saying, "Da Huang, I will miss you." This time, Da Huang remained still, allowing her to hold him. After a while, the little one finally released her grip and turned to joyfully don her little backpack. Da Huang, who had been nurturing a hint of melancholy, contemplated accompanying her, but ultimately decided, "Never mind. I shall continue to sleep." Only after Lu Qianqian had walked some distance did Da Huang rise on his own. He ambled around the house and, in silence, made his way outside. Chapter 65, Growing Up. No more tears today marks the commencement of school at Lujia Village Primary School. From the break of dawn, Wang Yinyan busily prepared her belongings and had breakfast. As she was about to depart, her expression was clouded with distress. Wang Dikun, unable to bear her sorrow, inquired, "What troubles you, Yinyan? Aren't you excited for school?" As he spoke, a smile broke across his face. After all, this girl had been quite the handful during the summer, turning their home into a cacophony of activity, much to the dismay of their pet duck. Finally, the moment had come to send her off to school. Wang Yinyan lowered her head, clutching her homework notebook, remaining silent. Her mother, in a hurried tone, remarked, "It must be because she hasn't completed her summer assignments. Otherwise, why the long face? Hurry up and send her. Let the teacher set her straight." Yinyan's expression darkened further as she trudged outside. Wang Mama then called out to Wang Dikun, "Hey, La Wang, what are you doing? Carrying grain? We need to take it to school to exchange for meal tickets. Even if our daughter is a bit slow, she still needs to eat." Wang Dikun quickly replied, "Oh, right, hand it to me. I'll carry it." At the start of the school year, it was customary to bring food to exchange for meal tickets. Corn, sweet potatoes, and wheat were all acceptable. Due to their home being quite distant from the school, students in grades 3 and below would have lunch at school, and by the third grade, they would stay for all meals and even reside there. Wang Dikun shouldered a half sack of corn and a half sack of sweet potatoes as he stepped outside. "Yin Yin, let us go?" Wang Yin looked at the grain on her father's back, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Daddy, yesterday, Lu Qianqian told me and Zhang Xiaohu that she is going to school too. Do you think Qianqian has enough to eat?" The Lu family lived deeper in the mountains, a fair distance from their home. In recent days, Wang Dikun had noticed an influx of visitors at Lu Lixing's house and had commented on how Lu Lixing seemed to be indulging in drinks with his friends again. Hearing her, Wang Dikun frowned. "Well, that's hard to say. It seems Lu Qianqian's older brother has squandered all their resources." Wang Yin, lowering her head, felt tears welling up. "What should we do? Qianqian will go hungry." Before school, Wang Yin had always enjoyed playing with Lu Qianqian and Zhang Xiaoxiao. Last year, Qianqian had to forego school due to financial constraints. Wang Dikun sighed. "How about this? During lunch, you can ask Qianqian if she has anything to eat. If she doesn't offer her some of yours and buy a little extra. That girl is so small and frail, she can't afford to go hungry." Wang Yin nodded enthusiastically. "Okay, I will tell Zhang Xiaohu too, and we'll go together." "Yes, let us head to school." With that, Wang Yin followed her father out the door. Not far along their path, Wang Yin spotted Lu Qianqian joyfully running towards her with a small backpack. Wang Yin. "Wait for me." Qianqian's cheeks were flushed with excitement. Behind her followed Lu Lixing and Lu Lixing. Wang Yin waved at Lu Qianqian, urging her to hurry. Wang Dikun turned to look at Lu Lixing and Lu Lixing, noticing that they were not carrying any food supplies. He furrowed his brow once more. It was truly pitiful for Qianqian. Perhaps Yin should give her a bit more to eat. Lu Lixing also spotted Wang Dikun, who was a cousin of the same generation as Wang Taizhu. Upon seeing him carrying the sweet potatoes he sold, Lu Lixing smiled, recognizing that these sweet potatoes were likely from Wang Taizhu and Lu Furuan. He greeted him politely. "Brother Wang." Wang Dikun snorted softly. "Are you taking Qianqian to school?" "Yes, indeed. How come it's you who is taking her? This child is still growing. She must not go hungry." Wang Dikun hoped his words would convey the significance of the matter to Lu Lixing. Lu Lixing nodded. "I understand." "Good, as long as you know," Wang Dikun replied, not wishing to say more, for it was ultimately someone else's concern. He simply felt that Qianqian was too unfortunate. Upon arriving at the school, Wang Dikun directly went to submit the food supplies. However, he noticed that Lu Lixing and Lu Lixing did not come to deliver food. Instead, they went straight to register. His brow furrowed again. After submitting the food and exchanging it for food tickets, Wang Dikun handed a ticket to Wang Yin, which was for lunch that day. They could return in the evening to obtain tickets for the following day. After doing so, he still felt somewhat uneasy. Unable to contain himself, he gave Wang Yin a second ticket. "Yin, if Lu Qianqian hasn't eaten by noon, give this to her, so she can get a portion for herself." "Okay, Dad." Having completed all of this, Wang Dikun finally departed. At that moment, Lu Lixing had also registered Lu Qianqian. The primary school in Lujia village consisted entirely of tile-roofed houses, with the preschool class located in the most dilapidated building. After registering, Lu Qianqian quickly mingled with her peers, ignoring Lu Lixing and Lu Lixing. Observing other children cry upon their parents' departure, she went to comfort them, displaying no awareness of the typical first day of school sentiments. The two men stood silently at the entrance of the kindergarten, sighing. "It seems Qianqian is indeed different from the other children. As long as she doesn't cry today, that's all that matters. Brother too, let us go." "All right." They exchanged a glance in the direction of Lu Qianqian, who was already leading a nearly tearful child to the slide. Of course, at this time, the slide was made of stone blocks. However, with teachers present and the slide being low, it should pose no danger. After their departure, just as Lu Qianqian was about to ascend the slide, she turned back and glanced at Lu Lixing and Lu Lixing, her eyes welling with tears. A nearby child nudged her. "Qianqian, what's wrong? Why aren't you playing?" "My second brother and third brother have left," Lu Qianqian murmured softly. The child looked puzzled. "Huh? Why didn't you cry just now? Go chase after them." Lu Qianqian shook her head, proclaiming, "Qianqian is a big girl now. I mustn't cry." She stifled a sob and vigorously wiped her nose. despite her efforts to hold back. Tears cascaded down her cheeks. You go ahead and play. I'll join you shortly. With that, Lu Qianqian swiftly retreated to a corner, where she let her tears flow freely. As soon as her brothers departed, thoughts of them flooded her mind. What should she do now? Facing the wall, she fidgeted with her fingers, engulfed in sorrow. In the corner of the kindergarten, De Huang wagged his tail, observing her with concern. Noticing her distress and tears, De Huang lowered his head, unable to resist the urge to approach Lu Qianqian. While she cried, she sensed a gentle touch against her. Quickly, she wiped her tears, attempting to muster a smile. In the next moment, a familiar voice resonated beside her. Woof. Chapter 66. My second brother is quite impressive. Lu Qianqian swiftly turned her head and instantly spotted De Huang. A smile broke across her face, the tears in her eyes yet to fall, but her grin grew ever wider. She opened her arms wide and embraced De Huang with fervor. De Huang, you're here, she exclaimed, her voice tinged with emotion. Unable to contain herself any longer, she buried her head in De Huang's neck and began to cry. De Huang regarded her with a hint of disdain before lowering his head in silence. Alas, the family of the master was indeed a source of constant worry. Once Lu Qianqian had cried enough, she finally lifted her head. Sniffling, she wiped De Huang's damp fur and declared resolutely, De Huang, you must not tell my second brother that I cried, understand? Upon hearing her, De Huang silently rolled his eyes. Lu Qianqian persisted, De Huang, speak to me. If you tell them, I will. I will not let you chew on bones. De Huang merely lowered his head again, letting out a soft woof. Finally, Lu Qianqian broke into laughter. Then I shall go play with the other children. Goodbye, De Huang. After her tears, she felt a weight lifted from her heart. De Huang glanced at Lu Qianqian's small figure as she departed. Ultimately, he sauntered into a corner, nestled into a cozy nook, and settled down to sleep. It seemed a prudent measure to avoid further tears from the little girl. After all, there was nothing pressing upon their return. Upon returning, Lu Lixing and Lu Lixing discovered that Wang Taizhu and Lu Fering had already arrived. Gu Wanqing and Zhou Yuxia, along with Lu Liwei, were also present in the yard. Curiously, Lu Lixing inquired, "Where's De Huang?" Gu Wanqing chuckled. "He must be off chasing after Qianqian, not back yet." "Ah, then we needn't worry about him. He probably won't return today. Wanqing, you and the eldest sister stay at home and wait. We shall go to work. Eldest brother, you should rest at home." "That won't do." Lu Liwei hobbled along, declaring, "How can I rest? I must contribute as well." Once the decision to work was made, one must not lag behind. Lu Lixing replied, "I understand. We each have our roles. Eldest brother, I recall you attended primary and middle school. Thus, you shall handle the accounting for us. Lixing is about to start school, and I'll be preoccupied with other matters, so the accounting responsibilities will temporarily fall to you." Lu Liwei felt a twinge of discomfort at this arrangement. Everyone else was laboring intensely, and he felt he should not have it so easy. However, Lu Lixing perceived his thoughts and smiled. "Eldest brother, in a team, the financial position is also of utmost importance. If you do not perform well, it could disrupt all our plans. Do you understand? Therefore, this task demands serious attention from a reliable and meticulous person." Hearing Lu Lixing's words, Lu Liwei acquiesced, nodding quickly. "All right, I shall go plan things out." "Good. Lixing, Taizhu, Uncle Lu, let us proceed." The four of them ventured into the fields together. That morning, alongside what had been previously sold and donated to the school, the sweet potatoes in Lu Lixing's field have all been harvested. Wang Taizhu gazed at the 4 full carts of sweet potatoes and remarked, "Brother Lu, the villagers have been asking me about buying sweet potatoes these past few days. I calculated, and it seems these 4 carts should suffice. What do you think we should do about the sweet potatoes from my field and Uncle Lu's? Perhaps you should refrain from planting more, as selling them might not be worth the effort." Lu Lixing shook his head. "No, we must plant. Taizhu, the yield of sweet potatoes this year is poor, but our village is not the only one facing this predicament." Wang Taizhu was momentarily taken aback. "You mean?" "Yes, once the road is completed, we can sell in other villages, as well as in the town and county. Although sweet potatoes are inexpensive, they can still yield some profit." Wang Taizhu nodded in agreement. "All right, let's proceed with that plan. Come, let us head to the village." Energized by their goal, Wang Taizhu and the others promptly transported 2 carts to the village for sale. Within a single morning, they sold out, earning a total of 40 yuan. Lu Liwei, who was tallying the accounts, couldn't help but marvel at the speed of their profits. "At this rate, we could earn 80 yuan in a day. After deducting 4 yuan for labor, that leaves us with 76. He silently gave a thumbs up to Lu Lixing. During lunchtime, Lu Qianqian, who had spent the morning in class, was ready to eat. Although it had merely consisted of roll calls, self-introductions, and distribution of textbooks, she couldn't wait to rush to the cafeteria. Da Huang, initially intending to follow her, halted when he noticed a child approaching Lu Qianqian. The newcomer was Wang Yinyin, who had hurried to find Lu Qianqian after class. Upon learning that Qianqian had gone to the cafeteria, she dashed over. Lu Qianqian was surprised to see her. Yinyin, what brings you here? She had planned to seek out Zhang Xiaoxiao after lunch, as her second brother had mentioned playing with her. Wang Yinyin hesitated for a moment before pulling a meal ticket from her pocket and offering it to her. Qianqian, this is for you. Huh, what is it? Lu Qianqian looked down, puzzled. A meal ticket? Wang Yinyin nodded. Yes, my father said it was for your lunch. Since your brother didn't exchange a meal ticket for you, you would go hungry. Lu Qianqian cheerfully returned the meal ticket to Wang Yinyin. Hee, thank you, Yinyin, but I don't need a meal ticket. Huh, why not? Because the sweet potatoes in the school cafeteria were donated by my second brother, and the principal said I could eat there directly. As she spoke, Lu Qianqian took Wang Yinyin's hand. Come on, let me show you. The two girls stood in line together. When the cafeteria worker handed Lu Qianqian a complete meal along with an egg, Wang Yinyin was astonished. How is this possible? Your second brother. Is he really that impressive? Yes, indeed. My second brother is quite remarkable. Lu Qianqian wore a proud expression and said, Come on, Yinyin. Let us invite Xiaoxiao to dine together. All right. Wang Yinyin nodded in agreement. The two soon spotted Zhang Xiaoxiao at the entrance of the cafeteria. At that moment, she was happily savoring a small bowl of rice. Upon seeing Lu Qianqian and Wang Yinyin, she greeted them joyfully. However, moments later, her expression froze. Zhang Xiaoxiao trembled slightly and instinctively hid behind Lu Qianqian and Wang Yinyin. A dog, there's a dog. Woo-woo, Qianqian, Yinyin. Lu Qianqian looked up and noticed Da Huang standing not far away on the playground, gazing at her. Her eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled. That's Da Huang, Xiaoxiao. Do not be afraid, Da Huang won't bite. But Zhang Xiaoxiao was on the verge of tears. Perhaps due to her relationship with Zhang Chuanha, she had always harbored a fear of dogs. Observing this, Lu Qianqian approached and gently patted Da Huang's shoulder, signaling him to move away. Then, she returned to Zhang Xiaoxiao's side and reassured her, Xiaoxiao, there's no need to be afraid. Da Huang has gone now. Only then did Zhang Xiaoxiao breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Qianqian looked at her earnestly and said, Xiaoxiao, come over to my house to play this weekend. Chapter 67. The good news brought back by Huang Chang. Zhang Xiaoxiao had just taken a small bite of her steamed bun when she mumbled, Weekend? But Lu Qianqian nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. My second brother said you should come and teach me how to study. Yinyin, you should come too. We have a really big sweet potato at home. Upon hearing this, Wang Yinyin's eyes widened with excitement. Great. Xiaoxiao, let us go see the big sweet potato. Zhang Xiaoxiao finally nodded in agreement. All right. The afternoon passed swiftly. The other two carts were left with only half a load. They discussed their plans and decided to return home and come back to sell the next day. Lu Liwei handed the accounts he had recorded that day to Lu Lixing. Due to the unsold items, they had earned a total of 70 yuan that day. Lu Lixing decided to settle the accounts with everyone first. Tai Zhu and Lu Furong had been with him for a week. He gave each of them 7 yuan as wages. Although he had originally promised 10, they adamantly refused. Subsequently, Lu Lixing handed Lu Liwei 10 yuan. Lu Liwei attempted to decline, for he had already started a family and believed in clear financial dealings among brothers. He did not want to take advantage. He simply wished to receive his fair wage. However, Lu Lixing stopped him, elder brother. There will be plenty of opportunities for us to earn money in the future. But right now, my sister-in-law just prepared to leave yesterday, and it took a lot of effort to calm her down. She needs to see hope in life. Take this money, see what she needs, and buy something for her. Upon hearing this, Lu Liwei sighed and nodded, accepting the money. Xiaoxing, consider this as what I owe you. Once I earn money in the future, I will repay you. To talk of repayment, elder brother, Haven T, I owed you more over the years. How about you calculate it, and I will repay you all at once another day. Lu Liwei was momentarily taken aback. The next moment, he chuckled. Haha, fine. My brother is doing well. I shall also bask in your glory. I'll go buy something for your sister-in-law soon. She has had her eye on a pair of pants at Huang Chang's small shop for a long time, but she hasn't dared to buy them. They cost 2 yuan. Now it's settled. I'll get them for her. Lu Liwei spoke cheerfully. However, Lu Lixing furrowed his brow. That might not be possible. Boss Wang has gone to the town and hasn't he returned yet? Is that so? Then Lu Liwei hesitated. Let us wait for them to come back, and then we can surprise your sister-in-law. All right. With the remaining money, Lu Lixing handed 50 yuan to Lu Lixing. He then gazed at the half-load of sweet potatoes, lost in thought. Although this half-load could still be sold. There were no potatoes left from Wang Taiju's and Lu Furong's fields. The road had yet to be cleared. Lixing was in urgent need of money. What to do? While he was pondering, suddenly, he heard a burst of laughter not far away. Lu brothers, Lu family brothers? Haha. I was just about to look for you. I didn't expect to find you here. It was Huang Chong. You're back? How is Andy? Oh, how delightful it is. I am receiving intravenous treatment in town and will need a few more days. My mother has been incessantly expressing her gratitude towards you. Haha. The doctor mentioned that we were fortunate to act promptly. Otherwise, even if cured, lingering health issues would have persisted. Brother Lu, you are indeed a great benefactor to our family. Huang Chong's face radiated with joy, appearing exceedingly happy. Lu Liwei was utterly bewildered. Isn't that Boss Huang? How come he is so familiar with Shaoxing? Lu Lixing was equally perplexed. Ha, yes, it is I. Greetings, Brother Liwei. Xiaozheng, you've grown taller. Huang Chong warmly greeted the two. At this moment, both men were even more confused. Nearby, Wang Taiju chuckled quietly while pulling the two aside. Brother Liwei, Xiaozheng, come. Let me explain. After hearing the explanation, Lu Liwei and Lu Lixing quietly turned their gazes towards Lu Lixing. He saved someone? Indeed. Brother Lu is quite impressive. Lu Liwei scratched his head, feeling as though everything had turned surreal. Ha. Brother Liwei, we shall be like brothers from now on. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Thanks to Lu Lixing, Huang Chong became much more amiable towards Lu Liwei. Lu Liwei nodded in a daze. His younger brother was truly a source of immense pride, wasn't he? Well, there is indeed something I need to discuss. Please, go ahead, Huang Chong said cheerfully. Lu Liwei then recounted his need to purchase trousers. Huang Chong quickly responded, that's simple. Just wait here while I go open the door. Brother, please hold on. I need to discuss something with Brother Lu. All right. Lu Liwei cheerfully stepped back. Huang Chong then turned to the silent Lu Lixing. Xiaozheng, if you encounter any difficulties at school, feel free to tell Brother Huang. I am here to assist you. Lu Lixing shyly smiled, his admiration for Lu Lixing growing even more. After all, he had never witnessed Huang Chong being so kind to anyone before. Thank you. Ha, Brother Lu. It appears that your family discord has been resolved? Yes, my elder brother and Xiaozheng genuinely have my best interests at heart. That is only natural. After all, they are family. Now, let us discuss serious matters. The reason I have returned is to seek your assistance. Lu Lixing inquired, what kind of assistance? Huang Chang glanced at the others. Lu Lixing stated, they are all our people. Very well, those you trust are those I trust as well. It is regarding the last batch of chanterelles. Do you recall? Boss Wang has responded and wants 100 pounds at the original price. However, due to my mother's situation, I am unable to leave the hospital to care for her. Boss Wang and I both believe this task should be entrusted to you. To be frank, Wang and I can sell them for $4 a pound, while the last time you sold them to us for $2.50. This time, Wang has told me that he will offer you $3 a pound for you to procure the goods. Summer is nearly over, and chanterelles will be scarce by mid-September as the weather cools. Brother Lu, shall we give it a try? There is still half a month left, and we need to secure 100 pounds. Upon hearing these words, Lu Lixing chuckled. All right, I shall go gather it. It is indeed a time of financial need. This is splendid. If this business succeeds, I need not worry about Lixing's tuition. Very well, then I shall entrust this matter to you. By the 15th, we must acquire 100 pounds of goods. Thank you, Brother Huang. Huang Chong waved his hand dismissively. We are brothers. There is no need for thanks. Come, Brother Liwei. Let me fetch you some trousers. As he spoke, he laughed heartily. You two brothers truly treat your wives well. I must learn from you. Hearing this, Lu Lixing also laughed. Brother Huang, I see you treat your wife quite well too. Ha. Treating one's wife well is the key to a flourishing life. Chapter 68. Life should be filled with joy at noon. Wang Dikun's home was filled with the aroma of mushrooms. Yet, Wang Dikun found no joy in the moment. As he ate, he sighed heavily. His wife, Wang Lijuan, couldn't help but chuckle at his plight. Look at you. When Yin Yin is at home, you complain about her being bothersome, but now that she has gone to school, you miss her. Though both bore the surname Wang, their ancestral ties were tenuous at best. Wang Dikun sighed again. Who could argue otherwise? I wonder how that girl is faring at school. Didn't you give her meal tickets? Wang Lijuan inquired, puzzled. Indeed. But I still worry without their daughter's incessant chatter. Wang Dikun felt an inexplicable void. Wang Lijuan, with a hint of exasperation, urged, enough with the sighing. Let us eat. This is the prize porcini that Tai Zhu spoke of. Delicious, he claims, even better than meat. Shouldn't you give it a try? Of course I shall. Wang Dikun replied. That boy Tai Zhu is always busy with something. Seems he has made quite a name for himself. Indeed, he even came to visit us. He added. The mushrooms on their table were a gift from Wang Tai Zhu, and the sweet potatoes sent to school that day were also procured from him. After taking a bite, Wang Dikun was astonished. This is truly delectable. I must save some for my daughter. He quickly rose, fetched a bowl, and set aside a generous portion of mushrooms. Awaiting Wang Yinyan's return to share it with her, Wang Lijuan shook her head in resignation, but chose not to comment further. Halfway through their meal, Wang Dikun sighed once more. What is it now? Wang Lijuan asked, perplexed. Wang Dikun shook his head. It's nothing. I was just thinking of that little girl from the Lu family. Qianqian? Yes. Didn't she mention going to school today? Indeed. But her two brothers went empty-handed. I gave Yin an extra meal ticket to share with her, but I wonder if she did. Wang Lijuan pondered for a moment before suggesting. Why not send these extra sweet potatoes to her sister-in-law? I think her sister-in-law, Gu Wanqing, is quite nice. She could take them to school and exchange them for a couple of meal tickets. That sounds reasonable. I'll also inquire with Tai Zhu to see if he has more sweet potatoes to buy. As for the mushrooms, we should find a time to forage for them ourselves in the mountains. Indeed, go ahead. Wang Lijuan nodded in agreement. After taking another bite, Wang Dikun suddenly declared, Lijuan, you must accompany me. What is the matter? I've heard that Lu Lixing treats Gu Wanqing poorly. If I simply deliver the sweet potatoes, it could lead to misunderstandings. You go to the Lu family, and I shall visit Tai Zhu. Wang Lijuan shot Wang Dikun an irritated glance. Fine, I'll go. In the afternoon, Wang Dikun headed to the fields to work. Upon finishing his labor, he called for Wang Lijuan and took the 2 large sweet potatoes toward the Lu family. Meanwhile, Gu Wanqing and Zhou Yuxiao were in the courtyard, busily crafting shoes for the little ones. In their era, children's diapers and various garments were crafted by hand. Zhou Yuxiao noticed Gu Wanqing's constant smile and couldn't help but tease her. Wanqing, it seems you and Shaoxing have been quite happy lately. Gu Wanqing, feeling a bit shy, nodded. Sister-in-law, you are teasing me again. Oh, not at all. In the past, your brother and I were always worried. With Qianqian accompanying you for so long, it seems she has been quite the third wheel. Not at all. Gu Wanqing retorted. Qianqian is so adorable. How could she be a third wheel? I just didn't expect Lu Lixing to change so drastically. Sometimes, it feels surreal. Haha, you tend to overthink. With his wife and child about to leave, how could he not change? If he hadn't changed, you wouldn't still be here, Zhou Yuxiao reasoned. Gu Wanqing pondered this and nodded in agreement. As they conversed, they recalled Lu Qianqian. They wondered how she fared on her first day of school. It should be fine. Dahu was with her. They hoped for the best. Just then, they were suddenly called from the street. Wanqing, Yuxia, you're here too? Lijuan, what brings you here? Wang Lijuan signaled Wang Dikun to head to Wang Tieju's house. She then approached Gu Wanqing and Zhou Yuxia, carrying a bag containing 2 large sweet potatoes. Oh, I came to bring you these. As she opened the bag, Gu Wanqing and Zhou Yuxiao exchanged puzzled glances at the sight of the enormous sweet potatoes. What is the story behind these? They thought Wang Lijuan had come to return them due to some fault. However, before they could inquire, Wang Lijuan explained, You see, Wanqing Yuxia? Today, Dikun saw Qianqian heading off to school. It seems Lu Lixing and Lu Lixing didn't send her with anything. Since it was your first time sending your child to school, you might not know that they require food for lunch. I knew you didn't have any provisions, so I brought some for you. At least let the child eat for a week. You can figure out the rest. It's fine for us adults to endure hardship, but we cannot let the children suffer. After hearing this, Gu Wanqing and Zhou Yuxiao exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. Lijuan, you've misunderstood. Huh? Misunderstood what? We didn't send Qianqian with provisions because... Before Zhou Yuxiao could finish her sentence, they heard Lu Liwei's booming voice from the street. Yuxia, Yuxia. We're back. I brought you a gift. Guess what it is? Following this was Wang Tieju's hearty laughter. Li Wei. How come you're showing off your affection more than my brother? At least my brother didn't do it in front of us. Ha ha, you rascal. I just missed your sister-in-law. Lu Liwei unabashedly declared. After yesterday's experiences, he realized that everything needed to be said openly. Otherwise, Yu Xia is prone to overthinking. When her mind wanders, her mood deteriorates, and her health follows suit. Life ought to be filled with joy and laughter. Lu Lixing and Lu Lixing merely smiled in silence from behind. At such a call, Zhou Yuxia found her words caught in her throat. Lowering her head, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Li Wei truly is. Li Juan, please wait a moment. I must check on Li Wei first. At this moment, Wang Li Juan was laughing uncontrollably. Such fervent declarations of affection were a first for her. She momentarily abandoned thoughts of the sweet potatoes and turned to see what gift Lu Liwei had purchased. However, upon witnessing the half-filled cart of sweet potatoes they were pushing back, Wang Lijuan was left utterly speechless. Equally astonished was Wang Dikan, who had just exited from Wang Tieju's house, intent on finding Wang Taizhu. Chapter 69. Brother Lu, your reputation truly needs some refining. What? Are there so many sweet potatoes? Wang Lijuan approached in confusion, while Wang Dikun wore a puzzled expression. Taizhu, what? How come you're walking alongside the Lu brothers? Gu Wanqing and Zhou Yuxia exchanged knowing smiles, remaining silent. Lu Liwei and the others looked at one another, bewildered. With an air of nonchalance, Wang Taizhu responded, I'm working for Brother Lu, selling sweet potatoes. What's the matter? Cousin, do you think the sweet potatoes are particularly delicious and want to buy some more? He gestured towards the cart. Look, they're all right here. Working for Brother Lu? Wang Dikun glanced at the group, noticing that both Lu Liwei and Lu Lixing were helping to push the cart, while only Lu Lixing stood idly by, resembling an overseer. He swallowed hard, struggling to believe the scene before him. He resolved to inquire with Lu Liwei about the situation. After all, among the three Lu brothers, Lu Lixing was still too young, and Lu Lixing had never had a favorable reputation. Surely, Lu Liwei was the most likely to be the boss. However, before he could approach, he overheard Wang Taizhu say, Yes, Brother Lu, can my cousin choose some of the best ones? Of course. Lu Lixing nodded. Wang Dikun's forthcoming words caught in his throat. Your brother is Lu Lixing? Indeed. All these sweet potatoes belong to him. Oh, by the way, those mushrooms I gave you were also picked by my brother Lu. Delicious, right? Wang Taizhu beamed with pride. Wang Dikun wiped the sweat from his brow. Then he sighed, feeling like a clown. Li Juan, shall we head home? No wonder Lu Qianqian didn't need to deliver food to school. He had heard that the school received a substantial donation, all high-quality sweet potatoes. Initially, Wang Dikun intended to ask Wang Taizhu about which benevolent boss was responsible so he could express his gratitude later. He never expected that the person was Lu Lixing. At this moment, Wang Lijuan realized she had made a significant blunder. She glanced at the bag she had brought, unsure whether to keep it or leave it. After an awkward moment, she let out a deep sigh and turned to leave. Gu Wanqing called out to her, Wait, Sister Lijuan. She approached Lu Lixing and quietly conveyed the purpose of Wang Lijuan's visit. Lu Lixing furrowed his brow. I understand. Gu Wanqing nodded. Lu Lixing walked into the courtyard, retrieved Wang Lijuan's bag, and then moved to the cart, picking several large, exquisitely shaped sweet potatoes to place inside. Having completed this task, he approached Wang Defa, handing him the sack. Brother Wang, your wife might find this bag too heavy. You should carry it. Wang Dikun looked at Lu Lixing, feeling somewhat lost. When he saw that Lu Lixing did not take it, Lu Lixing resorted to using Lu Qianqian as an excuse. Let Yin Yin teach Qianqian some math problems. She is a bit slow. Wang Dikun hesitated for a moment before accepting the offer. All right, I'll speak to Yin Yin tonight. With the bag slung over his shoulder, he made his way home. Wang Taizhu chuckled. Lu Gu, you must improve your reputation. Otherwise, everyone will think you are still the old Lu Lixing. No, that's not what I meant. What I meant is, Wang Taizhu faltered, realizing he could not articulate his thoughts clearly, and scratched his head in frustration. Lu Lixing smiled. I will do my best. After all, the impression I left in my previous life is deeply ingrained. It is unlikely that people will change their perceptions overnight. By the way, Taizhu, you heard what Boss Huang mentioned about the mushrooms today. For the next 2 weeks, we should go mushroom picking in the mountains. Once we gather enough of the beef liver mushrooms, we can continue selling sweet potatoes. Boss Huang mentioned that the road is being repaired, and in about 2 weeks, it should be passable. Wang Taizhu nodded in agreement. That sounds feasible, but Lu Gu, summer is drawing to a close, and mushrooms are scarce. Do you think we can collect 100 pounds in this short time? This was a question Lu Lixing had pondered during their journey. Perhaps we could enlist some trustworthy villagers to join us in the mountains for the harvest. I would purchase at 150 per pound. He estimated that with the help of the luck-enhancing talisman, He could gather around 40 pounds of dried mushrooms. That left 60 pounds to be accounted for. Uncle Lu and the others could each contribute about 5 pounds. We still need 45 pounds. Thus, having the villagers assist would be a wise choice. Reliable villagers? Wang Taizhu fell into contemplation. Lu Lixing nodded. Indeed, but given my reputation issues, if I were to approach them, I doubt anyone would believe me. Uncle Lu, Taizhu, what about you? Lu Furring shook his head. I can't do it either. I've always been solitary and rather poor. If I claimed I needed that much money to purchase goods, no one would believe me. Wang Taizhu glanced at himself. I don't exactly come across as very shrewd. The group fell silent, pondering the matter. Suddenly, Wang Taizhu had a revelation. Wait. My cousin, Wang Dikun, was kind-hearted and had frequently assisted the villagers over the years. Many held him in high regard. If he were willing to help find people, it would surely yield positive results. Furthermore, his reputation might help improve Lu Lixing's standing as well. Upon hearing this, Lu Lixing nodded. That's true. I recall that in our village, whenever someone needed assistance, it was often Wang Dikun who stepped forward, especially among the younger generation these past 2 years. Yes, indeed. All right. I will seek him out tonight. As they spoke, Lu Lixing had already handed all his money to Lu Lixing. Second brother, here, take this money for now. Lu Lixing nodded. According to Boss Wang, you should still receive this money before you leave mid-month, just in time. With a significant matter resolved, everyone felt a sense of joy. Lu Liwei cheerfully entered the courtyard, exclaiming, Yuxia, look at the pants I bought for you. Zhou Yuxia, feeling a bit shy, playfully retorted, there are so many people here. Can't we wait until we get back to look at them? Lu Liwei, with a silly grin, replied, that won't do. Xiaoxing insisted on giving you surprises. Look, these are the high-waisted jeans you admired last time. I remember you hesitated to buy them after looking for quite a while. Hurry, try them on and see if they fit. Boss Wang said that if they don't fit, you can exchange them. Several big men stood by, chuckling at the scene. Zhou Yuxiao lowered her head, feeling embarrassed, and said, Xiaoxing, you really should teach your elder brother some better manners. Lu Lixing scratched his head, feeling a bit helpless. After all, it was clearly his elder brother's own desire to make this purchase. Wang Taizhu laughed heartily. Well, now it's not just me watching you two show off. Chapter 70. Seeking Wang Dikun's assistance, Lu Lixing cast a glance at Wang Taizhu and offered a subtle smile. He then strolled over to Gu Wanqing's side. Wanqing, he began, awaiting Zhou Yuxia's emergence, eager to see how her trousers looked. Gu Wanqing turned to him and asked, what is it? Lu Lixing smiled gently. Actually, I purchased some clothes for you as well. You should try them on together with your sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Lu Liwei chimed in. Yes. Your trousers are in this bag with me. I was so focused on your sister-in-law. Here, try them on. As he spoke, Lu Liwei handed the bag to Gu Wanqing. I even bought something for Qianqian. She will surely be delighted when she returns. Gu Wanqing opened the bag and discovered a pair of loose-fitting casual trousers. Since you are pregnant now, tight clothing is not suitable. We can buy some lovely jeans after you give birth. Lu Lixing explained. Gu Wanqing lowered her head and smiled softly. All right, then I shall try them on. Wang Taizhu, observing from the side, felt increasingly disheartened. Fortunately, Lu Lixing was nearby. He approached and nudged him. Lu Lixing promptly leaped over the courtyard wall, declaring, I'm off to fetch Qianqian. Take your time, Brother Wang. Wang Taizhu was left bewildered. Why is everyone running away? Is there truly no one to rescue me? Even Doggy is absent. How pitiful. Half an hour later, Lu Lixing returned home with Lu Qianqian. Upon entering the courtyard, Lu Qianqian spun joyfully, exclaiming, Big brother, second sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, Qianqian, didn't he cry today? I was so well behaved. Accompanied by her big dog, she rolled her eyes in silence, deciding not to expose her. The doghouse was simply the coziest place to be. Lu Lixing and the others were amused by Lu Qianqian's antics, laughing heartily. Is that so? How well-behaved you are, Qianqian. Indeed. You are the most well-mannered child in the entire preschool. Second brother, Zhang Xiaoxiao, mentioned she would come to play at our house this weekend. Great. Lu Lixing affectionately pinched Lu Qianqian's little nose, handing her the sweets and clothes he had purchased in the village. This is a reward for our Qianqian. Lu Qianqian's eyes sparkled with delight. She was thrilled about trying on the clothes and enjoying the sweets. After dinner, Lu Liwei, Zhou Yuxia, and Lu Lixing returned home. Lu Lixing tidied up the house and resolved to seek out Wang Dikun. At that moment, Wang Lijuan was cooking while Wang Dikun tended to the fire. Since returning from the Lu household, he seemed somewhat distracted. Lijuan, Do you think we should really accept Lu Lixing's sweet potatoes? Did he not say he wanted Yin Yin to teach Qian more? Surely that was just a polite remark. He wished to gift us those sweet potatoes. Lu Lixing. Why does he seem like a different person now? Who knows? Perhaps this child has changed because Wanqing is pregnant. Wang Lijuan nodded thoughtfully. That could very well be the case, especially since we have an abundance of sweet potatoes at home. In the evening, they dined on corn and sweet potatoes, accompanied by a stir-fried dish of greens. When Wang Yinyin returned and caught sight of the vegetables, she pouted and said, "Daddy, Mommy, Yinyin wishes to eat some meat. It has been a long time since I've had any." Her father, Wang Dikun, promised her that he would buy some meat. Upon hearing this, a wave of guilt washed over him. All the money he had was sent to help his ailing sister. The remainder had gone toward Yinyin's school fees, leaving him with less than 5 yuan. "Behave, Yinyin. Wait until Daddy earns a bit more money, and I will buy it for you." Dejected, Wang Yinyin nodded in response. Wang Lijuan's expression also darkened. "Sigh, how can we earn money? I must think of a way." Wang Dikun found himself in a quandary. Wang Yinyin wandered around the kitchen, searching for something delectable. After a moment, she pointed at a covered bowl on the stove and exclaimed, "Daddy, what is this?" Wang Dikun looked up, and upon seeing the bowl, his face lit up with delight. Yes, mushrooms. These mushrooms are even tastier than meat. Quickly, let us heat them up for Yinyin." Upon hearing this, Wang Lijuan smiled and replied, "Indeed." Once the porcini mushrooms hit the pan, an enticing aroma filled the air. Wang Yinyin could hardly contain her excitement as she stood by the stove. When they were ready, she eagerly picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. The next moment, her eyes sparkled with joy. "Wow, this is delicious. It's truly better than meat. Daddy, where did you get these mushrooms?" Yinyin once more. Seeing his daughter enjoying her meal brought joy to Wang Dikun's heart, yet the latter part of her statement rekindled his inner turmoil. According to Wang Taizhu, these mushrooms were foraged by Lu Lixing. He had given Lu a few disdainful glances earlier that day and ultimately accepted some of his sweet potatoes, leaving him feeling uneasy about the entire situation. He felt embarrassed to approach Lu Lixing again. What could he do? Wang Yinyin, noticing her father's distraction, asked with a hint of distress, "Daddy, will we not be able to eat these again in the future?" Of course. You need not worry. Daddy will ensure you can have some." After their meal, Wang Dikun stood by the roadside, gazing in the direction of Lu Lixing's home. He needed to seek out Lu, but what excuse could he possibly use? After contemplating for quite some time, he remained at a loss for words. He paced back and forth along the road, lost in thought. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching. Wang Dikun quickly stepped aside. A familiar voice called out to him, "Brother Wang, what are you up to?" Upon recognizing Lu Lixing, Wang Dikun smiled and replied, "Ah, it's you, Brother Lu. It's quite late. Where are you headed?" "I came to find you." Lu Lixing smiled. Wang Dikun was taken aback. "You came for me?" Lu Lixing nodded affirmatively. Wang Dikun, sensing the situation, quickly added, "About the sweet potatoes, I haven't eaten them yet. I'll weigh them for you and pay you the original price." "No, I am not here to solicit money for sweet potatoes. Was it not agreed that Yin Yin would assist Qian with her mathematics? Then, what is this?" "Oh, I see. Taizhu was supposed to have delivered mushrooms to you, the delicious variety." Lu Lixing was contemplating how to articulate this. At that moment, Wang Dikun nodded repeatedly, responding, Yes, he did deliver them. The ones called porcini?" "Exactly," Lu Lixing affirmed. "I wonder if Brother Wang would be interested in accompanying us to the mountains to forage for porcini mushrooms. I need to procure a substantial quantity, approximately 40 to 50 pounds. It must be done swiftly, as the mushroom season is drawing to a close. With only Taizhu and myself, we lack sufficient manpower. The villagers hold a rather unfavorable impression of me and do not trust me fully. Hence, I seek your assistance. Could you help us find a few reliable individuals to join us in the mountains? I will pay, at a rate of $1.50 per pound." Wang Dikun was momentarily taken aback. You wish to purchase porcini mushrooms?" "Indeed." Lu Lixing nodded. "Brother Wang, you are welcome to join us in the foraging. I will accept whatever you gather." At last, Wang Dikun grasped Lu Lixing's intent and broke into a smile. Chapter 72. Families with children should not raise dogs. It is unkind to dogs. Upon hearing this title, the 4 individuals erupted in disbelief. "Who? Lu Lixing? Dakuan, have you lost your mind? Can we really trust that rascal? He has committed countless foolish acts." Especially Lu Jiangwo, who burst into laughter immediately, a look of disdain on his face. "Dakuan, you must have been deceived by this brat. Wang Dikun anticipated their reaction and recited the prepared speech he had crafted. No, please hear me out. Lu Lixing has changed. Have you seen those large sweet potatoes being sold in the village? They are all from Lu Lixing, with Taiju and Uncle Lu assisting him in selling them. And those wild boars. Wang Dexing shared everything he knew about Lu Lixing. I visited his home yesterday, and he even gifted me a few sweet potatoes. He seems quite reliable. Children can be mischievous in their youth, but they change as they grow. You cannot remain so obstinate. If you refuse to earn this money, I will seek others. The Wang brothers exchanged glances, intrigued. Is it really that miraculous? Wang Dikun nodded. Indeed, I can hardly believe it myself, but from my observations, it is true. In any case, even if the mushrooms fail to sell, we can always consume them ourselves. I have tasted them, and they are delicious. Upon hearing this, the Wang brothers finally began to waver. That is a fair point. However, Lu Jiangwo laughed heartily. You all are so easily deceived. Selling a few sweet potatoes is enough to prove he is no longer a scoundrel? After all the trouble Lu Lixing has caused me over the years, I have never encountered such a mischievous child. I refuse to believe it. I could use this time to do some odd jobs and earn a bit of pocket money instead. I will not go. Wang Dikun understood that Lu Jiangwo's impression of Lu Lixing was deeply ingrained and did not attempt to persuade him further. He turned to his brothers. What about you? The three exchanged glances and pondered for a moment. The eldest, Wang Deli, declared, All right, we will trust you this once and give it a try. If it truly fails, we can always eat them and save for winter. I will go too. Me too. The three Wang brothers expressed their willingness. Lu Jiangwo, feeling helpless, said, Fine. You all can discuss it. I will head home. Convincing me to trust Lu Lixing is like asking me to sleep soundly at home. If you end up deceived, do not blame me for not warning you. With that, he hummed a tune and wandered off. Wang Dikun paid him no mind and continued, You will regret leaving. Come. Let me explain the specifics. Also, gather your families. Just the 3 or 4 of us may not suffice. Understood. The 3 nodded in agreement. At the Lu household, little Lu Chanqian sat beneath the dim light of an oil lamp, her arithmetic book open before her. Clutching a sharpened pencil, she diligently wrote down her work. Her short legs swung beneath the high stool, occasionally kicking her loyal companion, De Huang, who kept her company. As she wrote, tears began to well up in her eyes. Wu, De Huang, why haven't I finished yet? With a lazy demeanor, the golden retriever sprawled on the ground, let out a habitual bark in response. Lu Chanqian, feeling somewhat aggrieved, lamented, Writing one is so difficult. Why is there so much to do? The golden retriever barked again. Gu Wanqing, who was nearby mending children's clothes, couldn't help but chuckle. When Lu Lixing returned, he was greeted by this amusing scene and couldn't suppress a laugh. Chanqian, my dear younger sister. Lu Chanqian looked up in delight. You're back. Lu Lixing, stifling his laughter, inquired, Is writing one really that challenging? Yes, yes. Lu Chanqian nodded with a pout. Can I write it tomorrow? Lu Lixing replied, Of course. Just as Lu Chanqian was about to cheer, she heard his follow-up. But you must write 2 pages tomorrow. Her movements froze, and she quickly retracted her hand. On the verge of tears, Lu Lixing approached and adjusted her workbook, stating, If you're saving it for tomorrow, you must also write an extra page for 2. You can choose to have your 3rd brother teach you. It's up to you. Lu Chanqian panicked. I will finish it today. She thought to herself, her 3rd brother was even stricter than her 2nd brother. I definitely don't want that. Lu Lixing ruffled her messy hair. Remember, tasks assigned for today should be completed today. Otherwise, they will double tomorrow. Keep it up, Chanqian. Yes, yes. I will do my best. Lu Chanqian raised her small fist in determination. Before heading back inside, Lu Lixing called back the golden retriever. You can only play with it once you finish your work. The golden retriever barked joyfully and ran off, relieved to escape the clutches of the little princess. Its tail wagged with such fervor it seemed almost ready to snap. Lu Lixing couldn't help but laugh as he entered the house, taking a seat beside Gu Wanqing and gazing outside. As he watched, a smile crept across his face. Curious, Gu Wanqing asked, What is so amusing? Lu Lixing replied, I finally comprehend that saying. Which saying? It's better not to have dogs in households with children. It's unfair to the dogs. This phrase had circulated widely online in his previous life, and at the time, he had merely seen it as a source of amusement, unable to grasp its deeper meaning. Now, observing the golden retriever, he felt its truth resonate within him. Gu Wanqing glanced at the golden retriever and then at Lu Chanqian, chuckling. You make a valid point. The golden retriever is constantly at Qianqian's beck and call, serving as a pillow one moment and a toy the next. If it weren't for its slender frame, Qianqian might even ride it. The golden retriever, overhearing this, shivered in silent dread. Lu Lixing laughed once more and reached out to gently pat Gu Wanqing's belly. I hope these two little ones will treat the golden retriever kindly. Gu Wanqing replied with a smile. I highly doubt that. The golden retriever shivered again at this remark. Life can be quite arduous for dogs, can it? Is there no respite for them? Lu Lixing chuckled softly, to be cautious not to frighten Da Wang. What if he decides to leave home? Gu Wanqing was thoroughly amused by this. Today was indeed a day filled with joy. The following morning, Wang Dikun rose early and made his way to the Lu residence, accompanied by Wang Deli, Wang Deyang, and Wang Dexing. Upon seeing Lu Lixing, the three felt somewhat awkward. Xiaoxing, it's not that we distrust you, we just. They found themselves at a loss for words, feeling the need to observe things with their own eyes for reassurance. Lu Lixing waved his hand, about to respond, when suddenly, Wang Taizhu dashed over from next door. He had initially been carrying a basket, intending to ascend the mountain, but upon noticing the unexpected gathering, he felt a twinge of concern. Brothers, what brings you here? Do you not trust my brother, Lu? His words struck a chord, causing the expressions of the others to shift to one of embarrassment. Observing this, Wang Tieju's temper flared slightly. After these past few days, Lu Lixing had come to mean more to him than even his own elder brother. Chapter 73. My brother Lu is a reliable person. Wang Taizhu stepped forward to offer an explanation, but was halted by Lu Lixing. After enduring a lifetime of trials, Lu Lixing's temperament had been thoroughly tempered. He had gained clarity on many matters. If it was difficult for his own family to accept him after all they had been through, how could he expect outsiders to do the same? Their skepticism was, after all, understandable. However, Lu Lixing recognized that these individuals harbored no ill intentions. On the contrary, should he face adversity, they would undoubtedly lend a helping hand. There exists an innate protective instinct among the villagers. Seeing this, Wang Dikun hurriedly clarified, I mentioned that I would learn first and then teach them, but they. Lu Lixing, unfazed, interjected, it matters not. Whether it is one person or several, teaching remains the same. Now let us ascend the mountain. Lu Furin had already made his way up the mountain from his vicinity, and the group moved forward with great enthusiasm. As they journeyed, the Wang brothers exhibited a degree of apprehension. Lu, little Xing, have you purchased these mushrooms to sell to someone? Regarding the money, Lu Lixing quickly discerned their concerns and addressed them directly. Indeed, a buyer will be procuring them, and I am responsible for facilitating the transaction. As for the financial aspect, you must have heard from Brother Dikun that I have sold a significant quantity of sweet potatoes and most of a wild boar. The funds are sufficient for me to purchase your porcini mushrooms. Thus, with Brother Dikun's trust in you, I shall extend my trust as well. I will provide each of you with a deposit of 2 yuan. This amount will be deducted from the mushrooms you harvest in the future. Of course, if you do not gather any, I will ensure that Brother Dikun retrieves the money. In earnest, Lu Lixing withdrew the money from his pocket. He had contemplated this matter the previous day. Relying on Wang Dikun to find someone was indeed trustworthy, yet they might not have faith in him. The 2 yuan deposit was not substantial for him, but it would serve as a comforting assurance. Once this assurance was granted, they would undoubtedly strive to work diligently, allowing him to complete his task sooner. Upon witnessing Lu Lixing's actions, the group was rendered speechless. These individuals relied on the mountains for their livelihood. Beyond agricultural work, their income primarily stemmed from foraging in the hills. Absent the opportunity to work elsewhere, they would gather mountain goods to sell, though such opportunities were sporadic. Typically, it was the small bosses who would announce their needs, leaving the villagers to procure the goods themselves. They had never received a deposit before. Many times, they had been let down, yet they accepted such losses without complaint. To their astonishment, Lu Lixing had directly given them money. This was entirely beyond their expectations. Lu Lixing. Wang Dikun was also taken aback. There's no need. We can provide the goods first, and then settle the payment. Not at all. Lu Lixing waved his hand dismissively. Consider this a gesture of goodwill. In the future, should I require any assistance, I will certainly seek out all of you. Lu Lixing had spoken so candidly that few could decline. Wang Dikun took the lead, saying, well, let us accept it for now. Rest assured. They are all brothers. If they flee, I will bear the cost. Wang Deli promptly slapped Wang Dikun on the head, exclaiming, what are you saying? How could we possibly run away? Xiaoxing, we were just being petty. Please don't take it to heart. You can rest assured, we will work diligently. Indeed. I am quite reassured, Lu Lixing replied with a smile. These kind-hearted villagers were far easier to engage with than the scheming individuals he had encountered in the bustling city of his past life. Wang Taizhu chimed in, you see. I told you, my brother Lu is a trustworthy person. With their guard lowered, their attitude towards Lu Lixing underwent a remarkable transformation. Lu Lixing, in turn, generously taught them how to identify the prized porcini mushrooms, ensuring that everyone learned the skill. Before they realized it, one exclaimed, I never knew these mushrooms were edible. Another remarked, Xiaoxing is truly impressive. It was said that the first person to eat a crab was exceptionally brave, and indeed, Xiaoxing was remarkable. Amidst the praises, Lu Lixing felt a tinge of bashfulness. All right, everyone, let us work hard and aim to complete the task soon. Sure, let's go. I will take charge of the Pear Tree Valley, declared one. Then I shall oversee the area near the Big Stone Tooth, another added. Leave the Bamboo Garden Valley to me. In the mountains, each small ravine bore a name. They divided their respective destinations, while Lu Lixing remained on a nearby hill. He sat on a stone to rest for a moment, deciding to hold off on using the fortune-enhancing pouch for now. Such an item, once used, would not be available again for an unknown duration. It was best reserved for when it was urgently needed. He had developed a knack for locating porcini mushrooms. These fungi preferred to grow beneath the dense foliage of rosewood trees or near pine forests, hidden beneath the tussocks of grass. They were absent in overly damp and cold locations. Adhering to this principle, Lu Lixing swiftly gathered a bountiful harvest, filling his basket to the brim. He decided to descend the mountain, intending to exchange his basket for another. Upon returning home, he found Zhou Yuxia already there. Not seeing Lu Lixing and Lu Liwei, Lu Lixing curiously inquired, Where are my elder brother and Lixing? Lixing has gone up the mountain, and your elder brother is busy with some matters. Xiaoxing, how should we handle these porcini mushrooms? I can assist you. Oh, just slice them. Lu Lixing began to explain to Zhou Yuxia. When Gu Wanqing approached with a kitchen knife in hand. I can do this, sister-in-law. Let me teach you. Lu Lixing, you continue with your tasks. Seeing her frail figure wielding the knife, Lu Lixing couldn't help but chuckle. Zhou Yuxia hurriedly snatched the knife from Gu Wanqing's hands, exclaiming, Wanqing, what are you doing? Let me handle it. You mustn't use a knife in your condition. It's inauspicious. Gu Wanqing replied, Sister-in-law, I'm fine. That may be, but I insist. Allow me. Zhou Yuxia utterly denied Gu Wanqing any opportunity to engage. Observing the harmonious rapport between the two, Lu Lixing refrained from intruding and ascended the mountain once more. As night descended, Lu Lixing returned with 2 full baskets of porcini mushrooms, eliciting tears of envy from Wang Taizhu. Brother Lu, have you struck a lucky streak? I barely managed to gather a single basket in a day, and yet you. Lu Lixing chuckled. I assure you, I have not invoked any luck this time. Wang Taizhu paid little heed to his words and succumbed to his own melancholy. Just then, De Huang, who had just returned with Lu Qianqian, spotted this scene and dashed towards Wang Taizhu, barking as if mocking him. Wang Taizhu's gloom deepened. Meanwhile, at Wang Dexing's home, having spent the day foraging for porcini mushrooms, he and his wife busily sliced the mushrooms. As dusk approached, they aimed to finish the preparation in time for dinner. Following Lu Lixing's advice, he lifted the cast iron pot and set the mushrooms atop the stove to dry. Dear, let me take over. You should rest for a while. Wang Dexing suggested to his wife. At that moment, he heard a familiar voice. Dexing, so you really did go mushroom hunting. Chapter 74. Sweat glistened on his forehead. The visitor was none other than Lu Jiangwo. After returning home yesterday, he had completely disregarded the matter of mushroom foraging. Early in the morning, he had come to find a few friends to play cards. However, upon arrival, he discovered that no one was at home. Consequently, Lu Jiangwo sought out opportunities for odd jobs. Yet, for the past couple of days, there were none to be found. Bored and restless, he spent the entire day at home. It was not until evening that he finally sought out Wang Dexing. Ah, what's the matter? Didn't you go for odd jobs? Wang Dexing inquired, preoccupied with his tasks. What odd jobs could I possibly do? No one is hiring for the past few days. It seems this half month will be wasted. I must wait until the road is cleared. Oh, I see. Wang Dexing, after finishing slicing a porcini mushroom, switched to another. Noticing Lu Jiangwo's distracted demeanor, he curiously asked, So, this is the porcini? Can this really earn money? Indeed. After interacting with Lu Lixing today, I can say with certainty, Wang Dexing replied confidently. I say, old Wang, you better not be deceived. That Lu Lixing fellow. He has already paid us. Lu Jiangwo was taken aback, his words faltering in shock. What did you say? I mentioned that Lu Lixing has already paid. This morning. When we followed him to learn, he gave us 2 yuan as a deposit. He said it was to encourage us to work hard, and that the money would be deducted from our future earnings. How long has it been since you last saw Lu Lixing? Is your misunderstanding of him too profound? Wang Dexing continued. Do you want to earn this money or not? I can speak to Lu Lixing tomorrow and get you involved in the foraging as well. We've been idle. We could earn a good sum this half-month. Lu Jiangwo looked at Wang Dexing, perplexed. He really paid? Do you think I would deceive you? Wang Dexing pulled out the money from his pocket. See, this is what Lu Lixing gave us. Lu Jiangwo frowned. What is that rascal up to? Is he really willing to spend so generously? Old Wang, you brothers do not understand Lu Lixing. Stop right there. Wang Dexing interjected, halting Lu Jiangwo. Your prejudice against that fellow is too deep. If you don't want to go, then don't hinder us from making money. Lu Jiangwo glanced in the direction of Lu Lixing, lost in thought. Could it be that this fellow had suddenly turned benevolent? Surely, there must be ulterior motives at play. Regardless, he could not bring himself to believe that this rascal had genuinely changed for the better. No. He needed to devise a plan to discern Lu Lixing's true intentions. The week passed swiftly. By Friday, Lu Lixing had successfully foraged 20 pounds of porcini mushrooms. Wang Taizhu, Lu Lixing, and Lu Furin had gathered slightly less, yet collectively they had amassed around 10 pounds. The Wang brothers also held a similar amount. In just another week, they would nearly reach 100 pounds. Lu Lixing was quite satisfied with this efficiency. However, he had not seen Lu Liwei for several days. Just as he pondered this, Zhou Yuxiao approached him with a cheerful expression. Xiaoxing, I have wonderful news for you. Lu Lixing looked over in confusion, asking, What is the matter, sister-in-law? Zhou Yuxiao replied with a smile, Your elder brother has returned. He mentioned that many people in Zhou Shuga village are eager to purchase our sweet potatoes. He plans to transport them for sale tomorrow. Lu Lixing, puzzled, inquired. Zhou Shuga village. Indeed, it is my maternal village. Xiaoxing, please do not fault your elder brother for taking the initiative. We assessed the land together, and the yield of sweet potatoes is simply overwhelming. I heard you have planted the sweet potatoes from the Taizhu and Lu Shu families as well. Surely, those are intended for sale too? Our village clearly has a surplus of sweet potatoes. Observing your daily hustle and bustle, we, as 2 ailing individuals, have little to occupy ourselves with. Thus, your elder brother seized the opportunity to inquire over there. In recent days, he has approached many families regarding the sweet potatoes, and they all expressed interest in purchasing. Coincidentally, your elder brother's foot injury has nearly healed, so he will sell the sweet potatoes while you collect the chanterelles. He can't remain idle and always wishes to contribute. Zhou Shuga village can be accessed via the back road through the mountains, avoiding the main road, allowing for trade despite any impassability. Upon hearing this, Lu Lixing couldn't help but chuckle and nod. Why would I blame my elder brother? The sweet potatoes were always meant for sale. I have been waiting for the road to clear. I did not expect that you and my brother would already have it all arranged. Very well, take Xiaozhong with you. He can help out while school is not in session. Upon hearing this, Lu Lixing immediately nodded in agreement. Zhou Yuxiao furrowed her brow, saying, But that won't do. What about the mushrooms here? That's sufficient. The 3 of us can manage. The sweet potatoes can fetch a good profit within a week. All right, then it's settled. As Zhou Yuxiao spoke, Lu Lihui arrived, having just returned and drenched in sweat. He quickly washed up and grabbed a drink. Xiaoxing, your sister-in-law has already informed you, hasn't she? Yes, elder brother, I understand. You can take care of things over there. Rest assured. Your sister-in-law, and I know quite a few people in Zhou Shuga village. It will be fine. Lu Lixing nodded. I should go fetch Chanxian. Xiaoxing, don't go. You've been running around all day. Allow me to take care of it. Zhou Yuxiao interrupted him. Reluctantly, Lu Lixing conceded. Very well. I shall check on Wanqing instead. I'll prepare something delicious for everyone this evening. Excellent. At this moment, Gu Wanqing had just emerged from her room. Increasingly lethargic these days, she felt that the 2 little ones were too lively, leaving her utterly exhausted, and yet they hadn't even begun to move yet. Reflecting on this, Gu Wanqing gently caressed her belly. Just as Lu Lixing reached the doorway, he was about to speak when he noticed Gu Wanqing suddenly clutching her stomach. She stepped aside and began to vomit uncontrollably. Lu Lixing's expression changed. Wanqing. He hurried to her side, supporting her. Wanqing, how are you? Just wait. I will take you to see a doctor. Dr. Zhang. No, we'll head to the town. I'll carry you. Lu Lixing, in a flurry of concern. felt somewhat at a loss. Gu Wanqing and her 2 children held paramount importance to him, far surpassing any other concerns. He could not allow them to encounter any misfortune. Thus, the calmness he had maintained since his rebirth suddenly gave way to a surge of anxiety. He was afraid of loss, afraid of solitude, and even more terrified that this existence might merely be an illusion. Lu Lixing and Lu Liwei hurried over, inquiring about the situation. What is happening? Let us go together. After a brief bout of nausea, Gu Wanqing's complexion turned somewhat pale. She raised her gaze and noticed Lu Lixing's panicked expression, which unexpectedly stirred something within her. His broad back seemed to promise the weight of her entire world upon it. Unable to suppress a light chuckle, Gu Wanqing gently patted Lu Lixing's shoulder. I'm fine. It's just morning sickness. They say it's common during pregnancy. Don't be anxious. Lu Lixing. Upon finishing her words, she observed Lu Lixing turning towards her. In that moment, Gu Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. Yet, in just a fleeting moment, beads of sweat adorned his forehead. Chapter 75. For the first time, Gu Wanqing felt the weight of someone's genuine concern for her. A sudden anxiety surged within her. What was wrong with him? She gazed at Lu Lixing, her voice trembling slightly. Lu Lixing, are you all right? Is everything okay? What happened? Seeing Lu Lixing staring at her, motionless, she instinctively reached out to wipe the sweat from his brow. Yet, in the next moment, an unexpected force propelled her forward uncontrollably. A warm embrace caught her, and his arms tightened around her shoulders, only to loosen after a moment. In her ear, Lu Lixing murmured, It's fine. Wanqing, it's all right. These whispers seemed to transcend the flow of time, gripping someone's heart. His arm trembled slightly, and for the first time, Gu Wanqing sensed how deeply someone cared for her. She even experienced a fleeting illusion. Had something truly gone awry? This man before her would surely be distraught. Such intense neediness brought a sting to her nose, and tears welled in her eyes. She extended her arms and gently embraced Lu Lixing. Don't worry, I'm really fine. Lu Liwei had already turned his attention away, leading Lu Lixing to provide the couple with their much-needed privacy. Lu Lixing gradually ceased his trembling, forcing a semblance of cheerfulness into his voice. Yes, I know. From now on, you mustn't get into any trouble, understand? Gu Wanqing nodded in agreement. She raised her arm, mimicking Lu Lixing's earlier gesture, and gently patted his shoulder. All right. I won't get into any trouble. Uncertain how long this embrace lasted, Lu Lixing eventually regained his composure. He softly ruffled Gu Wanqing's hair. His eyes filled with bittersweet affection. What would you like to eat? I'll go get it for you. Gu Wanqing frowned slightly. Having just been ill, the mere mention of food made her uneasy. I don't want to eat anything. That won't do. You must eat something. Just tell me what you want, and I'll make it happen. Seeing Lu Lixing's earnest demeanor, Gu Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle. Really? Of course, I keep my promises. Then, I want to eat oranges. Autumn had just begun, and with hijacking located in the north, oranges were not in season. The roads were blocked, making it exceedingly difficult to procure them. Gu Wanqing merely wished to uplift Lu Lixing's spirits. To her surprise, he became serious. All right, don't worry. I will ensure you get your oranges. Stop joking. I genuinely don't want anything. Just a little rice later will suffice. Lu Lixing smiled faintly, remaining silent as he contemplated where to find oranges. Just then, Lu Qianqian returned, humming a little tune as she skipped back. If one listened closely, she could still comprehend her off-key lyrics. Little swallow, dressed in floral attire, spring arrives here year after year. Upon seeing Gu Wanqing, the little one joyfully scampered over, exclaiming, Second sister-in-law, why are you squatting on the ground? Today, Qianqian learned a new song. The teacher said that Qianqian sings the best. Lu Lixing silently frowned. This teacher truly spoke nonsense. She was utterly off-key, for goodness sake. Yet, this did not dampen Lu Qianqian's enthusiasm in the slightest. She gleefully began her performance for everyone. Gu Wanqing watched with amusement, while De Huang had quietly retreated under the table, having listened long enough to wish for silence. How disdainful! Zhou Yusha had returned at a slower pace. Upon her arrival, she was greeted by Lu Qianqian's delighted inquiry. Second sister-in-law, did you think that big brother, second brother, and third brother enjoyed my singing? Zhou Yusha promptly slipped into the kitchen, having been asked this question incessantly. She simply did not wish to respond. The remaining few exchanged glances, ultimately conceding, yes, it sounds wonderful. Qianqian sings the best. Woof. De Huang reluctantly echoed a few words in agreement. Gu Wanqing patiently held Qianqian's hand, preparing her for homework, lest this little one torment everyone's ears for the entire evening. Lu Lixing observed the family, each engrossed in their own activities, and finally came to his senses. This was no dream. How delightful. He approached Lu Qianqian, glancing at her crooked number 2, and frowned once more. Qianqian. Second brother, what is it? Where's Zhang Xiaoxiao? According to the system, tomorrow would be Saturday. Zhang Xiaoxiao would accompany her family to leave family village and encounter human traffickers along the way. The best course of action would be for Lu Qianqian to call Zhang Xiaoxiao back. Xiaoxiao is home. She'll come to play after breakfast tomorrow. All right, good job, Qianqian. Praised. Lu Qianqian tilted her head, her face a mask of confusion as she asked, Second brother, what's wrong with Xiaoxiao? You seem very concerned about her. It's nothing. Just let Zhang Xiaoxiao come over and teach you how to write. Your handwriting is rather poor. Lu Qianqian, feeling slightly aggrieved, nodded. Well, okay then. Underneath the stone table, De Huang couldn't help but bare his teeth. His owner's words were truly sincere. At the Zhang residence, Zhang Xiaoxiao had returned home early. Li Chunlan was busy tidying up. Upon seeing her return, she said, Xiaoxiao, you're going to your grandmother's house for a couple of days. Do you need to take anything? Zhang Xiaoxiao shook her head. Mom, I don't want to go. I want to find Qianqian to play. Why is that? Qianqian can't do her homework. So I want to go teach her. I promised her. Li Chunlan wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Zhang Chuanha. Let her go. I also promised Lu Lixing. Qianqian just started school this year, and it's a bit late. Having Xiaoxiao go to teach her is quite good. Li Chunlan sighed. Alas, you two, father and daughter. Has Lu Lixing bought you off with just one good deed? Haha, I know my students well, rest assured. Well, it is indeed quite a distance to Lijia village. So she shall not go. Lijia village lay in another ravine. It would take 2 hours to travel from Lujia village. For Zhang Xiaoxiao, it would certainly be somewhat exhausting. Zhang Chuanha nodded. Let us pack our things. The following day, after breakfast, Lu Liwei, Zhou Yuxia, and Lu Lixing headed to the fields. After giving instructions to Lu Qianqian and Gu Wanqing, Lu Lixing prepared to ascend the mountain. Just before he departed, Lu Qianqian called out to him, Second brother, could you please take De Huang along? Xiaoxiao is afraid of dogs, and it might frighten her. Upon hearing this, De Huang instantly perked up. Wonderful. Finally, I won't have to stay at home with the little ancestor. Lu Lixing, with a sense of resignation, replied, Very well. Just remember to stay close to Xiaoxiao and do not wander off, understood? Qianqian understands. Lu Qianqian assured him. Only then did Lu Lixing take De Huang and set off for the mountain. As soon as Lu Lixing had left, Zhang Xiaoxiao arrived at the Lu residence. Clutching her workbook. Chapter 76. Qianqian has disappeared. Xiaoxiao, you have arrived. Lu Qianqian exclaimed joyfully as she approached. Noticing Zhang Xiaoxiao peering apprehensively into the courtyard, Lu Qianqian grasped her hand reassuringly, saying, Do not worry. Da Huang has gone with my second brother to the mountains and will not be home. Oh, that is good. Qianqian, shall we do our homework? Zhang Xiaoxiao replied eagerly. Absolutely. Lu Qianqian nodded enthusiastically. When Gu Wanqing arrived, Zhang Xiaoxiao politely greeted her. Hello, sister. This brought a smile to Gu Wanqing's face. Take good care of our Qianqian, she encouraged. Zhang Xiaoxiao replied shyly, her cheeks flushing. The two little ones settled down at a stone table, diligently focusing on their homework. Observing that everything was in order, Gu Wanqing returned to her task of sewing clothes for the little ones. As the clock struck 10 in the morning, Gu Wanqing began to feel drowsy. She forced her eyes open and glanced at the two girls still immersed in their studies. After a stroll around the courtyard, she stifled several yawns. Lu Qianqian, feeling a pang of sympathy, asked, Second sister-in-law, are Xiaoxiao and I bothering you? Perhaps you should take a nap? Xiaoxiao and I will focus on our homework. As she spoke, she winked at Zhang Xiaoxiao. In truth, she longed to play with the sandbags that their teacher had sewn for them. But she felt too shy to do so while her sister-in-law was awake. Receiving the hint, Zhang Xiaoxiao quickly nodded. Yes, elder sister. You should rest. I will look after Qianqian. Seeing the girl's earnest expressions made Gu Wanqing want to laugh. She nodded in agreement. All right, I will take a short nap. Qianqian, call me if you need anything. Gu Wanqing dragged a stool to the entrance and drowsily fell asleep. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqian tugged at Zhang Xiaoxiao, carefully leading her to a small pathway. They drew a 9-square grid and began to play with the sandbags. Zhang Xiaoxiao earnestly taught Lu Qianqian, and they enjoyed themselves immensely. However, amidst their play, Lu Qianqian suddenly sensed something amiss. Two figures were approaching on the road. She quickly nudged Zhang Xiaoxiao, who was still engrossed in their game. Xiaoxiao, your parents are coming. Startled, Zhang Xiaoxiao hurriedly tucked away the sandbags and stood nervously to the side, calling, "Dad, Mom." Lu Qianqian also stood politely, greeting, "Hello, Teacher Zhang." "Hello, Aunt Li." "Good, good," Li Chunlan replied, squatting down. "Qianqian, I apologize for the sudden visit. This morning, Xiao Xiao's uncle sent word that her grandmother is ill and wishes to see her. We need to take Xiao Xiao with us, and she will return tomorrow afternoon." Neither Li Chunlan nor Zhang Chunha had anticipated that Xiao Xiao's grandmother would fall ill at this moment, especially since today marked her 70th birthday. She had always been exceptionally kind to Xiao Xiao, and it was understandable that she wanted to see her granddaughter. Thus, they had no choice but to come to the Lu family. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Lu Qianqian exchanged glances. Lu Qianqian tilted her little head and pondered for a moment before saying, "But second brother doesn't allow Qianqian to be apart from Xiao Xiao?" Lu Lixing's words still lingered in her ears. Although Lu Qianqian did not comprehend the reason behind it, she remembered it nonetheless. Li Chunlan's expression darkened. How could someone interfere with her child? Zhang Chunha, noticing his wife's displeasure, quickly interjected, "Does Qianqian wish to play with Xiao Xiao?" "Yes, yes." Lu Qianqian nodded enthusiastically. Zhang Chunha continued, "That's simple. Qianqian can join us, and that way she won't have to be separated from Xiao Xiao." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoxiao beamed with joy. "All right, Qianqian, you should come along. My grandmother will prepare lots of delicious food." Lu Qianqian tilted her head again, finding the proposition somewhat reasonable. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded, "Okay, then I will go tell second sister-in-law." Lu Qianqian hurried to the courtyard, where she found Gu Wanqing still asleep. She hesitated to disturb her. Just as she was unsure of what to do, she spotted Wang Taizhu returning from the mountain. She rushed to his side and said, "Brother Taizhu, Qianqian wants to go out to play with Principal Zhang and Xiao Xiao. My second sister-in-law is asleep. When my second brother returns, could you inform him?" Wang Taizhu looked up and saw Zhang Chunha. As a student of Zhang Chunha, he felt an inexplicable trust in him. Therefore, he nodded and replied, "All right, you go ahead. I will tell your second brother later." "Great. Thank you, Brother Taizhu." Lu Qianqian joyfully turned and left the house with Zhang Xiaoxiao and the others. Meanwhile, Lu Lixing was still on the mountain. As noon approached and his basket neared its fullness, he finally made his way home. De Huang followed closely, bouncing with delight. Lu Lixing, with a hint of exasperation, said, "All right, De Huang, I know you've worked hard bringing Qianqian along. I'll get you a chicken leg when we return." Woof. De Huang barked in agreement, clearly pleased. They descended the mountain together. Upon placing the basket in the courtyard, Lu Lixing called out, "Wanqing, Qianqian?" He looked up to see Gu Wanqing sleeping at the door. Oddly enough, where was Qianqian? "Qianqian?" Lu Lixing searched around the house, but found no trace of her. Suddenly, a pang of unease struck him. He hurriedly woke Gu Wanqing. "Wanqing, Wanqing? Huh." Gu Wanqing awoke from her slumber, looking at Lu Lixing with confusion. "You're back? What's wrong? Where is Qianqian?" "Qianqian is." Gu Wanqing pointed towards the courtyard. The next moment, she froze. "Where was Qianqian?" "Qianqian." Gu Wanqing's expression changed drastically. I fell asleep. Where is Qianqian?" Lu Lixing, Her emotions, already unstable due to her pregnancy, overwhelmed her, and tears streamed down her face. She pinched the hem of her garment, a sharp pain piercing her heart. "Qianqian. I must find Qianqian." Lu Lixing hurriedly restrained her. "Do not panic. Perhaps Qianqian and Xiao Xiao have gone to play in the fields. I shall search for them." With that, he turned and made his way towards the fields. De Huang, too, grew anxious. It dashed off to the places where Lu Qianqian often ventured. At that moment, he spotted Wang Taizhu emerging from the house. "Lu Gu, you have returned. How was the harvest today?" "Not bad," Lu Lixing replied dismissively. Wang Taizhu sensed something was amiss. "Lu Gu, what troubles you? Has something happened? Have you seen Qianqian?" "Oh, you mean Qianqian? She asked me to tell you that she went out to play with Xiao Xiao and Principal Zhang, and there is no need for you to worry. Lu Gu, do not fret. Our village is quite small, and Qianqian has grown up here. Nothing will happen to her. Children from the mountains are wild, often venturing out alone and returning only when it is time for meals, indifferent to what others might say, particularly in a village where nearly everyone knows one another." However, upon hearing these words, Lu Lixing's expression suddenly froze. This is bad. He had never anticipated that even the arrangements he had made could go awry. If Qianqian had left with Zhang Xiaoxiao, then Qianqian. Lu Lixing dared not contemplate the outcome. He clenched his fists tightly, striving to maintain an appearance of calm. How long had they been gone? Chapter 77. The black dog that Qianqian dislikes. Wang Taizhu was momentarily taken aback. Has it been over an hour? What is going on? Lu Lixing's body tensed. He placed the basket on the ground and called out to the dog, Da Huang, come. With a loud bark, Da Huang sprinted over. Sensing Lu Lixing's intent to leave, Gu Wanqing hurriedly approached. Lixing, is something wrong with Qianqian? I want to go too. Lu Lixing quickly reassured her. It's fine, Wanqing. I'm just going to bring Qianqian home. You wait for me here. However, really, there's nothing to worry about. Just prepare dinner and stay at home. Gu Wanqing noticed Lu Lixing's insistence. She nodded vigorously. All right, I'll cook. Lu Lixing patted her head. Managing a faint smile. Wait for my return. With that, he turned and departed. Meanwhile, Wang Taizhu, who had been dining, finally sensed something was amiss. He dropped his bowl and called out loudly, Lao Gu, wait for me. I'm coming too. Lu Lixing and Da Huang moved at an astonishing speed. An hour and a half had already passed. He needed to hasten his pace. Wang Dexing was in the yard slicing porcini mushrooms when he saw Lu Lixing rushing towards him. He quickly greeted him, Lu Lixing. Before he could finish, he saw Lu Lixing sprinting away. He was momentarily stunned, but when he noticed Wang Taizhu behind him, Wang Dexing stopped him. Taizhu, what is going on? What is Lu Lixing up to? I don't know, but I have a bad feeling. What? I can't quite put my finger on it. Qianqian went with Principal Zhang, and there shouldn't be any issues. Principal Zhang is such a reliable person. However, my brother's instincts are usually spot on. I need to go rescue her. You carry on, brother. With that, Wang Taizhu quickened his pace. Wang Dexing stood in the yard, bewildered. What on earth is happening? At 11:30 in the morning, as they neared Li family village, Zhang Chunhe, Li Chunlan, Zhang Xiaoxiao, and Lu Qianqian came to a halt. They were still in the mountainous region. At the foot of the mountain, a few houses were scattered, but they were quite distant. Occasionally, a rare passerby would appear along the path. As they walked, Li Chunlan suddenly doubled over, clutching her stomach. Chunlan, what's wrong? Zhang Chunhe asked with concern. My stomach hurts a bit. I might have eaten something bad. What should we do? It's quite a distance to the nearest restroom over there. How about we just handle it here? Zhang Chunhe suggested. Li Chunlan's face turned pale, but there are still a few people passing by. She felt quite embarrassed. Then, shall we go to the top of the mountain? I need to relieve myself. The mountain peak was a bit further away, but there were fewer people there. All right, Li Chunlan reluctantly conceded. Let us go, Qianqian, Xiao. Lu Qianqian nodded. Just as they were about to take a few steps, they noticed Zhang Xiaoxiao was on the verge of tears. Dad, I'm so tired. I want to rest, said Xiaoxiao, feeling weary after an hour of walking. Zhang Chunhe felt a twinge of indecision. Xiaoxiao and Qian were already 7 years old, and it was indeed a bit inconvenient to take them along. He said, Xiaoxiao, you and Qian stay here and rest. Your mother and I will be right back. Okay, Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously. Li Chunlan hesitated, wondering if it was safe to leave them there alone. Is it really all right for them to be here by themselves? Don't worry, we are deep in the mountains. It's perfectly fine. I used to hike alone for hours without a care. I'm exhausted from this trek, not to mention the children. Let them rest, he reassured her. All right then. Li Chunlan cautioned both Xiaoxiao and Lu Qianqian repeatedly before plucking a few leaves and heading up the mountain. Once they were gone, Xiaoxiao excitedly tugged at Lu Qianqian's sleeve. Qian, let us go ahead. What's wrong? Aren't we supposed to wait for Principal Zhang and Annie here? There is something delicious ahead. There's a kiwi tree, and it should be ripe by now. I was just pretending. My parents definitely wouldn't let me go eat it. Let us go. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianqian swallowed hard. Kiwis were incredibly sweet, even sweeter than candy. Really? But, oh come on, Qian, we'll just pick a few and come back quickly. My parents won't notice. Let us go. Okay then. Lu Qian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately succumbed to temptation. The two little girls walked for a while until they reached the kiwi vines. The spot where the kiwis grew was not very steep, and many ripe fruits had fallen to the ground, now soft and exuding a fragrant aroma. Wow! Lu Qian exclaimed in delight. See, Qian, I wasn't lying. Come on, let us eat. Xiao laughed joyfully. Yeah, Lu Qian ran over excitedly. Unbeknownst to them, someone was watching from a distance, accompanied by a large black dog, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. What a stroke of luck! With no one around, he approached the two little girls. Hello, little ones. What are you up to? The two delighted children turned around to see the imposing black dog, which appeared much more robust than the yellow dog they were accustomed to. It drooled as it eyed them, and even Lu Qian, who had always been with the yellow dog, felt a shiver down her spine. Who are you? She stammered, instinctively shielding Xiao Xiao behind her. The man commanded the black dog to sit before walking over, picking up a kiwi, cracking it open, and taking a bite. He smiled at the two girls. Your name is Xiao Xiao, isn't it? He had been following them for some time and already knew the little one's name. Zhang Xiao Xiao peered out from behind Lu Qian and said, Yes, it's me. Lu Qian also cast a wary glance at the stranger. The man chuckled softly and replied, Xiao, don't be afraid. I am your uncle, remember? I live in Lijia village. I'm here to visit your grandmother today. Your parents just went over there. They told me you were here and asked me to come pick you up. Xiao Chan. Come with your uncle. I'll take you to have some delicious food. He had been surveying the area for several days, and this morning, he had set his sights on these two targets. Now, the opportunity had presented itself. Zhang Xiao hesitantly asked, Are you really my uncle? Why haven't I seen you before? The man replied, It's quite normal that you haven't seen me. I've just returned from working away. Your mother will introduce me to you today. Your grandmother lives at the entrance of Pear Tree Ditch in Lijia village, doesn't she? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiao wavered. After all, she was still young, and her capacity for reasoning was limited. Lu Qian quickly grasped her hand, feeling that something was amiss. The man patted the head of the large black dog, saying, Qian, don't you love dogs? Big Black is here to play with you. Lu Qian furrowed her small brows as she noticed Big Black smiling at her. Suddenly, she felt a sense of revulsion. Yet, Zhang Xiao had already taken hold of her. Qian, let us go. What he says is true. My grandmother really does live there. Chapter 78. Qian remembered to heed her second elder brother's words. Lu Qian grasped Zhang Xiao's hand tightly. Zhang Xiao had already taken a step forward. What's wrong? Lu Qian wanted to express something, but the large black figure also advanced a step, and the man with the dark complexion merely smiled at her. Lu Qian was startled and quickly forced a smile. No, it's nothing. Let us go. The dark-faced man extended a hand towards Zhang Xiao. Lu Qian firmly held on to Zhang Xiao. Xiao, I'm scared only. Then did Zhang Xiao refrain from reaching for that unfamiliar hand. Don't be afraid. I'm holding you, Lu Qian nodded. The dark-faced man walked ahead, with the large black figure beside him, while the two little ones trailed behind. Lu Qian recalled her elder brother Lu Lixing's words. Qian, remember, whenever you encounter bad people, run towards crowded places. But at present, there was no such place nearby. Lu Qian's little head spun rapidly. She then remembered her elder brother's second piece of advice. If there's no one around, leave a mark. Your elder brother will come to find you. Lu Qian swiftly removed her coat and tossed it aside. She looked up at the dark-faced man with a silly grin. Uncle. I'm hot. It was indeed summer, and quite warm. The dark-faced man paid her no mind. After all, who would expect such a little girl to have her own intentions? Let us go. Lu Qian then tugged Zhang Xiao to continue following, albeit at a much slower pace. After walking for a while, Lu Qian heard Zhang Xiao express her confusion. Uncle, this isn't the way to Li family village. Lu Qian tightened her small grip. Indeed, they had stumbled into trouble. The dark-faced man turned back and smiled. This is a shortcut. It's quicker. Come on. Your uncle wouldn't deceive you. Zhang Xiao looked at Lu Qian with a hint of grievance. Lu Qian squeezed her hand in reassurance. Suddenly, she crouched down, clutching her stomach. Wah, Xiao. My stomach hurts. What should we do? Wah, I think I ate something bad. Upon hearing Lu Qian's words, Zhang Xiao hurriedly crouched down as well. Qian, are you okay? Uncle, Qian's stomach hurts. Can we rest a bit? The dark-faced man was unwilling to wait. He shot an exasperated glance at Lu Qian. This troublesome girl was quite a handful. Come on, up ahead, there's a toilet. But Qian can't wait. Qian needs to go right now. The dark-faced man, feeling helpless, relented. What a bother, over there, through the grass. Lu Qian quickly pulled Zhang Xiao away. The dark-faced man stayed not far behind. Upon reaching the area with the grass, Zhang Xiao whispered with a hint of distress, Qian, have we encountered bad people? Lu Qian quickly made a shushing gesture and crouched down. She untied the hairband from her head and tossed it into the grass. It's all right. My elder brother will come to rescue us. Don't worry, Xiao. But just don't speak. Follow my lead. Lu Qian had assumed the role of the leader among the two. Zhang Xiao nodded vigorously, her petite frame pressing closely against Lu Qianqian. They crouched in the grass for a full 5 minutes until the man with the dark face could no longer contain himself. Are you two done yet? Yes, yes, uncle. We're coming out now. Lu Qianqian quickly helped Zhang Xiaoxiao to her feet, and they emerged hastily from the grass. She flashed a broad smile at the dark-faced man, saying, Uncle, let us go. The moment he saw her smile, his impatience evaporated. It must be said, this girl was truly adorable. He led the two onward, with Lu Qianqian trailing behind. Having discarded everything she could, she unfastened the hairband from Zhang Xiaoxiao's wrist, tossing it aside as they walked. Meanwhile, in the mountain stream, Li Chunlan was walking back, her impatience evident. What a hassle. I can't believe I got an upset stomach. Well, who told you to put so many chili peppers in the food these past few days? We need to hurry. Xiaoxiao and Qianqian must be waiting anxiously. All right, let us go. Li Chunlan quickened her pace. However, when they reached the spot where Zhang Xiaoxiao and Lu Qianqian were supposed to be, they were taken aback. What is going on? Whereas Xiaoxiao? Xiaoxiao. Li Chunlan called out loudly to the mountains, but there was no response. Her face turned pale instantly. Chuanhe, whereas Xiaoxiao? Is our Xiaoxiao lost? Zhang Chuanhe's expression stiffened as well. Typically stern with his students and unfazed in crises, he was now thoroughly panicked. It can't be. It's impossible. This cannot be happening. Xiaoxiao wouldn't he get lost? Perhaps she and Qianqian went to their grandmother's house. Chunlan, stop saying such things. Let us head to Li village first. It's only been 20 minutes. We still have time to catch up. Li Chunlan nodded vigorously. All right, let us hurry. They quickened their steps, but upon arriving at Li Chunlan's family home, they discovered that Zhang Xiaoxiao was not there. Xiaoxiao's grandmother and uncle had not seen her at all. The Li family was thrown into complete disarray. Li Chunlan collapsed to the ground, cradling herself and crying out. No, it can't be. My Xiaoxiao, what are we going to do? Zhang Chuanhe also sank down beside her, pressing his hand to his heart, gasping for air. It felt as though a part of him had suddenly vanished, causing excruciating pain. He couldn't believe it, his Xiaoxiao was missing. Since the day Zhang Xiaoxiao was born, Zhang Chuanhe had held her in the palm of his hand. Over the years, consumed by his educational career, he had finally been blessed with Xiaoxiao. She was his lifeblood. It was his only vulnerability, one that Zhang Chuanhe would forever remember. The first time he cradled Zhang Xiaoxiao in his arms was at her birth. The tiny infant grasped his finger with all her might, announcing her arrival into the world. In that instant, Zhang Chuanhe understood that he could never release her hand throughout his lifetime. When Xiaoxiao first laughed, her eyes curved with delight as she playfully tugged at his face. Despite her childhood aversion to nail trimming, leaving him with countless scratches, Zhang Chuanhe never uttered a single complaint. The first time she called him daddy, her voice was soft and sweet, moving him to tears despite his masculine demeanor. He vowed to himself that he would protect her for life. Yet now, the very person he swore to safeguard was lost. Zhang Chuanhe's mind became a chaotic tangle. He wished he could punish himself. If only he hadn't gone into the mountains. If only he hadn't been so blindly confident, perhaps Xiaoxiao wouldn't have gone missing. It was all his fault. He struck himself hard across the face. But even that could not alleviate the ache in his heart. His thoughts, usually so lucid, were now in disarray. He felt as if he could no longer think clearly. Li Chunsheng, Xiaoxiao's uncle, saw the two of them in tears and anxiously shouted, Sister, brother-in-law, what are you doing? We need to find someone quickly. I'll go call the police. You two search for her. What are you waiting for? Crying won't help. Think clearly. Who was with Xiaoxiao when she went missing? Who saw her? Zhang Chuanhe murmured, suddenly awakening to a realization. Lu Qianqian. But Qianqian is the same age as Xiaoxiao. They are both. Zhang Chuanhe rubbed his temples, feeling deflated once more. At that moment, his heart was filled with regret. If only he hadn't gone to the Lu family to call for Xiaoxiao, then she wouldn't have gone missing. Qianqian wouldn't have disappeared either. What had he done? Li Chunsheng, upon hearing this, asked, So, did you encounter anything suspicious in the past few days? Suspicious matters? Li Chunlan, still weeping, was momentarily taken aback. Her mind drifted back to the previous night, recalling what Lu Lixing had said before bedtime. Lu Lixing had warned them to be cautious about something. Zhang Chuanhe suddenly stood up, exclaiming, Yes. He came to see us yesterday and told us to be wary of certain suspicious happenings. Could it be? He knew something? That is why he insisted Xiaoxiao go to his house. Was he trying to save her? Zhang Chuanhe suddenly recalled the recent incident involving Huang Chang's mother, Wang Afong, and how Lu Lixing had saved her. At the time, he had dismissed it as coincidence and hadn't given it much thought. But now, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Li Chunlan was also taken aback in an instant. But why did he not directly inform us of the danger? He simply asked, "Do you believe it?" Zhang Chuanhe turned his head to glance at Li Chunlan. Chapter 79. My dog is about to make a move. Li Chunlan was momentarily taken aback. Although she had heard of Lu Lihong's donation of sweet potatoes, she had previously believed that his actions were merely to support Qianqian's education, which did not strike her as a significant transformation. Many would make sacrifices for their own sisters. It was nothing extraordinary. Thus, when Zhang Chuanhe spoke highly of Lu Lihong, she paid little heed. Consequently, if Lu Lihong had mentioned something about losing a child, she would have dismissed it entirely. Yet, it was precisely this lack of trust that led to the disappearance of both Xiao Xiao and Qianqian. Li Chunlan felt an overwhelming urge to blame herself. Anxiously, she inquired, "What now? What shall we do? What can we do?" "I'll search the mountains for Xiao Xiao, and Chun Cheng will report to the police. We must also enlist the help of familiar villagers. You should return with Chunhua to find Lu Lihong. With Qianqian missing, he must be informed. Whatever he decides, we must endure it." Li Chunhua, Li Chunlan's younger sister, had recently married and moved to Lujia village. This time, she returned a bit earlier because Li Chunlan had gone to fetch Zhang Xiao Xiao. During Lu Lihong's sweet potato sale, she had even encouraged nearby women to make purchases. Now, she expressed her concern. "All right, I'll accompany my sister." Zhang Chuanhe turned to Li Chuncheng. "Don't tell Mom just yet. She is elderly, and I fear she might not handle it well." "Understood. I'll seek the police immediately," Li Chuncheng declared before rushing out. Zhang Chuanhe swiftly headed toward the mountains, his eyes slightly misty as he forcefully wiped his glasses, striving to maintain composure. Lu Lihong, accompanied by his dog, De Huang, sprinted out of the village. The journey from Lujia village to Lijia village required traversing a small mountain known as Dujiao Ridge. A typical walk would take about an hour, though running would expedite the journey. Clenching his fists, Lu Lihong thought, "Qianqian cannot wait." He inhaled deeply and decisively activated the luck talisman. Fortunately, this talisman remained in use. Its effects lasted half an hour, though he was uncertain whether the bestowed luck would be beneficial to humans. Woof, woof. De Huang barked ahead, urging him on. Gritting his teeth, Lu Lihong resolved, "Let us go. Regardless of its efficacy, we must try." He dared not imagine the consequences if Qianqian were lost. How could he continue living? How would the family sustain itself? Man and dog traversed the ravine for a full 10 minutes, yet encountered nothing. Lu Lihong's brow furrowed. Could it be that the luck talisman was only effective for animals? What then? His scalp tingled with anxiety. He struck his own head in frustration. Ahead, De Huang ran while glancing back, as if to spur Lu Lihong onward. Lu Lihong looked at him. "Do you know where Qianqian is?" De Huang sniffed the air and then sprinted away. Lu Lixing suddenly recalled that the primary purpose of the dog was to locate people. "Da Huang, if you find someone, I'll reward you with a chicken leg." Barking enthusiastically, Da Huang responded with a couple more barks, moving with unprecedented speed. Who would dare to bully the offspring of this canine lord? With hope ignited, Lu Lixing hastened his pace. However, in the distance, he faintly heard a series of barks. Woof! That was not Da Huang's voice. At this moment, in the village of the Lu family, Wang Taizhu and Wang Dikun were sprinting ahead. Unfortunately, Wang Dikun and his companions were slightly older and heavier, unable to keep up with Lu Lixing. Wang Taizhu was panting heavily, and in the blink of an eye, Lu Lixing had vanished from sight. Gasping for breath, Wang Taizhu cursed, "Damn it. If I catch whoever bullied Qianqian, I'll make them pay. Look at how exhausted my brother Lu and Da Huang are." Beside him, Wang Dikun echoed, "Indeed, let's keep moving. We cannot stop." The eldest among them, Lu Jianjun, finally caught up from behind. Noticing the group about to run off again, he hurriedly called out, "Hey, why are you running? Slow down. It should be fine. Nothing serious has happened, right? The child may just be playing a bit too much. Besides, the only strangers we've seen in the village recently are a few beggars. That little brat Lu Lixing." Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Taizhu, growing impatient, turned around and shouted, "Shut up." Lu Jianjun stammered, Well. What Are you foolish? What are the mistakes my brother Lu has made in the past? Have you never erred? Didn't you steal sweet potatoes as a child? Haven't you ever peeped at women bathing? Haven't you deceived your parents for money? Village head, I call you village head out of respect, but look at what you've done. Hasn't my brother Lu sought your help? Do you not trust him at all? Don't you feel any responsibility for the missing child? You truly are. Obstinately inflexible. After unleashing his indignation, Wang Taizhu finally felt a sense of relief. Forget it. I want to discuss this further. I need to pursue the child. If you continue to hinder me, do not blame me for being impolite. With that, he turned and dashed off. Sighing. Wang Dikun and the others exchanged glances with Wang Taizhu before returning their gaze to Lu Jianjun. They shook their heads and followed after him. Lu Jianjun stood still for a moment, taken aback. In all his years, no one had ever spoken to him in such a manner. This young man was truly. And he said he wouldn't pursue. With a resigned sigh, he too began to chase after them, albeit a bit slower. Meanwhile, ahead, Wang Taizhu had already sprinted far ahead. When Wang Dikun caught up to him, he silently gave him a thumbs up. Taizhu, today you are a true man. That was the village head. Wang Taizhu replied, right now, who cares if he is the village head? Saving Qianqian is the most important thing. Hurry up. Wang Dikun nodded, acknowledging, yes, I am aware. As the two conversed, Wang Dexing, who stood nearby, suddenly shivered. Dikun, Taizhu, wait a moment. Do you sense that something is amiss? What seems to be wrong? Listen. The group ceased their movements. Wang Taizhu perked up his ears, and as he listened intently, a frown creased his brow. Where is that barking coming from? Not far away, a chorus of barks echoed through the air, as if summoned by some unseen force. The sound grew increasingly closer, suggesting that a multitude of dogs was advancing towards them. Wang Taizhu strained to discern the source, but beside him, Wang Dikun had lost his composure, exclaiming, damn it. This was his first utterance of profanity. His eyes widened in shock, his body trembling. Dogs, so many dogs. Taizhu, look. They are everywhere, rushing towards us. Wang Taizhu paused momentarily, then turned to gaze behind him. Upon spotting the first dog racing up the hillside path, he burst into laughter. Haha. My canine lord is about to make his presence known. Wang Dikun, taken aback, inquired, Canine lord? Taizhu, who is this canine lord you speak of? What on earth is happening? Chapter 80. Goodness. There's a dog outside in a certain part of Lujia village. An elderly woman with graying hair was carrying a bowl of leftover food, making her way outside. In the yard, a large, spotted dog was wagging its tail. Upon seeing the old woman, the dog barked joyfully a couple of times and leaped toward her bowl. The old woman smiled kindly. Don't be mischievous, Ahua. I'm about to serve you some food. Look how hungry you are. As she spoke, she affectionately patted Ahua's head. She bent down, preparing to pour the contents of the bowl into the dog's dish. Suddenly, Ahua barked loudly, woof. Then, as if sensing something, it dashed toward the entrance of the village. Oh dear, Ahua, where are you going? Come back for your meal. Meanwhile, in another part of Lujia village, Lu Jiangwo was amusing himself with a small puppy at his feet. The pup had just turned a month old and was brought home because his grandson adored it. Today, his grandson was away, and his elder brother, Lu Jianjun, had gone to Wang's place to deal with that troublesome boy, Lu Lixing. Thus, Lu Jiangwo was happily playing with the little pup. Indeed, such a tiny creature was utterly delightful, plump and cuddly. Unable to resist, he reached out, intending to cradle the puppy in his arms. However, just as his hand was about to touch the small creature, it yelped and darted away toward the roadside. Hey, little one, where are you going? Come back. Little Chong will be upset when he returns. Seeing the puppy run faster, Lu Jiangwo anxiously followed after it. If the dog went missing, it would be difficult to explain to his grandson later that evening. In another corner of Lijia village, a group of children were playing with an adorable little short-legged dog, the only one of its kind in the village, remarkably cute. At that moment, one child cheerfully threw a ball, calling, Short legs, go fetch the ball. Bring it back, and I'll give you a bone. The little dog barked happily a couple of times and ran toward the ball. However, halfway there, it suddenly paused, tilting its head to look in the direction of Unicorn Ridge. After a moment, it scampered up the hill with its 4 short legs. The children were left dumbfounded. Hey, short legs, you're going the wrong way. Come back, hurry back. At the entrance of Unicorn Ridge, Wang Taizhu and a few others had already ascended the mountain. Occasionally, a dog would rush past them. Wang Dikun was somewhat bewildered. Is the big yellow dog from Lu Lixing's family really this extraordinary? Of course. My dog is the king among dogs, just as clever as my brother Lu. Wang Dikun paused, uncertain whether Wang Taizhu was praising Lu Lixing or the big yellow dog. Lu Jianjun, too, felt perplexed. Is this really possible? Village chief, just keep quiet and observe. Wang Taizhu replied impatiently. Lu Jianjun was left speechless. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Halfway up the Unicorn Ridge, the narrow mountain path could accommodate only a single traveler, and every step proved to be a considerable exertion. Nevertheless, Lu Lixing dared not pause. Each second was of paramount importance to him. However, as he ran, he noticed that De Huang had come to a halt. In a state of mild anxiety, Lu Lixing called out, "De Huang, what is the matter?" De Huang lowered his head, sniffing the ground intently. After a brief moment, he dashed toward a patch of furs nearby. Before long, De Huang triumphantly emerged with a small pink garment in his mouth. Upon sighting the clothing, Lu Lixing felt an immense wave of relief wash over him. Qianqian's clothes? This is the mark she left for me. It seemed the little girl had taken his words to heart. Well done, De Huang. Qianqian must be nearby. Let us continue our search, he exclaimed, preparing to turn around. Yet, at that very moment, he noticed De Huang had suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. With his back arched, he assumed an aggressive stance. Woof! Before Lu Lixing could fully comprehend the situation, De Huang lunged toward him, skirting past his side and directly pouncing behind him. Curiosity piqued. Lu Lixing turned to see a massive floral-patterned dog standing before them, panting heavily as if it had just arrived. It seemed momentarily bewildered upon spotting De Huang. Yet its size dwarfed De Huang by a considerable margin. Lu Lixing quickly cautioned, De Huang, be careful. If we can avoid a confrontation, we must. This dog is too large. Saving Qianqian is our priority. Woof, woof. De Huang barked twice at the enormous dog's rear. Of course, the canine understood the importance of rescuing Qianqian, yet the circumstances allowed it no choice. Lu Lixing felt an unsettling sensation wash over him as he glanced behind the giant dog. His heart sank. 3 more. How could there be 3 more dogs, each more ferocious than the last? When had Unicorn Ridge become a den of dogs? At that moment, De Huang had completely shielded Lu Lixing, determined to protect his master at all costs. The sight of De Huang's fierce resolve tugged at Lu Lixing's heartstrings. De Huang, when I give the command, we'll retreat. There are no dogs behind us. If we can run fast enough, we should be able to escape. However, no sooner had he spoken than the 4 dogs surged forward, leaving him and De Huang no opportunity to react. Simultaneously, De Huang sprang into action, targeting the most aggressive of the group. Yet, just as he opened his mouth to attack, the floral-patterned dog halted before Lu Lixing. As if it had spotted something it adored, it promptly seated itself and nudged its large head against Lu Lixing's hand, whimpering affectionately. De Huang was left bewildered. Should he attack or not? What was this colossal creature's intention? Lu Lixing shared in the confusion. It was only when the large, spotted dog nudged against his arm that he realized its intention. It desired to be petted. Instinctively, Lu Lixing reached out and stroked the dog's head, eliciting a contented whine from the creature. At that very moment, the other 3 dogs, witnessing the affection bestowed upon the large, spotted dog, expressed their discontent with a couple of barks. They paid no heed to the golden retriever, instead approaching Lu Lixing and settling beside him, rubbing against his pant legs. Lu Lixing pondered, is there a flaw in the script? Shouldn't this be a scene of confrontation? Yet, it had transformed into a delightful display of affection. How could these once fearsome beasts suddenly metamorphose into such charming companions? The golden retriever gazed at Lu Lixing with a look of betrayal. Goodness, there are dogs outside, and 4 of them at that. How outrageous. In that fleeting moment, several more dogs arrived, claiming Lu Lixing's pant legs as their territory. The golden retriever could only sigh in resignation. Lu Lixing rubbed his temples, finally grasping the situation. It was the fortune's talisman that had summoned these dogs to him. The spectacle was indeed impressive. With such a multitude of canine companions, locating individuals would be a breeze. Swiftly, Lu Lixing presented a piece of Qianqian's clothing to the dogs. Come, sniff this and find the person. The dogs, invigorated by their master's command, sprang into action, eager to embark on their first task. They each took a whiff of the garment, then turned to dash away. Chapter 82. A Man Remains. The black dog roams freely. Zhang Chuanhe suddenly felt a jolt. Instinctively, he wanted to retreat. Behind him was a familiar voice. Principal Zhang, are you all right? Lu Lixing. Lu Lixing nodded. Do not be afraid. It is my dog, De Huang. Only then did Zhang Chuanhe come to his senses. The dog that had just bitten the large black dog was indeed De Huang. On the other side, Lu Qianqian, upon seeing De Huang and Lu Lixing, forgot her tears. De Huang, second brother, I am here. Wu, you have come to rescue us, Wu, with a couple of sniffles. She tugged at Zhang Xiaoxiao beside her. Xiaoxiao, look, it is my De Huang and my second brother. I knew they would come to save us. Upon hearing her call, De Huang grinned at Lu Qianqian, as though smiling in greeting. Fear not, little one. The dog lord has arrived. However, when it turned to face the large black dog, it bared its teeth, fierce and menacing. Lu Lixing also directed his attention towards Lu Qianqian. Qianqian, are you hurt? No, Wu, I am fine, Wu. Do not cry, your second brother is here. All right, Wu, Qianqian will not cry. Wu, second brother, Qianqian. Qianqian had not cried along the way. Indeed, Lu Lixing nodded as he approached Lu Qianqian. You are truly remarkable. It was only at this moment that the tension that had gripped Lu Lixing throughout their journey finally began to ease. Yet, just as he was nearing Lu Qianqian, he heard a laugh. The sound emanated from a nearby man with a dark face. Haha, is it just you and your dog who have come? Is that your De Huang? It seems much smaller than my Xiaohei. Do you really think it can stand against my Xiaohei? When he had raised the black dog, it was with the intention of having it solve such troubles one day. Thus, even when pretending to beg, he ensured Xiaohei received the best nourishment. Now, Xiaohei was robust and towering, looking quite intimidating. Xiaohei. Lu Lixing furrowed his brow. He glanced towards De Huang. Realizing that this so-called Xiaohei was indeed considerably larger and appeared much more ferocious. Yet, its demeanor was utterly repugnant. Even so, De Huang resolutely stood before the large black dog, shielding Zhang Chuanhe behind it, exuding an equal measure of bravado. Zhang Chuanhe's expression was momentarily stunned. This was the very dog that had frightened him in the office that day. At that time, Lu Lixing had even driven it to the playground. Now, it seemed that its not-so-mighty frame provided a profound sense of security. A warm current unexpectedly surged in Zhang Chuanhe's heart. De Huang must not come to harm. He cautiously shifted to the side. Lu Lixing, perhaps we should let De Huang retreat for now. That large black dog is far too intimidating. He needed to contemplate other solutions. The man with the dark face remarked, Indeed, young fellow, I advise you to take your dog and leave promptly, or else. Lu Lixing did not even cast a glance at him. In his eyes, the dark-faced man was as repugnant as the large black dog. He merely responded to Zhang Chuanhe. No need. Wait. After uttering this, Lu Lixing endeavored to harness the power of the Qi Luck talisman, curious to see if the big black dog would obey. However, upon issuing the command, he found the dog unmoved, still poised to attack. Clearly, the large black dog was beyond his control. Thus, he decided to adopt a less courteous approach. He turned to the dark-faced man and said, I offer you one final opportunity. Release the two of them and go to the police station to confess all your crimes, and I shall spare you. Otherwise, the dark-faced man inched closer to Lu Qianqian and Zhang Xiaoxiao, intending to use them as hostages. Zhang Xiaoxiao tightly grasped Lu Qianqian's hand, her face filled with terror. Qianqian, can your second brother really save us? Lu Qianqian nodded vigorously. He can. My second brother is capable. Simultaneously, the dark-faced man shouted, Xiaohei, attack. I refuse to believe that this one dog can do anything. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Lixing declared, who said we only have one dog. De Huang, who was facing off against the big black dog, raised his head and barked loudly at the sky. Awoo. In the next instant, a chorus of barks echoed from all directions. Woof, 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 woof. The dark-faced man and Zhang Chuanhe had yet to comprehend the situation when dozens of dogs charged towards them. The foremost among them was twice the size of the big black dog, accompanied by a mix of tiny puppies and short-legged little ones. The scene was both comical and profoundly striking. Zhang Chuanhe, who had been terrified of dogs, suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance upon witnessing this spectacle. These, are they all your dogs? No, they are De Huang's brethren. Lu Lixing unhesitatingly attributed the accomplishment to De Huang. After all, claiming it as his own would be too daunting a prospect. Besides, De Huang couldn't speak. Zhang Chuanhe suddenly burst into laughter, saying, De Huang is quite remarkable indeed. Meanwhile, the dark-faced man, upon seeing such a multitude of dogs approaching, had his expression change entirely. Instinctively, he turned and slipped into the house, hastily escaping through the back door of the thatched hut, without even a moment to call off the big black dog. Witnessing this, Lu Qianqian called out urgently, Second brother. He is trying to run away. No worries, he won't get far. After saying this, Lu Lixing gestured to the large dogs behind him. Xiaobai, Ahua, pursue him. Don't kill him. He still needs to be handed over to the police later. As for the potential injuries, that was beyond his concern. After all, it was merely a dog bite. Lacking restraint was rather expected, wasn't it? The two dogs immediately raced after the dark-faced man. Realizing the peril, The big black dog began to retreat, while De Huang relentlessly advanced. The large black dog, retreating, seemed to finally realize that its owner no longer wanted it. Its brutish nature was suddenly ignited. It lunged towards Lu Qianqian and Zhang Xiaoxiao. At that very moment, Lu Lixing, who was closest to them and witnessed this scene, instinctively shielded the two little ones beneath him. Meanwhile, the golden dog, with a loud bark, rushed over, exclaiming, "Woof woof! Master! Pup! This black dog is courting death." As the golden dog barked, the other dogs swiftly charged towards the little black one. The golden dog had already landed on Lu Lixing, using its body to protect him. Simultaneously, the black dog's fangs descended upon the golden dog's form. With a heart-wrenching cry, Lu Lixing was engulfed by the scent of blood. Da Huang. The golden dog trembled slightly, letting out a soft whimper. Woo! Then, it collapsed heavily onto Lu Lixing. Da Huang, Da Huang. Lu Lixing hastily rose, handing the frightened little ones to Zhang Chuanha. Upon glancing at the golden dog, he saw that its front leg, where it met the spine, was drenched in blood. It seemed that the golden dog was aware of its injury, as it lowered its head, desperately trying to conceal its wound with its paws. Lu Lixing lifted his gaze, fiercely glaring at the besieged black dog. Everyone, stay sharp and do not hold back. Chapter 83, Daily Life of the Dramatic Dog Grandfather. This was the first time Lu Lihong felt such rage since his rebirth. Ever since he returned to life, De Huang had been by his side, rescuing people, catching rabbits and wild boars, playing with Qianqian, caring for Gu Wanqing, and even accompanying Qianqian to school. At times, De Huang would also assist Lu Lihong with inexplicable skills he possessed. For Lu Lihong, De Huang was as important as family. When he saw De Huang injured, Lu Lihong had never been so furious. A pack of dogs, responding to commands, mercilessly tore into the large black dog. Despite its considerable size, it quickly found itself at a disadvantage against so many foes. The air was filled with anguished howls from the fray. Yet, Lu Lihong paid no heed to these sounds. His gaze was fixed upon De Huang. De Huang, are you all right? Show me. Woof woof. De Huang's barks diminished significantly. Don't be afraid. Let me see. Lu Lihong's voice softened. Beside him, Lu Qianqian extended her small hand, tears glistening in her eyes. De Huang, let Qianqian see too. Qianqian will blow on it. Mommy says blowing will make it stop hurting. Boohoo. De Huang could not bear the sight of the little one crying. It had been this very child who had cared for it when it was young. Although it had grown much larger since then, the little one still appeared so small. Though De Huang had once teased the child for growing slowly, it now perceived Lu Qianqian as a sibling who had transformed from its caretaker into a dear companion. It felt a profound obligation to protect her. Finally, De Huang relaxed its legs, revealing its injury. Upon seeing the wound, Lu Qianqian cried even harder. Second brother, what should we do? Second brother, De Huang is hurt. Boo-hoo, I don't want De Huang to be hurt. It's all right, Qianqian, don't cry. De Huang will be fine. At that moment, Lu Lihong regretted deeply that he had not learned any medical skills in his past life. The system, it seemed, would not reward him with medical knowledge either. Just when he was at a loss, he heard Zhang Chuanha speak up from nearby. Lu Lihong, let me take a look. Little Zhang Xiaoxiao trembled in Zhang Chuanha's arms, yet she bravely added, my second uncle is a doctor, and my father has learned some first aid. He knows how to bandage. Zhang Chuanha nodded. That's right. My second brother teaches us when he has time. But Principal Zhang, weren't you afraid of dogs? That was in the past. Now, I am no longer afraid. Xiaoxiao isn't afraid either. Zhang Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously and approached De Huang timidly, saying, we are not afraid of De Huang, nor of them. They are all good dogs. As she spoke, Zhang Xiaoxiao cautiously patted De Huang's head. Seeing this, Lu Lihong finally said, all right. Zhang Chuanha hurried to De Huang's side. This was the first time in decades, since he was bitten by a dog, that he found himself so close to one. Yet, Zhang Chuanha discovered, I am no longer afraid of dogs at all. This great yellow dog feels like family. He carefully examined the dog's leg, inspecting the wound with diligence. At last, he let out a long sigh of relief. Lu Lixing, don't worry. The great yellow dog is fine. It's merely a superficial injury, just a patch of skin bitten off. I will bandage it up for now and later. I'll have my second brother apply some medication and take good care of it. Upon hearing this, Lu Lixing's anxious heart finally settled. That's wonderful news. Just moments ago, the great yellow dog had been howling in agony, but it seemed to comprehend the good tidings, promptly rising from the ground. Its legs no longer ached, and its back was free of discomfort. With a fierce display of teeth, it appeared ready to fight. as if to declare, "How dare anyone harm my master? Just moments ago, I thought I would perish." However, when it glanced towards the large black dog, it discovered that the latter had been subdued by a pack of dogs. Lying on the ground, rolling its eyes, and twitching all over. It seemed unlikely to survive. The great yellow dog barked joyfully. "Woof! Well done, brothers." Zhang Chuanhe, who was about to bandage the great yellow dog with his own clothing, stared in confusion at this scene. Great Yellow? Lu Lixing also furrowed his brow. Was this creature merely feigning its earlier collapse? It had caused him so much worry. Lu Lixing's voice emerged almost through clenched teeth. "Great Yellow, you're not in pain anymore, are you?" Just as the great yellow dog basked in its moment of triumph, a sudden chill swept over it from behind. It instinctively shivered and flopped back onto the ground, pushing its hind leg forward with exaggerated effort. "Woof oof," it seemed to lament. "It hurts, oh. It hurts so much, my dear master. I am in agony." The expression was pitiful beyond measure. Lu Qianqian was utterly deceived by this display. She rushed to the great yellow dog's side, cradling its head as she wept. "Woo-woo, Great Yellow is no longer in pain. Second brother, please don't be harsh with Great Yellow." The great yellow dog quietly extended its head from Lu Qianqian's embrace to glance at Lu Lixing, almost bursting forth in triumphant barks. Lu Lixing could only respond with exasperation to Zhang Chuanhe. "Principal Zhang, I apologize for the trouble." "Not at all, not at all. It's my duty. Just wait a moment. I will bandage the great yellow dog right away." Meanwhile, the dozens of dogs, having vanquished the black dog, sat quietly to the side, intently watching the great yellow dog and Lu Lixing. Some even wished to approach and receive a pat from Lu Lixing, but he deterred them. The thought of being surrounded by a multitude of dogs, all clamoring for affection, was one he dared not entertain. When Wang Taizhu arrived, he was met with this very scene. Originally, he had intended to witness the great yellow dog's display of prowess, but due to Wang Dikun and Lu Jianjun's delays, he had lost precious time. Now, upon seeing Lu Tranxian and Zhang Xiaoxiao, he felt a wave of relief. At the moment he caught sight of the large yellow dog, Wang Taizhu could no longer contain his emotions and rushed over with great urgency. Dogmaster, what has happened to you? How did you get hurt? Dogmaster, who harmed you? I shall confront them." Lu Lixing silently gestured towards the lifeless black dog lying on the ground, its warmth rapidly fading. The anger that had just ignited within Wang Taizhu extinguished in an instant. "Oh, it has already passed away. Then there is nothing to worry about. Principal Zhang, how is my dogmaster?" Zhang Chuanhe, upon hearing this title, couldn't help but chuckle. "Dogmaster? Well, yes, it is because of the great yellow dog." Wang Taizhu racked his brain, contemplating how to elucidate this peculiar appellation. Zhang Chuanhe tied off the last knot on the yellow dog's leg, laughing as he remarked, "Haha, the great yellow dog certainly deserves such a title. It is indeed worthy of being called Dogmaster." Wang Taizhu, feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled in return. Yes, Dogmaster, did you hear? Principal Zhang has personally bestowed this name upon you. Now you truly have an imposing presence, Dogmaster. You are quite remarkable. By the way, where is that trafficker?" Wang Taizhu glanced around, noting that everyone present was familiar to him, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Lu Lixing waved his hand dismissively. "He will return shortly. After all, 2 of the fiercest dogs have just chased him down. He cannot possibly escape." "Oh, that is reassuring." Lu Jianjun, trailing behind, cast a bewildered glance at the neatly lined up dogs beside him. "Is there really a trafficker?" Before Lu Lixing could respond, Zhang Chuanhe interjected, "Indeed. And you are quite acquainted with him." Chapter 84. The Lu family will soon enjoy prosperity in a certain area of Dujiao Ridge. Li Chunlan and Li Chunhua wandered aimlessly. After recounting the events to Lu Lixing, they had become separated from him due to their slow pace. However, it wasn't long before they spotted a pack of dogs racing in a particular direction, prompting them to follow suit. Yet, in the dense forest, they were unable to keep up with the swift canines. Soon, they found themselves lost once again. Li Chunlan, feeling utterly defeated, sank to the ground. "Chunhua, what should we do? What about Xiao Xiao and Qianqian?" A sense of helplessness enveloped her. Li Chunhua quickly offered words of comfort. "It's all right. Lu Lixing and my brother-in-law have entered the mountains, and with so many dogs, they will surely find them." Wiping away her tears, Li Chunlan lamented. "We truly owe Lu Lixing so much. He is genuinely a remarkable person. Yes, we must express our gratitude to him later. Sister, you cannot cry any longer. We must pull ourselves together. Xiao Xiao is waiting for you. All right, I will gather myself. Li Chunlan mustered her resolve and rose from the ground. After taking a couple of steps, suddenly, a figure burst forth from the direction ahead. The person appeared to be fleeing from something, their expression frantic as they ran at great speed. Li Chunhua remarked in confusion, "Wait, isn't that the beggar from our village? I recall he had been around for several days, going from one house to another. Indeed, he even visited our home. Chunha gave him 2 coins. What could he be doing?" Before they could reach a conclusion, 2 large dogs emerged from behind the dark-faced man. Without hesitation, the dogs lunged at him. Startled, Li Chunlan and Li Chunhua gasped. As the dark-faced man was knocked down by the dogs, he noticed the 2 women standing idly by and urgently cried out for help. "Help me. Elder sister, younger sister, please save me. Get them off me." Li Chunhua scrutinized the 2 dogs, silently pulling Li Chunlan back a step. "Sister, those dogs belong to Lu Lixing." "Really? If Lu Lixing's dogs are attacking him, then—" The 2 exchanged a knowing glance, a singular thought flashing through their minds. "This man is a villain. We shall not assist him. Indeed, let us not aid him. He must have come from that direction, which means Lu Lixing is likely there as well. Sister, let us head in that direction." "Very well." Li Chunlan followed Li Chunhua as they advanced. Behind them echoed the dark-faced man's desperate cries. Meanwhile, at the entrance to Dujiao Ridge, Li Chunshun led 2 uniformed officers, accompanied by a formidable police dog. As they ascended the mountain, Li Chunshun explained, "Comrades, my niece and her friend went missing in Dujiao Ridge. The villagers just informed me that no one has been seen coming out from there. They must still be in the mountains. Then let us proceed into the mountains. In recent months, our county has witnessed more than 1 case of missing children. We must act swiftly and not waste any time." Li Chunxing felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet he did not hesitate for even a moment. At that instant, the police dog, as if sensing something, bolted off in a particular direction, tugging a few individuals along. Li Chunxing was startled. "What is it doing? It must have discovered something. Come, let us follow it." Zhang Chuanhe spoke, and Lu Jianjun was left in a state of confusion. "What do you mean I am familiar? Could it be someone from our village?" Zhang Chuanhe shook his head. "No, but there have been several beggars lingering around the nearby villages lately." "Beggars?" Lu Jianjun adjusted his glasses and began to ponder. Indeed, this month, there had been a few more beggars in hijacking. However, during these times, many people resorted to carrying sacks and wandering about to beg for food, so they had paid little heed to them, helping when they could. Yet, how could they possibly abduct children? Wang Taizhu expressed his disbelief. They must be here to scout the area. Otherwise, why would they linger for so long? If it weren't for my brother Lu, Xiao Xiao and Qian Qian might have been taken. I even saw a missing person notice in the newspaper. Village chief, you have seen it too, right? Lu Jianjun was momentarily taken aback. Yes, I have seen it. I always thought such matters were far removed from us. I have been so foolish. Lu Jianjun sank to the ground in despair, giving himself a hard slap. Principal Zhang, Lu Lixing, it is my fault. I have acted without discernment. Upon returning, I shall resign in atonement. I have wronged you all. Lu Lixing waved his hand. There is no need for resignation, Uncle Jianjun. There is indeed something you must assist with. Speak. This dark-faced man does not appear to be acting alone. Gathering information will expedite matters. Upon your return, please collect data on his accomplices and hand it over to the police for their handling. All right, I will gather it right away. Rest assured, I will ensure this matter is resolved. Lu Lixing nodded, observing Lu Qianqian and Zhang Xiaoxiao still comforting the dog. He sighed quietly and then smiled. Fortunately, everyone is safe. Wang Dikun and the others raised their thumbs in appreciation. Thanks to Xiao Xing this time. This child is truly remarkable. Who would have thought he would excel so quickly? Ha. I hear it is because he married a wonderful wife. That child from the late Qing dynasty is also quite impressive. Indeed, the Lu family will enjoy prosperity in the future. As they conversed, a series of anguished cries suddenly echoed from not far ahead. The group quickly turned around to see the dark-faced man being relentlessly pursued. His body was already covered in wounds, yet the 2 dogs continued to chase him down, deliberately driving him toward their direction. Upon witnessing this, Lu Lixing chuckled. Look, isn't he returning? Village chief, this man is in your hands. The man with the dark face had approached several individuals. Lu Lixing gestured for the dogs to cease their pursuit, and they obediently returned to formation. However, the man, having exhausted himself from running, collapsed onto the ground, devoid of any strength to rise again. Observing this, Lu Jianjun quickly rushed to the man's side, calling out to Wang Dikun and others to bind him securely. So it is truly you. How outrageous. Tell me, have the people in our village treated you poorly? Why have you acted in such a manner? Lu Jianjun expressed his frustration. Wang Dikun silently restrained him, saying, what is the point of discussing such trivialities? Let us hand him over to the police. Indeed, the group resolutely decided to go directly to the police station upon their return. However, before departing, they glanced at the dozens of dogs squatting nearby, lost in contemplation. Lu Lixing, what shall we do with the dogs that the dog master summoned? Lu Lixing replied, oh, I will let them return shortly. I must also take the dog master back to recuperate. The efficacy of the luck-enhancing talisman is nearing its end. We must send these dogs away before then. Very well, I shall apply for a bravery award for you when I return. And I shall also apply one for the dog master, Lu Jianjun cheerfully remarked. Suddenly, a dog barked in the distance, and soon after, they witnessed a large dog, tethered by a leash, sprinting towards them. Chapter 85. The great dog never leaves its master behind. The large dog trailed 2 police officers. The dog sprinted with remarkable speed, seemingly indifferent to the officer's commands. Pidden, what are you doing? Slow down, there's someone over there. As Pidden dashed into the crowd, the older officer could no longer contain himself. Clear the way, everyone. Young man, step aside. It is essential to note that Pidden was a specially trained police dog, known for its formidable strength, typically obedient. Today, however, it seemed to have lost control. Wang Dikun and his companions were equally bewildered. Another one. What is happening? Why is it charging towards Lu Lixing? Move aside quickly. Lu Gu. Hearing the commotion, Lu Lixing looked up to see a large dog bounding towards him, tail wagging. He hurriedly stepped back, but it was too late. As the dog was about to leap onto him, the crowd held its breath in anticipation. Yet, in the next moment, the dog, known as Pidden, halted just a step away from him. It gazed curiously at Lu Lixing, then at the man lying on the ground, caught in a profound internal conflict. As a police dog, apprehending criminals was its duty. The scent of the man was familiar. However, the man before it seemed so inviting, longing for affection and attention. What to do? Such a dilemma. Pidden looked around, utterly perplexed. The golden retriever, initially prepared to assist its master, saw this scene and promptly lay back down. Ah, another obedient one. The onlookers were left stunned. What is happening? Pidden, what are you doing? Come back. Young man, don't move. I don't know why it's out of control, but I will retrieve it. Lu Lixing nodded, yet deep down, he already understood. This creature, like the smaller ones, was drawn to the fortune emanating from him. He smiled and, while others were distracted, gestured towards the black-faced man. Go over there. Pidden received the first command, glancing at Lu Lixing in confusion before reluctantly making its way toward the black-faced man. The 2 officers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Pidden, you. Just as they were about to reprimand the dog, the older officer's demeanor shifted to seriousness upon seeing the man on the ground. Is it you? The younger officer, puzzled, asked, Master, do you know him? Of course I do. Bring out the handcuffs. The younger officer obediently retrieved the cuffs. The older officer rushed over without hesitation, securing the black-faced man. This man is Wang Chao. He is on our wanted list for child trafficking. All recent cases of child abduction in our county are linked to him. The individual we have been pursuing for quite some time has eluded our grasp, but unexpectedly. The seasoned officer raised his head and looked at Lu Lixing. Young man, it must be you who apprehended him, correct? In that brief moment, the veteran officer discerned the situation at hand. The crowd surrounding this youth indicated that he had undoubtedly accomplished something significant. Before Lu Lixing could respond, the voices around him chimed in unison. Indeed, it was he. You have no idea, officer, if it weren't for Lu Lixing, those 2 young girls would have been lost as well. Thankfully, he was there. 2 young girls? The older officer glanced around and inquired. Are they Xiao Xiao and Qian Qian? Yes, exactly them. Officer, did you bring them from Chuncheng? The seasoned officer nodded. Indeed, we hurried over after Pai Dan ran off too swiftly. Li Chuncheng encountered his 2 sisters, and we arrived first. They will be here shortly. Oh, thank you, officer. After the 2 officers completely subdued the man with the dark demeanor, they approached Lu Lixing. Politely extending his hand, he introduced himself. You must be Comrade Lu Lixing? Greetings. I am Zhang Mingqing. Hello, Officer Zhang. Lu Lixing reciprocated the gesture courteously. Zhang Mingqing chuckled. I apologize for earlier. Our Pai Dan seems to have acted up. I shall discipline him when we return. Lu Lixing waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. Perhaps he was merely drawn by my Da Huang? He gestured towards the canine. This police dog is quite commendable. Lu Lixing could not bear the thought of the dog being punished. Zhang Mingxing glanced back and then realized that a multitude of dogs were seated not far away. Ah, they were all summoned by my Da Huang to rescue someone. Da Huang? Officer Zhang looked at the sprawled dog on the ground and laughed. This is the king of dogs. No wonder. Haha, quite impressive. Zhang Mingxing squatted down, examining Da Huang earnestly, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, quite remarkable. Young man, how about parting with this Da Huang? We could certainly train him to become an exceptional police dog. We are willing to compensate. The reclining Da Huang whimpered softly and sprang to his feet, alertly gazing at Lu Lixing. Was his master considering selling him? That simply would not do. He still had pups to care for. Lu Qianqian swiftly spread her arms, positioning herself in front of Da Huang. No, Da Huang cannot be given away. Da Huang silently licked Lu Qianqian's small hand. See, he is still attentive to the pups. Lu Lixing chuckled. Officer Zhang, I sincerely apologize. But it seems that is not feasible. Ah, how unfortunate. Zhang Mingqing sighed. It appears I shall not acquire the king of dogs after all. Nevertheless, capturing him today is a considerable achievement. You need not worry. With him in our custody, we will be able to follow the leads and apprehend others involved. Such trafficking will never be tolerated again. Zhang Mingqing expressed his delight wholeheartedly. This matter has lingered in their hearts for far too long. At last, they have finally grasped it. In the midst of their conversation, a heart-wrenching cry echoed from a distance. Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, are you there? The voice was so anguished that it pierced the hearts of those who heard it. Zhang Xiao Xiao peeked out from Zhang Chunha's embrace, tears streaming down her face. Mama. Xiao Xiao is here. Xiao Xiao is here, please don't cry. As Li Chunlan stumbled her way to Zhang Xiao Xiao, she collapsed to her knees, seemingly unable to believe her eyes. Terrified that this moment might merely be a figment of her imagination. Her voice trembled. Xiao Xiao, come to Mama for a hug. In that instant, no one disturbed them. To find what was lost again is perhaps the most joyous yet heart-wrenching moment. Mama Zhang Xiao Xiao sweetly called out, stepping forward to embrace Li Chunlan tightly. Mama, I am fine. It was Qianqian, brother Lu Lixing, and Da Huang who saved me. Mama, they are truly wonderful people, please don't cry. If Mama cries, Xiao Xiao will cry too. Woo woo. Chapter 86. Returning home to accompany my wife as Lu Lixing noticed the gazes of a few individuals fixated upon Zhang Xiao Xiao and Li Chunlan, he discreetly approached Da Huang, signaling him to bark twice. Subsequently, he commanded the other dogs to return home. It was uncertain how long the two women had wept, but eventually, Li Chunlan began to regain her composure from the depths of her sorrow and anger. Wiping the tears from the corner of her eye, she took Zhang Xiao Xiao's hand and smiled, saying, Xiao Xiao, come. Zhang Xiao Xiao nodded and followed her mother forward. Upon reaching Lu Lixing's side, Li Chunlan grasped Zhang Xiao Xiao's hand, preparing to kneel. Fortunately, Lu Lixing was quick to intervene, exclaiming, Sisterly, please don't. There's no need for that. Quickly, get up. However, seeing Li Chunlan's determination to kneel, Lu Lixing had no choice but to seek assistance. Zhang Chunha approached, letting out a sigh. Chunlan, there's no need to kneel. I am his teacher. After speaking, he moved to the other side of Zhang Xiao Xiao, taking her hand as well. However, Lu Lixing, we must express our gratitude. Xiao Xiao is our lifeline. When she was born, Chunlan faced complications and nearly he faltered, unable to continue. If it weren't for Xiao Xiao, we would likely never find peace in this lifetime. I cannot even guarantee what I might have done. He continued, and regarding Qianqian, that was our fault. Wei Zhang Chunha struggled to articulate his thoughts. Therefore, this time, you cannot stop us. With that, he gestured to Li Chunlan and Zhang Xiao Xiao. The three of them bowed deeply before Lu Lixing, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. We are truly grateful. Zhang Xiao Xiao earnestly added. Thank you, Brother Lu. In the future, I promise I won't run around with Qianqian anymore. I won't seek her out to play. In her innocent eyes, she believed that her reckless actions had led to the danger they faced, and she felt culpable, thinking that Qianqian would never forgive her. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, Lu Qianqian dashed over, taking Zhang Xiao Xiao's hand with a hint of grievance. No, don't. Qianqian still wants to play with Xiao Xiao. Second brother said that Xiao Xiao writes beautifully and encouraged Qianqian to learn from her. Xiao Xiao cannot stop coming to play with Qianqian. Even Da Huang wants to play with Xiao Xiao, right? Da Huang. who had been licking his wounds, perked up at the mention of his name. What? Another little friend is coming? However, upon seeing Lu Qianqian's eager expression, he found it difficult to refuse and reluctantly nodded. Woof. Lu Qianqian beamed with joy. See, Da Huang also likes Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao must come to play. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoxiao smiled as well. Yes, Xiao Xiao likes Da Huang too. Da Huang silently buried his head in his embrace. He observed a moment of silence for his future, lasting 2 minutes. Lu Lixing, witnessing this, chuckled and said, Principal Zhang, there is no need for such formality. I graciously accept your bow. We should all be delighted that Xiao Xiao has returned to us. Indeed, we should celebrate. Zhang Chuanhe exclaimed, lifting Zhang Xiaoxiao into his arms. Xiao Xiao, if you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. We shall be at your beck and call. And remember, your brother Lixing is your savior. You must learn to be grateful. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Zhang Xiaoxiao nodded emphatically. Lu Lixing gazed at the family of 3, suddenly feeling a wave of emotion. If it were not for this rebirth, he would have never experienced such joy, nor would he have saved Zhang Xiaoxiao. According to the system, Zhang Chuanhe would have perished early, and Li Chunlan would have gone mad. How could such wonderful individuals endure such fate? This harmonious conclusion was precisely what he longed to witness. And the children? They were truly adorable. He wondered if his own 2 little ones would be as endearing as them. Lu Lixing was suddenly filled with anticipation for the future. Upon reflection, he realized he had been out for quite some time. Wanqing must be worried. He needed to return swiftly to check on her. She might be in tears from fright. With that in mind, Lu Lixing took hold of Lu Qianqian, preparing to leave. However, he was halted by Zhang Mingqing, who said, Young man, are you truly not considering selling that dog, Wang, to us? The dejected Da Huang barked in surprise and promptly dashed back home without pausing. The dog shall not be sold. Lu Lixing exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow. Look, he can't be caught. Haha, I was merely jesting. I think you are a decent fellow. Once there is news regarding the Wang dynasty, I shall inform you. And if you find yourself in town, do remember to invite me for a drink. Zhang Mingqing had developed a fondness for Lu Lixing, especially for his dog. All right, no problem. We shall take our leave. Zhang Mingqing and his apprentice, along with Pidden, departed. This matter had finally reached a conclusion. Yet, Lu Lixing was intercepted by Zhang Chuanhe, who said, Today is Xiao Xiao's grandmother's birthday, celebrated in Li family village, not far from here. Xiaoxing, why not take Qianqian along for a meal? It will be quite the festive occasion. Li Chunlan, Li Chunsheng, and Li Chunhua also gathered around, urging, Yes, let us enjoy a meal together. We should extend our hospitality. Upon hearing this, Lu Lixing waved his hand and replied, I fear that may not be possible. Wanqing is waiting at home. Knowing that Qianqian was lost, she must be quite anxious. Wanqing treats Qianqian exceptionally well, and I must return to share the good news. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chuanhe acknowledged, Indeed, we overlooked that. Please hurry back. Wanqing is indeed more important. Once we conclude our matters, we shall pay you a visit to express our gratitude. Very well, Lu Lixing said, not wishing to be overly formal with them. He needed to return home swiftly. Zhang Chuanhe bid farewell to Lu Jianjun, Wang Taizhu, and Wang Dikun before departing. Lu Lixing, holding Lu Qianqian's hand, joined Lu Jianjun and the others on their journey home. Along the way, Lu Jianjun was filled with perplexity. Where are those dogs? Lu Lixing anticipated such inquiries and had already prepared a response. I instructed Da Huang to send them all home. Oh ha! I used to fear that your family's dog was too frail to survive, yet now it seems quite formidable. Lu Jianjun chuckled, his eyes squinting with mirth. And what about you, Lu Lixing? Upon returning, shall we hold a commendation ceremony in your honor? Let the villagers learn from your example. Upon hearing this, Lu Lixing felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Surely, that is unnecessary? The thought of such an event was daunting. Lu Jianjun burst into hearty laughter. Very well. I shall prepare for it. Even if you are reluctant, I must promote your good deeds. The group continued their banter. When suddenly Lu Lixing heard the system's voice echoing in his mind. Ding. Detection indicates that the host has rescued a child and apprehended a trafficker. Becoming a paragon of virtue, the system will randomly distribute rewards. Chapter 87. Whose system is it, my own or Da Huang's? Congratulations, host, on acquiring 2 fortune pouches. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 1 information pouch. Congratulations, host, on receiving 1 pet healing ointment. The aforementioned rewards have been added to your backpack. Please check them at your convenience. to receive 2 fortune pouches at once. The system is being remarkably generous this time. And this pet healing ointment, could it truly not be a reward specifically for De Huang? Lu Lixing pondered deeply, questioning whether the system belonged to him or to De Huang. As for the information pouch, he had no intention of opening it just yet. He needed to return home quickly to check on Wanqing. Lixing, why are you not speaking? Lu Jianjun inquired, noticing Lu Lixing's silence. Wang Taizhu, unable to contain himself, interjected, village head, my brother Lu must be thinking of my sister-in-law. Given the gravity of Qianqian's situation, she must be quite anxious. Why not discuss these matters later and let my brother Lu return home first? Upon hearing this, Lu Jianjun burst into laughter. I was remiss. You all hurry home. I will handle these matters. He then added, Lixing, in your current state, you are about to present your parents with a tremendous surprise. When they return, they will surely be bursting with pride. Haha. Unlike that lad, Jiangua. Alas, who knows how he is faring now? Lu Jianjun sighed silently. Xiaofei, what has happened to him? Lu Jiangua's son, Lu Xiaofei, is now in his mid-20s. He has a delightful son named Dodo, but over the years, Dodo has been raised by Lu Jiangua and his wife. Lu Xiaofei has been out in the world, declaring that he would not return home until he had achieved something significant. This has caused Lu Jiangua considerable distress. As Lu Xiaofei's second uncle, Lu Jianjun also finds himself quite troubled. Let us not dwell on it. He waved his hand dismissively. The group quickened their pace. As they walked, Lu Lixing suddenly spotted De Huang, who had previously run off, seemingly licking something by the roadside. What is he doing? Wang Taizhu asked in confusion. De Huang, what is the matter? Lu Qianqian had already dashed towards De Huang. The next moment, she picked up a chubby little puppy from beneath De Huang's feet. The puppy, plump with particularly short legs, appeared either exhausted or hungry, softly whimpering with closed eyes. Its body trembling slightly. It seemed to regard De Huang as its mother, nuzzling against him. Yet, De Huang is male. Brother, look. Lu Qianqian lifted the little puppy high. A puppy. Lu Lixing couldn't help but chuckle. This little creature seems to have been drawn here by its own fortune. Truly, it is utterly adorable. Upon seeing the puppy, Lu Jianjun furrowed his brow in puzzlement. Isn't that the little dog belonging to Daodu from Uncle Jiangwo's family? Indeed. Daodu clings to this little puppy every night as he sleeps. How did it manage to escape? This is Daodu's cherished treasure. If it's lost, he will surely be heartbroken. Then let us take it back. Da Huang, come play the role of a caregiver. Under the unicorn ridge, Lu Jiangwo leaned against a tree, panting heavily. Though the little puppy was small, it was remarkably swift. He pursued it relentlessly, yet he lost track of the little creature. With a heavy heart, Lu Jiangwo sat beneath the tree, pondering what to do. His son and daughter-in-law were not home, and he and his wife had always indulged Daodu. However, Daodu had been rather downcast lately. Not long ago, Daodu had taken a liking to this little puppy, so he brought it home. Since then, Daodu's spirits had improved significantly, with more smiles adorning his face. If the puppy were to be lost, Daodu would undoubtedly be devastated. Wankai, where on earth are you? Wankai was the name of the little puppy. While he was lost in thought, Lu Jiangwo suddenly spotted a large pack of dogs racing down the mountain. He quickly stood up and anxiously called out, Wankai. But once the dogs had passed, he still did not see Wankai. Clutching his chest, Lu Jiangwo sighed. Oh, my dear Wankai, where have you gone? Hearing no response, he followed the path the dogs had taken down the mountain in search of the puppy. Not long after, Lu Jiangwo heard the familiar sound of soft whimpering. His face lit up with joy. Wankai? But the next moment, he was taken aback. Qianqian, why are you holding Wankai? Although Da Huang had been tasked with looking after Wankai, he was not adept at carrying the puppy. Thus, it had ended up in Lu Qianqian's arms. Upon cradling the little puppy, Lu Qianqian was overjoyed, playing a lively game of chase with Da Huang in the mountains, completely elated. Now, her hair was drenched in sweat. And upon seeing Lu Jiangwo, she cheerfully exclaimed, Uncle Jiangwo. Lu Jiangwo furrowed his brow. Did you and Da Huang steal our Wankai? I tell you, Qianqian, you must not emulate your second brother. If Wankai goes missing, Daodu will be heartbroken. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianqian panicked. No, I didn't. It's not like that, Uncle Jiangwo. The small Lu Qianqian struggled to articulate her thoughts in her flustered state. Nearby, Da Huang began barking furiously at Lu Jiangwo. Startled, Lu Jiangwo took a step back. Even with Da Huang here, you must return Wankai to me. As he spoke, Lu Jiangwo advanced, intending to snatch Wankai from Lu Qianqian's grasp. But at that moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his hand. Looking up, he found Lu Jianjun glaring at him with a serious expression. What are you doing? At your age? You should not be so disrespectful as to snatch things from a child. Jiangwo, why are you regressing? Lu Jiangwo was left utterly bewildered, particularly upon witnessing Lu Lihong directly behind him. The elder brother exclaimed, Were you not supposed to confront Lu Lihong? What is the meaning of this? To which came the bewildered response, what confrontation? Why would I seek to confront Xiaoxing? If anyone deserves to be confronted, it should be you. Are you aware of the countless good deeds Lu Lihong has accomplished? Did you witness Qianqian stealing the dog? I must inform you, had it not been for Xiaoxing, Qianqian, and De Huang, this little Wankai would have perished long ago. Lu Jianjun's face was a mask of fury. Lu Jiangwo, now utterly perplexed, inquired, Elder brother, what on earth are you saying? Lu Lihong, good deeds? Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Jianjun bellowed, silence. Do you wish to lose your Wankai? Observing Lu Jiangwo's reaction, Lu Jianjun realized that rectifying Lu Lihong's reputation and organizing a commendation ceremony must be prioritized without delay. Otherwise, many in the village would continue to harbor misunderstandings about him. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiangwo nodded in confusion. Of course, that is necessary. I shall apologize to Qianqian. Yet, he hesitated, pondering how he, being an entire generation older than Lu Qianqian, could possibly offer an apology. But what of it? Otherwise, I shall allow Qianqian to take Wankai away. Lu Jiangwo was left speechless. What has my elder brother consumed to be so favorably inclined towards Lu Lihong? Nevertheless, contemplating the dire implications should Wankai truly be lost, he reluctantly mustered, Qianqian, I am sorry. Lu Qianqian beamed brightly, replying, it's quite all right. The teacher says that recognizing one's mistakes and seeking to amend them makes one a good child. Uncle Jiangwo is a good child, and Qianqian forgives you. Here's Wankai. It seems rather hungry. Uncle Jiangwo, do remember to feed it some milk when you return. Faced with Lu Qianqian's radiant smile, Lu Jiangwo felt a fleeting moment of uncertainty. As he took Wankai and departed, he found himself glancing back repeatedly. What on earth was happening with Lu Lihong and his elder brother? Chapter 88. My dear wife, we have returned to the Lu family. Gu Wanqing had spent the entire morning pacing in the courtyard, her anxiety escalating with each glance towards the small path in front of the door. She vividly recalled her arrival at the Lu family, feeling out of place among strangers until little Qianqian approached her first. With her soft, delicate hands, she grasped Gu Wanqing's and, with a sweet smile, proclaimed, Sister-in-law, I am Qianqian. If there is anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. If my brother bullies you, you can tell me, and I will have our parents teach him a lesson. Those words had turned Gu Wanqing's tears into laughter, paving the way for her to bond with the Lu family. From that moment on, whenever there was something delicious, Qianqian would share half with her. Whenever there was something fun, she would eagerly pull Gu Wanqing to join in the excitement. Whenever Gu Wanqing was troubled by Lu Lixing, Qianqian was always the first to comfort her. To Gu Wanqing, Qianqian was not merely a sister-in-law, but a sister closer than blood. She cherished Qianqian deeply. However, Gu Wanqing never anticipated that Qianqian would be taken away right before her eyes. The look of panic on Lu Lixing's face as he departed made her realize that something was amiss. Now, an entire morning had passed without their return, and her heart burned with worry. She could no longer remain idle. Gu Wanqing quickly changed into a more comfortable pair of shoes and prepared to step outside. At that moment, lively laughter echoed from the entrance. Wanqing, Xiaoxing, can you guess how much we sold today? You have no idea how popular our sweet potatoes are in Zushigu village. We arrived this morning, and within less than an hour, they were all snatched up. Many who couldn't buy them asked us to bring more tomorrow. We sold. Lu Liwei's words trailed off as Zhou Yuxia nudged him, signaling him to be quiet. Upon noticing Gu Wanqing, Zhou Yuxia's smile faded. She sensed something was off with Gu Wanqing today. As she approached, she noticed the redness at the corners of her eyes and the pallor of her face. A tightness gripped Zhou Yuxia's heart as she hurried to Gu Wanqing's side and grasped her hand. Wanqing, what is the matter? In the next instant, Gu Wanqing's tears overflowed. After holding back the pain all morning, the sight of her family made her emotions spill over. Gradually unraveling, she cried, Sister-in-law, Qianqian. I think I've lost Qianqian. What happened to Qianqian? Zhou Yuxia's concern heightened upon seeing her cry. Lu Liwei and Lu Lixing quickly parked the cart aside, sweat glistening on their brows as they rushed over. I, Gu Wanqing stammered, struggling to find the words. Zhou Yuxia quickly soothed her. Don't cry. Take your time. Where are Xiaoxing and Da Huang? Are they looking for Qianqian? Gu Wanqing nodded. And only then did she recount the events of the morning. After speaking, she said, I must find Qianqian. I cannot wait at home any longer. It is all my fault. I should not have slept. No, do not move. Zhou Yuxia stopped Gu Wanqing. She glanced at Gu Wanqing's belly and said, You are carrying a baby. Overexertion could harm the child. Wanqing, listen to me. Since Da Huang and Taizhu have already gone to search, perhaps they have found her. Let Li Wei and Lixing go. You and I shall stay at home. Qianqian is clever and will be fine. Zhou Yuxia understood that leaving Gu Wanqing alone was out of the question. She would have to stay and accompany her. Qianqian must not come to harm, nor must Wanqing. Yes, second sister-in-law, I will go with elder brother. Zhang's direction, elder brother, let us go. Lu Lixing called out to Lu Li Wei and set off. Gu Wanqing stood in the courtyard, bewildered, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Elder sister-in-law, will Qianqian truly be all right? Of course. Come. Help me light the fire and prepare the meal. We will wait for that little glutton Qianqian to return. She must be starving. It was necessary to find something for Gu Wanqing to occupy herself with, lest she succumb to despair. Zhou Yuxia feared for her well-being. All right. Gu Wanqing nodded, wiping her tears as she moved to the stove. During the preparation of the meal, her heart was not wholly present. However, when the food was ready, Lu Qianqian had yet to return. The two stood at the door for quite some time, only to see Lu Li Wei and Lu Lixing returning. Gu Wanqing hurriedly approached them, asking, Elder brother, Lixing, how is Qianqian? The two of them, upon hearing her question, shook their heads despondently. We did not find her. No one in the village has seen them or Principal Zhang. Their door is locked. However, I heard from someone who just came down from Duanjiao Ridge. Lu Lixing lowered his head, conflicted. Gu Wanqing clenched her fists. What did they say? They mentioned that there seemed to be human traffickers at Duanjiao Ridge. I wanted to check, but they said the people had already left, that they were no longer there. Upon hearing this, Gu Wanqing's expression tightened. I will go find them. Lu Lixing quickly interjected. Do not be anxious, second sister-in-law, since Principal Zhang is with them. Perhaps Qianqian is simply out playing with him and Xiao Xiao. They may not encounter any traffickers. Second brother has already gone to search for them, and they are likely to have found them by now. Let us wait a bit longer. Gu Wanqing took a deep breath but still felt uneasy. I must go look again. Alas, Wanqing. Lu Li Wei and Zhou Yuxia attempted to stop her, but were unable to. Gu Wanqing swiftly left the courtyard and made her way down the road. Just as she was about to proceed further, suddenly, a soft and delighted voice rang out from not far ahead. Second sister-in-law, are you here to pick up Qianqian? She has returned. Woof woof. Gu Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, Lu Qianqian came sprinting towards us, accompanied by the ever-enthusiastic Da Huang. The golden retriever occasionally dashed ahead, only to pause and wait for Lu Qianqian, who would inevitably overtake him. Yet, this did not diminish Da Huang's exuberance in the slightest. He wagged his tail incessantly, radiating sheer joy. Trailing behind them was Lu Lixing, who approached at a leisurely pace. Upon seeing her, he rested his hands behind his head, his brows slightly raised, and a smile blossoming at the corners of his eyes. My dear, we are back. Chapter 89. Da Huang. Though I am not human, you are indeed a dog. Beside her, Lu Qianqian had already rushed to Gu Wanqing's side. Initially yearning for a grand embrace, she hesitated, her tiny arms retracting slightly. With her tousled little head held high, she beamed at Gu Wanqing. Hey, second sister-in-law, Qianqian misses you so much. During the troubling times when she encountered villains, little Lu Qianqian had consistently shielded Zhang Xiaoxiao behind her. Nevertheless, a profound sadness lingered within her heart. She longed for her second brother, second sister-in-law, and Da Huang, as well as her elder brother, elder sister-in-law, third brother, and parents. Yet, at that moment, they were all absent. Lu Qianqian could only repeatedly reassure herself, do not fear. Listen to your second brother's words. Once he rescues me, I will see everyone again. Now, upon reuniting with Gu Wanqing, Qianqian's heart brimmed with joy. Meanwhile, Da Huang circled around Gu Wanqing, occasionally extending his front legs forward, signaling for her attention. Da Huang, having been rescued by Gu Wanqing, played well with Qianqian. Yet in his mind, Gu Wanqing held an unparalleled status. He whimpered pitifully, much like a wounded child in need of comfort. Due to the commotion caused by these two, Gu Wanqing could not quite catch what Lu Lixing had said from a distance. Regardless, her spirits soared as the turmoil in her heart finally settled. She crouched down, affectionately ruffled Lu Qianqian's hair, and, with a smile, opened her arms. Come, second sister-in-law wants a hug. She longed to embrace the little one. Instinctively, Lu Qianqian took a step back. No, no, second sister-in-law, you're carrying a baby. You can't hug Qianqian. Gu Wanqing felt a pang in her heart. Even at such a moment, the little one's eyes were solely on her. It's all right. The little nephew and little niece also miss Qianqian and want to hug her. Don't you want to embrace them? Upon hearing this, Lu Qianqian instantly brightened. Yes, yes. Then let us hug gently. With that, she approached Gu Wanqing's embrace, carefully mimicking the gesture of a hug. She even patted Gu Wanqing's back, offering comfort. Second sister-in-law, don't cry. Qianqian hasn't cried. She's a brave child today. Children possess a keen sensitivity. Noticing Gu Wanqing's reddened nose, she understood that her second sister-in-law had shed tears. Second sister-in-law, do not cry. Gu Wanqing wiped her nose, and Lu Qianqian then released her, saying, well, I'll go find elder brother, elder sister-in-law, and third brother. I miss them too. Second sister-in-law, keep second brother company. He misses you. Gu Wanqing broke into a smile. All right. With that, Lu Qianqian joyfully dashed away. At last, Lu Lixing found the opportunity to speak with Gu Wanqing as he approached her side, intending to reiterate what he had just said, Wan. However, before he could utter a single name, De Huang, barking loudly, interrupted, Wang feeling overlooked. De Huang directed its call towards Gu Wanqing. Moments ago, it had refrained from disturbing Gu Wanqing and Lu Qianqian, as its young pup was still small. But now, this was the master who had nearly been sold. De Huang stepped forward, positioning itself squarely between Lu Lixing and Gu Wanqing, deliberately raising its injured front leg high to signify to Gu Wanqing, look, Wang. Lu Lixing. Glancing at De Huang, he felt at a loss for words. This creature had injured its left front leg, yet here it was, not only raising its hind leg on the mountain, but now also elevating its right front leg. Wrapped around its left front leg was a piece of fabric torn from Zhang Chun's clothing, yet it remained blissfully unaware, turning back to him with an air of self-satisfaction. Just as Lu Lixing was about to say something, he observed Gu Wanqing quickly crouching down, her expression fraught with concern. De Huang, what happened to your leg? She reached out to examine De Huang's left front leg. De Huang let out a whimper, ready to voice its grievances, only to realize it had raised the wrong leg. Hastily, it lifted its left front leg once more, emitting a woeful wong that sounded as if it were on the verge of tears. The sorrow was palpable. Lu Lixing. Had this creature truly become a thespian? Were it not for De Huang having saved Qianqian, he would have begun pondering what flavor of dog meat he might have for dinner today. Yet, De Huang remained blissfully ignorant of being mentally noted by its master, pitifully lamenting to Gu Wanqing. Wong. It was this fellow. It was for the sake of rescuing this very being that Doggy sustained injuries. This creature had nearly sold Doggy out. Fortunately, Doggy was quick on its feet. Chatty as ever, De Huang continued to bark at Gu Wanqing for quite some time. Gu Wanqing appeared bewildered. She glanced between De Huang and Lu Lixing. What is wrong with De Huang? Initially, Lu Lixing had no intention of addressing De Huang, but a thought struck him. And he cleverly remarked, well, perhaps it is praising my heroic deeds in saving lives. It feels a sense of pride in having such a master, and simply cannot contain itself. De Huang. No. Let me explain, however. Gu Wanqing was unable to comprehend De Huang's barks. She wholeheartedly believed Lu Lixing's words and inquired earnestly, really? Lu Lixing replied, yes, indeed. Today at Dujiao Ridge, Qianqian and Xiao encountered human traffickers. When De Huang and I rushed over, De Huang fought with that dog, but unfortunately, it was overmatched and sustained injuries. I had no choice but to negotiate with the villains. That is how I managed to rescue Qianqian and Xiao. De Huang, what the heck is my master babbling about? Don't believe him. Gu Wanqing stared at Lu Lixing in shock. Then that must have been very dangerous. Right? Lu Lixing, did you get hurt? Show me, exclaimed Gu Wanqing as she swiftly ran to Lu Lixing's side, grasping his arm. Where are you hurt? Observing the girl's anxious demeanor, Lu Lixing felt a sense of satisfaction. Seizing the moment while Gu Wanqing was distracted, he provocatively glanced in the direction of De Huang, who, at that moment, lay on the ground, too exasperated to bark. No, I'm not hurt, but De Huang. It couldn't hold its own against that dog. Gu Wanqing nodded thoughtfully. Alas, De Huang is too slender and mild-mannered. It has never learned to fight since childhood. I must teach it next time. Da Huang, what nonsense is this? It's simply an affront of dogs. Lu Lixing nodded, chuckling. Indeed, you are right. I'll make sure to give it proper training someday. Da Huang, feeling dejected, turned away and walked towards Lu Qianqian. Forget it, these two are rather unreliable. I might as well seek out my little master. Da Huang silently lamented the despair of its canine existence. Chapter 90. I am your all-powerful husband. Gu Wanqing was amused by Lu Lixing's playful banter. Really? You can even teach dogs to fight? Indeed, I am capable of anything. I am your all-powerful husband. As he spoke, Lu Lixing gently brushed Gu Wanqing's nose with his fingers. Instinctively, she blinked. Yet, it was this heartwarming gesture and their mischievous exchange that finally dispelled the heaviness that had weighed on her heart all day long. A smile graced her lips as she suddenly wrapped her arms around Lu Lixing. Lu Lixing was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard. Just as he was about to embrace her, he heard her softly whisper in his ear, Lu Lixing, having you around is truly wonderful. Gu Wanqing could tell that Lu Lixing was intentionally trying to cheer her up. The day's tension had been exhausting. Her face bore the marks of fatigue, perhaps exacerbated by her pregnancy, as her racing heartbeat refused to settle. She had attempted various methods to calm herself, but none succeeded, and she even broke into a light sweat. However, at this moment, everything seemed to calm down, simply because he was back, because he was by her side. Half a month ago, Gu Wanqing could never have imagined that this man would bring her such joy. At that time, she had even contemplated leaving him. Yet now, she felt grateful that she had chosen to stay. Upon hearing her words, Lu Lixing felt a flutter in his ears, her breath warm against his skin, sweet and delightful. Perhaps in this life and the last, they had never been so close. Memories of their wedding night had been marred by her inexplicable aversion, leaving it a hasty affair. Moments of warmth and intimacy were nearly absent. At this instant, he found himself uncharacteristically nervous, yet filled with happiness. No matter what, in this rebirth, his Wanqing had accepted him. Life was slowly improving. Everything was wonderful. Lu Lixing lifted his gaze to see the lush trees atop the hillside against the backdrop of a cerulean sky, sunlight pouring down and warming his heart. He raised his hands, longing to hold Gu Wanqing close, to savor the essence that belonged to her. But just then, a sudden thud echoed from behind them. Startled, Gu Wanqing drew back her hands, her face turning crimson. Lu Lixing turned to see Wang Taizhu standing bewildered at the bend in the road, looking utterly lost. He glanced up at the sky, then down at the ground, stumbling over his words. Brother Lu, I really can't be blamed this time. I thought you two must have missed each other after being apart for so long. So I even went to Uncle Lu's for a meal to give you time. I didn't expect to find you. Still going at it. And even more intense than before. This is a public road. Although there aren't many people around, it's still. Wang Taizhu was at a loss for how to articulate his feelings. Indeed, a mixture of envy and entanglement. Gu Wanqing, having no time to ponder these matters, turned and headed to the courtyard. I shall go find Da Huang and Qianqian. Lu Lixing shook his head in resignation. Taizhu. Huh. Brother Lu, what's the matter? Wang Taizhu replied hastily. Lu Lixing suggested. This year for the new year. Let Aunt Wang introduce you to a few more potential partners, shall we? Wang Taizhu scratched his head and chuckled. I was thinking the same. With no other choice. Lu Lixing returned to the courtyard first. Lu Qianqian was joyfully chatting with everyone. With great enthusiasm, she recounted the events of the morning to all present. Upon seeing Gu Wanqing arrive, she eagerly repeated the tale. Throughout her narration, she continually praised both Da Huang and Lu Lixing, with Lu Lixing noting that he received slightly more commendations than Da Huang. Indeed, she is a wonderful sister. Lu Lixing decided to let go of any grievances regarding Da Huang, considering it was due to him that the dog had been injured. At this moment, Da Huang sat nearby, licking its wounds, feeling neglected. While the others were distracted, Lu Lixing discreetly applied a special ointment for pets. He quietly approached Da Huang, who, upon noticing him, instinctively attempted to retreat. Lu Lixing quickly held it back. Why are you running? Is your wound no longer painful? Da Huang, baring its teeth, looked at him. In truth, it still hurt quite a bit, but it did not want to cause concern among the others. With a sigh, Lu Lixing took the ointment from his pocket. Consider yourself fortunate to receive such a fine remedy. The moment Da Huang caught a whiff of the ointment, its eyes widened in excitement. This seemed rather promising, clearly. The master had a good heart. Thus, Da Huang ceased its retreat and sat patiently beside Lu Lixing, awaiting the application of the medicine. Lu Lixing carefully unwrapped the cloth around Da Huang's leg, revealing a wound still stained with blood. He fetched a tissue and delicately wiped it clean. Finally, he patted Da Huang on the head. Next time, no need to rush over, all right? I'm fine. Woof. That won't do. How could the great dog allow its master to be hurt? Lu Lixing meticulously applied the ointment, though its color was unappealing as soon as it touched the bleeding wound. It began to scab over. Lu Lixing felt quite pleased with the result. Zhou Yuxiao, observing from the side, expressed her concerns. Xiaoxing, what are you doing? Perhaps we should take Da Huang to Dr. Zhang for a checkup? No need. A simple bandaging will suffice, Lu Lixing replied, now in the wrapping stage. Zhou Yuxiao looked perplexed. You can do that? Not particularly skilled, but I believe Da Huang will be fine. With this system-rewarded ointment, it should be all right. However, to Zhou Yuxiao's ears, this sounded rather different. After all, Da Huang was merely a dog, and even if Xiaoxing had changed, he might not be as attentive to a dog. After all, he had previously been quite harsh with Da Huang. However, for the sake of harmony, Zhou Yuxiao refrained from voicing her thoughts. Yet, she quietly resolved to seek out Dr. Zhang in the afternoon to have a look at Da Huang. Well, let us dine first. Chan and Wanqing are both famished. After tending to Da Huang's bandages, Lu Lixing made his way to the kitchen to serve the dishes. Midway through the meal, he abruptly lifted his gaze towards the empty cart. Have you sold out of sweet potatoes already this morning? Indeed. I was just about to mention this to you. Xiaoxing, the demand over there is quite substantial, and other villages are also in need. We managed to sell 40 yuan worth. That is splendid. Lu Lixing nodded. The more we sell, the more money Li Zheng can take with him when he goes to school. That is precisely my thought. With only a few days left until school starts, we can still earn some money. Yes. Lu Lixing also glanced at the porcini mushrooms in his yard. We must put in more effort. This lad Li Zheng is quite stubborn. I do not want him to be looked down upon due to financial matters. Chapter 92. She takes pride in her man. Upon hearing these words, the three individuals were momentarily taken aback. Lu Jianjun, oblivious to the magnitude of shock his actions had caused, continued cheerfully distributing various packages. These are from your aunt and the others who went to the town. Here are some red dates, and this is longan. Adding them to porridge makes it delicious and nourishing. And these walnuts and peanuts. Your aunt insists we should consume more of these. These 2 bags contain clothes from when our grandchildren were little. We no longer need them. So take a look with Wanqing. Keep what fits and discard the rest. Children are small. They can wear clothes from all over. It's easier to manage. And here are some diapers. Oh, and your aunt mentioned she would make some little clothes and shoes for you when she has the time. Just in time for the baby's arrival. A gentle smile creased Lu Jianjun's face as he spoke. Lu Liwei, Zhou Yuxiao, and Lu Lixing exchanged glances, bewildered. Uncle Jianjun, what are you doing? This is hardly the same man who usually rushes over in a fit to confront Lu Lixing. They were astonished to see him transformed into a benevolent elder. Throughout their lives, they had never witnessed Lu Jianjun beam with such joy. Upon hearing their remarks, Lu Jianjun chuckled heartily. Haha, it seems you are unaware. I was present when Xiaoxing saved the day. I witnessed the entire event. You were there too? Yes, indeed. I must admit, I felt ashamed. I had been misled by others, thinking Xiaoxing was deceiving the Wang brothers, which is why I sought him out. I never anticipated witnessing the capture of a human trafficker. Reflecting on the day's events, Lu Jianjun lamented, Xiaoxing hasn't even reproached me. As the village head, I have fallen short. After all, I am also your uncle. I thought I would come and see if you faced any difficulties. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to let me know. I will certainly help. Those children are the lifeblood of their parents and the future hope of our village. The Lu brothers chuckled at his words. So that's how it is. We thought you were here to confront Xiaoxing. Meanwhile, Gu Wanqing, just about to step outside, paused upon hearing this exchange, gazing at Lu Lixing in astonishment. Her man seemed to perpetually surprise her. Ha, I knew it. Lu Jianjun laughed heartily. I wondered why you all were trying to stop me. It turns out you were protecting Xiaoxing. Truly commendable. Brothers should stand by one another. Come, Xiaoxing. Gather all these things. Lu Lixing graciously accepted the assorted packages, replying with a smile, Uncle Jianjun, please do not overthink it. I have never held you accountable. In the past, I was immature, but I recognize you are a good village head. In his previous life, Lu Jianjun had tirelessly endeavored to lead the entire village towards prosperity, diligently devoted to his duties. Although he had not achieved great success, his efforts were undeniably earnest. In a previous life, after being cast out from the Lu family village, Lu Jianjun witnessing the hardships faced by Lu Lixing's family, extended considerable assistance to them. Despite this, Lu Lixing never harbored any resentment towards such a person. Thus, in this lifetime, even though he did not believe him that day, he felt no anger. On the contrary, he held a sense of gratitude towards Lu Jianjun. Ha! Lu Jianjun burst into laughter once more, exclaiming, "You've suddenly become so polite. Your uncle is still getting used to it. Xiaoxing, how would you like to conduct this commendation ceremony? Your uncle will accommodate you." Lu Jianjun had contemplated this matter for an entire afternoon, yet he still believed it essential to adhere to Lu Lixing's wishes. At that moment, Gu Wanqing also approached. Standing beside Lu Lixing, she momentarily froze, inquiring, "A commendation ceremony?" "Yes, hasn't he done a great deed? I was thinking of holding a commendation ceremony for Xiaoxing so that the entire village can see what an outstanding person we have among us. They should learn from him." Gu Wanqing turned to look at Lu Lixing, feeling not only surprised, but also immensely proud. How could her man be so exceptional? With this thought, her heart swelled with joy. Noticing her lost in thought, Lu Lixing could not resist gently pinching her nose, teasing, "What are you thinking about? Save it for later. Uncle Jianjun is still here." "You." Gu Wanqing playfully scolded, her face instantly flushed. "Haha." Lu Jianjun was greatly amused, saying, "You youngsters are truly unmatched." "Xiaoxing, do share your thoughts. Wanqing, you too, feel free to express any ideas you may have." The group cheerfully declared, "This depends on Xiaoxing." "Indeed. My second brother has the final say." They all turned their gazes towards Lu Lixing, even Gu Wanqing forgetting her earlier bashfulness, lifting her head to look at him with sparkling eyes. Lu Lixing smiled and said, "If it were up to me, I would suggest not holding this commendation ceremony." "What? Why?" Lu Jianjun was perplexed, as were the others. Lu Lixing explained, "It's simple, Uncle Jianjun. Let me ask you this. If you had not witnessed it with your own eyes today, would you have believed that I accomplished those deeds?" This left Lu Jianjun momentarily speechless. In truth, had he only heard about it, he would have been initially reluctant to believe it and would have needed further evidence. After observing this, Lu Lixing continued, "Thus, holding a commendation ceremony would not sway those who remain skeptical. They might even suspect that you and I engaged in some sort of collusion and that you gained some advantage. Even if people did come to believe it, they might think our family had become arrogant, boasting about a minor good deed. I personally do not mind. However, Wanqing and my elder brother and sister-in-law have maintained a good reputation in Lu family village and have good relationships with others. If this incident were to tarnish their standing, it would not be worth the trouble. Gaining universal acceptance is not something that can be achieved through a single event. I have been striving relentlessly, and I firmly believe that one day, everyone will wholeheartedly accept me. By that time, accolades and ceremonies will hold little significance. The desire for immediate success is, after all, not a virtue." This matter has occupied Lu Lixing's thoughts for an entire afternoon. He indeed needs to elevate his reputation, yet not through such exaggerated means. Otherwise, he risks incurring more losses than gains. Furthermore, due to recent events, many in hijacking are still willing to place their faith in him. Upon hearing these words, Lu Jianjun gazed at Lu Lixing in astonishment. After a brief moment, he raised his thumb and chuckled. "Xiaoxing, you have truly transformed. You no longer exhibit the naivety of your past, nor do you seem so restless. Such an esteemed honor is not something everyone possesses the fortitude to decline. To contemplate so much at this juncture speaks volumes of your exceptional perspective. I have great faith in you. Since you are reluctant to hold a recognition ceremony, allow me to assist you in building your reputation.